um, uh, I probably would be more cautious about in terms of how we present it is the sphere story, for the simple fact that we just don't know yet whether it is or it isn't non-human technology.
We have new, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology.
Frankly, whilst a lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology, we're not going to say that.
We have new, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology. This renowned scientist confirms it all.
Whilst a lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology, we're not going to say that because that's a terrible danger.
We have new, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology.
A lot of people.
When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will.
Mr. Grusch is quite clear that he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Non-human origin.
That he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Call it spacecraft if you will.
That he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Then what are you saying?
Oh, hey, little space monkey.
Non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome to another episode of Truth Seekers. I have the perfect shirt on for tonight, the UFO Circle Jerkers shirt, because this is the biggest UFO circle jerk I think I've ever seen. I'm trying to remain cautiously optimistic, however, but there are a great deal of red flags. If you are unaware, we're covering this supposedly bombshell story by Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal, and of course, our old friend Ross Coulthard, who once promised everybody that he had conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by Michio Kaku, except Michio Kaku didn't confirm anything. And not only did he not have conclusive proof of alien technology for that 100% completely and totally fake story, he had no evidence, right? And then he blamed the producers. Is that his voice in the voiceover saying those things? He could have quit his job and said, I'm not going to lie to people. Instead, he chose to push a completely and totally fake story. I believe that story was over a year ago, the ball shavings, and they were supposed to do an analysis. And by the way, a mass spectrometer analysis of a metal fragment takes 20 minutes to complete. And you would know instantly if that ball was truly an alien probe sitting in somebody's living room, or if it was just a big ball bearing, as many people have said, from an industrial facility. Ross Coulthard being involved in this story killed it for me instantly. And then when we get into Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal, you have to remember, we've been here before, right? The 2016, 2017 New York Times article that was filled with fake information, that was filled with factual inaccuracies. And remember that it's Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal who also brought us the story where Harry Reid said that we have off-world alien crashed retrieved spacecraft. And then they had to retract it because he never said that, right? So the three principal people that are selling this story have 100% been caught selling 100% completely fake stories about aliens and UFOs before. But here we are, and there's a lot of red flags with this story. I cannot believe everybody that believes in aliens and UFOs that I know of is creaming their pants today. They're having a ball. And judging from my inbox of nasty, negative, anonymous people, of course, nobody sends me nasty messages with their real name and their real face. It's always like, Alien Believer 712 at Gmail called me a dickhead, right? Or called, said that I don't know what I'm talking about. And that might be true, but come on. There are so many red flags in this story that I just cannot believe that everybody's doing cartwheels, right? This is the New York Times article all over again. Except it wasn't in the New York Times, and there's a reason for that. And we're going to get into it tonight. We're going to break it all down for you. We welcome old friends and new. We've got a lot of new subscribers. If you're just new to the channel, we want to welcome all of you, and we welcome those of you who have been here for a long time as well. And I've got some special guests tonight. You're going to love this. But before we get to the guests who have their own red flags about this so-called incredible story to share, we're gonna get into the actual story. So the story is that an intelligence operative is saying that the United States government has crashed retrievals, including intact craft, from one second. Let me just get back to the guests there. Including intact craft. But there's an awful lot of problems with this story right from the get-go. Of course, the beginning problems that I have is that all three people that are selling this story have 100% been provably caught selling 100% fake information about UFOs and aliens. Leslie Kean even admitted that she massaged the data in the story, left out all the stuff in her story about werewolves and, dino beavers and poltergeists, right? Because she just wanted to help the UFO community get legitimized. So what we have here is somebody that's not a journalist. She's an activist. And she puts her own slant on the story. She does the lie by omission. Where were they to vet the claims of Luis Elizondo, who claimed to run a secret UFO Pentagon program? Turns out it wasn't secret. Turns out it wasn't funded. Turns out it wasn't even a real program. He later admitted himself it was just an activity, right? And all the hype around that 2016 article is being revisited to us. And today we have all of the true believers going bonkers, claiming that today is the first day of disclosure. This is exactly what happened before with the Luis Elizondo. But Luis Elizondo has been caught publicly lying. I believe, it's my opinion, I'm allowed to have an opinion. He's been caught publicly lying. He's been largely discredited as just another UFO profiteering whore like the rest of them. And so now they got to roll out somebody new. And along comes this new person who apparently is claiming that the United States government is in possession of non-human crash retrievals, including parts and complete craft. And so the actual piece was put out by the debrief. Now, for weeks, maybe months, we have been hearing that whistleblowers are going to come out and there's going to be a huge bombshell story in the Washington Post. And then it doesn't come out in the Washington Post. It comes out in the debrief, which is a real problem because there's also conflicting stories about why it's in the debrief and not the Washington Post or the New York Times. This is such a bombshell, earth-shattering story, and the story is actually true. Why would the New York Times or the Washington Post or Politico or whoever not want it? Now, of course, the debrief is crashing all day today. I can't even get to the article to share it with you. So one second, though. I'm aware that people have posted alternate links to the story. Let me just see 1 second. John from the Black Vault posted an alternate link to the story. Or you know what? We're gonna put up our fair use banner. We'll just go to the video. But I recommend that you read the article if you could. But they went with such a fly-by-night tiny media company because they had to. I'm assuming that the servers of the debrief can't even handle the traffic of what may be tens of thousands of people trying to read the article. And that says everything that you need to know about the legitimacy of this thing, right? The story is so important that they put it on a tiny, virtually brand new media company. And by the way, the debrief pushes garbage constantly. I used to like and respect, what's his name? Tim. I don't any longer. Tim's pushing Lou Elizondo fake garbage for how long now? Now he's pushing this. So there's no one credible here. There's no credible person that is actively involved with this story. It is a disgraced Australian journalist who got laid off or fired or his contract not renewed, depending on who you ask, from 60 Minutes Australia. And did you know why that happened? Because he pushed a 100% provably fake story about a great deal of the British Parliament being involved with it. Let's just call it a child ring. You know what kind of child ring I mean. Turns out all of his sources for that were complete garbage peddlers, liars. So his contract not renewed, fired, depends on who you ask, right? Moved on to better things. Then he jumped into the world of UFOs, feet first, and he's been selling fake garbage stories with anonymous sources and more for years now. There hasn't been anything credible from Coulthard. I don't care. Send it to my inbox. Argue with someone else. The guy sells fake stories. Provably, at least twice now, he has been caught selling 100% provably fake stories. But we're supposed to believe him that he got the biggest scoop of the millennium here. I don't think so. I don't. All right, so we are gonna put our fair use banner up, and we'll play the video. Oh, and then the only news media that actually picked up this story is News Nation, who employs Chris Cuomo. You remember the guy that lied about being in quarantine in his basement when he was going outside every day, right? The guy who completely and totally lied. He's another disgraced journalist, got fired from CNN for helping his brother cover up allegations of sexual abuse, right? Real credible. These are real credible people. And go look over there at News Nation. It's all people that are like at the end of their careers. They couldn't get a job anywhere else. News Nation. Great. It's not on CNN. It's not on. So far, the only media outlets picking this up that I have seen are tabloid and clickbait sites. But hey, it's the biggest story of the millennium. So we're citing fair use. This is a transformative work. We're going to go to the video here. And we do have some special guests joining us. Wait till you see who's coming on tonight. It'll be interesting. This is from News Nation.
UFOs exist. The U.S. government found quite a number of them, and they are indeed of non-human origin. Those are the explosive allegations from a former intelligence officer.
I love how they play a debunked UFO video.
That the Inspector General is taking
Great
very
job.
seriously. 36-year-old Air Force veteran David Grusch is exposing what he calls a top secret military program that is reportedly.
All right, and here's the other thing that he got authorized to talk about this stuff by the Department of Defense, and we're going to get into that. These can't be classified projects that he's talking about, because if they were, even the existence of them is classified, and you couldn't mention them, right? There's a lot of problems here.
They found wreckage of fully intact UFOs. The government now calls them UAPs, or unidentified anomalous phenomena. For years, there have been whispers and rumors that the government had aircraft of non-human origin.
Yeah, people have been pushing this for at least 30 years that I am aware of, maybe longer. But remember, people are still debating the Bob Lazar story, and we have never gotten any proof. Are we going to be waiting 30 years to get the proof from Leslie Kean, Ralph Blumenthal, and Ross Coulthard on this story? Or is this story going to fall apart in the next few weeks?
This report is the first evidence it might be true. The Inspector General has called Grusch's complaint urgent and credible. Tonight, we have a...
Yeah, and I'd like confirmation that the Inspector General said that. And just because they called his complaint about some sort of retaliatory methods being taken against him credible doesn't mean that his claims, his so-called whistleblower claims, are credible. There is some real funny stuff going on with the language being used here. And of course, we have to include Jeremy Corbell's Flare fake UFO in the report here.
World television exclusive interview with the whistleblower in which he claims we not only have the aircraft, but the government has been keeping much of its secret from Congress and from the public. News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton is here with the story, and this is a blockbuster.
It is a blockbuster. It's really hard to wrap your mind around this. I've been working on this for the past couple of weeks.
Now, this guy, Brian, I actually like. I watched him covering the Gary Petito story, and I think he did a good job on that. So maybe not everybody at News Nation is a clown, like, you know. And another thing that we need to be aware of is that people are being very careful in saying that News Nation is not covering the story. They're publishing it. And Ross Coulthart is the one. It's almost as if they're giving themselves an out when this entire story comes crashing down as fake. And same for the debrief. Well, we're not, investigating or reporting this story. We're just publishing it for these two. Again, giving themselves an out if the whole story comes crashing down. Why would they give themselves an out like that? And they were both very clear that they're not covering the story, they're publishing it.
I'm still having a hard
Looks
time
like News Nation is
processing
covering
all of it. Over the last couple of years, it sort of became mainstream to discuss UFOs. The government has released videos. They've acknowledged that we don't know what some of this stuff is out there that we have on camera, but this really takes it all to another level. For the very first time, the world is about to hear from a former high-level U.S. intelligence officer who says the government has some of the unidentified craft in its possession. He is revealing these.
Yeah, and I'm getting deja vu because they called Luis Elizondo a high-ranking government official. Remember that? Yeah.
Exclusive details about the secret government program.
By the way, this guy is buddy-buddy with Luis Elizondo, the guy who lied to us about a fake Pentagon UFO program for years, the guy who made tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars by borrowing taxpayer-funded videos out of the Pentagon without permission for public release. Then he got book deals and television show deals based on those 3 videos. And guess what? All 3 of those videos, more or less, have been debunked as nothing spectacular. Isn't that interesting? The lens of time.
We're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow.
Yep. Here's one of those largely debunked videos. There's the go fast. NASA says it's going 40 miles an hour.
Video evidence, if you will, that old tales of UFOs may not all be conspiracy theories. In recent years, Congress starting an official U.S. government unidentified aerial phenomena task force, recently renamed the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO. And now in a News Nation exclusive, David Grusch, an Air Force veteran, former member of that task force, and veteran of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, is formally blowing the whistle on secrets he says no one has ever shared publicly before.
You are one of the most trusted former intelligence officials in the US defense and intelligence establishment.
Yes, I was.
You were trusted with the most intimate secrets.
Yes.
Grusch sitting down with award-winning investigators.
By the way, now he's a real estate guy. He sells real estate. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but
Investigative journalist Ross Coulthart, who's reporting for News Nation and has spent years reporting.
I love how News Nation calls him an award-winning journalist. They just forget to leave out that he got let go of 60 Minutes Australia for a 100% fake story, right?
On the UFO question.
What conclusion did you come to at the end of your time on the UAP task force?
The UAP task force was refused access to a broad crash retrieval program.
When you say,
and by the way, let's be clear, the United States government has crash retrieval programs. Look up Project Moondust. It's been going on for years. If anything crashes, they try to pick it up. And yes, they try to back engineer it, especially if it's Soviet or Chinese technology. So could this be people mistaking ordinary earthly technology for something super advanced or alien?
Crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will, non-human, exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed.
Notice that he's avoiding the word alien. If they're non-human technology, then what does that mean? Does that mean monkeys built these things? What is non-human technology? Do you mean aliens? Why don't you say aliens? And later, Ross Coulthart backs up things And he's already backpedaling, saying, well, he was very clear. He didn't say these were alien technology. Well, then what is non-human? Were these made by monkeys? Like what non-human species made these things, if not aliens from other planets, right? But again, the language is suspicious here.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do, yeah.
How many?
Quite a number.
You're kidding.
No. I thought it was totally nuts, and I thought at first I was being deceived. It was a ruse. People started confiding in me. They approached me.
Yeah, and here's the thing we have to consider is that this man has no direct knowledge of any of this. He's just been told things. So what does that mean? Does that mean maybe people like Richard Doty told him things? People like Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff, Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon told him things? Who told him things? We don't get to know that.
Plenty of current and former senior intelligence officers that came to me, many of which I knew almost my whole career.
Yeah, there's a nod to Luis Elizondo, if you ask me. I see his fingerprints all over this story, and he's congratulating him for his courage and calling him a hero. So is Christopher Mellon, the same people who brought us the TTSA techno scam and 3 largely worthless videos out of the Pentagon, right? The same people that pushed the whole UFO threat narrative from 2016 forward are now praising this guy as a big American hero.
That confided in me they were a part of a program. They named the program. I've never heard of it. And they told me, based on their oral testimony, and they provided me documents and other proof, that there was, in fact, a program that the UAP task force was not read into.
So there's a program that the UAP task force is not read into, but I'm not sure how we get to that, to alien spacecraft retrievals, including intact craft. It's quite a leap, but people told him this. So remember, this entire story is somebody told me, and he claims he has documents, but he can't release them. And that's another issue. He says they're classified, but they can't be classified because the Defense Department approved him talking about this. And by definition, they would not have approved him talking about this if it involved any classified programs. So right off the bat, there's huge red flags and problems with this guy's story.
Grusch alleges the U.S. government has recovered non-human craft for decades. He's filed a whistleblower complaint saying he gave what he calls the classified proof to Congress and the intelligence community inspector general. NewsNation has confirmed David Grusch's credentials and resume. We've not seen or verified the alleged proof he says he's provided to investigators. He says
even the people selling this story have not seen his evidence, have not seen his proof, and we'll show more on that. Leslie Keene says it's not a red flag that she didn't see any evidence. If that doesn't inform you that there's a real problem here with this story, that the person writing it up and selling it doesn't care that she didn't see any evidence,
can't show us the proof for national security reasons. He also tells us he's not seen photos of the alleged craft himself, but has talked extensively with other intelligence officials who have.
Okay, so this is secondhand. So-and-so told me. Who told him? Are we going to find out later that it's the normal cast of wackadoos like Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff, Christopher Mellon, Lou Elizondo, Sean Cahill, right? And others who are telling him this stuff? Who is telling him? Why can't we know? You're not blowing the whistle if you're not naming names and showing documents. That's what a whistleblower does. Drops all the information. Not, here's a great story, but I can't give you any of the proof, right?
If you're right, if you're telling us the truth, everyone, the entire American public has been lied to for decades.
Yeah, there's a sophisticated disinformation campaign targeting the U.S. populace, which is extremely unethical and immoral.
You are saying to the human...
There's definitely a disinformation campaign going on. That's the first time I'm sure he's told the truth. But the problem is that the real UFO cover-up is people selling fake stories without substantial and supportive evidence, let alone overwhelming or smoking gun evidence. That's the problem. That's the real cover-up. And this has been going on for decades. Look into the UFO history. People have been doing this. Remember Bob Lazar Same story as Bob Lazar, slightly different. Now we've got an intelligence guy, and there's another red flag. Here's another former intelligence guy who is front and center, taking the spotlight in the UFO community, making huge claims, but providing no actual evidence.
Race, for the first time, an official intelligence representative at a high level from the US government is saying publicly, we are not alone.
We're definitely not alone.
It's not the first time. Lou Elizondo said this too. Remember? What proof did Lou Elizondo have? It's years since he's made that comment. On what was it, Fox News? No evidence. He provided no evidence of that yet.
Absolutely, the data points empirically that we're not alone, yeah.
Do we have bodies?
The data points that we're not allowed to see. Now we get another big whopper. We got bodies, friends.
Do we have species of
well,
non-human?
naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots. And believe it or not, as fantastical as that sounds, it's true.
It's also harder for.
And where is the evidence? These are huge claims. These would be world-shattering claims. And I have to admit that a small part of me still hopes the story is true.
People to wrap their minds around the concept of a crashed object from
and here's
somewhere
Leslie
else.
Keene. She's going to say she doesn't care. He has no evidence.
Yeah, we see things in the sky that we can't explain.
Journalist Leslie Keene broke Grusch's whistleblower story this morning.
She's not a journalist. She's an activist.
In the debrief, Ms. Keane's career has been mainstream and credible, having written a series of reports on UFOs in the New York Times dating back to 2017.
Why didn't the New York Times take this big bombshell story then? Could it be that the New York Times knows something about her and her propensity to, let's just say, play very fast and loose with the facts of a story, or to manipulate or massage the data in order to sell a story that's not, let's just say, not entirely factually accurate? And great, she wrote a story in the New York Times. That whole story has been largely debunked as completely and totally false information. But we're still going to, rah-rah cheerleader for her?
He has the credentials, but there's no documents that he's handed over. There's no pictures. And as a journalist, you want to see documents, you want to see pictures. Does that raise a red flag?
Not at all, Brian. I mean, you mean documents that actually describe the craft?
Correct. Yeah, like government documents, or to be able to see it for ourselves.
Of course. Don't we all want that? And the problem with that is all of that information is classified.
It can't be classified, or the Department of Defense would not have let him do this interview. This interview was cleared. What he was going to talk about was cleared with the Department of Defense. And by the way, the Pentagon disputes any claims of aliens. We'll get into that.
As we said in the story.
But I think the bombshell here is that Leslie Keene just said she doesn't care. It's not a red flag that he didn't show her any evidence. She ran with a story without seeing evidence. She ran with a story just hearing stories, secondhand stories, just stories though.
Everything that Grusch told Congress and told the Inspector General of both the IC, the Intelligence Community Inspector General, and the Department of Defense Inspector General, all of that information is classified.
In 2017, Keene reported exclusively in the New York Times that the Pentagon had a secret UFO program. 3 years later, the Pentagon confirmed her story.
Yeah, but they also denied it twice too, so there's a lot of problems with that assertion.
Her latest report is even more explosive, but Keene says she has multiple sources who back up Grusch's story.
I believe it because of all.
Is this the wackadoo prover maneuver? When you get one wackadoo to say, yeah, that other wackadoo's telling the truth. Until proven otherwise, that's what I will believe.
All the sources I have who have told me the same thing. So,
and we have to also be sure that we recognize that Leslie Keene's, was it her boyfriend or her husband, was John Mack, alien abduction so-called expert, who put people through hypnotic regressions. And what almost every single person he put through a hypnotic regression remembered being abducted by aliens. He was just an artist. He had no qualifications in either hypnotherapy, psychology, or anything else, physics. He just believed in alien abduction. And that was her, life partner. And this is just problematic.
So who am I to doubt these very, very high-level people who have been inside these programs?
And by the way, her partner, Blumenthal, wrote the book on her husband or boyfriend, John Mack, literally wrote the book on him. So these two are not like two impartial journalists who both care about facts and things. They care about selling stories about aliens. They both provably have made their living selling stories about aliens. Same for Ross Coulthard. Do you think maybe there could be a financial motive behind this story?
For
I
decades, have done their work and are all telling me the same thing. I mean, I don't think there's some kind of conspiracy among all these people who don't know each other to make something like this up.
So I've got to be blunt.
It couldn't be that this is all in the UFO mythology and has been since the 80s, right? This whole stories about crash retrievals. And let's also recognize that many of the stories about crash retrievals are fake. Aztec, largely debunked as fake. Let's see, Roswell, many people think that was just a weather balloon, but I still hold that one in my gray basket. The Trinity story, which Jacques Vallée just sold and made a lot of money selling a book about, was revealed to be completely and totally debunked as a completely, totally fake story. Many of these stories about so-called alien crashes and retrievals are proven to be debunked as fake. And I believe Bob Lazar is one of those stories as well. The originator of much of this, we're trying to back engineer this stuff. It's very problematic. This is like built on a house of cards, like you blow on it and the whole house of cards comes crashing down.
About this, you're not making this up. This is not a lie.
No, absolutely not.
Because everybody watching this right now is looking at your face.
Mm-hmm.
They're going, is this guy for real?
I am for real. And I'm sitting here at great personal risk and obvious professional risk by talking to you today.
And just within the last 10 minutes or so, the Pentagon has released a statement.
And here's where it gets good, because the Pentagon completely and totally denies this guy's claims. And isn't it interesting that Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal could have reached out to the Pentagon and gotten a statement, but they didn't do that and put a statement from the Pentagon either confirming or denying this man's claims in their original story. Why not? Apparently, John from the Black Vault sent a request off today and got the same statement.
To News Nation about this report. They say to date, AARO has not discovered any verifiable information to substantiate claims that any programs regarding the possession or reverse engineering of extraterrestrial materials have existed in the past or exist currently. AARO is committed to following the data and its investigation wherever it leads. AARO, working with the Office of the General Counsel and the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, has established a safe and secure process for individuals to come forward with information to aid AARO in its congressionally mandated historical review. AARO's historical review of records and testimonies is ongoing and due to Congress by June 2024, and AARO welcomes the opportunity.
Yeah, this guy can go tell AARO everything that he knows. Or did he claim that he already did that, right? He's given his information to members of Congress, but nobody's allowed to see it.
Opportunity to speak,
including the people selling the story. Wouldn't you, as a journalist, say, well, I'm not going to sell this story until you show me the proof? No, they didn't see any proof. They just heard this guy telling stories. And by the way, for all I know, this guy truly believes what he's saying. He appears to be very convinced, but many people have been convinced by some of these UFO circle jerkers, including, Gary Nolan, Stanford University professor, and many other people that you would never suspect of being totally believers of this stuff are total believers in this stuff. Doesn't mean it's true. It means somebody told him a lot of stories that he believes.
With a former or current employee or contractor who believes they have information relevant to this historical review. And Elizabeth, we know that David Grusch, he's filed that whistleblower complaint. He's been on the record under oath testifying to many of these things that he said in our report tonight.
Right, and it's
and I'd like confirmation that he testified before any member of Congress under oath. We don't have that confirmation yet. So we're going to get out of that, and we're going to get into quickly the red flags of this story. I don't want to keep the guests that we have here waiting. But there are an incredible amount of red flags of this story. And we're going to go through the red flags quickly here. I want to try to keep it brief tonight because I'm sure more information is going to break about this. And right now, we're all operating in a vacuum. But I did notice 10 red flags. And actually, I noticed more, but I ran out the clock trying to make a presentation for tonight. So please forgive me. Red flag number one is that the people selling this story have all been caught selling provably fake stories before. Leslie Kean, Ralph Blumenthal completely got the ATIP story wrong, completely got the whole thing wrong. They trusted the stories that they were told as true from Lou Elizondo. Turns out much of what he told them, he was the primary source for that New York Times article, turned out to be factually completely incorrect. They also sold that story about Harry Reid confirming this stuff. Then they had to walk that story back. So, and Ross Coulthart provably sold the story of the British Parliament all being involved in a ring of children predators, essentially, right? That story turned out to be completely and totally fake. Then Ross Coulthart comes into the UFO community with his huge bluff that they had conclusive proof of alien technology confirmed by Michio Kaku. Go ask Michio Kaku if he confirmed alien technology. And when he's done laughing, right, he'll tell you he didn't confirm anything and he wasn't even shown evidence by Ross Coulthart. But you see, these people, they carefully craft narratives. They put together illusions of true stories. So the people selling this story, and this is a verifiable fact, so I'm not going to argue with people, but the people that are selling this current big story have all been caught selling provably fake stories before. Red flag number two. These are secondhand accounts from someone who was never directly involved in any of these so-called top secret programs. These are just stories that people told him. Now, he says he has evidence. He says he has documents. Nobody's allowed to see them. That's another red flag, if you ask me. Red flag number three, according to Brian Bender, this man was, quote, groomed, unquote, by Lou Elizondo. And it was Lou Elizondo who misled reporters for years about a fake UFO program that was never funded, never official, and never secret, since that program never actually existed. Elizondo had to admit it wasn't a program, it was an activity he did in his spare time. It wasn't his primary job. He wasn't the director of anything. He was the director of a program in his own imagination. And this man, who has been lying to us for years, lied to us with TTSA, lied to us about ATIP, lied to us about the Felon 5, lied to us about more and more and more, I think he lied about being a remote viewer and having superpowers. Oh, and that gets into a whole thing too. Remember that the lies are ridiculous. They get more and more ridiculous as time goes on. And there is a video making the rounds right now, which I think is incredibly interesting. It's a video of Tom DeLonge talking about war stories that apparently he was told by liar Lou Elizondo. And this is very problematic because this is 100% provably fake story. It can't be true. But let's take a listen at Tom DeLonge repeating lies that allegedly or apparently he was told by Lou Elizondo.
A special forces operative, like a soldier. You know, he fought the Taliban in Afghanistan like a month after 9/11 with Secretary of Defense Mattis, General Mattis, Mad Dog Mattis. Yeah. Mattis saved his life. Lou got pinned down in a huge machine gun fight.
None of this is true.
And
he
called for air support, and they said there's nothing in the area. And he said, I looked at my friend, and I said, we are going to die. We're dead. There's like 100 of them shooting, and they're pinned behind a rock. Then he heard something on the radio, and Mattis comes flying in on like one of those Bradley vehicles, saying, and big door flies down. He's, oh, get in, boys. He's in a t-shirt. He's, I'm busy. I'll get to you in a second. He's on the automatic grenade launcher, just wiping people out. You know, and Lou said he's on the ground just looking up at this guy in the sunset kind of thing. Like, who the fuck is this guy? You know, and he saved his life, you know. So Lou came from like really being in war to moving up to a place where he had a lot of responsibility with a lot of very sensitive things. And
And by the way, friends, none of that is true. That entire story is completely and totally fake and made up. And I can prove it. There's a timeline of when Lou Elizondo was in the Army. There's a timeline, there's a timeline as well. The timelines don't match up. That story couldn't have happened. And just so everybody's aware, multi-star generals don't operate machine guns from, tanks or anything. They don't do that. They're in the offices directing their Army officers. This is a totally made up story. Did Lou Elizondo tell him that? What about Lou Elizondo telling people that he has remote viewing superpowers and then refusing to comment on whether he was using remote viewing, right? And what about that story that he saved his whole crew from getting murdered, right, by terrorists because he remote viewed the battlefield? All lies. And that liar, Lou Elizondo, is backing this story, right? But let's get back to the red flags. 1 second here. Let's get back to the red flags of this story. All right, so we've gotten that one, red flag number 3. Red flag number 4. According to Brian Bender, multiple media outlets passed on the story, including Politico and several others. According to Ross Coulthart, multiple media outlets, including the New York Times, Politico, and others, refused to run the story. He claimed they didn't have the backbone. They didn't have the courage to run the story. Or maybe these more credible, larger media organizations wouldn't touch this story with a 10-foot pole because they knew that the people selling the story have all been caught selling fake stories before. Red flag number 5. The Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review approved this man to release this information. This means that there is no classified information in his story, despite his claims. Now, I could be wrong about this, but I checked in with an intelligence friend who's worked in intelligence. He's retired now. He worked in Navy intelligence his whole life, and he told me that the Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review would never approve this guy to go and do interviews and talk about any of this if those were real classified programs that actually existed, because even the existence of those classified programs is classified. You see the problem here? The Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review is there to prevent anybody from leaking any classified information. Why would they let him talk about this if this was true and there was real top secret or classified programs in the United States government involving this? And then, of course, we get the Pentagon denial. Big red flag here. And why don't the people selling this story explain this red flag, this huge problem with the story? They won't do it. Red flag number 6. This appears to be a coordinated effort. All the people selling this man's story are working together to release it together. Ross Coulthart interviewed this man in early May. Why did he wait a month to drop it? And why did this all happen in one day? You mean to tell me that Ross Coulthart has this true story, the story of a lifetime, right? This huge bombshell story, and he waits a full month and he lets himself get scooped by essentially a blog on the web, on the internet. The Debrief. No offense to the Debrief. I know they got a lot of people working for them, but it's still just essentially a blog site. This doesn't not make any sense. It's also interesting that this story appears to be coordinated with Christopher Mellon's op-ed piece last week. And a lot of people are also saying that this appears to be a coordinated effort to throw Stephen Greer's so-called whistleblowers, to take up all the oxygen in the room and destroy his event that's happening in a few days. I think Greer's whistleblowers are faker than this guy, though. And we proved that here. At least a few of them are completely and totally fake. They're not real. They're not real whistleblowers. This guy, I don't know. Well, it remains to be seen. But the fact that they are all coordinating together, and then, of course, we've got Lou Elizondo and Christopher Mellon pumping the story to their huge social media followings. It's all coordinated, all to happen on the same day. That is not a coincidence, friends. And why do only those three get access to this guy? And also, this guy also went to Star Trek conventions to meet Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. And allegedly or apparently, this is rumors and speculation, he tried to get them to tell his story and they weren't interested. If Corbell and George Knapp don't want to sell this story, what is going on with this story? Something must be made. Those guys are out there selling flares as real UFOs. They didn't want this story, allegedly. Something's a real problem. Red flag number 7, conflicting stories about why major media would not cover this story. These three say completely different things about that. And here's where it gets interesting. Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal both copied and pasted the exact same tweet on this issue, claiming the Washington Post did not pass on the story. Ross Coulthard says that everybody did pass on the story and nobody had the backbone to run the story except for the debrief and him, right? Why is there conflicting stories about why people wouldn't want this story? These three people can't get their story straight. I guess they forgot to send Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal, who both copied and pasted the same tweet today, must have forgot to copy and paste that tweet to Ross Coulthard, right? So they're working together, but they're doing a terrible job. All right, number 8. This man claims he has documents and proof. No one, including those selling this story, can see that proof because it's classified. If that were true, he would not have been cleared to talk about any of this publicly. The OPSR reviews are done to ensure that no classified information is spilled. And again, if those programs are real programs, even the existence of them cannot be talked about publicly. They would not have cleared him. But let's not let a little thing like the real way that the intelligence world works get in the way of a good story you can sell. And the people selling this story did not address this obvious elephant in the room. There's a real problem here. Red flag number 9. The people who are selling this story could have gotten on the record comments from the Pentagon before running it. They chose not to. Why? They could have gotten comments from the Inspector General's office. They did not do so. Why not? Well, we did get comments from the Inspector General's office calling his complaint credible and urgent. But does that mean because his information is so good? No. We're going to find out later that all of this so-called data was carefully massaged to sell this story. That's what we're going to find out. It's all going to start falling apart. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. Where are the documents that this man claimed that he has? And why can nobody see them? Even the people selling the story with him aren't allowed to see the documents? Come on. That's a huge red flag. The fact that he claims he has documents, but nobody's allowed to see them. So this is trust me, dude, right? A bunch of people told me some stories, and I got some documents, but you can't see them. Trust me, dude. And red flag number 10. This story is being hyped and promoted by the same people who brought us the TTSA technoscan and the fake Pentagon UFO program. I find that incredibly suspicious that the same people who duped everybody before, including essentially duping people out of investor money. Remember Lou Elizondo, Tom DeLonge, Christopher Mellon, they were going to build a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world. They collected millions of dollars and they did nothing, right? But don't worry, Lou Elizondo got a book deal out of it, and he got a TV show deal out of those taxpayer-funded videos that are nothing burgers. It took years to determine they're nothing burgers, those 3 videos, right? This is extremely, extremely problematic. And I have just a few more things to share. And here's more red flags. Eric Davis is behind this, partially. Gary Nolan and I have been working together since 2009, and what he told the reporter is 100% accurate. Much of what he said is partly based on my work over 25 years and the more recent work of my now former special security officer who works in Colorado Springs. This man from this so-called bombshell story is a real estate agent in Colorado Springs. And he's the U.S. government whistleblower who remains unknown, but will become known in a soon-to-be published expose in the Washington Post. And we have to be very careful here because, I have this too. This is pretty funny. Even Uri Geller, Uri Geller is critical of this story, right? How bad is it when Uri Geller is critical of this story? Uri Geller says, "My dear friends, there is something that is not right here. I need to investigate with my fellow contacts." Stephen Greenstreet says, "I really thought this UFO stuff might be BS. I really did. But now that Lou Elizondo's friend has told Leslie Keene and Ross Coulthart that aliens are real, I feel like there might be actually something to it." And here we have Brian Bender. He is a close ally of Elizondo, which is important context, I think. In fact, I would even say Lou groomed him a bit for several years now. They've been grooming this guy for several years to tell this story. Isn't that a little suspicious? The same people, right? The same people who sold us the garbage story from before about everything that was fake. And here's corrections about the remarks attributed to Harry Reid, proving that Leslie Keene and Ralph Blumenthal have provably sold 100% fake stories. That was a big story. Oh, Harry Reid said that there are crashes of objects of unknown origin may have been recurred and that retrieved materials should be studied. He did not say that crashes had occurred and that retrieved materials had been studied secretly for decades. Yeah, so the story was fake. And of course, we have the Pentagon response: no aliens. We have not discovered any verifiable information to substantiate claims that any programs regarding the possession of reverse engineering or extraterrestrial materials have existed in the past or exist currently. Yeah. So what are we left with? We're left with a lot of red flags and not much meat on the bones. But I do have some very special guests joining us, and I think they're here. So we are going to open things up. But before we do that, let me just take a moment to check in with the live chat. I hate it when I forget to do that. So my apologies. We have a great crowd here tonight. Many, many people showing up to hear, I think, the more skeptical side, the more grounded side. And what I would say is that cautious optimism is probably best in this case. I've got even true believer friends that believe all this stuff calling me today and saying, there's real problems with this story, isn't there, Stephen? Yeah, there are some real problems here with this story. And boy, we want to, cover this the best that we can. The problem is that there's an absence of information here. There's a real absence of information. Where's the documents? Where's the proof? What are the names of the people who told him these stories? It sounds to me like Eric Davis is one of the people telling him stories. And no offense, but Eric Davis is about as credible as a crackhead. You know, the same guy who wrote studies about interdimensional wormholes, and he has pictures of Einstein talking to Barney the dinosaur in his scholarly papers. That's the guy telling him about alien crash retrievals, maybe. And see, here's the problem. We don't know. We don't know who's telling this guy about alien crash retrievals. We just don't know. So I would urge extreme caution before anybody believes anything that this man says. Daniel was asked to write for the debrief. Well, they pay worth of shit, I hear, but eventually passed on it after looking more into it. No, it's the UFO circle jerk crowd that works for them. You know, Chrissy Newton, she's the one that does the public relations when these guys get caught lying to everybody. She has them on her show to kind of help, smooth it over and explain away how they got caught completely lying to everybody and profiting from completely fake stories. Yeah. Chrissy Newton works for the debrief too, as well as an awful lot of other people that I find less than credible. And, it's a shame. I once did find him credible, not anymore. So we have Jess, Go Kick Rocks, and we have Paranormal Chris here with us. We're going to bring him right in, and we're going to get into this. Let's welcome our guests here. Jess, are you there?
Hey, what's up, you guys? I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're going to bring Paranormal
here.
Chris in here with you as well. We have quite the, and I think that we have John William Warner joining us. At least he said he would. Let me make sure that he knows it's East Coast time. But while I do that, why don't you begin, Jess? Because you've been tweeting all day, and I've been watching. What do you think of this whole thing? Break it down for us a little bit.
My God, I could talk to you for 3 days about this story. I've heard about it for a while, a couple of weeks now, or, at least a week and a half since it broke. And everybody was trying to keep it on the down low and don't talk about it because, past stories have been ruined. I think one of the
But
New
they've been
York
hyping
Times
this for
articles.
months, right?
Yeah.
They've been hyping this story for months, and it was supposed to be a big Washington Post article.
Yeah, so the Washington Post, I guess they dropped it. The New York Times dropped it as well.
Politico dropped it as well, according to Brian Bender.
Coulthard comes out and he was pretty aggravated in his video, and he was showing that. And then a couple of hours later, you hear Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal come up and say, "Oh, nobody passed on it. It was a time crunch. People rushing us." Well, who was rushing them? That's a big question. Who was rushing them to get this out? Why was it rushed
I think
to
it
get
was
out?
Elizondo and Mellon. And a lot of people are saying that they did this on purpose right now to bust Stephen Greer's balls with his fake whistleblower stories, right?
I mean, but what does it matter? Has anything else happened? Is something else supposed to happen? Like, did it coincide with something that was supposed to drop? What was the reason for that big rush? I think
they
that's
didn't
a
have
whole bunch
time
of
to
BS.
let a real media outlet vet the guy and vet his stories. This is really problematic, and I'm left thinking that for such an explosive story, for a real media outlet to just say no thanks, we'll pass. They know something that we don't know yet, Jess. These media outlets, they know something.
Okay, so I mean, that was the first thing. That was the first big red flag. And usually, like, we've heard that happen before, and people have hyped stuff up, and it's been a big letdown. So I was thinking, okay, well, maybe that's it. It's not that big explosive thing that people are gonna want to hear. So then I hear this guy come out, and the biggest thing that I see is the guy's 36 years old, right? And
how's
he
he
is
at the top of the intelligence food chain at 36? That doesn't make
allegedly
sense.
the highest intel officer that has come forward yet. He's 36 years old, and we know for a fact he put this out at least a year ago. He's been talking to these people for a year. He's been talking to Coulthard for a year. He met with several people. He was like in the desert at a UFO conference last year with Knapp and Greer, or Knapp and Corbell a year ago.
Star Trek conventions telling people this story. Yeah.
35 years old. Okay. So, and then now, not only that, he's retired at the ripe old age of 36, and now he's a real estate agent, right?
It's problematic. It just has
That's
CIA
a huge
written all
red
over it,
flag.
if you ask me. Okay, we'll get
red
Chris.
flag.
We'll get Paranormal Chris. But before we do that, we want to thank Zizix. I see in the movie that tomorrow more. What did the grifters say about it? I'm not sure, Zizix, but thanks for being a member and thanks for your kindness, generosity, and support. And Paranormal Chris, thank you for joining us. I didn't want to do this myself because I felt like I would be like the negative Nelly by myself. What do you think of this entire thing, Paranormal Chris?
So
give us the breakdown.
All right. Well, first, I mean, if Jess is correct, if he's supposedly retired at 36, I don't know how that's possible unless he's medically retired. That would mean that he joined the military at 16 years old and that he would have served 20 years real quick consecutively throughout, between government and military. So I don't know how he'd be retired at 36 and getting a pension. Another thing, the whole time you've been talking, I've been trying to look him up on
good luck.
His real estate thing, and you can't find any.
All gone. They wiped him.
They did. There are
the real estate office he works for wiped him from the internet today.
Well, you guys have also heard the rumor that his name is actually something else. It's like Jonathan something.
I've heard that rumor, but I can't confirm that.
Yeah, but I looked into his background. Background also. I can't find him anywhere.
That's an obvious attempt. If he's using a fake name, that's an obvious attempt to stop people from vetting him.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. And I'm going to tell you, with what I found out about Lou Elizondo over the past 24 hours, I spent 4 hours on a Zoom like conference call last night, and it would not. I wouldn't put it past him that there's something a little bit sketchy with his background as well.
Yeah, and you and I might be talking to some of the same sources, Paranormal Chris, because I have been saying that more and more stuff is going to come out that is going to completely discredit Elizondo. And there is rumblings right now that there is some. Let's just say that there may be some recordings of Lou Elizondo saying some pretty wacky stuff, and it's going to be coming out shortly.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff about his military background that says it doesn't like coincide with the dates that General Mattis was in Afghanistan.
He was in battles with General Mattis, and General Mattis was shooting machine guns and saving them from the enemy, and
And Jonathan Gray, that's the name that's been floating around that this guy allegedly is, but I haven't found anything on Jonathan Gray or David Grusch, so he's been completely wiped.
Yeah, and why would the real estate office he worked at wipe him on the same day this article comes out, unless he requested that?
Well, that's the thing.
This looks like a psyop to me. It's crazy. I know it's conspiratorial to think that, but like none of this makes any sense.
It doesn't, because you can actually, like, when you search him on the Colorado real estate, you see his name pop up several places, but you cannot find a picture of him at all.
Yeah. When you go to the website, it's like wiped, or it's,
Yeah, I had to click on it a couple of times because I thought maybe something was malfunctioning. Maybe I don't know, service or something. And you can't find anything about him. So maybe Jess is right. Maybe, I don't know why they would do that, because they put his entire credentials out there. So if we're going to try to confirm that those credentials are correct, we need the correct name. I mean, they said that he worked for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. He was the co-lead for UAP analysis. National Reconnaissance Office. He worked for the UAPTF, which is Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force. So he supposedly has all these credentials. It just is kind of weird that the one thing that kind of makes him like a normal guy, which is this real estate thing, you can't find it. But you can see his name everywhere. You just can't find a damn picture. It's weird.
I mean, so if we're going to talk about NASIC, we can go into NASIC. And, there's a lot of people right now that have ties into NASIC. Jay Stratton is one of them. He worked for NASIC.
Can you define that for our audience, just so everybody's clear?
Go ahead, Chris. The National...
Oh, I don't know, actually. I'm just going to be
aeronautical, spatial, whatever.
Yeah.
Another alphabet soup agency.
This is another acronym. Yeah, it's another acronym.
Yeah. So Jay Stratton worked for NASIC, and that's one of the big red flags. It's like all of these people tie back to each other. And if you look at what Brian Bender said today, he said that Elizondo essentially groomed this guy for the past couple of years. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but he's heard that from somebody.
Well, the worst thing that Lou Elizondo could have done today was tweet what he did, claiming that he was a coworker of his. So that, to me, he said
that kills the credibility of the guy.
Yeah, I mean, what did he say? Friend and coworker, something like that.
Yep.
So that, to me, suggests not only did they have a professional relationship, they had a personal friendship as well. So 2 + 2 = 4. He spent some time with Lou, and then you got this guy coming out of nowhere, and his body language. Like, I'm not going to talk trash about a guy that served the country, so I won't do that tonight. But I do think it's a little odd. If you watch that interview, his body language is the one thing that just throws me off out of everything. And it's really odd that, like, when he's talking, he's like, yep. You know what I mean? Like, he's just like, it's just.
He said no kidding at one point.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting. Really? For reals, man. No kidding.
Especially when they asked him about quantities of craft, he had that Rick Doty like grin on his face. I don't know if you've ever seen Rick Doty interviews. They have that telltale grin on their face.
Yeah, and then he's also got that, he's saying that that he, will confirm that we have recovered alien dead bodies, essentially. And I mean, that's an awfully huge claim to make with absolutely no evidence with you, He said, when you encounter crashed craft, you encounter dead pilots.
believe it or not, that's true.
Yeah. Word
Yeah.
for word, it's pretty much what he said. Yep.
And I also wanted to get your reaction to this. Ross Coulthart, he walked back a lot of things already. Like, oh, he didn't say extraterrestrial. Well, what is a non-human intelligence craft? Does that mean it's made by monkeys? Like, I'm confused here. Like, what other species is making flying machines on Earth besides humans then? This doesn't make any sense.
Somebody that's older than us, more ancient than us, maybe.
Oh, it could be the crypto-terrestrials, maybe.
Could be where he's going with that. I'm not really sure.
I mean, or
But
they could be tying it back to Antarctica.
could be. There's a lot, but here's my deal. Like, and I don't think a lot of people have known this, but you mentioned it earlier about Coulthart's history, as far as not vetting properly before he goes and releases a report or does a report live on TV, which he has done, and had that particular news agency, they gotten a lot of crap for that. Like, a lot. There's not a lot you could find on it, and it's not going to say that Coulthart was fired, like you mentioned earlier. But
but Media Watch called that story gross incompetence and completely fictional story.
Right,
and that's Media Watch. They're pretty like, I think they're pretty level when they report on media matters. I think they're pretty trustworthy.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew somebody that worked with Coulthart very closely last year, and he was getting, and I don't really care if anybody knows this, and I'm saying it. He worked pretty closely with Coulthart, and he would bring stories. And Coulthart said, basically, I'm not making any money off of this. And for a while there was a good 6 months, 9 months or so that Coulthart did nothing but parrot other stories from people that brought them to him. Like, he did absolutely no work. So, I mean, to an extent, it is a money-making place. Yeah, he's parroting stuff. Like, it's a money-making endeavor for him.
I forgot to share this during my presentation, so I just want to go over it real quickly and get you both of your reaction to this, because this pattern of this story, it feels so familiar to me because we've all seen it before. So this is this is from a book I'll probably never finish, but this is a guide to selling fake UFO or alien stories. Number 1, make huge claims and also claim you have lots of evidence. This story fits that mold. Number 2, when asked to see that evidence, make excuses for why you can't show it. This fits that mold. Number 3, claim more evidence is coming when pushing the original story. We've got more whistleblowers. He's not the only one. We've got people corroborating his stories, right? And this fits the mold. Number 4, keep claiming more evidence will be revealed soon. And I think we're going to get that in the next day or two. Number 5, when people demand the evidence, make more excuses. Number 6, after the money runs out, vanish before you provide the promised evidence. Ross Coulthart's last big story, the big bluff of alien technology, we have conclusive proof of alien technology, and he had nothing. When he made all the money he could on that clickbait garbage story, he ran away for a while. Number 7, do the Cosmic Con shuffle. That's when you go away for a little while, hope everybody forget that you got caught selling a completely fake story, and then you repeat from step 1. Start selling a whole new fake story, rinse and repeat using these methods. What do you guys think of this pattern that I think many of these stories follow? Is that an accurate depiction of the pattern that is used to sell these stories?
I mean, that's the basic MO, in my opinion. Like, they all follow the same pattern. Every one of them.
100%. I mean, it's hey, this is what I've seen. I've got proof, but yet I haven't ever seen it because somebody else told me it happened. That has the insight. It all fits within the same realm all the time. It's the same repackaging of the same story. It's
the carrot on the stick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And essentially, like, the people that I've spoken to, are really, really enthusiastic about the main talking heads, right? They're the people who just like follow them, diehard believers, will believe anything that comes out of their mouths. So just like this story, I heard this exact same story from this guy today from a good 10, 15 people. So there is somebody out there who's repeating the same information on Twitter in the background, telling everybody, hey, don't tell anybody I told you this. And then essentially, you know, it goes how it goes and then the rumor spreads. So
Yeah.
there's somebody that's the core of all of this information, and
Yeah,
they
and
know how to get it
I
out.
think we have three guesses of who's behind it. I really think that, you know, this story has been orchestrated, and maybe that being pressured to get the story out, you know, somebody is pulling the strings of all of these people, and somebody is also manipulating people on UFO Twitter. How many of these people have coordinatedly in the past 6 months said there's whistleblowers, they're coming out, we're going to get the crash retrieval truth, it's all coming out, you know, buckle up, which is what everybody tells you before they take you for a ride. You know, I heard a lot of buckle up today.
The thing
It's
is,
a
I think a lot of
coordinated
these people are
effort here
dumb.
to promote and sell this story.
I think a lot of these people are dumb, though. I think a lot of these people are just like diehard believers, and they actually 100% believe that what they're getting, this information, the secret information, like it's true. I don't think that they can see through the whole veil.
Yeah, you got to watch the copy and paste people too, like Christopher.
Oh, it's
Sharp's
already
one of those.
happening.
Yeah,
People are copying. Go Google his name. All
Yeah.
you see is copy and paste stories that they took like 10 quotes from the debrief story and then added a little bit more text. And every one of those sites is like ads, 4 lines of text, ads. It's all clickbait garbage.
Yeah, and
Peddlers.
my
you know?
thing with it too is there's like a correlation. All this stuff is happening within like a matter of days, right? We're getting fed all of this information all at once. You know, you had what was going on with NASA and Arrow, and then all of a sudden there was a debate on whether Go Fast was this or that, and then you know, and that was after the 29 Palms freaking flare hoax. And then apparently Mick West went on Chris Cuomo tonight. I don't know if anybody knows, or news. Whatever that was, Newsweek or Newsmax. Anyways,
I gotta check that out. And that's the other thing. Where is this interview? This man Ross Coulthard claims that he interviewed him for 11 hours. Where is the interview?
I'm not really sure.
Know? It's on Newsmax somewhere.
Yeah,
supposed to be at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm trying to find it. It's not on their YouTube, but when they pump the story, they're saying join Newsmax. So does this mean that this is behind a paywall?
Ooh.
And if so, that's very suspicious. If they're putting this interview, which is supposed to be groundbreaking, earth-shattering, you know, paradigm-shifting, a huge historical event for mankind, but they're putting it behind a paywall, they're doing that to sell it to UFO buffs.
We got like 5 minutes of the 7 hours that Coulthard spent with him. I think the other people said it was like 11 hours that he was under oath, and Coulthard was with him for 7 hours.
But in Ross Coulthard and that Zybel's story on their YouTube, they said they interviewed him for hours and hours and hours, and that the interview took place May 5th. So why would you wait a full month to release such an important, true story? That's all coordinated. They all did it today together.
Well, he allegedly quit or retired or whatever the story is behind his, employment in April. And then the interview, Bryce Zybel said that he met with him in May, which is when I assume that the whole interview took place. And
That's funny, Jess. Does this sound familiar? Lou Elizondo, right out of the gate of the Pentagon, is doing interviews and getting TV show deals. How long till this guy gets a TV show deal, right?
Exactly. And I wonder if it had anything to do with his resignment or retirement or whatever happened. I wonder if they convinced him, hey, I can't talk to you until after you're not employed. So that's another thing to look at. It's a possibility.
I really think this is Lou Elizondo 2.0. And I really think that they thought that they had something with Lou. And the more that you dip into his background, the more you kind of start to see that he's not the guy that they touted him to be per his credentials. So now they give it a new version 2.0 with a guy that has better credentials, and he come out of the woodwork and he's saying basically the same stuff, but this time he didn't bring videos. He came with better credentials, but did not bring videos this time. So I really think that they missed their cash cow, and it's just weird that Christopher Mellon puts out the Politico piece, and within days we get something that bounces. It echoes the same thing he talked about in that Politico piece.
Yeah,
It's just
big UFO cover up. Yeah,
there's just, and
This
it's all,
guy's
and it's all
allegedly
intelligent.
hired. He's higher credentialed than Luis Elizondo, and he has a higher ranking, like in the intelligence community, than Luis Elizondo. Yet Luis Elizondo is the one that's, per Bryce Zibel's words, grooming him for the past couple of years, and it was couple of years. That's a huge statement. So the guy's 36 years old right now. We don't know who he is, his birthday. We don't know nothing about the guy. So he's been like groomed by Elizondo since he was like, what, 34? If you want to take coupled for it meaning two, like literally, like we don't know.
Yeah, his background is going to be the key here, and I say that because, again, referencing to Lou, because there's the direct correlation. Once you dig into his background, you start to see that things aren't adding up, and I have a feeling, but I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to disparage. I don't want to disparage this guy because we know nothing about him. He could be a good guy. I don't know. But I know how we know about Lou and how Lou deals with things and his kind of character behind the scenes. So to me, it just suggests that, man, his background is going to be really important moving forward if we can confirm a couple more details.
Yeah, I agree. But I have a feeling that little details of this story are going to be proven to be inaccurate in the coming days, because those IG complaints, the comments that the IG made, apparently or allegedly made, that his complaint was urgent and credible. It's like this whole story seems manipulated. Like the IG might have said that his complaints to the IG were urgent and credible, but they're almost making it, like saying that his information is urgent and credible. And that's two totally different things.
I don't know if you're looking in the comment section. I have to talk about this. Vancouver guy says, I wonder if when Lou claimed to be consulting with Space Force, which I have confirmed that he's at least not in the directory for Space Force. An officer, I have a connection in the Space Force from when I was in the Air Force. He confirmed that there is no Luis Elizondo in the Space Force directory. But anyways, he says that claimed to be consulting with Space Force. This is what he was talking about. Go down a little bit about grooming David. Maybe this is who Lou's connection was in consulting with Space Force.
It could be. Yeah, that's a very good possibility. But I don't know. I'm kind of like, I wish I could just take 2 weeks off of this, because I'm telling you that in 2 weeks, we're going to find out how massaged and manipulated this entire story was within 2 weeks. We're going to find out.
Why did they rush it? Like, I still don't know. Has that come out? Like, why? And they both had the same copy and paste response, but why was it rushed? Why was it rushed? What's the hurry?
No, that's never come out. And I've asked several people who have told me even before the story dropped why it was rushed, and nobody knows why.
Yeah, and why is McMillan from the debrief saying that the Washington Post did not pass on the story when Brian Bender and Ross Coulthart are essentially both saying that everybody passed on the story? That's problematic. Why would, and like I said, there's a reason. If this is a really big, real, explosive story, any media outlet would love to have it, especially exclusively. Why did they all pass on it? Or did they want to do more vetting and they didn't want to stop them let them do that?
I think that's what happened. I think the Washington Post was probably still trying to vet things. And there was some suggestions on Twitter today that it is possible that they might have had some issues with stories not lining up correctly, and they were looking
Exactly.
into it deeper. And instead of just waiting that out, they rushed it over to McMillan. And I got to say this, I haven't been on here very long, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but there's been 2 times that McMillan has stated things that have not been true. And I've proven that not to be true.
There's multiple times.
Only 2?
Well,
there's a lot more than 2.
Well, I've only been on
Yeah.
here for a short amount of time, but
Sure.
like with James Fox's post about the C-17 plane, where was it originated from? Well, I wanted to be anonymous, and I have the messages to prove it, but I can't really say it now because there's too many messages I've got on Twitter or threads that shows that I actually interacted with McMillan, proving he was trying to prove what I was saying wrong, and turns out he was wrong. Like I literally figured out where the C-17 was from, and James Fox posted that out there. And then, so that was the first occurrence. And McMillan's response was, you know what, I'm not really more interested in this conversation anymore. And so basically he just moved along from it. That was his response. I'm like, well, you definitely wanted to prove me wrong in the beginning. Now we're really hashing this thing out, and I'm proving over and over and over, like I'm backing everything up that I say. And then you're just like, well, I think I'm going to see this one out. I'm not really that much invested in it anyways. And I'm like, okay, just say
after you lost the argument because you're wrong.
Just say you're wrong. And then
he took his marbles and he went home, Paranormal
right.
Chris. And we thank Gunslinger for a kind and generous $6.99 Canadian, who says, the witness said they approached me. They confided in me. Yeah, no ship. Who are they and why him? Why did they need that guy? Exactly. And thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the cash. Yeah, why this guy? He does appear to be very credentialed, but I'm going to be real surprised if all those credentials all stand up to scrutiny. And the thing with the name, and by the way, Thomas, one of our viewers, did send me a photo of Dave Grusch as an agent in Colorado Springs for a house that's for sale. The name David Grusch is listed as the agent. But again, you're right. I'm still searching here, and you don't find pictures of him on any realtor website as an agent, which is bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre.
That's one of the main things you see with real estate agents. They do their nice little shots, you know what I mean? Their pictures, and they put it on everything, and you cannot find that anywhere, which is interesting.
Well, something I noted is he said when he was asked, how many craft do we have? He said quite a few. But then you hear Colthart saying this guy has never seen a craft, touched a craft. It's only what he's been told. So how is he given a definitive number, quite a few, or even, talking about that if he's never seen anything?
Yeah, well, I guess he didn't see any of the bodies he claimed we have either. So this guy, essentially, the whole story boils down to some people told me this.
Yep.
That's what this whole story boils down to.
Smells like Bob Lazar 2.0 to me.
Exactly.
It's a mix of Lazar and Elizondo stories. Yeah.
Right, because when Bob Lazar came out, like everybody said he was a physicist. He had all these credentials. This guy knows. He knows. He is in the know. And then all of a sudden, 2-3 decades later, we find out, well, not really.
Yeah, convicted pimp, fake scientist. Yeah,
right. And the best evidence he ever gave was he drew pictures. Right.
That goes into something else. That I've heard like for a while now. The guy is allegedly coming forward because he has been threatened. He's been harassed. He allegedly has his life on. I mean, he's been on a hit list. I mean, people are trying to kill him. From Defense Department contractors are allegedly putting a hit on this guy. From what I've heard, I can't verify any of this. I can verify from a couple of people that he said that, I've been harassed or I've been threatened, but some other people have said that, he's on a hit list.
Those IG complaints are going to come out. They're going to,
sounds like
documents are going to be public.
Sounds like Bob Lazar. Did Bob Lazar claim the same things?
And who broke Bob Lazar's story? Knapp and Corbell. So why didn't Knapp and Corbell cover his story? I mean, they were talking to him last year, like in the fall of last year. Why does it take like almost 6 or a half a year later for Coldheart to come out with his story?
I tell you
Like,
what,
what's the deal with that? That's a little weird.
Corbell and Knapp are probably, they need to be a little careful. I don't know if you guys saw what was going on with what Greenwald posted about the FOIA request for, what was it, the muzzle orb, and about the active law enforcement investigations going on. They've got to be careful, because
you're not allowed to just distribute classified information.
No, and Jack,
and I've been saying that forever. When they say they have classified information, it doesn't make sense. They go, "This is from a classified video, but we have a still, and it's not classified." Well,
Corbell came out last year and said that he was worried about it.
Video. This doesn't make sense. You know?
Yeah. You definitely should just pay attention. I tell people all the time, I'm like, just Google Jack Teixeira and just tell me if you still think it's a good idea to go, leak classified material. It's not a good idea. Matter of fact,
Paranormal Chris, you might not have been here for it, but when the original UFO report came out, there were people in the UFO community claiming they had the classified version and they were going to do YouTube shows on it. And I jumped right online and started yelling and screaming like you guys are all liars. If you had anything classified, the feds would be at your door. You do not have classified information. You can't lie to people like that. Right. And they all backed off. And then they start making excuses. Well, I didn't have, documents. I had notes from somebody that read the classified report. And then everything that they said was in the classified report wasn't, because that came out later, redacted slightly, but it all came out later. And those people were all lying about having classified information. And that's the game that these people play. Oh, I'm in the know. I'm getting classified information. No, you're not. Or you'd be under investigation. And now you're right. The Corbell and Knapp may have some problems because they're going to have to explain where they got that information from.
It really is.
Corbell has said several times. Corbell said several times in the past 6 months that he's trying to get information out without getting into trouble. And I mean, from what I've heard and from what I've deduced from other things that I've heard, there was an investigation on the 2019 stuff that he leaked, and you see all the stuff that's coming from the DOD. You see the comments that's coming from Gillibrand about, hey, we're not commenting on ongoing classified investigations and stuff that's come from classified, presentations or whatever. So, I mean, I'm just saying, one of these days, the DOD, they're going to be fed up and they are going to make an example out of somebody
100%,
eventually.
100%. I mean, they already did it with Jack Teixeira, and let me tell you, now is like the worst time ever to be trying to do this. And people, they know me on Twitter enough that in spaces, I discourage this big time. People are like, well, I wish I had these videos. I'd leak them right out. And I'm like, just go ahead and just step in line for the watch list by saying you would be willing to leak classified information. Our matters of national security is a thing, and people need to be careful about what they say and what they want to do with classified material. It's not a joking matter after Jack Teixeira.
Yeah, somebody once claimed to me that they were going to send me something that was classified, and I know you're not. Yeah. No, you are not. And I'm a computer science guy, so like I know all about encryption. And they were like, "Oh, we'll use this encrypted." But no, I don't want feds knocking at my door. It's not worth it to me if it's not public information. Too, it's hard to verify. How would you verify if somebody just gave you a document and they said this is classified? How would you verify it was real without getting in trouble? You can't. So, there does appear to be this whole, what do you think of this whole excuse for why he's claiming that he has all these documents, but he can't show them to us because they're classified, but the DOD approved him to talk about all of this, which makes no sense whatsoever. Because if these programs that he's claiming he's aware of were real classified programs, even discussing them, the existence of them would be a problem. They wouldn't have approved him to talk about this stuff if these were real classified programs, because even the existence of them is classified, especially USAPs. That's unacknowledged for a reason,
Right. Well, I mean, so I believe that those documents that he says he has that he's already forwarded on to, I guess, the proper channels in DoD. But I'm seriously, I don't know, man. It's kind of a red flag. It just seems like it's another smoking gun because, if it, for one, I don't know, this guy's 36 years old, and that is his military service, his service with the government. There's red flags here. Like, if he's retired, like I'm telling you, a lot's going to have to do with the background, and on top of that, unless this guy just straight up comes forward and says, look, it's this program, it's located here, the craft is in this hangar on this part of the base or this part of the facility, like here's the documents, here's the pictures. Our community is getting to a point where the bar of evidence is getting set really low, and people are getting excited over things that people are just talking about. And it's been that way for decades. And that's kind of the problem. Now everybody's been talking about, well, this is it. This is disclosure. I'm like, no, this is a guy that's just coming out and saying, hey, I know about some stuff that a guy told me. That's all.
So
That's all it's about.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you something else that I noted that's a huge red flag is Colt Hart specifically said a couple of times, you guys contact your congressional representatives. They're not listening to us. So this guy has gone through the DOD IG and the IC DO, the IC intelligence IG, whatever. And he said, hey, this is what's happening. He's credible. He's sent his story off and nobody's listening to them. So Cold Heart saying, hey, you guys contact your congressional representatives and help get the story out. That should not be happening if this were an actual story and this was actually going on. You should not have to contact your representatives if this is legitimate.
I want to point something else out. Especially with the Politico piece. I feel like the last couple of days, the stuff that's come out, I feel like it's trying to overstep Arrow. Like I feel like they're like subtly kind of hitting Arrow below the belt. I think there's really harsh feelings with Sean Kirkpatrick and people in the field or in the UFO community, and I really think that this may be a way that if they do this, they think that they can overstep the chain of command and try to get this thing up the channel that way because they feel like, maybe this guy's already gone to Arrow. And
not one time was Arrow mentioned. The Inspector General of the Intel community and the Inspector General of the DoD was mentioned, but never one time was Arrow mentioned at all. Kirkpatrick was not mentioned, not one time.
Which is interesting.
And also, we also have to remember that these people pushed, right, for years. They want some real scientists in the government to take this thing seriously. And then the government wastes taxpayer dollars chasing their own tail, chasing shadows and phantoms. They don't find anything anywhere near approaching, it's aliens. And they say that, and then everybody gets pissed off because the real credible scientists that you wanted to actually work on this issue looked into it and they didn't find what you wanted them to. So now they want to hit the guy, right? And yeah, I saw people are playing that clip of Kirkpatrick saying we don't have credible evidence of alien technology. And they're going, see, he lied to everybody. Well, that hasn't been established yet. And everything here becomes this murky, mess and muddy. The waters are so muddied now. Who's telling the truth? Who's lying? And here we have another intelligence asset being thrust into the spotlight of the UFO community yet again. How many do we have now? It's almost like everybody that is in the UFO community that is one of these big talking heads is former intelligence or current intelligence. We've got Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon. We've got the DIA girl, Anjali. She specialized in information warfare. We've got Richard Doty. We've got Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff, and they're all heavily CIA tied. It's crazy. And now here comes this guy who's even higher classification of an intelligence officer. And at only 36, there's real problems here. And if they did conceal his name, that's a huge red flag. If they gave him a different name on purpose, that's a huge red flag.
Yeah.
Because why can't I find? I'm going to call some real estate agent. There's got to be a Colorado real estate agent
There
organization.
has to be a reason why we can't
find me this guy and find me like a website that he was a real estate agent on. Why can't we find that now?
If I'm not mistaken, did Green Street not say that he talked to him and about that he said he was a real estate agent?
He did say that today. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting. I'm sure people have been trying to contact him, but there is I mean, you're right, Jess. If that would be a huge, it would be a gut punch to the whole story if they actually used a different name, because then that is trying to conceal his
and obfuscate
background.
it.
Yeah, and conceal his background so other people can't look into it and try to verify it for themselves. Because no offense, I'm not going to go off McMillan's word. I'm not going to do it. So you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's what they did. Surely that's his real name. But if they did do that, man, that just destroys.
It's still suspicious that I'm telling you, I'll get his name while we're talking, and I will Google and I will show you some of the sites where it's like that page has been removed. The page that listed him as an agent has been removed. Why?
Look, Jonathan Gray, Grey, and David Grusch, and I've misspelled his name a couple times today because, oh my God, if you're going to use a fake name, why would you use Grusch that nobody can spell? I mean, really. That'd be probably the perfect fake name to use, actually. But there was something else I wanted to note. The NDAA procedures 2023. I mean, you cannot be a whistleblower and not follow these procedures and still get protection, which does not cover, it specifically says it does not cover going to the media. So you cannot take this stuff to the media and be covered.
Yeah, you don't have protection for that. You only have protection to testify in closed door Senate hearings.
Closed door, Senate meetings,
yeah.
behind, with the people who have clearances. You cannot come out and blow the biggest cover of the United States to the media and be covered under quote unquote whistleblower protection. I mean, that's the biggest red flag of all. Like, how are these people like alleging this? And how is Jeremy Corbell telling this? Oh, this is, I'm a journalist, which, I mean, if you look at journalist definition, like, I mean, would Jeremy Corbell even be covered under the journalist protections?
No, probably not.
I mean, people have been saying that he's been leaking classified, pictures and this and that. Like, the only person who could do that is like if you're working for the government, right?
If your company, you can get away with it, right?
I don't think that Jeremy Corbell could get away with it unless he's working for somebody who is allowing this stuff. Like, I mean, people need to actually like take a look and see, the stuff that he's putting out there. If I would have put stuff out there that Jeremy Corbell did, I'd have FBI agents and like everybody else lined up at my door to take me in. Like, how is he getting away with half the stuff that he's publishing?
Vancouver guys over here talking about, and that's Jeff, by the way, the Division of Space Force and stuff the guy worked. Oh, shit. The guy worked for was the Test and Experimental Division. Come on. They oversaw operation of the X-37B orbital test vehicle, for example. I mean,
and that's the secret space program.
Right.
Essentially.
So, is this guy, I don't know. Is he, it's just something's not right. Obviously, there's kind of a red flag that's going on that I can't get past it. And I'm sure, like I said, I don't know if this guy's a good guy. I don't. He's a veteran, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, right? But I think that maybe he might be. At the very least, he's got to be careful because he's about to throw his whole career away if the fact that this doesn't pan out.
But he's retired, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and I want to take a moment just to show everybody that something is weird with his real estate background, because if we Google his name and real estate Colorado Springs, we get a listing for him at exprealty.com, right? But when we go there, and then this is in reverse alphabetical order by first name. So David would be on page 2, and I've already done this, but I'm going to show you. It's like, and I found multiple examples of this. It's like he's been sanitized from this. There's no picture of him, right?
There's one page that
it's just gone. He's just missing from this page, which means that he was on this. We'll try way back. He was on this at one time. Why is he no longer on this? You know, that's very suspicious. Like, he's a real estate agent, and it just so happens that on the day this article comes out, all of his pictures and any reference to him being a real estate agent, Wayback Machine
said he had access to 2,000 special access programs. That's a huge number. Just keep that in mind. If you look back at Christopher Mellon said he did a comprehensive special access program deep dive when he was, in charge. He did that, and he still did not report on ALSAP or on any of the other UFO programs.
Yeah.
But this guy, at the ripe old age of, when was that? 34, 35? We don't even know his background yet. So, and he had a more inclusive comprehension of what was going on within the government than Christopher Mellon. There's something up with that.
Yeah, and I was gonna show everybody another example of him being sanitized from the internet today. And here we go. So if we just Google him, he's got a listing as a real estate agent at realtor.com.
Mm-hmm.
David Grusch, Englewood, Colorado, real estate agent, right? And then when we click on
That's
it,
the one.
It appears we came up empty and couldn't find what you were looking for. Why is his real estate agent pages getting sanitized from the internet? As of today, I think I'm going to do some more research on this very issue, because something's not right. Something is not right with this. And if they did use a fake name, they would want to purge those, right? If they give him a fake identity, even like, okay, he's a real estate agent now, he left the government, and then we get rid of any listing of that agent, or something is weird here.
So if I'm assuming he probably doesn't have a clearance anymore, I would assume. I mean, especially after doing this, I doubt he'll ever be able to get one. Which is funny because Elizondo, that's another thing, that his clearance is questionable, because there's actually documentation that at one point he filed for bankruptcy in 2010. And anybody that knows anything about TSSI or TSI clearances and stuff like that, your financial background plays a massive part in that, and because they don't want.
Yeah, because you could be a danger to being bribed by the Soviets, right, or by the Chinese if you have
Yeah. So 2010, and then was released in 2015 from bankruptcy, 2 years before he retired. So I'm not really sure how that plays a part. But I know for military, those types of security clearances, you have a bankruptcy, you're not getting that clearance. Period.
Yeah. That's why Bob Lazar's getting clearance is a joke, because his wife was a convicted murderer and they had financial problems at the time, and she had ties to the Hells Angels.
Right.
No way that they would have given Bob Lazar a clearance to work on anything government related.
Yep.
And it's just amazing that people still push that story, even with the impossibility of it, like,
right.
It's literally impossible for this to happen.
Well, go back to that Tom DeLonge video, which is what, thank goodness that one guy posted it, who is now, I'm pretty sure, blocked me. But anyways, that was his response to something I was saying, and he posted that video, and I said, thank you so much for posting that video, because it was my starting point on how I could go back and look through some things. And I can tell you, we know that Lou Elizondo was not a wartime veteran, because he served in the Army from 1995 to 1998. That can be verified easily through, it was verified through the archives. And then on top of that, he was in Puerto Rico for 2 years, maybe possibly 2.5, came out in 2001. So, and then of course you got Tom DeLonge's story placing Lou Elizondo in Afghanistan and a month after 9/11, which is funny. with General Mattis, because General Mattis and the 1st Squadron didn't even get out of there till about a week, about November 25th, 2001, around about a week in between that. So that's not true. And on top of that, a 1-star general is not going to be in a Bradley, which I don't know if anybody knows. You can't kick a door open on a Bradley because a Bradley's a tank. So you can't be doing that. And I'm pretty sure he's not going to be in a T-shirt just firing off automatic grenade launchers. So I don't know if you noticed in that video, there's a couple of times that Tom DeLonge says, Lou says. Like, did Lou literally tell him this story? Because to me, that's a bigger issue.
He says Lou saved his life, but Lou would not even talk to him, and he was trying to brief him on this UFO topic. Like, I mean, really? If a guy saves your life and he won't even hear you, like it's kind of screwy.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what. I would bet a lot of money that General Mattis has no idea who he is.
Yeah, and we have there's just examples all over the internet. This is supposed to be Mucha Property Group, David Grusch. David and his wife are former military family that have found a home in Colorado. This is David's page. Oh, it's not there. Another one. It's like every mention of him is being sanitized, and that is highly suspicious. And unfortunately, a lot of these business pages don't get crawled by Wayback. So I'm going to look into this off air though, because maybe I'll be able to pull up some more information on him being who he says he is. Because now I'm questioning everything. And also, I hate to be too conspiratorial, but it's just crazy that this guy's getting sanitized from the internet on a day this story comes out. That sounds like something that the CIA would do, right? Like, let's erase his past while he's saying this stuff so that nobody can look into his past. Or it's just crazy. And you're right on the Mattis thing. And wasn't Elizondo out of the military before 9/11 even started?
Yes.
So this story could not be true by 10 different reasons why it can't be true.
On Lou's website, there's actually a picture of him standing out in the middle of what looks like a Ford operating base, which it actually was. And he's in uniform. But any downrange veteran is going to look at that picture and point out a million red flags. The uniform has no patches, no insignia, nothing on it. It's a blank uniform. On top of it, if he is a special ops guy or whatever he's claiming to be, even intelligence, he's going to have at least a side pistol strapped on his leg in an active war zone.
In an active war zone, yeah.
He has no weaponry. He has nothing in there. The vest he's got on is too big. He's got a goatee. Now, military standard, you either got a shaved face or a mustache. Special ops guys, spec op guys, they're allowed to have beards. You don't roll around in goatees. You don't do that. There's so many red flags, and that specific spot by a couple of veterans were confirmed to be a photo op spot for guys that fly in at that fob and then they fly out somewhere else. So
the guy's he's also 5'5", like he's not very intimidating. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna have
is he that short?
If you're gonna have somebody that's intimidating.
People have made memes of him making him a midget, or a little person, sorry.
See, I have
he's 5'3", I think.
Yep, and Vancouver guy, like he says, Lou was a paper pusher, and he was, because if you do the 3 years and break it down, the 3 years in the Army, you got that's accounting for basic training and also his schooling for the job, and then on top of that, you have he was stationed in Korea for a year, from what it looks like for tracking him. And then from there, you start your out processing, and that usually takes 4 to 6 months as well. So they're not going to deploy you anywhere. So he only has about a good legitimate year, maybe, that he did anything or was able to do anything. And that's just not long enough in intelligence field to really accomplish anything. So that's another red flag as well. And he didn't serve during wartime. So there's just so much there that doesn't add up big time. And on that website, that same picture, if you go and right click on it and you hit save as, it comes up wannabe. Like he's a wannabe, which is ironic because on those other pictures, they're correctly labeled. But that one says wannabe, and this is on his own website. So it's really
Sweet
weird.
Caroline
Man.
is pointing out that she looked up this so-called whistleblower on the Colorado Division of Real Estate, and his license is inactive.
Interesting.
Another red flag, another problem. Why is he saying he's a real estate agent if he's not a licensed real estate agent?
So I read
know?
something in the chat a little while ago. It says that News Nation is owned by Nexstar, who also owns and employs George Knapp and Mystery Wire. I mean, the whole thing, it all ties back
Incestuous.
to the same
Yeah.
people. It's very incestuous, very, very incestuous. And I made a joke the other day about, it all ties back to, Hal Puthoff. Hal Puthoff is like been here for like 100 years. Like the guy's a vampire at this point. I mean, he's been tied back to everything. Like it's the same core group of people.
Yeah,
Always.
Carl the Crusher's got a good video about that, by the way. That links a lot of people to that, like that, including Hal Puthoff, or however you say his name, and then obviously Robert Bigelow, all those guys. And it runs
it's a
up
big
the
club.
chain.
Yeah, in it.
It is a big club, 100%. So, and I think the way they do it, and people are like, well, why would Christopher Mellon push this? That his family is really wealthy, he has nothing to gain. I don't understand how people don't understand the concept of just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean you want to spend your money to do the research. Government contract, government funding, always follow the money. They're not going to pay out of their pocket to do this stuff when they can make money off of it and have it funded. And the way you do that is you hype things up and you try to say that there's evidence of this being out there and that needs to be looked into. And hey, we are the experts that can do that. And we obtain these government contracts and try to move forward with it. And that's really where it's all about, in my opinion.
Well, Bigelow's the perfect example. Somehow he got the government to give him $22 million to research his own ranch. Why are we paying for this, dude?
Paranormal investigations on the ranch. They really weren't even looking into UFOs. And this is verified by people that actually worked there under Bigelow.
No, they were looking for poltergeists and skinwalkers and werewolves. And
EVP sessions and remote viewing and all that. They were literally having their employees do the tests on the property. That's where that money was going. It was never really looking into UFOs, which is ironic.
Since I have both of you here, there's something that's really been bugging me that I want to ask the two of you. You've seen Gary Nolan over and over and over again say, I was contracted by the CIA to do this research on, biological samples of people and pilots and that have been in contact with UFOs, yada, yada, yada. Okay, have either of you looked into that? He has never, ever actually provided anything about a CIA program. First of all, he said it was Kit Green, and he said it was, what's his name? Colm Kelleher, who was part of the OSAP Bigelow NIDS
two
team.
other club members, yeah.
Goes back to the incestuous claim.
Anytime you get into the CIA, it gets very difficult to verify anything that people are saying. We've also got, for example, one example that I could give is the FBI. We've got John D'Souza running around saying that the FBI, that he was investigating paranormal things for the FBI. Go contact the FBI and get them to verify that claim or even answer whether that's true or not. Go do it. Because I'm telling you, it's a laugh riot. They're like, we can't comment on that. I'm like, you have a former FBI agent running around making money, pretending, apparently, allegedly, that he investigated paranormal things for the FBI, and you can't confirm or deny it, right? So right now I'm going up the chain. I have to go up the chain. They're like, well, you could talk to, this person who's my supervisor. They might be able to comment. Okay, get me them then. Like anytime you get into these alphabet soup agencies, these three-letter agencies, it becomes nearly impossible to get a straight answer out of them, which is why some of these UFO scams and cons work, because it's so hard to prove them wrong, right? And we've got D'Souza also saying that the producers of the X-Files stole his case files, and some of the episodes of the X-Files were about his real paranormal cases that he investigated for the FBI. Now you would think that claims that huge should address them. If they've got a former agent running around saying this stuff, if I worked there, I would address it. Look up his service record. He was a lawyer for the FBI.
So
which most
essentially,
likely
no
means
one
he
would be
sat
an
at a
agent,
desk
right?
and he never investigated anything. He most likely sat at a desk and never investigated anything. He was a lawyer. He probably worked on things like FISA warrants all day or stuff like that. But the fact that he's running around claiming this, you would think the government would want to set the record straight. Good luck figuring it out. I'm still trying.
So you have Nolan, who is like, with Stanford Institute, and everybody knows Stanford, and they know that their history and the Stanford Institute, their history is shady as all get out. Everything that they have ever done has been shady. So you got him going in front of people on Wall Street, the SALT conference, trying to get funding, trying to get money out of people.
Which could be considered a form of investment fraud if he's lying about those things.
Yeah, it's based on the fact that he has done work with the CIA in the past on UFOs. And I don't know if anybody picks up on his body language and the how he stumbles over himself, especially in the SALT conference several times. The guy is he's not providing anything. There's no timeline for any of these claims. Like if you look at Christopher Mellon, look at Luis Elizondo, look at Gary Nolan, look at all of these people. They all say this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. But there is no dates. There's no timeline associated to any of it. There is no verifiable information that they give up. Everything is so vague. You're just basically going off of their word.
That's all it's ever been.
Yeah. And now and isn't it interesting that the True Believer side, did you know that Contact in the Desert is going on right now? And they are canceling certain things so that Richard Dolan and Daniel Sheehan can do a panel and talk about this story. Like they're canceling lectures so that they can pump this story at Contact in the Desert, the biggest UFO conference probably in the world.
Danny Sheehan has said his goal is to fund an office that has the same amount of funding that Arrow has so he can essentially fact check Arrow and make sure that Arrow is doing what they're told.
Yeah. Yeah, and now he'll get to hold up Sean Kirkpatrick saying there's no evidence of aliens, and this guy, the whistleblower, saying, "See, the government Arrow's lying to us. Give us money, we'll investigate it." It's a never-ending grift.
I'd like to see how he would even do that. Like, how would he obtain a clearance to even get that? To get that privilege.
Sheehan said a couple of interviews ago. He said, "Hey, charity. I'm having private investors come to my living room, and I'm throwing this big whole investor party, and I'm telling them all of this BS, basically, to get them to fund his freaking whatever he's trying to do."
Yeah, and Kevin says the new grift always has preferential treatment. They got to cancel their presentations on their old grifts because this new grift is going to, and isn't it, one of the things too is how quickly, all of these shows now, everybody's doing a show on this today, everybody. So, I mean, I'm thankful because I thought it was going to be a slow week. And then somebody woke me up relatively early for me today. A source of mine woke me up and said, "Stephen, you could tell I was like half asleep." He's like, "Did you see what happened?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "You got to go to the debrief," and I'm like, "Oh boy, here's the whistleblowers," and we're fresh off of busting Greer's fake whistleblowers as fake. So now I kind of feel obligated that I have to do a deep dive on this guy. Because I want to be balanced. Like, I want to bust balls equally. Like, if I'm going to bust Stephen Greer's balls for having fake whistleblowers, let's see. But this guy seems like I can't imagine them saying all that stuff about his credentials if all of it is fake. But I have a feeling that it's not going to be quite as they presented him. He's not going to be quite as he's being presented.
We need you more on this side.
Elizondo, director of the Pentagon $22 million UFO program. Oh, no, he's not. And no, he didn't. That wasn't his full-time job. He just did it in his spare time. It wasn't funded. You know, the Elizondo story fell apart. It just took so long. It like fell apart in slow motion over years. I have a feeling this one's going to go quicker, whether he's on the level, this guy, or not. But the fact that he's in bed with Mellon and Elizondo and News Nation, there's another connection. You're right, Jess. News Nation has ties to Corbell and Knapp, right? and Colt Dart's been caught selling completely fake stories multiple times. So as much as I would love if this was true. Wouldn't you guys? I would love it if this was true. Oh my God, this would be awesome. Show me the aliens. Show us the craft. Show us what you have going back decades.
So, that's the thing. All of the people who are skeptical, we all came here because we want it to be true. But then we actually dig into some of these people's claims and realize, oh, some of these people are, full of it. And then they say, oh, it's because you're afraid. I've been told that, CAB, calling all beans. I spent an hour last year talking to this dude, and he told me, hey, the only reason you don't want to believe is because you're afraid. You got to stop being afraid, and you got to he tried to talk me down. He tried to tell me you're just afraid of aliens.
Yeah.
And I'm like, are you freaking crazy, dude?
I've tried. I've literally said this multiple times on Twitter and Spaces. And people are like, "Oh, you're just a skeptic, debunker." And I'm an enthusiast. I do think that there possibly is something out there. I am overly skeptical of the community, and I always have been because of the things I've seen, the things I've uncovered. I mean, on the paranormal side, Ed and Lorraine Warren. We're not going to get into ghosts, but they were the biggest frauds that we've seen in a long time. I mean, it was a big deal, and there's a lot to prove that that's the case. You come over here, it's kind of the same MO, and that's what I'm saying. Like that, I hate using the word grift all the time, but there are people that have realized that in a subject like this that has a huge gray area, there is money to be made here, and I feel like that's still the driving factor, but I do want it to if it's true, I want it to be true, and I want to just enjoy it and everything like that. I'm just skeptical of the community. The community is what the human beings tend to not always play nice. But the phenomenon I'm here for if it's legit.
One of the things that always kind of irks me when I talk to some of the true believers, and I'm friendly with a lot of them, it's okay, we can agree to disagree. But one of the problems I have with the total believer side is that they appear to just totally ignore the entire history of grifting, scamming, and lying and cheating and manipulating stories to sell them and hoaxes. They just kind of ignore it. And after a while, I kind of go, is it not relevant, for example, in the story we're talking about today? Is it not relevant that the three people that are selling this story have provably been caught selling fake stories before? Does that not give you a reason to doubt the validity of this one? It's like they cried wolf already several times, but now we're supposed to believe the wolf is real. It makes no sense to me.
Some of the larger believers, I believe, that are you can have tiers of people in this community, just like you have celebrities. A-list, B-list, C-list, D-list. So some of these, let's say D-list celebrities are so caught up with wanting to be involved that they just completely dismiss all of the red flags because they want to be acknowledged. They want to have that credibility. They want to be famous. I mean, that it's a huge calling for some people. Some people need to be needed. Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of these people who are pushing this stuff, look at Chris Sharp. This guy parrots anything that Corbell gives to him without vetting him at all. This guy is a young guy. He come out of nowhere. He wants to be on Corbell's good list, so he will do anything that Corbell says. Yeah. That's the truth. The fact of the matter is, it's a hard truth that some of these people will do anything to be heard and seen because they want to fit in. It's and you
also have to remember that a lot of people, this is the first time anybody some of these guys, like I was in the entertainment business. I've had more spotlight on me than any one man should ever have in their entire life. So I could take it or leave it, but I could imagine, and I have thought about this, some of these people that get involved in the UFO scene, it's like suddenly people are listening to them and they're special. It's that spotlight. And they've never had that before. Nobody ever cared about them. Nobody listened to them before. And suddenly they get into this tiny little subculture. And let's not forget that this is a tiny, tiny subculture. There's more people that play Dungeons and Dragons than they're into UFOs, right? There's more people that cosplay than are into UFOs. There's more Trekkies than guys that are into UFOs. Of course, there's some overlap there. And yeah, I see this. Ignoring red flags is my superpower.
Just saying, I could be on their team.
I get in an argument. I go, is it not relevant that all of this has happened before and it will all happen again? Or, with people that like support Stephen Greer, I say, do you know how many times he's been caught lying? Like about ridiculous things, like, going on secret missions with Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top, or an entire company in the state of Michigan got murdered, or he briefed every sitting U.S. president since Ronald Reagan. It just goes on and on and on. And he got offered $5 billion to stop talking about aliens. People on his team got assassinated. Like, at some point, you have to say, like, is this not relevant that this guy's been caught lying so many times? It's so ridiculous, but they still believe him. And there are people. He's going to make $500,000 from this event that he's got coming up. And he's already made $600,000 or $650,000 in crowd funds to make the documentary he's going to be debuting, which costs, maybe $20,000. So he just pocketed $630,000 probably, allegedly. And then before that, he had a free energy charity where he was supposed to give everybody a free energy device. And he collected $500,000 for that. So this guy's up to $1.1 million for free energy. Hasn't proven anything. Hasn't provided a device. Oh, he's going to give us a film about it, though.
Didn't he say UFOs are running drugs?
Oh, yeah. They're using UAPs to run drugs now. Or is it ARVs? Alien reproduction vehicles?
Okay. So I have actually taken up for that.
Absolutely, positively got to get the coke from Colombia to the United States as fast as you can.
Here's the thing. The cartel actually does use drones to run drugs and stuff. Sure. But he has rebranded it to make it look like it's UFOs that people are using. So that's the discrepancy. So there is a precedent for the cartel using unmanned aerial vehicles or drones.
Bull. Take one nugget of truth, tiny nugget of truth, and pile on bull.
Yeah, exactly.
And we covered this guy, Eric Hecker, who says that he's testifying before the Senate Intelligence Committee next week or the same week that Greer's event is. But guess what? Nobody that I talk to even knows who he is. And he's not scheduled to talk to anybody. So these are problems for these fake whistleblowers. If you're going to say I'm testifying before the Senate Intelligence Committee, we can call. We can fact check that and see if you're actually testifying. They might not tell us what you're testifying about or whatever, but they're gonna, it's a whole thing. And that guy, again, a nugget of truth and pile on 3 tons of BS on top. The guy worked as a plumber at the North Pole for a year. But everything else that he says, he says he has all this evidence. You go to his website where he says all the evidence is. It's like things he got from the blackvault.com about, energy weapons or, like generic, long declassified documents. They don't mention him. He has very little in the form of evidence or proof. He has pictures of him at the North Pole. Okay. Apparently, while he was working on the toilets at the North Pole, he saw energy weapons.
Has it been, I don't know, people have asked me this. Is he really a doctor?
He was for like 3 years.
He was for a very short time.
Looked into his background. He was for 3 years, and then after the 3 years, he nosedived into the UFO community. He was for 3 whole years a doctor in the emergency room, like caring for, patients that come in off the streets. So,
Well, I
3
mean,
years.
I'm not going to knock that. I mean, he's a doctor. He did the work to get there, but he still uses the doctor, does he not, in his name all the time?
Yeah, well,
Ramon?
it for a lot of people, a doctor is more credible
Right.
than, like just if he was like, I'm Stephen Greer and I'm an expert on UFOs. No, I'm Dr. Stephen Greer and I'm an expert on UFOs and extraterrestrial life. But things have always been scammy with him. And of course, hooking up with the third phase of Moon makes him even more credible. They're making his films with him now and stuff. The guys who have hoaxed more UFOs than anybody on Earth. I don't understand that relationship, but it is what it is. We have the biggest UFO fraudsters on planet Earth making films with Dr. Greer, which are largely just repeats of stuff he's already said years ago, just repackaged, big money grab.
Yeah, it's all
I
like
have a question.
Go ahead.
All right, so this new guy, David Grusch, said that he doesn't necessarily believe that it's extraterrestrial. So, what do you guys think that he's thinking? Like, is he trying to say that it's like some
I think he's saying that
Nazi craft, or like
no, I think he's saying that like maybe he watched Planet of the Apes and he thinks the monkeys made the spaceships, because I don't understand that myself. Just what other species on Earth then made these devices if it's not a species from outside our solar system?
He might be a big fan of Ancient Aliens.
Could be. Yeah, could be that. Maybe it's the anchovy people that Corey Good talks about that live in the inner Earth, or the Atlanteans or the Lemurians.
So we got we got the Atlantean people, the lizard people, the mole people, the everything from Antarctica. Like, I mean, Gary Nolan, like when he was in the SALT conference, he said that he thought that they were drones that were coming here and they were not biological entities. So if you look at Gary Nolan's recent comments versus this guy's recent comments, like there's a little bit of a discrepancy in like what they actually believe that where these entities are coming from and what they are.
Yeah, and one way that his story could be true, and this is kind of mind-blowing, but stay with me for a moment. What if China or some other foreign entity had made a huge leap in artificial intelligence and had artificial intelligence designing drone systems, right? And I don't know if you've read about even just the advances in materials like graphene over the past few years have been remarkable. So what if there's an AI on planet Earth that is making some kind of exotic drones, designing them, and they're manufacturing them, and then the United States somehow gets a hold of one of these things and starts looking at it and going, this has got some kind of weird electrogravitic pulsed, propulsion system, and the materials seem 3D printed, not something that we would normally manufacture, and the materials that comprise the thing are kind of exotic, like graphene related or other materials, and we get a hold of that. Then it could be true. These are craft not made by human intelligence, but it's still not aliens, which is what most people believe that these people are pushing.
Now, did he say there were full craft, or did he say there were pieces
intact
recovered?
craft?
Okay,
he said both. Craft. He said intact
both, yeah.
craft that have crashed and landed. He said craft that has landed. That's a huge thing for me to quote from him.
But he's never seen
because that would indicate that they're giving us. What if there have been various stories where, according to Lazar or some of the Lazar supporters, they gave us these craft. So they landed them and said, here, you can play with these, which makes no sense. It's like giving a child matches, Or
I mean, so they have to be currently viable entities that are either operating or maneuvering these craft, unless it's like some sort of AI. Like these are current I don't know if it's biological or AI entities that are operating these craft, but if something is currently landing, unless something landed like 100,000 years ago and we found something that allegedly landed, like, I mean, that's like something that throws me off. Like, what does he mean by landed?
I know. Could mean anything, right?
Really could. I mean, but like I've stated, he never saw it, right? This is just something he's been told.
Exactly. Right. Just like Nolan's never saw it, never been told. Just like Weinstein's never saw it, never been told. Salas, like everybody.
It's all
find me somebody that has actually seen it and touched it. They've never touched the craft.
The convicted pimp fake scientist. He said he was in it.
I love Nolan's story though. He was like, I got this close, and then all of a sudden they said, nope, you're not going to touch it. And he was like, yep, that's what happened. So they're out there. That was basically his story. He's like, yep, I was supposed to touch it. I was supposed to see it. And then last minute, they said, the powers to be said, nope, you can't do that. And you know what? But they're real, guys. I promise you. I never got to see it, but they're real. That's where
I don't trust Nolan because Nolan lied to me, specifically to me, on a space that I talked to him.
Nobody should trust him. Here's what I always say about Nolan. Go look up the Stanford Code of Ethics. Go look it up. It's on the internet. It says that no university professor or employee can personally profit from the use of Stanford labs, equipment, or personnel. Then go ask Ross Coulthard, did you get paid to be in all these UFO stories that you were in or these documentaries you were in while you're using university labs, equipment, and personnel? He won't answer those questions, right? That's a problem for him.
Yeah. So I asked Nolan last year. I said, "Hey, rumor has it that you looked at all of Chris Bledsoe's, all of his biological stuff that he's given you, all of his samples and everything that you studied him." And Nolan said on a space, "No, I have never, ever, ever questioned who are the people that I'm studying because it would be like a breach of ethics. Like we're not allowed to see who exactly we're studying. That's like I don't know. I'm not a scientist, so I don't know exactly what he's saying, but he's saying that he's not allowed to see who is tied to the samples. And then when he goes on to what's his face's interview last year, he said, I specifically said I want to know who all of these people were that I was studying, and he was given access to all their files and their names and everything else. Okay, well that's a discrepancy.
That's
so either you did see these people and know who they are,
or you didn't. This for a moment too, because Grand Abra is asking, have you talked about the fact that he faces prison and was under oath? Well, here's the problem that I have with that situation. If he believed that what he was saying was true because people told him it, they're not going to hold his feet to the fire if it all turns out to be bull, because he repeated what he was told. He's not the originator of the stories. He's a secondhand person retelling an account of being told these things. So I don't think they're going to hold him, to, oh, you were under oath and you lied to us, or these stories are all fake, because he could just say, people told me these things and here's who told me them. Take it up with them,
He's already said that.
Yeah. Right? And the other issue is that people are saying that he could face $100,000 fine or prison time for lying in an IG complaint, but we've already seen that Lou Elizondo essentially lied in his IG complaint. Nobody prosecuted him. So I think it's, it's one of those situations where we're not quite sure. It's not a hard, fast rule. Like you lie, you get prosecuted.
He said to me that Kit Green gave him the samples without telling him who the people were who tied to his samples.
Yeah, and then he come out later. Straight. Yeah, he can't get his story straight.
He come out later and said that he specifically, and who was the guy? What's his face? Last year that he did, the news guy, I can't remember, but he said that he come out on his story and said, yeah, I specifically asked
Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson. He said, I specifically asked who all of these people were so I can investigate their backgrounds. So he comes out. I mean, it's a blatant lie. he says one thing and then a few months later says a completely opposite
and
thing.
you don't know what he was telling Tucker Carlson when the cameras were off and they weren't rolling. That's another thing. Sometimes this inside baseball, it's like, you know, I always tell people, if you think what some of these people say publicly on YouTube is wacky, get behind their paywalls. Get behind their pay, like Linda Moulton Hale. You think what she says on YouTube publicly is wacky and like ridiculous and stupid and completely garbage? Get behind her paywall. See what she posts there. Same for all of these people. Dolan, a lot of them, they put the most wacky stuff behind their paywall. And then it's like, if this stuff is true and you're charging people extra money for it, and you know these would be groundbreaking, important stories, why aren't you putting them out publicly? They're only behind your paywall. That's what I have observed from many of these people.
I'm just happy somebody got to talk to Nolan because he blocked me before I can even comment.
He blocked me for asking the ethics questions.
I have never even tweeted him one time, and somebody mentioned him, and I was like, "Oh, Gary Nolan." I looked him up, and he says blocked. I was like, "What?"
This was before he went
put on
his
the
blocking
list,
spree.
Paranormal Chris.
People
tell him who he's allowed to talk to. You know that, right? People tell him. People. I'm sure of this. People tell him and other of the talking heads, like, stay away from Steve Cambian, stay away from Paranormal Chris. People have told me later that people told them to block me, don't watch my show, don't listen to me, I'm a liar, and all this stuff, right? It's like they don't want people hearing the other side of the aisle, the alternate viewpoint to the narratives that are being fed these people.
Well, it's just like, why not have open dialogue, or discourse? Like, why can't, instead of just talking to people, even if they don't agree with you, like, wouldn't you want to state your claim and show the evidence to back your claims and like, hey, this is why I think this way. And then maybe you have some influence on changing their minds. Instead, we just block people. Like, and I literally have never tweeted the guy. So
this is something I truly believe, Jess. Linda Moulton Howe killed those cows with a shovel. She killed those cows herself so she'd have a story to sell.
Has she ever talked about all of the needles and the syringes and everything else that's been found up underneath the cows that
she may have. I kind of turn off when it comes to her. Any woman that gets caught 3 times selling completely fake alien pictures as real pictures is not somebody that I want to waste time listening to anymore.
Yeah, I don't listen to her either. She's a little bit cray-cray.
That's kind of the problem too, is credibility. Like, it's such a huge thing, and I feel like it's so underrated in this community. Like, if you're willing to put out those kind of pictures, like, that doesn't help the credibility of the overall phenomenon community, and how the general public perceives it.
Especially not when you get caught with them being fake.
But it's all about that gray area and the money. Like, people just see that I could be an influence. Like, here's this, and they'll take it the next step further, and they'll always try to test the waters. And I'm telling you, we hang around here long enough, you're gonna see people start to go down. I feel like all these classified leaks and everything, it's gonna happen. I hate it for other people that get caught up in that, because that's some scary stuff.
All right, here's a weird question. I have a really, really weird question. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen Diana Pasulka, but she has come forward several times speaking that she doesn't want anything to do with the CIA or any of these like CIA people. And then you have Gary Nolan, who she's like
cozying up to,
who's just cozying up to, who's like, CIA come towards me, and he CIA essentially funded all of my research. Nobody has come forward and said that they have funded Gary Nolan's work. Gary Nolan has come forward and said, I did work for the CIA. It's never been confirmed by anybody at all.
Well, just for shits and giggles, and I'm going to record it for you, Jess, I'll call the CIA and I'll ask him I'll get his direct quotes of what exactly he said, and I'll send it to them, and I'll call them and follow up, and I'll record the calls because I don't know. I get a kind of sick, perverse pleasure out of doing that kind of stuff, you know, because sometimes the people on the other end of the line are like, you want to know what?
I mean, he said 10,000 times. See, I mean, he said 10,000 times.
Yeah.
CIA has funded me. CIA has, they have bought this, they have bought that, information from me. They have funded all of my research. But it's never been corroborated by anybody, and everybody is like quiet on it. Nobody's asking these questions.
That hurts my feelings that the CIA operative doesn't want to, like, he blocked me. Like, it just kind of hurts my feelings that he does that. I don't understand. Like, I just would like to, like, it's almost like these people have something to hide and like they're scared to be verified. Like, they make these outrageous claims and they're really
in a
scared.
delusion bubble. They don't want to be
Somebody had to commission his work. Somebody had to commission Gary Nolan's work. Either it was CIA, and I've asked George Knapp, and he has gone on record with me and said, no, Gary Nolan did his work after OSAP ended. But Gary Nolan comes out and said it was Colm Kelleher and George Knapp. So does that mean Colm Kelleher is part of the CIA? But, he's also said it was an aerospace corporation. Like, there's so many discrepancies in all of this. Like, nothing ends up.
Nothing pans out. Yeah.
Nothing pans out.
Well, I'll be interested to see if this story falls apart and how quickly it falls apart. But one thing that I'm hopeful for is if it is going to fall apart, I want it to fall apart like tomorrow. I don't want to wait 3 or 4 years to find out that this is all garbage, because what's going to happen is an awful lot of people are going to waste an awful lot of time and resources arguing about this for years until we get some kind of definitive proof of, yes, this is true and there is these programs and these materials, or no. One thing that's suspicious to me is that the government just comes out. First, they let the guy talk about this. He's claiming that these are classified projects, and then they come out and say, we have no credible evidence of aliens or extraterrestrial retrieved anything. It's very suspicious to me. It's like something with this whole story is just not right. It's just.
I wonder how much backtracking is going to happen over the next week or two. I mean, it could start tomorrow, to be honest with you. I mean, because there was some pretty outrageous claims. You know what I mean? Like, there were claims that people have been wanting to hear for decades, and this guy said it. And I have a feeling you're going to see some of this stuff get walked back.
Yeah, and I want to get both your reactions. Speaking of walking back, this is a very short clip of Cult Art, and talk about walking back. Like, tell me if I'm wrong here in this clip. Let's review this real quickly.
When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will.
Mr. Grusch is quite clear that he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Non-human origin.
That he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Call it spacecraft if you will.
That he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Then what are you saying?
Oh, hey, little space monkey.
Non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will.
I'm so confused by that. If it's not aliens, then what non-human entities created these technologies or these materials? Are we talking about angels? Are we talking about demons? Are we talking about the inner earth people?
Angels, demons, interterrestrials, cryptoterrestrials, ultraterrestrials, Antarctica people, time travelers. Like, I went through all of this today. Mole people, you got lizard people, you got all kinds of crazy ass answers to that question.
I didn't realize there were so many different versions. I need to do some catching up. That's crazy. I try walking that back. I mean, what does he mean? Where do they come from? Like, to say that it's non-human, but then to say and then Card said extraterrestrial. Like, where are we at with that? Like, I feel
that's what I said. That's why I joked. As the monkeys, are these things made by monkeys? Then space monkeys made them.
There's a discrepancy from what Nolan said. Nolan said it's possibly like androids or like drones from like another civilization. Okay, so drones from another civilization, does that not equate to extraterrestrial?
I would think so. Yeah,
that would be it. Yeah, that would be the
even if
definition.
it's extraterrestrial AI, it's still
Yeah.
not of this earth. It's still
Right.
extraterrestrial.
Yeah, if we didn't make it, right? If it's not from here, then that would be extraterrestrial.
And don't
All
you
right,
think
so
this is a
I'm
weird
about to
way
leave
of
you
saying?
guys.
Okay, but
I'm about to leave you
before
guys,
you
but
go,
I'm just
one more question. Don't you
All
think
right.
this is a weird way of saying? I'm not saying it was aliens, guys, but it was probably aliens, right? It's like cake and eat it too time.
It's pretty much what it is.
Crazy,
Yeah.
but I mean, you guys are two of the best of the best. That's like, like looking into this stuff. The question is who is Richard Butt? Who is
Jay
he?
Stratton.
A lot of people say he's Jay
It's Jay
Stratton.
Stratton or it's Lou Elizondo. It's one or the other.
It's not Lou Elizondo. I've heard his voice. It's not Lou Elizondo. I've heard his
Have
voice.
you heard Jay Stratton's voice?
Yes, it's very, very similar. But the thing is, Richard Butt is a fucking asshole.
Oh.
If that's Jay Stratton, then we have a serious, even a bigger problem than what we thought we had before. Who is that guy?
Yeah, and why is he pushing all the narratives that all the grifters are pushing? Because that's
Good
what he
news.
does. He pushes the grifters
Big
narratives.
issue.
Good news, he doesn't have me blocked.
So,
I think he has me blocked. Maybe not.
all right. Well, it was a good conversation. I'm gonna let you guys
Yeah,
go.
I'm sorry to
It's
keep
like
you guys
almost
so long.
midnight
I didn't even
here.
realize we've gone so long. See, I could go on forever with this, but
Yeah,
we're
me
just
too. Like,
spinning.
this is
I think
awesome.
we
We'll do
covered
it again.
everything, and thank you, because I think at this point we're just going to be spinning wheels. So,
Yep.
thanks, Jess.
All
Don't be
right.
a stranger.
Yeah, never will be. Thanks, you guys. Bye.
See you,
All
Jess.
right. Bye-bye. We got Jess and Paranormal Chris. You're still here hanging with us, but I'll throw you out of here as well.
Yeah.
I will be. I have a feeling both of us are going to be following this story closely. So
Oh, yeah.
I'd be happy to share with you anything that I find.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gonna. I'm telling you, the background's gonna be key here, especially since it's very suspect what we can't find at this point, and we have to go off what the the debrief has put out there about this guy.
Yeah, but
Right.
you know what? I want to ask you, like, does it even not matter if all of his credentials check out, but he still has no evidence? Does it even matter that he has all these credentials? Not to me. It's kind of like that guy from who said there's weapons, there's energy weapons in Antarctica. Like, okay, you can prove that you worked on toilets at the North Pole. That doesn't prove your claims, though. That just
Right.
proves you're telling the truth about your background.
And it's a good possibility, Stephen, and I'll just be honest with you, that it may have nothing to do with his background. His credentials might not have anything to do with this outside of the fact that he just, especially if he's rubbed elbows with Lou, there's probably a good chance that this guy's an enthusiast and they're going to be like, hey, I believe in alien. I talked to some guys. I really think this thing is legit. And they're like, hey, yeah, you should go public with this. You have the right credentials for it. You should do it. And you know what I mean? Like at some point, those credentials aren't really going to matter if nothing comes from it. It seems like they're going to put him on the pedestal because of his credentials. And one of the first things you see, I think there's a Q&A or something with McMillan, where they talk about the vetting process, and they talk about like that's one of the key factors to this whole thing is they tout.
Well, 3/4 of the
credentials.
story was the who, not
Right.
the why. And that's
Right.
problematic for me because, at some point you go, okay, he's credentialed, but where's the meat of the story? That is in his claims.
Right.
It's like they're using his background to sell the story without having the evidence to sell the story. The evidence is his background. We're just supposed to trust him because of his background, and I don't. I'm sorry. Because
Right.
we've been here before. Lou Elizondo. It's
Yeah.
like Lou Elizondo 2.0. I'm not buying this one.
Don't question the story because this guy's credentials. That's basically what it was. That was to tout that,
Yeah.
and then just kind of go with what he says. Again, no evidence. They say it's classified, whatever. But I think the community, the skeptical people like us, we need to see that evidence because if not, then it's just another talking head that's just come out here, and it's the same old story repackaged, and it's just getting old. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
I agree with you 100%. And I will still say, though, that I hope that it is non-human intelligence and they do have proof of craft, because I want to meet the space monkeys that made these things, or whoever
Right.
they are. Like that, it would be. I don't know why I care so much about finding out that we're not alone in the universe, but for some reason, I always have.
Yeah,
Right? Maybe it'll just make us feel a little less alone or a little less special. I don't know. I've always wanted that to be true. I want to find out if that is true. It'd be a huge waste of space in the universe if we are the only intelligent creatures. And I think there has to be somewhere, there has to be intelligent life.
Well, it's not necessarily a good thing, too. If you think about it, like there could be negative consequences to knowing that we're not alone. You know, we might not be as significant as we think. And there's so many possibilities that could help explain our origin. I mean, I hope, just like you, I grew up hoping after my experience that this thing was really real. And that if it'd be great to find out that these things are nice and cordial and we can live, you know, knowing that these things are out here. But
what, you don't want to get anally probed, Paranormal Chris? Come on, it might be fun. You don't know.
I mean, I'm
Try
not going
anything once.
I'm not here to kink shame anybody. You know what I mean? But it's just not my. That's not. I don't think that would be on the top of my choices of things to do with aliens.
I am still keeping 5% of me hoping that this guy's legit and what he heard is really true, and like maybe 10%. I don't know. I really want it to be true, but my desire for it to be true does not make it so, Paranormal Chris.
Right. Yeah. What's that? What's that
Proof
saying?
does.
Yeah, desire over proof, or proof over desire type thing.
Mhm.
I hope since he's a veteran, especially an Air Force veteran, I hope that it is true. You know what I mean? Like I would love that a veteran came out and he made this thing happen. Hopefully he did it in the right way. But if it's not, then I mean, the guy's life is going to take a turn, and probably not for the better. It's going to hurt his credibility for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He won't have any career left with the government. That's for sure.
It's a big
Well,
step.
I want to thank you for doing this with me. I didn't want to be the only negative Nelly, pissing all over everybody's hopes and dreams here, but I think urging caution is the best bet here, and we'll see where the story goes. I'll keep following it.
Temper expectations. Best thing you can say.
Good advice. All right. Well, thank you, Paranormal Chris.
Yes, sir. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah. You have a good evening. All right, friends. And we want to thank Stoned Ape for a kind and generous $4.99 super chat saying just boo. Boo you, Stoned Ape. But thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. I'll take a few comments and questions from the live chat. And we want to take a moment to thank our kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, you YouTube channel members, you super chatters, super sticker purchasers, and you PayPal pledgers, and also you Twitch subscribers. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. We want to thank David B. for a kind and generous $6 PayPal pledge. Says, thanks for your work and for bringing a tear to my eye by replaying that Stephen Greer superpower origin story. Well, thank you, David B., for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we want to thank a mysterious benefactor for a kind and generous $200 PayPal pledge. And they know who they are. Says, thanks, brother. Keep it going. I don't think they want their name announced. If they do, let me know. And I will certainly call you out and give you a shout out by name. And we want to thank initials KE for a kind and generous $65 PayPal pledge. Thank you so much, all of you, for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And we're upgrading computers here and doing a lot of different things so that we can continue this journey. We thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. The other thing I'm supposed to remind you of is to be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. And if you're listening to an audio podcast, please rate it 5 stars. Help us rise in the search engines. It really does help. And my final call to action, if you really want to help us, we've got a huge backlog of previous shows. So please watch one more. Maybe not tonight, but sometime tomorrow while you're driving, while you're working, while you're cleaning the house, while you're cooking dinner, while you're running from your children like I might be. and my children have one more week. This is the last week of school. And then I'm going to be in a bad mood for about 2 months. They're going to be home every day driving me nuts. And my wife, she likes me to, like, you know, do things with them, take them places. And oh, I'm in for it. Yeah. But watch one more. It really does help because the algorithm apparently sees you came back and watched another one. They crank up the dials for us. It would really, really help us. We want to thank our guests tonight, Go Kicks Rocks. Go Kick Rocks on Twitter. You should follow her. She's interesting follow on Twitter. I've been following her for a long time. And her and I agree on many things. We disagree on many things. She's deeply plugged into this. And, of course, Paranormal Chris as well. Follow him on Twitter. We have done our due diligence. And honestly, I'm going to wait for more evidence or proof of this man's claims. Most of me thinks that people like Eric Davis and Gary Nolan told this guy stuff, and he just believed it and he ran with it. And what we also have to keep in mind from a human perspective is, what if this guy is a victim of the, let's just call it the cult of UFOs? What if many different people who are already had their mind made up got to this guy and fed him false information, and now he may destroy his life over a bunch of fake stories that no one will ever be able to verify? It's very interesting to me that the government so quickly came out and said, we don't have anything like that. So then I guess you decide, who are you gonna listen to? Are you gonna listen to a guy connected to a known liar who lied about running a program that never existed? A guy who's connected heavily to this whole UFO circus club, you know, the club of people that are pushing this narrative and have been for years? Or are you going to believe the government who says we don't have these things? I don't believe either of them. To be quite honest, I'm somewhere in the middle here. But we will be continuing to cover this story. I have a few things that I've planned. And one of them is sort of a deep dive into this guy's claims, his background, his military service, his credentials. But I have a feeling that those are going to pan out. And what we're going to be left with is a guy that's incredibly credentialed, who's telling a lot of stories that he can't prove. And I'm very suspicious of this excuse. Well, it's national security. I can't share the documents with you. A real whistleblower would just go, here's the proof, bitches. He didn't do that. He's kind of he's doing the half measure. Like, well, I'm going to tell you all this stuff is true, but I'm not going to actually prove any of it. The proof is in the fact that I'm very credentialed and, you know, I'm the real deal. I was in intelligence. I would know if this was real or not. And people in intelligence came and told me this. For all we know, this guy is getting psyoped. Or this guy is part of an ongoing CIA infiltration into the UFO community. And we've detailed all of this before. There is multiple CIA people and disinformation agents and alphabet soup. Take your pick. DIA, NSA, CIA, and more. All of them infiltrating the UFO community with stories about aliens that none of them ever prove. And I find it highly suspicious that so many members of the government or former members of the government are actively infiltrating the UFO community, searching out and getting spotlight. And they tell alien stories that don't ever pan out with actual meat on the bones evidence, or especially smoking gun evidence. I find that highly suspicious. Al Garay says, I'm still waiting for the whistleblower who says, here's the proof, bitches. Yeah, me too. We're all waiting for that, right? Yeah, and Mr. Ian is saying, I'm a stage magician who has my own forest rig with magical effects for his kids. I'm kind of jealous a bit there. I didn't even get started on the new place yet. I'm still going to be working on the old place. The bathroom's still not done. It's this close to being done. I got a few more things to do there. I'm hoping to finish up this weekend. We'll see what happens. But I got a birthday party for my youngest son. The Cash Clown's birthday is June 11th. So that's coming up. And we're having a party for him on Sunday, on his birthday. which is rare. You know, normally when you have a kid, you do the cake and ice cream, just you and your wife and the kids when it's his actual birthday, and then you have the parents come on the weekend. It just so happened this weekend, we get to have the party on his actual birthday, and he is excited. And boy, you should see his birthday list. I couldn't even imagine. He's turning 7 years old already, and I'm feeling old, right? I was giving back rides today, and the 7-year-old's not hard to manage. He's a little one, but my 10-year-old, he's getting heavy, man. You know, and they think, and then they act like they're still like, you know, tiny, right? So we've done our due diligence so far for this story. I've shared with you all of these red flags that I think should be an issue, right? Now I know that most of the true believers are just going to ignore the red flags. They're all jizzing in their pants today, like this is the greatest thing ever. I also should have mentioned that I find it highly suspicious that this man came along and essentially confirmed everything a lot of UFO believers already believe. There's crashed extraterrestrial spacecraft. We're back engineering it. We've got bodies. He confirmed everything all these people desperately want to believe. That, I think, is highly suspicious. But it is what it is. So we are going to bounce on out of here. But before I leave you, I should mention that there's a new music video by Simon Fly, and it's perfect for today because it's let me see, what is it actually called? I apologize, Simon Fly. Whistleblower in the Wind D&B mix by Simon Fly. So we're going to play us out with that. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, here with you all. If you're new to the channel, please come back. You should know that we are seriously invested in and interested in these topics, but we cover these things from a cautious and critical eye or point of view. We don't just blindly accept stories without evidence here. If that's a problem for you, then I understand. But if you're really interested in the truth behind these topics and you want people to really dig in and fact check and vet and do research, this is a good place for you. So we want to thank all of you for joining us. We want to thank our kind and generous benefactors, our wonderful guests, Jess, Go Kick Rocks, and Paranormal Chris. And we want to thank all of you. What an incredible audience that we have had this evening. I will be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, friends. And that's all we got for you tonight. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Mother of hooker. Mother of hooker. I call your mother a 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 hooker. Mother a hooker. Mother a hooker.
UAPs, otherwise known as UFOs. UAPs, otherwise known as UFOs. Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARROW. UAPs, otherwise known as UFOs. UAPs, otherwise known as UFOs. Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARROW.
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles. No kidding, non-human. No kidding, non-human.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do.
Yeah. We have spacecraft from another species.
We do. Yeah.
UAPs, otherwise known as UFOs. UAPs, otherwise known as UFOs.
I call your mother a hooker. I call your mother a hooker.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, we are going to be bringing you a very exclusive story, a story that no one else has. And today, I was quite honestly surprised and left wondering, why do we live in a world of copy and paste journalism? And what do I mean? Well, if you Google this new alleged UFO whistleblower's name, you will find hundreds of cut and copy and paste articles, all just copying and pasting things from the original debrief release, which I find incredibly disappointing. We make it our policy here to try, at least, if we're going to cover a story that other people broke first, to bring new information to the table, to do some investigative work, to bring something new to the story. And sadly, it seems like even big media outlets are just copying and pasting the story. And we have seen today an increase in the number of media outlets who are taking this story and running with it. But unfortunately, I have not found one media outlet, not an independent media outlet, not an alt media outlet, not a major, legacy. I call television legacy media outlet. None of the people who are covering this story of this alleged UFO whistleblower are adding any new information to the table. And I think that that is incredibly sad. It's a sad world we live in, where people just copy and paste from the original story, add a few lines in there so that we can say it's a transformative work, but no new information being brought. And I wondered why some of these media outlets, for example, Vice or others, and by the way, that's probably a bad example. I'm not specifically aware of Vice covering the story, but I mean them as an example, or Fox News, or Redacted, some of these bigger YouTube channels as well. They're just copying and pasting the story. They're not bringing any new information to the story. Luckily, I happen to have some friends in the Canadian media, and reached out to them, or I should say, one reached out to me, and then I started reaching out to other members of the Canadian media that I am familiar with and friendly with, and was given this information in this exclusive story tonight by multiple sources, most of which are from the Canadian media members. And interestingly, some people were given this information in the Canadian media. But as you can imagine, they thought it was a fantastical story, and they couldn't believe that what they were hearing was actually said in closed-door meetings with members of the Canadian Parliament. But it would appear that, yes, exactly this is what happened, that members of the Canadian Parliament met with this man, David Grusch, and several other people you may be familiar with. But before we begin tonight's exclusive news story on this alleged UFO whistleblower, just a correction from last night, because it would appear that last night I made quite an error. Well, an error in naming someone, because John Mack and Bud Hopkins are two of perhaps the most famous alien abduction researchers in history. And I often confuse their names, and so I did so last night. But names are important as well as facts. So just a correction, last night I incorrectly stated that Leslie Keene had a romantic relationship with John Mack. That was incorrect. She did not have a romantic relationship with John Mack. She had a romantic relationship with the other famous UFO abduction researcher, Bud Hopkins. She had a long-term romantic relationship with Bud Hopkins, not John Mack. She also lived with Bud Hopkins for years. So please forgive my confusing those two, and it won't happen again. A good part of making a mistake like that is next time I will get it straight. So on to tonight's exclusive news story. David Grusch is a former military officer and intelligence officer who made fantastical claims recently. he claimed that there are illegal secret projects involving the recovery of non-human craft, including debris, intact craft, and even perhaps non-human bodies from those alleged crashes. He claimed he was told this information from other high-ranking intelligence people who claimed to be involved with these projects, and that these projects were being kept secret from Congress. Now, he additionally claimed that he was given documents and oral testimony from these other intelligence officers as proof, but has yet to make this so-called proof public. And now we know a little more about why, because apparently the Defense Department cleared him to talk about what he wanted to talk about, but not use any pictures or visual aids. So that may be why we did not get to see any pictures of alien spacecraft, pictures of alien bodies. I'm not aware that he has them, but that would sure be interesting to see. And I think would go a long way in convincing people that this man's information is actually valid and correct, and not just another chase the UFO alien carrot story like we've all heard 1,000 times before. Now, as far as David Grusch and his history, I began yesterday trying to dig into this man's background and history. And strangely, I noticed while Googling his name, David Grusch, something very strange. And that was that his former life seems to have been scrubbed entirely from the internet. Now, I found various examples of this, and it appears that in April, David Grusch, this alleged UFO whistleblower, resigned from his government position and planned to go public as a so-called UFO whistleblowers and talk about these matters. Perhaps because of his plans to soon go public, it appears that Mr. Grusch started wiping every mention of himself and picture of himself from the internet sometime in early May. We've been able to find multiple examples of websites related mostly to his business ventures where he or someone deleted those pages and pictures, and the information they contained were deleted. But luckily, because of the Wayback Machines and things like Google Cache, we're able to find that information. But to be quite honest with you, I'm not sure that this is something important. These were things such as pages of a business that he apparently owned with his wife doing mobile notary work in the Colorado Springs area, or being a real estate agent in the Colorado region. I'm not sure why he or someone related to him or associated with him, or I'm not sure if it was him who deleted those pages. It's hard to make that determination without having him available to ask questions to. So we don't know who deleted those pages, those pictures, and that information. And in fairness to Mr. Grusch, it could just be he did this to protect his privacy and the privacy of his family, something that I certainly don't fault him for. However, the other side of the coin is, I remember thinking, why would you delete your entire history off the internet unless perhaps another possibility is that you were attempting to stop people from looking into your background. And again, it would appear that this information was scrubbed from the internet shortly before he came out as a so-called whistleblower. So I'm just going to share my screen here and give you one example. This is a page that was deleted from the internet shortly after May 2nd. It says, David Grusch, David and his wife are former military family that have found a home in Colorado. David is our go-to guy for the mountain town transactions on our team. There is nowhere that he wouldn't drive to get the job done. On their days off, David and his wife enjoy hiking and the outdoors. Well, that's something that I'm familiar with and would certainly agree with him on. So this is a page where he provided mobile notary services. For those unaware, if you need a notary public, somebody to notarize something for you, there are people that will drive right to your home and put that stamp on legal documents for you. being involved in real estate, it kind of makes sense that he would also be a notary. Many people who are real estate agents are also notaries so that they don't have to hassle themselves getting things notarized. They just do it themselves once legally able to do that. But why would this man wipe record of him being a mobile notary? It doesn't really make sense to me. And I'm going to show you shortly after May 2nd, and I have multiple examples of this. Shortly after May 2nd, this page was deleted from the internet. We were able to get it through Google Cache. But I just want to make sure that we're clear. I don't know why this man deleted all pages related to his businesses and other things. I also did a very deep search for social media sites and found none. Now, this could be because he's never had social media sites. I have a few friends that refuse to go on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. They just refuse to do it. And, you know, they're probably better men for it because it's a huge time drain on many people sitting there scrolling social media during the day. I'm not sure if he had social media sites and deleted them, but I was unable to find any social media sites whatsoever for him, which in today's modern world of everybody being on social media is a little bit strange to me. It's a little bit strange, but it could be that he just never had social media sites. What I can verify is that all mentions of this man being a mobile notary and also this man being a real estate agent in Colorado were scrubbed from the internet shortly before he went public with his story. So one can speculate as to why he did that without benefit of being able to ask him myself. All we can do is speculate. And people are speculating, and some people are speculating that he did that to prevent anybody from finding out anything about his background. He just wants the story that he's putting forward, that information out there, and no other information about his life, his history, his family, or whatever. But again, having experienced becoming a public person through this show, I can't blame anybody who was not a public person, decided to become a public person. I can't blame him. I really can't blame him for scrubbing his stuff from the internet. Unfortunately, all the attention that this man is going to be getting, people would probably find him. Maybe some wackadoos would show up on his front door to talk to him about the alien spaceships. Who knows? Maybe out of an abundance of caution, he did that. But it's worth noting that if we get this timeline correct, this man apparently retired from his government job in April, and then sometime in early May decided to scrub all of the information available, once available about him on the internet, decided to scrub all of it. And again, I'm not sure why that was done, but I think it's a part of the story that people should be aware of. You know, part of me thinks if you're going to be transparent, you wouldn't do that. If you're really on the level and honest and you're going to be transparent, you wouldn't try to conceal things from your background from people who are trying to do some background checking while working on your story. Now, it's also interesting, however, that some people, this comes from Jeff Knox, were able to find some mentions of him that he was not able to scrub from the internet. And these are related to his government service. And here is where it gets interesting. Because apparently this is a mention of him relating to Space Force, and not just Space Force, but also relating to the X-37B, Third Space Experimentation Squadron. The Third SES is Space Force's premier organization for conducting space-based demonstration and experimentation. And here is where it got interesting for me, because the Third Space Experimentation Squadron is also responsible for something that I am intimately interested in, and that is the X-37B. for those unaware, the X-37B is an experimental space shuttle. Like it's a spacecraft, and this spacecraft is, in my opinion, absolute 100% proof of a secret space program. When people say there is no secret space program, I always tell them to look up the X-37B. This is very, very important because essentially this means that this man, David Grusch, was involved in the secret space program. And I know that may be a bit of a stretch for some, but when you are intimately aware of this X-37B platform and what they are doing with it, well, I'm not intimately aware. I am interested in what it is that they're doing with this X-37B. Essentially, this is like a drone space shuttle. But the difference between the space shuttle and this thing is that this does long-term space missions, and they leave this thing up in orbit for literally years at a time, and no one is allowed to know what it's doing up there. Many people have theorized that this thing is servicing spy satellites. Many people have theorized that this thing is monitoring foreign or adversarial satellite technology. Or space launches, observing space launches of our adversaries like the Russians, the Chinese, and even the Indians. So I just think it's interesting. This man, David Grusch, does this add to his credibility to be in or knowledgeable of secret projects? I have to be honest and say, yes, it does. He is involved in the very group that handles this X-37B secret spacecraft. And we can argue whether there's a secret space program. I don't argue with people. I tell them to look up this exact thing that this man was involved with, apparently, or allegedly. Well, not allegedly. He's on the list. He was definitely involved in secret space projects for the United States government, including these experimental flights of the X-37B, which, again, this thing stays in orbit for years at a time, and none of us, peasants, us taxpayers, are allowed to know. What is it doing up there for years at a time? Nobody knows. Not definitively. People have theorized many things, including, I'm aware of aircraft and aerospace historians who have told me different things about what that thing's really doing up there. But mostly it's speculation. Only the people directly involved in this project, people like him, this so-called or alleged UFO whistleblower, David Grusch, would know what this thing is doing. And I just think that's an interesting part of the story. Now, the reason that he couldn't apparently wipe that information from the internet is because it was on government websites, not websites that he owned or had administrator access to or the ability to delete anything. Now, let's get back to the actual story here, our exclusive story of alleged UFO whistleblower Dave Grusch meeting with members of the Canadian Parliament. I have this confirmed today from multiple sources, all of which were members of the Canadian media, one of which who covers the Canadian government. And like I said, perhaps because of his plans to soon go public, it appears that Mr. Grusch started wiping every mention of himself from the internet in early May. But we've been able to find multiple examples of websites where they were deleted. To be clear, I think it's important to note that for whatever reason, Mr. Grusch deleted pictures of himself and information about himself and his businesses. It's also interesting that he didn't get all of it. And we've shown you a few mentions that he could not delete from the internet because they were on government websites. Now, I have confirmed the information concerning him having meetings, actual meetings with Canadian Parliament members with multiple sources, again, sources in the Canadian media who cover the Canadian government or Parliament. And these are sources that I trust. And in the case of one Parliament member, I have multiple sources confirming this meeting who named the Parliament member, and we're going to share that with you tonight in our exclusive story. And I also have one source, not multiple sources, that have told me that this man, Mr. Grusch, and his associates, who would be Dr. Gary Nolan and Ross Coulthart, were in multiple meetings that week with other Parliament members. The meeting took place, these meetings of this alleged UFO whistleblower, David Grusch, and Gary Nolan of Stanford University and Ross Coulthart, they took place just a few weeks ago, starting the week of May 15th, 2023. So it appears that shortly after purging the internet of his business pages and pictures of himself, I think wherever possible, David Grusch then went on a special trip to Canada to attend meetings with perhaps multiple members of the Canadian Parliament. Interesting, there were a few people there also in on these meetings that you may all be familiar with. They were also present at those meetings with members of the Canadian Parliament. Those other individuals, besides David Grusch, this alleged whistleblower, would be Dr. Gary Nolan of Stanford University. He was present at those meetings physically, in person, and so was David Grusch. Also present at those meetings was none other than the person now selling his story, or one of them, and that would be Ross Coulthart. We'll just call him Australian journalist. I'll leave out my personal feelings on Mr. Coulthart for the purposes of this story. And Ross Coulthart was included in those meetings by phone or teleconference. Just to be clear, Dr. Gary Nolan and David Grusch were there in person in the room with the Canadian Parliament members, and Ross Coulthart was included in those meetings by phone or teleconference. Now, I want to be very clear here in that I have confirmed with multiple sources that David Grusch, Dr. Gary Nolan, and Ross Coulthart on the week starting May 15th, 2023, met with opposition party member and member of Canadian Parliament, Larry Maguire. Now, Larry Maguire was a name that was familiar to me, and it may be familiar to you, because Larry Maguire is the Canadian Parliament member that you may recall has previously met with Luis Elizondo several years ago. Now, I try to confirm, because I had suspicions, quite honestly, that it may have been Luis Elizondo who arranged this meeting between Canadian Parliament member Larry Maguire and Dr. Gary Nolan, this Ross Coulthart, and this alleged whistleblower. But I was unable to get confirmation that Elizondo had anything to do with the arrangement of these meetings. I have heard rumors of that, but I cannot confirm that. You may recall that Larry Maguire has previously met with Luis Elizondo several years ago. I was able to confirm with multiple sources, and you know, you can go and look. There are articles about Luis Elizondo meeting with this same Canadian Parliament member several years ago, Larry Maguire. It's known that Luis Elizondo has met with this Parliament member previously. And that Parliament member, Larry Maguire, spoke positively about his experience with Mr. Elizondo. Though I believe that the Parliament member, Larry Maguire, was extremely misinformed about Mr. Elizondo's original claims of running a funded $22 million secret Pentagon UFO program, because it turns out that program was not funded, it wasn't secret, and depending on who you ask, that program only existed in the imagination of Luis Elizondo. So you may be curious what happened during the meeting with Larry Maguire, Dr. Nolan, Ross Coulthart, and this David Grusch. Well, apparently I was told that Dr. Nolan and Ross Coulthart apparently helped David Grusch, this alleged UFO whistleblower, go through many of the same claims he talked about in the original debrief story. Interestingly, I have confirmed also that David Grusch did not give these Canadian Parliament members any photos, documents, or any proof of his claim. He only provided his oral testimony, along with some testimony and stories from Dr. Gary Nolan and Ross Coulthart. Also, one interesting note that I found important is that apparently during the meeting with Canadian Parliament member Larry Maguire, Dr. Gary Nolan and David Grusch, this alleged UFO whistleblower, started talking about one part of David Grusch's claims. And they were both quickly stopped by Ross Coulthart, who was very concerned and told them that they had to save that part for the documentary. I'm going to say that one more time. Apparently, during this meeting, Dr. Gary Nolan and this alleged UFO whistleblower, David Grusch, started talking about one part of David Grusch's claims. And they were quickly stopped by Ross Coulthart, who told them they had to save that part for the documentary. I was told that the meeting was very long and that the Canadian Parliament member, Larry Maguire, took the meeting and the information that he was presented with by David Grusch, Ross Coulthart, and Dr. Gary Nolan very, very seriously. It should be noted that I reached out earlier today to the offices of Larry Maguire for further comment, but as of the time of this broadcast, no one from his office has returned my call with any further comment. Additionally, friends, and this is where I have to tread very carefully, so let me be clear. I have one source that is from the Canadian media who heard about this because they cover the Canadian Parliament. And they told me that David Grusch, Dr. Gary Nolan, and Ross Coulthart not only met with Canadian Parliament member Larry Maguire, but these three also met that week with other members of the Canadian Parliament. All of them were opposition party members. So just to be clear, I have multiple sources confirming that Dr. Gary Nolan, Ross Coulthart, and this alleged UFO whistleblower, David Grusch, definitely met with Canadian Parliament member Larry Maguire. And I have shared with you the details that I was made aware of about what took place at that meeting. Largely, David Grusch gave similar claims to what you have heard him already claiming in the original debrief story and these clips that they're slowly delving out from Ross Coulthart. And again, just to be clear, so I have multiple sources confirming they definitely met with Canadian Parliament member Larry Maguire. And I have one source. I don't like to share information unless we have multiple sources confirming a story. So I'm being very clear with you in that I have just one source, also a member of the Canadian media, who told me that they also met with other Canadian Parliament members of the opposition party that week and shared the same information that they shared with Larry Maguire. I was given some details about the individuals within the Canadian Parliament that they also met with, including their names. But out of an abundance of caution, I won't be revealing those individuals' names or the details of those meetings until I can get additional sourcing or hear back from their offices. I have contacted these other Canadian Parliament members that apparently met with David Grusch, Dr. Gary Nolan, and Ross Coulthart. But I feel very strongly, knowing the one source who provided me with this information, that they indeed spent a week there in Canada meeting with various members of the Canadian Parliament, again, all opposition party members. I was told that everyone involved in these meetings took David Grusch and the information he was sharing with these Canadian Parliament members very seriously. So take from that what you will. And because of these new revelations, I'm left honestly with more questions than answers. And sometimes things are best put in the form of a question. So I would publicly share some questions I have, like, why is an American intelligence official meeting with members of the Canadian Parliament in non-public meetings and sharing stories about UFOs, aliens, and the alleged recovery of alien spacecraft? Another question I have is, why are former United States intelligence officials, including David Grusch and Luis Elizondo, meeting with members of foreign governments at all? And for what purpose? Another question, did Lou Elizondo arrange those meetings between these people and the Canadian Parliament members? He had a pre-existing relationship with with one of these Parliament members that he met with previously, Larry Maguire. So did he arrange this meeting for this so-called whistleblower with this Parliament member? It's a big question, and I think it's an important one, because if Lou Elizondo was involved in arranging these meetings between these people, it shows that Luis Elizondo is directly involved, or it would show that Luis Elizondo is directly involved in the rollout of this so-called whistleblower. And now we know for a fact that Dr. Gary Nolan is directly involved, apparently, in the rollout of this whistleblower. We already knew that Ross Coulthart was directly involved in the rollout of this whistleblower. And now, apparently, we know that Ross Coulthart is very concerned about some documentary he will soon be making with this alleged UFO whistleblower. And he wants to save the good stuff for the documentary, apparently. So despite claims of this being earth-shattering information, Ross Coulthart is still holding cards close to his chest, hoping to cash in on the documentary with this whistleblower and stopping him from sharing information with a Canadian Parliament member during a non-public meeting. Another question I think that is very, very important that we should ask here is simply this: is Mr. David Grusch being paid by anyone, including Mr. Elizondo? Is he being paid by Ross Coulthart, Leslie Kean, Ralph Blumenthal, The Debrief, or News Nation for his participation in those stories? Apparently, Ross Coulthart, Leslie Kean, and Ralph Blumenthal and The Debrief have the exclusive on him. In other words, we're not seeing this alleged UFO whistleblower doing direct interviews with other media outlets like CNN or Fox News or MSNBC or, NBC, CBS, ABC. We're not seeing him do interviews anywhere but with the people that may have some sort of exclusive deal with him. And I think it's important to ask that question. Is David Grusch being paid by anyone, including Mr. Elizondo, Ross Coulthart, Leslie Kean, Ralph Blumenthal, News Nation? Is The Debrief paying him for his participation in those stories? I'd also like to know, due to Ross Coulthart's insistence that this whistleblower, David Grusch, not share certain information during that meeting with a Canadian Parliament member, is he under contract with Ross Coulthart, Lou Elizondo, Gary Nolan, or anyone else for that matter, to take part in a for-profit documentary about his story? Is he under contract? And if so, how much is he being paid for his participation in that documentary film project? And who else, if anyone, is involved in that business venture? And let me be very clear in that I'm just asking questions here. And these are questions that I think Ross Coulthart, Leslie Kean, Blumenthal, and others who have access to him should be asking him and answering for people. These are important, relevant questions. Is there a for-profit motive here? What's the deal? And finally, one big question that I have that I keep thinking about is, are officials or government leaders in the United States even aware that these intelligence officials or former intelligence officials are meeting with members of foreign governments and telling them that the United States is covering up the existence of alien crash retrieved vehicles or bodies of extraterrestrial biological entities or alien bodies, whatever you want to call them? So I think these are very important questions and questions that we should seriously consider. This is just bizarre to me that this man, a very, very high ranking, we're told a very, very high ranking, but I can imagine that he is very high ranking intelligence officer because he has access to some very secret projects like the X-37B. So it appears that this man is having meetings with the Canadian Parliament members and telling them stories about UFOs, alien crash retrievals, maybe alien bodies, and more. And he did that before revealing it publicly in a non-public meeting with these Canadian Parliament members. So the fact also that Dr. Gary Nolan is involved, and let me be very, very clear, the day after these meetings concluded with Dr. Gary Nolan and members of the Canadian Parliament and this alleged UFO whistleblower, David Grusch, and Ross Coulthart on the phone by teleconference, whatever you want to call it, he was participating in all these, Ross Coulthart. It's interesting that Dr. Gary Nolan was involved in these meetings. Why is a Stanford University professor participating in meetings about apparently or allegedly top secret U.S. government programs involving the recovery of crashed, are they UFOs, crashed alien spacecraft? Why is a Stanford University professor involved in that? Why is an Australian journalist involved in a teleconference with this alleged UFO whistleblower talking about these allegedly top secret U.S. government projects? This is very strange to me. And it also is, let's be very, very clear, because I'm developing a timeline here that is very, very important. So, April, David Grusch resigns from his government job at the ripe old age of 36. I don't even know how he could be getting a pension or any retirement package. So I'm a little confused about that, but it is what it is. He retires at ripe old age of 36 in April. And then he immediately starts scrubbing every mention of him from the internet that he can, including pictures of him and his wife and family, his businesses. That stuff gets wiped. And then a few short weeks after that, he's on a plane to Canada and he attends meetings with Dr. Gary Nolan of Stanford University, talking about the very same things that are mentioned in this debrief article with members of the Canadian Parliament, members of the Canadian government. And of course, Ross Coulthart is there and interrupts Gary Nolan and interrupts David Grusch from talking about certain things because they need to save that for the documentary. This happens in mid-May. They start meetings with the Canadian Parliament members. June 5th, yesterday, we get the big drop of this story in the debrief. And News Nation is now making 5-minute videos and milking this thing for everything that it's worth. I'm just left a little confused, but I will say this. I am more troubled by this guy being legitimate because he's traveling with, I'm not sure, by the way, if he traveled with Gary Nolan, but he ended up at the meetings with him. So I'm more troubled by this man being legitimate because Gary Nolan is now involved. CIA Gary, I'm sorry. This man has talked about working on CIA projects before, and now he's hanging out with this so-called alleged UFO whistleblower. And here's where it gets very important also. I talked about the timeline. So May 15th, they start this couple days of meetings with Canadian Parliament members, Gary Nolan, Ross Coulthart, and this so-called alleged UFO whistleblower, David Grusch. Right after the Canadian Parliament meetings end, Gary Nolan is on a plane to New York City, where he attends that SALT conference and starts saying 100% aliens are here, I'm sure of it, and all those things that we covered that we heard him say. So it appears that many of these people are connected in some kind of incestuous circle or relationship here. And I want to know if there's a financial relationship. Is this man working for Luis Elizondo or Gary Nolan or Ross Coulthart? Are they all in on some documentary deal together? And these are important questions that should be answered. And we have a very special guest tonight, a man who loves to ask questions. And, I thought that we could discuss this whole situation better and bring in a few more perspectives. So joining me to do that tonight is my special guest. We have Manny from Area 503, and I'm a terrible show host, Manny. I apologize. This was last minute, so you didn't make the thumbnail, bro. Sorry.
That's okay. I don't need to be on a thumbnail. I know I exist even without the little picture.
Thank you for being here. So you're backstage listening to this. This is brand new information about this guy. And isn't it interesting, Manny, that all of these cut and paste journalists, I had to report this. Nobody found this information except me.
Yeah, it is interesting. And the copy paste journalism is a huge problem, not just in ufology, but in everything nowadays. You know, it seems like there's some lazy reporting going on where people just want to, take another story that somebody else wrote, maybe change a few words around to make it seem like they're paraphrasing
mash it up a little bit. Yeah,
but,
smash it up.
The problem with that is that it's like the old kindergarten game telephone, where you tell a story enough times and you copy it and you paste it. If it's not verbatim and it's changed a little bit each time, before you know it, things get wildly askew and away from the original story and the truth. And in this case, nobody's doing the research. Nobody's vetting this person past his military credentials, which I don't think, in the case of Grusch, I don't think that many people are saying, oh, he wasn't in the military. It's not like that. I mean, I've seen the photos of him in theater with his weapon. I've seen the patches. I've seen the medals. The problem is that lends zero credibility to his claims about finding these programs, about finding UFOs, about having crash retrieval programs, about having backwards engineering programs, about possibly even having bodies, like he said. I mean, if you really look at it, the guy has taken little bits of ufology over the years and just kind of said that it's true and expected everyone to believe him because he's got this, stellar record or stellar credentials. But that doesn't, where's the evidence? Where's the receipts? Where's the proof? Where's the documents? And there's a huge...
They're classified. He can't share those.
Well, of course not. And he can't talk about them either. You can't talk about classified programs either.
You can't even acknowledge the existence of a top secret program in some cases.
Absolutely.
Doing so would be spilling classified secrets. So
absolutely. And so
what I find very suspicious about this, Manny, is that essentially this man comes out and he says everything every UFO and alien believer desperately already believes or wants to believe and wants confirmation of. It's like this was like almost designed to be the confirmation of, see, I have people emailing me, see, we were all right, Stephen. We were right about the aliens being here and the crashes, and people are telling me Bob Lazar was right. Like, no, one of these things is not like the other. And you're right, they appear to have hammered on his background being legitimate, because right. I will say it with him, just as I said it with Anjali. It's rare that one of these people comes out with a huge, fantastical claim story and that their background turns out to be legitimate. But it's not unheard of. And we can have an example of that with Anjali. She was Air Force officer. She was a DIA. She worked for the DIA, both as a direct employee and as a subcontractor later in information warfare. She had all kinds of top secret clearances, but her entire story was fake. Her background was real. I'll give her that. And so I'm very cautious about the fact that the whole article in the debrief was the who, not the why or the how or it seems very suspicious to me. And we've all heard that clip of Leslie Keene. She was asked about the lack of evidence. Is that a red flag to you? And she said, not at all. Not at all. Oh, and we want to thank Matt Ice66 for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We shout out anybody that becomes a member during the show. What did you think of that Leslie Keene thing? She said it doesn't matter. Oh, that doesn't bother me at all. It's not a red flag.
I was floored by that.
No evidence is not a red flag.
Yeah, put me right on the floor, because that should be the number one thing that a journalist is asking for, is evidence of claims, especially when you have a single story or a single source story. You have to have some kind of corroborating evidence to back that story up. And in this particular case, it appears like there's none. And, we're seeing people I've watched in the chat, and people have said, "Oh, Lou 2.0." Well, yes, we did see this with Elizondo as well. They banked on his credentials. There was very little evidence support. In fact, no evidence supporting his claims, except for a ambiguous letter from Harry Reid that didn't say much. And there's, we're seeing that play out again. And what they're doing, if you'll notice, is they're going to ignore any questions that come out about the story, and they're going to proceed with it as if it's true when it doesn't appear like there's any evidence that it is. And they're going to flood people like you who are questioning it with 100 different news outlets that are going to just copy and paste and run with the story. And why are those news outlets doing that? Because it sells, because it gets people to go to their webpage. And if you want a perfect example of that, the debrief is the prime example. Go through their Twitter feed and look at their average tweet response and what their interactions are and impressions are. It's like 9,000 to 10,000 impressions on an average tweet for those guys. Yesterday, when that story came out, they had over 1 million or close to 1 million. I think it was just under 1 million impressions. Their website got so hammered by people going to read that article that they couldn't handle the traffic, as you stated in your show last night. It kept going up and down all day because they weren't prepared to handle that sort of traffic. So,
I swear I can remember when the guy who started the debrief was very incredibly skeptical. And it seems like he started the debrief and that went out the window. And it was just like, you're right, like copy and paste. What did Lou say this week? Let's write a story about it. What did Gary Nolan say this week? Write a story about it. It's like this echo chamber of no, that's not journalism. It's just
it's not journalism. Like John Greenwald said on Twitter last week, or maybe the week before that, he said, if you're going to be a journalist, you need to investigate stuff. If you're going to be
especially when you're calling yourself an investigative journalist,
right? And the quote that I like that he made was, if you're not doing these things, what you're doing is PR, not journalism. And that's the truth. These people have gotten the best PR that money can buy, and actually better than money can buy. And they're getting it for free because people are just doing it for clickbait. They've got all these different little podcasters and YouTube personalities and groomed media assets like Chris Sharp, and other people who take what they say, don't investigate or question any of it and just run with it and puppet it. And the more people do that, it creates a little echo chamber. Before you know it, places like CNN and NBC and ABC, they're going to grab it and run with it. At some point, when it's been run and everybody else is talking about it, they're going to do it too. Now, hopefully they have a more critical eye and people start getting back to a little bit of journalism, but it doesn't take weeks and weeks and weeks to vet some of this stuff. In the case of Grusch, it took like an hour to figure out everything there is to find him on him on the internet, which isn't much, as you've stated. It doesn't take a lot. You don't have to sit down and do a full year-long full-time investigation into Elizondo like I did. You don't have to go that far. If these people don't have something out there that backs up their story, these media outlets should not be running them. Should not. And honestly, the onus comes on them. And at some point, people need to react to them.
So Manny, I think that something changed. I kind of remember fondly the days before the internet where like television investigative journalism in 60 Minutes, it was such good work that these guys did. They really dotted their I's, they crossed their T's. They had many sources to confirm the story. It was so different. And now we live in this information age where everybody's just trying to push out a story, just create content so people click on it. We're really just living in a deluge of garbage information, unfortunately, because of this. And quite honestly, I'm talking to this Canadian media person who, by the way, they didn't want to be named. And anyway, I was going to name, I'll credit you. I'll name you for, no, don't do that. So anyway, I'm talking to them and like, this is kind of crazy that you got wind of this and you didn't report on it. And they were like, yeah, because it's unconfirmed. It's stories. So they didn't run with that story, and they heard about what this man said in these Canadian Parliament meetings with Canadian Parliament members, which what they heard he said is what we heard in the debrief article, essentially, from this man, David Grusch. And they didn't run with the story because they can't confirm any of that as true or accurate information. It's just a guy who happened to somehow get a meeting with a Canadian Parliament member, and he's telling stories about aliens. And by the way, just to be very clear, that one Canadian Parliament member is interested in UFOs. He's kind of like the Canadian Tim Burchett or whatever, like he's into it. So he'll take meetings with these guys,
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not surprised to learn that this group of people was up in Canada doing that. We saw where they were in Italy, they were in where was that other place? Anyways, they've been in foreign countries trying to do this as well, where they'll get more traction and less resistance, where the UFO subject is more widely accepted, or possibly even they're doing it because these are our allied countries and they're trying to use it to put external pressure on the United States to release something that they think or believe is there. But the truth is that if there was evidence there, it would have been released. Somebody would have brought it out. Somebody like Grusch should have brought it out. If he's got all these documents and has evidence of his claims, why didn't he leak them? That would be a whistleblower. That really kind of bothers me with people calling him a whistleblower. This man is not a whistleblower.
Yeah, what whistle are you blowing if you don't have any evidence? Like Snowden had like a mountain of evidence.
Snowden's a great example. Reality
Assange
Winner
had
is a great example.
A mountain of evidence. He had thousands of government officials' emails, and he dropped it all. And videos of like civilians being killed unfairly in the middle of a war zone, women and children, and drone attacks. And he had all this evidence, and he dropped it all. And it
was irrefutable, though. You couldn't argue with it.
You couldn't argue with the evidence.
He didn't sit there and say, trust me, bro, this stuff's happening, and say, oh, but I can't show you the documents. It's classified. No, he dropped the evidence, and the evidence spoke for itself. Now, that is something that we haven't seen yet on any of these stories, whether it's Elizondo, whether it's Grusch. We haven't seen the evidence, and we wouldn't need a trust me bro story. We don't need a story. We don't need to be told what the evidence is. Show us the evidence, and if it's incontrovertible, it will stand on its own two legs and tell the story without anybody having to paraphrase what it is. But we just don't have that. So that's a huge red flag. And I do want to point that out. Reality Winner used her clearances to print one document that she was not accessed to print and leaked it to the news. And she was sentenced to close to 5 years, over 5 years in prison for that. Yeah. The FBI knocked on her door and was kicking in her door and wanting to know about it. Now, if Grusch had done anything like that, if he had gone and done what he said he did, where he was getting all this inside information, if he was using his clearances to pull documents and to get proof of these things, they would have found out long before today, long before he even retired, and they probably would have locked him up for it. They wouldn't have let him just walk out, and he certainly wouldn't have been cleared by DOPSAR to go tell his story to an Australian journalist. There's so many
or to a Canadian Parliament member.
And absolutely not to a Canadian Parliament member.
Well,
and
I have some insight. I want to share this. And actually, this came from Steve Long. What a great find! Thank you, Steve Long. This passage was left out of Captain Edward J. Ruppelt's 1956 book, The Report on Unidentified Flying Objects, but was included in drafts found among his files. It betrays the roots of the UFO cover-up disclosure issue more accurately than Ruppelt could have imagined. And here's the quote, so long ago that nobody knows why, the government established a policy not to comment on anything that is written or said by private citizens. People can make any fantastic claim with a relatively high degree of immunity to being exposed. This policy has been a bonanza to the writers of saucer lore. Remember, this is 1956. The basic concept of saucerism versus the Air Force warfare is to print or say anything, and as proof of your honesty, dare the Air Force to contradict you. I wonder if that's still their policy. It seems like if they're a private citizen, they don't really want to talk, they're not a government employee,
Yeah. And that's how people mischaracterize what the DOPSAR process is. They say, oh, well, DOPSAR cleared Grusch to come out and say what he did. Absolutely. No, they did not.
No, 100%. It's even in the letter that this letter is not an indication of the veracity of your claims or something like that.
Right. And
but in other letters that I've seen, they don't explicitly say that. So they knew that this was going to cause some kind of controversy, and they said it explicitly in the letter clearing him that this letter is it's not us endorsing the veracity of your or accuracy of your claims in any way.
Absolutely.
So
All that they're doing is they're scanning that for classified material that might have been mentioned or anything that's classified. And they're saying, you can't say that because it's classified. You have to take that out. Or you can say all that because it's not classified. And that should be another huge red flag to everyone here, that anything that they approved him to talk about, if that's true, is not classified. And so if it's not classified.
Yeah, but how could that not be classified? Because he's saying these are secret projects. It would have to be classified project by definition. Right?
Yep,
it's a
100%.
big cover up. It would they use classifications to do the cover up. If it's not classified, that we're picking up extraterrestrial bodies and intact spacecraft. And what did you think of the fact that this guy was involved with the X-37B and Space Force?
Honestly, I think that's cool as crap. I would much rather hear about his involvement with the X-37B and Space Force than I would about his fictional involvement with UFO programs or non-involvement or whatever he claims, because he's even said he hasn't seen the evidence. He hasn't seen photos. He hasn't seen, I don't know what he says he has other than stories.
No, well, there
from
seems
Eric
to be
Davis.
there seems to be a problem with the photo, because Coulthard and Zabel, or what is that guy's name? His partner in the podcast that he does,
Bruce Seibel,
they both said that he saw pictures, but he apparently said he didn't see any pictures.
Well, there's another contradiction.
There's another big contradiction. I would think I would remember if the guy said he saw pictures of alien spacecraft and alien bodies or not. But these two guys are trying their very best to sell the story. They may be overpromising, and soon we'll be victims of the underdeliver and the big letdown.
Yeah, even if you assume that he did see a photograph, it's still secondhand information. Even if you assume that he was told about these programs, it's secondhand information.
Yeah,
even
it could be.
These crash retrieval things, it's so ridiculous. Absolutely, the U.S. government has a UFO crash retrieval program. You think if a Russian spy satellite crashes in the United States, we're not going to send somebody out to pick it up and try to figure out what they're building?
Exactly. And I think Mick West correctly pointed out that some people may have been involved in programs like that and started working on some of these recovered objects and became convinced somehow that it was alien spacecraft, not Russian or Chinese somehow. You know, there's what gives me caution is that there's all these advancements in material science that most normal, I'm kind of a nerd, so, you know, I read about graphene and things that they're working on and carbon nanotubes and the 3D printing world is going to explode soon with the ability. They will soon be able to 3D print airplanes if they're not doing it already, you know, and I mean metal ones. But they have these new advanced materials like carbon nanotubes or carbon mesh fiber, and the 3D printer will like carbon mesh build bit by bit, build an entire aircraft for you. It may be that China and Russia are using some of these emerging or new technologies, and that something crashed and we got a hold of it, and somebody became convinced this can't be Russian, this can't be Chinese, this has got to be alien, and they started telling stories. This guy gets a whiff of it, and suddenly he's telling these stories. And then here's another important, this is incredibly important, and I wanted to share it with you and get your reaction. Because it appears that besides being closely associated now with Dr. Gary Nolan and Ross Coulthard, it also appears that Eric Davis is directly involved. And Eric Davis says, Gary Nolan and I have been working together since 2009. And what he told the reporter is 100% accurate. This is about his, alien claims. Much of what he said is partly based on my work over 25 years and more recent work of my now former special security officer who works in Colorado Springs and is the U.S. government whistleblower who remains unknown, but will become known in a soon-to-be-published expose in the Washington Post. So Eric Davis may be the person feeding him this stories, the source of the Wilson Davis notes that people have been arguing about for years that no one will ever prove are real or true or,
Yeah, it has some similarities, obviously, and it's hard to deny that if Grusch was working with Eric Davis, that he's not one of those, that Davis isn't one of his sources. And that right there, again, like you said earlier, you don't have to go too far into these stories till everyone's connected to everybody else. It's the same players. It's always Davis behind the scenes. It's always Elizondo. It's always Chris Mellon. It's always Gary Nolan. It's always the same exact people. And now they've got the same journalist. If it's not George Knapp and then it's, or Leslie Kane and Ralph Blumenthal, then it's Ross Coulthard, or
yeah. And my caution, the reason that I refuse, Manny, to not be cautious here, and I certainly refuse so far to give in to things like hoping even. I don't even want to hope yet that this guy is on the level and telling the truth, because I see things like this. And who's to say that his sources aren't wackadoos like Eric Davis or Hal Puthoff or the whole Skinwalker spooky crew, that have been doing this stuff and saying this stuff for decades and never proving it. Who's to say his sources are not Hal Puthoff,
for all
Eric
we know,
Davis, Lou Elizondo?
For all we know, he picked up Colonel Corso's book and read it and is using that as a source. And that's the point. Grusch has not said anything different than Bob Lazar said, or Colonel Corso, or like you pointed out, Eric Davis, or some of these other people, Hal Puthoff. Like these people have been saying for years. So I don't understand why people are so quick to jump on his story and accept it as fact when there's zero evidence of his claims. Zero. He's basically
I think a lot of people are really,
said.
A lot of people are really like laying on his credentials. Well, the guy's so credentialed, he would know, he would get access, right? And I don't know that that's true, but
he wouldn't. That's not the way that
he hasn't said anything new that Bob Lazar didn't say. Erica Lukes on Twitter, credit to Erica Lukes. This is from 1978, right? And look what it says. I trust that its impact or its implications, the stories of UFO crash retrievals in this book, will not cause alarm or, to the other extreme, bore you. For the record, my original papers entitled Retrievals of the Third Kind, completed April 5th, 1978, has been drastically changed. Since that date, many major events have happened, and new information concerning retrievals of craft and the alien humanoids have come into my hands. Some of these data are sensitive for a number of reasons, including national security. This is from 1978. And guess, listen, I read the Stringfield books. I found them extremely entertaining and things like that. But Stringfield used almost exclusively, his books were like just filled. Every other story or every story of a crash retrieval was anonymous sources. He never proved anything. He made a lot of money selling books about these alien crash retrievals he claimed were taking place all over the world, and especially in the United States, but he didn't prove anything. So these claims go back to at least 1978. Well, Roswell too, and Aztec, that was fake. And now we got the stunning revelation that the Trinity case of alien crashes, that's fake. These stories go way back. And you're right. This is just like recycled story from 1978. It sounds the same here,
Yeah. There's absolutely nothing new in his story. We haven't seen the full 7 or 11 hour interview, however long it ends up being that he has. And it'll probably take Ross Coulthard, it'll probably take him 5 months to drip feed that out so he can milk it for everything it's worth. But I have a feeling that when the dust settles, all we're going to get are a bunch more stories. I don't think there's going to be any evidence. I don't think that we're going to see anything new. I don't even think we're going to even see or hear anything original, to be honest with you. It's just going to be a rehash of what other people have said over the years, propped up by this copy paste media reporting that, leans so heavily on this guy's credentials and doesn't vet his story or the facts one bit. And, there's something else to think about too, is that the intelligence community, by and large, like the Defense Intelligence Agency, they love when this stuff happens. And people are saying, well, why doesn't the government shut this guy down if he's wrong, if he's lying? They love when this stuff comes out. Jeremy McCowan just did a great article about asymmetric warfare where he talks about the reason why the DOD and certain factions in the intelligence community love when people like Grusch come out, love when people like Elizondo come out and make up crazy, fantastical stories about us having superior alien technology. And to just kind of dumb it down and put it in wrap it up in a nutshell, it scares the hell out of our adversaries. it makes people in Russia or in China think that we've got UFOs and disintegration beams. Why would they ever come over here and mess around? And it's just that simple. It has to do with misinformation, keeping your enemy guessing where you are and where you're not. And and in the case of some of these programs, getting them to commit resources to try to chase a technology that doesn't exist or that can be never exists. So they waste their resources and their money and their infrastructure on it. So they're not building hypersonic weapons. They're out trying to build UFOs, or they're not building the next generation of aircraft carrier or nuclear submarine, because they're out trying to build these hypersonic drones that can, teleport from, can go to Mach 800,000 in 2 seconds and warp anywhere in the planet, and all this bullshit that people are trying to sell, So there are some issues that are around that, and the government, it doesn't necessarily want them to stop. I mean, they might not encourage it, but they're not going to go out of their way to stop it either.
Yeah, I'm getting hammered on Twitter by nameless, faceless accounts again, Manny. Isn't that great? And what's great is somebody just said on Twitter, all Cambion has is trust me, bro, and he doesn't share his sources. I spent all day today, Manny, working on this one story, right? To make sure that I get the story right. I have an 8-year track record of getting the story right, and I'm still getting shit because people don't like the truth. Apparently, And I'm to the point, like, go listen to go buy a Mother Goose book if you want fairy tales. Don't come here, because all I do is follow the story, and then I take my audience with me and I share with them what I found. Tonight is a perfect example. This is a new exclusive story that nobody else has, and people are saying I don't have sources. Then why did I get the story and everybody else missed this? I think this is an important part of the timeline here. This is an important part of the story,
Yeah. Yeah. And, if you agreed to protect a source, then that's what you can do. And you need to do that, and I understand that in journalism, like there's reasons people might not want their name out there, especially when they've seen how anyone who questions this particular group of people is treated, with the smear campaigns and the doxing and the defamation and the online attacks. I mean, even Kirkpatrick commented about it in the last at the NASA UAP briefing, talked about the online harassment. And then there's people who just openly do this stuff. So I can understand why in today's day and age, people want to keep their sources confidential, and that doesn't mean that they're not true. I mean, at least you have a source. At least it's not, it's not somebody just repeating a story they heard from someone else, So, and be honest with you, you're normally pretty good about your sources and using them. So I think that should give you the credibility in this case to keep it confidential. But, maybe they just want to retaliate against this person or go find them. So maybe that's why they're trying to pry the source out of you. Stick to your guns, man. You just got to go with your gut. Don't let people push you around and try to tell you how to do your job. You know what you're doing is right. What the sources that you have are credible.
No, I try not to let it bother me. Like if a real person comes to me with some complaints, I'm much more apt to listen. But when it's a nameless, faceless, especially brand new Twitter account, I don't know who I'm talking to. Could be Lou Elizondo, right?
Probably is.
It could be anybody. It could be anybody. I did a story on David Adair, Manny, and nobody is this passionate about David Adair. So David Adair is in the comments to that story in the video comments, like passionately defending David Adair as a scientific genius. So I know that's him. I'm like, that's got to be David Adair. Nobody cares that much about that old clown.
Yeah, I think
rocket aliens engine stories and Area 51. He was there when he was a kid, and come on,
Yeah, we all know that Elizondo's used a few sock puppet accounts, and his significant other also loves to get on Twitter and go fight battles for him. What's up, Lou?
Yeah,
she likes to go white knight for her man, which is admirable in a way, but it's kind of despicable. And they think that UFO Twitter is not that big of a place. Okay. And when people come at me with a sock puppet account, it's real easy to identify them. And it's real easy if you look at how and what they say to figure out who they are by what they're liking and what they're saying and how they say it. And so these people think that because, they think, oh, the internet's huge, you can never prove it. Well, I don't have to prove it. I know who these sock puppet accounts are. I've flagged a bunch of them, and I've tagged a bunch of them, and I might not confront them or out them. I might just watch them because that gives me insight into what people like Elizondo are doing.
Oh, I have one, and I just called him a dumb dickhead today and blocked him. I have one person who's even been a guest here, you know, and he used to like me. And then I started busting all the people that he loves and, you know, loves to hear fairy tales from. And I mean, like, you know me, Manny, like, I mean, bust it. Like, there's no arguing with me. That person is a fraud and a scammer. And so suddenly the same person made all these fake Twitter accounts and starts slagging me on the internet. And he thinks I don't know it's him. I know it's him because of certain distinguishing factors. Let's just leave it at that. Things that he does or did in his real account that he's doing on all these sock accounts. And it's just ridiculous. Like, I'm not going to argue with you. You're a backstabbing dickhead. You know, don't smile to my face and come at me with a sock account because you don't like that I busted a fairy tale you like. But you know, one thing also I wanted to ask you about is this. The issue with the documentary, according to sources in this story, Ross Coulthart stopped Gary Nolan and David Grusch from telling this Canadian Parliament member part of his story because they want to save it for the documentary. Doesn't that kind of show that this is a profit-based adventure here? This is not about the truth or, you know, disclosure.
Yeah, 100%. They don't want to out their money shot, you know, so to speak, for their documentary. And as somebody who's working on films myself, I would feel the same way. I'd be like, no, I wouldn't if I had a source like that, I wouldn't even take it to the Canadian Parliament. I'd take it to nobody. I would keep it completely under wraps until I'm ready to throw it up on the screen and you know, put it in my film. And then after that, sure, then they can go talk to whoever. But, you know, and that makes sense. But that does show that it's a for-profit, it's a business mindset. It's not an altruistic endeavor trying to get the truth out. You know, this isn't an activist. I mean, right? He's a journalist, but in a way, he's kind of fronting as an activist too, like some of the other people, you know, like Leslie Kane has done too. You know, where she's not really a journalist anymore. She's a hacktivist, as I call her, because she doesn't care if there's proof or not. No red flags, you know, like I don't care. You know,
yeah,
like,
somebody reminded me in the YouTube comments, sky's not the limit commented. Leslie Keane also said she witnessed a ghost form and animate a wax hand. And instead of providing a video of the hand forming, she points to the wax formed hand, which proves nothing. Yeah, she was in a documentary piece about life after death, and she believes in spiritualism and ectoplasm and all of that garbage, like mediums, and she believes in all of that. So, you know, to me, I don't find her to be a credible journalist. And also, she admits that she massaged the data, right, in that 2016 New York Times article to make it better for the UFO community. She left out all the werewolves and the.
It's being nice to say that it was massage data. It was a fabrication. The story was a complete farce. You know, it was framed as OSAP, but it wasn't really. They talked about this unofficial program that Lou was in and propped up Elizondo as the UFO hunter and all that, and then dropped some stolen videos from the Pentagon to give it all credibility. It
allegedly stolen.
Oh yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, Mellon admitted to it. I mean, in the Phenomenon movie, Mellon admits he removed him from the Pentagon parking lot, and they were removed improperly.
Yeah, they just bent the rules. They just bent the rules. If you and I bent the rules with federal property, we'd be in prison. But you know.
Yeah, but you're not a Mellon.
So, do you really think that Elizondo realized that his own credibility and time in the spotlight was over? So he propped this guy up. Maybe people are claiming that he was groomed by Elizondo. Maybe that's true, that Elizondo realized that his credibility was in the shitter and he couldn't be the point person anymore or the guy in the spotlight telling the stories. So they needed a new front man.
I think it's pretty obvious to anybody watching this over the last 6 years that Elizondo has taken a step back from the public eye. I don't think that he's doing anything less. I don't think he's any less involved. In fact, I think he's significantly more involved. And I think he's just spending more of his time in Washington, D.C. and less of his time in front of cameras is all. But he's definitely had a role there for a while of being the face of this thing. And as we know, they tried to prop other people up in that role, from Tom DeLonge, Jeremy Corbell. They've tried to push other people into that role. And now, you know, maybe they're using this Grusch feller for that. Maybe they're trying to set him up as a new face to go on. Or maybe they're just trying to put pressure on the Pentagon and the House and the Senate on our leadership in DC from outside of the country, because they've hit a brick wall here. I mean, they've already, there's pretty clear that there's links to a certain, a couple of different, Congress people, whether it's Burchett, as you said earlier, or, Marco Rubio or Andre Carson, or, there's other
it's like
people.
the usual suspects, I feel like,
Right, but there's only so much that those people can do. And so now they're trying to get pressure from our allied countries to put pressure on us too, to try to increase that something's going to come out. Now, what is there to come out? I mean, there's not really, if there was any truth to these stories, I think it already would have come out. And so I think they're really pushing hard on a it's beating a dead horse. There's no end game.
Yeah, thank you, Estimate of the Situation, for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the cash. And Lou Reviews is right. I mentioned that on yesterday's show. It was Brian Bender that said he was groomed. And it's also interesting that the debrief claimed, Leslie Keene and Ralph Blumenthal claimed in copied and pasted tweets that they both tweeted that the Washington Post did not pass on the story. But for months, we've heard that there's a big story in the Washington Post coming out, and then it comes out in the debrief. So they had to have passed on it.
Right,
These
and it was
hyping it up for months. Eric Davis, all these people were saying that this Washington Post article is, and of course the Sock Brigade, Richard Butt, and all these people. Wait till this Washington Post expose comes out.
Well, from what I understand, they'd sent it to the Post first, and the Post was doing due diligence and trying to confirm it because it's a single source story, as Ross Coulthart has openly confirmed. It's a single source story. They were trying to find a corroborating source. They couldn't find it. They were trying to find corroborating facts. They couldn't find those. And so they were, as Ross Coulthart has said, or I'm sorry, Leslie Keene and Ralph Blumenthal have said, they were taking too long to verify it. So they then went from the Post. No, it was the New York Times first, then the Washington Post. They tried The Hill. They tried Politico. All four of those.
Yeah, Brian Bender said Politico and multiple more media outlets passed on the story. That's what Brian Bender said publicly. So we've got Ross Coulthart saying that all those media outlets that you mentioned, Manny, didn't have the balls to do the story. We've got Brian Bender confirming that Politico and multiple other media outlets passed on the story. Then we have Leslie Keene and Ralph Blumenthal claiming that the Washington Post did not pass on the story, but saying that they were under pressure to put out the story. And I want to ask you, who was pressuring them to put out the story quickly?
I don't know.
They couldn't wait. They couldn't wait a few weeks. They couldn't wait a week for the Washington Post, or
for the largest story in human history. Yeah, I think they probably could have waited a couple more weeks to get it vetted and to do a little fact checking. But they didn't in this case. Who was pressuring them? I hate to say it, but I think it was probably because of that Stephen Greer press conference that's coming up next week. They wanted
a lot of people think that they wanted to shit all over his stupid fake whistleblowers.
Well,
and by the way, we've gotten to multiple of Greer's whistleblowers, Manny, and they're all so fake.
Well, Greer claims that he talked to Grusch earlier this year.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about that. That's another one.
Maybe Greer was going to out Grusch before they could out him, that their story would come out. And so they wanted to get their story out before whatever, interview that Grusch gave to Greer comes out, which would maybe not be the best for his credibility,
Yeah, I think it was great, though, that Greer tried to tie his crap wagon to this new whistleblower, saying that he mentored him. And apparently David Grusch, through a friend, released a statement claiming that never happened. So here we have another fabrication of Greer. But you know what was interesting?
So
earlier,
he said, she said, right? I mean,
yeah,
who do we believe
earlier
here,
in our Discord, somebody said, and I think this is very right. Oh my God, if this guy was mentored by both Luis Elizondo and Stephen Greer, he's going to be the super UFO grifter of the millennium if those guys both mentored him,
Yeah, for sure. He'll know it all, and he'll be around in 25 years.
So I think we should, though, talk from a human perspective about this person, David Grusch, Manny, because there's a few possibilities that I've considered. One possibility is that he had a vague or even active interest in these topics, and then he starts meeting some of these people, and they start filling in his head with all these stories. And what if he is really genuine and on the level, and he truly believes this stuff, and he just got his head like brainwashed with all of these stories, and he believed all these people, and now he just came out like from a human perspective, I feel a little bad for him, because it could be that Eric Davis and all these other people filled his head with these alien crash retrieval stories. he becomes convinced it's all true, right? And then he hooks up with Elizondo and gets the Elizondo, cult recruitment treatment, allegedly, that others have gotten. And they put him out there to do this so they could all make money and keep the so-called ball rolling, and it's all garbage. And this guy's a victim in this. What if that's the case?
It's possible that what you're seeing is kind of a two-pronged attack. I mean, maybe part of it started out where they fed him some stories through people like Eric Davis and talked about these crash retrieval programs and et cetera. And then you come in with Lou Elizondo, who's the closing groomer, who's like, hey, we're going to make you a media celebrity. Your name's going to be known around the world. We're going to get you on television shows, talk shows. You're going to make $1 gajillion, telling your story. And so they've done that before with other people, so I wouldn't be at all surprised if it's something like that. This obviously isn't just a story that the guy just sat down one day on his own and made up. But then again, it isn't anything new either, as we were talking about earlier. It's just a little bit of, it's like one part Bob Lazar, one part Colonel Corso,
one part Wilson Davis notes,
one part Davis Wilson.
They're denying access to people to these programs. Yeah. And Matt Finley, with a good point, Coulthard's interview was also presumably independent of Keene and Blumenthal, but yet they all coordinated their release together. So I find that very suspicious. And I'd like to know also, what do you think on the subject of payment? Does that muddy the waters if this guy's getting paid by any of these people to participate in these stories? And
I don't know. I mean, there's part of me, as being a guy who's working on films and stuff, I say no, because you pay people for their story. It's just how things work. But it also depends on what, how, and when, and what are you paying them for? If it's an exorbitant amount of money, then certainly. If it's a nominal fee to cover his expenses, to travel, to do interviews or something, then no. But again, I guess that would guess on where the money's coming from and how much it is. Is it actually coming from these journalists like Ross Coulthard, or is it coming from an outside institution that, say, maybe a guy like Elizondo has connections to, who's sliding money to him to entice him to tell his story? One case would probably be legitimate, and the other case would definitely not be very ethical or moral. But then again, there hasn't been a whole plethora of ethics and morals when we're talking about some of these people anyways. So
it really is a cesspool. Like it is a cesspool. I kind of miss the days where I didn't know so much about the characters involved in selling these stories. I would just listen and not really think too deeply about it. I kind of miss those days, because when you get into this, you're right. There's no morals. There's no ethics, and I'm very troubled by this Ross Coulthard. Like, nope, don't talk about that. We're saving it for the documentary. So is this all a coordinated effort to sell a documentary? Let's use the media to pump it up for all we know. And that's another thing. Ross Coulthard does this interview in early May, and he waits a full month to release this. No, he's coordinating with all these people, with Blumenthal, with Keene. In my opinion, they coordinated this to all drop on the same day. They had to have. Because, there's no way that you sit on a story that you truly think is the biggest story in human history for a month after you film it.
Yeah, on Bryce Zabel's Twitter, he even admitted that. He said that they were waiting for the Keene and Blumenthal article to get released before they dropped their interviews. So there's definitely a collusion going on there. Which, yes, makes it smell like less of an actual journalistic endeavor and more of a PR scheme for a documentary. I hate to say it, but that's kind of what it sounds like, is this whole thing is just a big PR stunt, which is going to be interesting because there's not really any evidence. And there's so many people all over this story. I don't know how they're going to be able to get, who's going to watch this? Who's going to want to pay to watch that? Who's going to want to pay money to Ross Coulthard to watch this documentary when we've already debunked the story, 12 hours out of the gate?
It'll still sell.
Yeah. Yeah, it probably will. You're right.
You misunderestimate the believer crowd, right? And I'm are you shocked a little bit? I'm kind of shocked that there is no evidence and people are still just all chips in. This is the real deal. This is disclosure. You got people saying this is disclosure. disclosure started yesterday, and
it got a lot of traction on Twitter. In particular, there were some really big name Twitter accounts, some in the millions that retweeted and were promoting this. Do any of them know anything about ufology? None of them. So
yeah, they don't know the history.
No, that's fine and all. Like I get that, but it got some real big traction on Twitter. And what's interesting is on Reddit, the same thing happened. It was all over the UFO and alien subreddits. However, the world news and news subreddits, which are, I think together have an aggregated like 100 million, people subscribe to those two Reddits. Anybody who posts the link to this on there is getting banned. They don't care if you're repeating the Fox News version, the CNN version, the news.
Oh, really? They're just banning people for posting it?
Banning it 100% as PR, as fake news. It is not allowed on the world news or the hashtag or the /r news subreddits whatsoever. And that should tell people a lot too, that there's a lot of people out there who are not buying this, are not going to play into this game, are not going to be a part of that copy paste reporting, are not going to entertain these silly ideas.
Well, that's good news. You know what else is good news? I don't know if you're aware of this, Manny, but I'm looking on the News Nation website, and some of these stories, like whistleblower says UFOs triggered a multi-decade Cold War, it got 61,000 views, which makes me think that this story is not quite as big as it appears to be to us. I mean, it's all over, conspiracy land and UFO land, but to regular folks, like,
yeah, it's not anywhere.
I had more people talk to me. I had many more like neighbors, friends, and relatives talk to me about the New York Times article. Nobody's mentioned this to me from the regular world. Nobody said like, "Oh, Stephen, what do you think of this whistleblower?" Nobody said anything to me. Only UFO people seem to be at all engaged in this. And we have a story an hour ago on News Nation. Bryce Zabel, UFO whistleblowers' actions, 5,000 views. That is paltry if you're talking about the fact that this is a real television news. I know they're new as a television news channel, but still, you've got the backing of a television news channel, and your YouTube views are at 5,000 views. Yeah, and they do seem to be milking this, man. They're just putting out these little 5-minute videos, and then 4 or 5 hours later, here's another 5-minute video. And I don't know where is the full interview of Coulthard and this
it's
whistleblower.
It's not out. Hasn't been released yet.
They said they were going to release it yesterday, though.
No, I think that News Nation Sunday is going to come out with a 1 hour chopped up version of it, but the full 7-hour interview or whatever won't be released for a long time. I'm guaranteeing that. I don't think
they're gonna delve this out 5 minutes at a shot. They're gonna milk this to the ends of the earth, I think.
Yeah, he's got to save it for his documentary. Remember, I mean that's really what it comes down to. So like I said, I think a 1 hour piece on News Nation Max News Nation is going to come out, but that again is not going to be the whole thing. And I think after that, I think that's when Coulthard will then have access to the whole thing for his documentary, because it sounds like News Nation paid for the interview, so they probably own the footage. I'm guessing, but maybe they licensed it to Coulthard, or maybe he had a agreement with them where like, okay, you guys will get first dibs. You can run it for XYZ. Then I get to use it for my documentary, and then it's all yours or whatever. I guess we'll see. I'm not holding my breath about the documentary. I have a feeling it's going to be more of the Spies and Lords bit that he did in 2016, I think it was, about the UK Parliament weird stuff that was going on there. It has the same sketch.
Apparently, I want to share this. This is interesting. Apparently, some of the true believers are very unhappy with my reporting, Manny. And this is interesting. There is a search suggestion ban on my Twitter right now. And that is most likely the result of people mass reporting my tweets.
I've had those before temporarily, like right after Who's Lou came out. I had one of those.
Yeah. So people are actively reporting my tweets where we're just reporting the truth and talking about this story so that people cannot find my stories on Twitter.
Yeah.
Very nice. You know what a great way to show that you can't win a debate is, Manny? To just muzzle the person you're having the debate with. That's just a great way to prove that your side is right, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And I thank the person that sent that to me. They know who they are. I wasn't aware. And I'm told by this person that that's likely the result of these UFO people are probably mass reporting your tweets. Bunch of biatches. Yeah. I mean,
It
if
wouldn't
your
surprise
arguments
me.
are so weak they can't withstand debate, then maybe you shouldn't be in the debate. Maybe, go live in your bubble, your delusion bubble, your echo chamber, right?
Yeah. And Twitter is one of the worst spots for that because, this really is kind of their backyard as far as it goes, the echo chamber goes. Really, they don't like when you question anything on UFO Twitter.
Yeah, look at Art and Paranormal. It says, I had to manually put your name in my tweet to share this show. Yeah, so I'm getting shadow banned by a bunch of people who apparently don't like the truth, because we haven't said anything here. And tonight, that's unfortunate for them because, don't you think, Manny, that a lot of people could spin my story earlier tonight as proof of this guy's legitimacy? Look, he's meeting with Canadian Parliament members. He must be the real deal.
I'm sure they will. Sure
they could have, but now they just banned my story, and we're the only one that has it. Congratulations, you dumb dickheads,
No, those will tell their version on their little podcasts and in their web blogs where, and he was further.
I know nobody will be mentioning my show or my name.
They won't mention you
for breaking the story.
Yeah.
And you know what else is bothering me, Manny? The fact that so many of these UFO podcasts and UFO shows are milking this story to death, but they're bringing nothing to the table. They're literally bringing nothing. They're like, let's read the article again, or let's get 5 people on different days to talk about the same article. They're not bringing anything new to the story. And that bothers me because, I'm supposed to compete with these lazy people that are doing nothing but talk. Talk is cheap. Try spending all day on the phone with Canada to get one story,
Yeah, try doing some research, it's not as easy as people like to think it is, and especially when you're out there trying to get to the truth and not just puppeting what, somebody told you to say, which these groomed media assets like UFO Joe and Chris Sharp and, half a dozen podcasts out there do. They just puppet what they're, it's just like, oh, somebody told me this. Okay, I'm going to type that up.
I think the best parrot is UFO Jesus. He just repeats anything that they say. He has no independent thought skills. He can't even think for himself. He just, they said this, so I'll repeat it. It's terrible. It's really terrible, right? I don't know. So I want to get your thoughts on where do you think that this story is going next? Is this going to all come crashing down in the next couple of weeks? Or is this going to take a year and then there'll be no evidence before people tire of the story and they want the evidence? This seems to be the way that it usually goes. People are okay with the story for a while, but after a while, the voices demanding to see the evidence or the proof of the story become louder,
Yeah, I think that this story's got a timer on it that's been started. How long that's going to be, I don't know. I just don't see any I don't see any extra evidence. I mean, unless the guy just comes up with a box full of evidence and drops it and says that it's and we have it and it's incontrovertible, that'd be different. But I just don't see that happening. I mean, I think they kind of shot their wad here at the beginning and gave it all away. I mean, so what more can he say? It's probably just gonna be more of the same. I mean, it really doesn't matter if the guy speculates that these are interdimensional craft or time traveling humans from the past or the future. It doesn't matter. There's zero evidence at this point. So there's really no reason to listen to anything else that he has to say because it's all going to be more of the same. Will people get tired of that? Probably, and move on to the next news cycle, but unfortunately, there's going to be those core group of people that just cling to that story as truth, as we saw. I mean, Elizondo is a perfect example. You'd think that he would be completely discredited, but he's not. People still believe that he ran ATIP and he was the world's greatest UFO hunter and he's this big champion for disclosure, even though there's been mountains of evidence that show that he's none of these things. So, I mean,
I agree with you on that. And do you think it's going to be damaging if it becomes very clear that he's behind this story or that he did groom this guy and get him ready and push him into the spotlight, or if he's paying him Like, people have suggested he may have some financial relationship with them. And by the way, that's rumors and speculations. It's not been confirmed. I don't know that he does, but I'm asking the question. And why can't we ask Lou Elizondo? Do you have a business relationship with this man?
Well, he'll lie. He won't answer you truthfully. So you've done it. Why would you even ask him? He'll just lie through his teeth. That's what the guy does. But yeah, I mean, I think it's, if it comes out that all that is true, then it'll be possible. You know, will it defame him? Will it be enough for people to jump off the fence and be like, oh, this is just bullshit? I would think so, but most of those people are already there without that, you know, because it's a huge story with no evidence. There's not much there. I mean, what can we say? I mean, is it entertaining? Sure. Is it great? Sure. But I read two anonymous, Reddit whistleblowers who were doing the same thing last week off of 4chan or something. There was one guy who claimed that he was part of a reverse engineering program, and that there's a secret UFO base in the Bermuda Triangle that's cranking out these things. And his story, honestly, was far more entertaining than Grusch's is. So I don't know. I'd just rather go there. I mean, at least that guy at the end was just like, yeah, this is all a LARP. It was just fun. It's cool.
Well, it's interesting that we can confirm that we can already connect this guy with some of the normal, let's say, cast of characters like Eric Davis, Gary Nolan, and Lou Elizondo is calling him a hero, and Chris Mellon is calling him a hero. So, and I'm just kind of shocked that this story has any traction, considering Ross Coulthardt's last big UFO story was promising us that he had conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man. Cut to Michio Kaku. Go talk to Michio Kaku. He didn't confirm anything. They didn't have any evidence. Not only did they not have, incredible evidence, or, they had no evidence of any alien technology. They thought they might get some, I guess, if they did the analysis, but they never did it. So, but here we are, rinse and repeat. You just do the Cosmicon shuffle, hope everybody forgets your last story was a big dud, bluff, nothing burger, and now you come out with an even bigger one. Don't you think this is if this turns out to all be a bluff, wouldn't this be like the biggest UFO bluff ever?
It's a pretty big one.
I think it would.
Maybe they didn't intend it for it to go so viral and get so big, but and in a lot of ways, I think it is. I think it's going to be big, and I think it's going to continue to kind of snowball. I mean, you saw a few more mainstream media outlets picking up on it today, but I don't think any of them are really, trying to say that it's authentic, or that they've dug into this guy's claims or whatever. They're really just parroting the debrief piece. They're doing that copy paste reporting thing, and it's almost like they were just waiting for somebody else to get the egg on their shirt if it's wrong, but as long as somebody else was first, you can't be the one, that's the only one who's responsible. But I don't see it that way. Any of the media outlets that are copy pasting this stuff, I'm going to look sideways at from here on out. And I hope other people do too. If it's the New York Times, if it's Fox News, if it's the Washington Post, if it's the New Yorker magazine, anyone who's running this copy paste garbage, look at them sideways. Don't give them your money. Don't give them your money. They're if they don't have the balls to stand behind a story and do some research and say, yeah, I'll put my credibility on the line, don't give them your money. Go find independent news sources, go find free news sources, go make up your own mind and use your brain, because apparently in the news business now, that's what passes for journalism. Is just, so-and-so reported this, click. And, and that's how we get fake news. That's how we get fake news that's easy to manipulate. It's easy to manipulate. If you have the right backing, if you have the right contacts, you could put a story about anything out there and people will believe it, because it's been spread on so many different outlets, no matter.
What my favorite example of that, and it is a conspiracy land story, but the Kandahar Giant story. Like, I just think that's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. And that made the rounds in conspiracy land. It was a big story for a while, and it was like one guy that told that story, and it just kept snowballing. And I agree with you on the media outlets. And the other thing that's definitely going to be an issue is that this is a godsend, though, to the UFO believer and the UFO circle jerkers, because don't you think they took a lot of hits right before this? Like, there was a lot of hits. The Trinity UFO crash case is completely fake, and it destroyed Jacques Vallée's credibility if he had any left. And then we get the flare stories from Corbell. It just garbage.
I'm glad you
And-
brought that one up, because when that one broke, I was watching it on Reddit and on Twitter. And of course, the usual suspects around Twitter were just clinging to it like a lifeboat. But all over on other platforms, on Facebook and on Reddit, people were jumping ship and they were saying, this is it. I've had enough. This is garbage. This is bullshit. I'm sick of being lied to. I'm sick of being sold flares and told that they're aliens. You know, I'm done with this. And people were jumping ship off of ufology because of it. And so, yes, in a way, this was a godsend. This was a life preserver for the UFO grifters, because people were getting hip to them left and right in platforms and in areas that had generally before been pretty accepting and friendly for them, where they could pretty much say whatever they wanted and get away with it.
If this story explodes, it's going to be really bad, because it's going to confirm for a lot of people that some of the more skeptical, even-keeled people are correct in their analysis. We've got Green Street put out quite a scathing little article on Twitter about Lou Elizondo being not who he said he was, and how, this is all tied to Elizondo and his opinion. And if that turns out to be true, it's going to be hard to continue to attack the skeptical minded people, who mostly, like me and other people, we're showing you the truth and we're urging caution. Before you believe this, listen to this. Look at the history. And that's another thing. I can't believe that this guy's history, like Ross Coulthard's history of selling 100% provably fake stories, and Leslie Kean's history of one being kind of a wackadoo that believes in spirit mediums and ectoplasm and all of that stuff, and also her terrible, factually incorrect New York Times article. These people have all sold provably fake stories before. I think that's got to be, you got to take that into consideration. Like, how do you ignore their track record of selling fake stories before and just all chips in believe this,
Yeah, I don't know how critically thinking people can look at what all those people who you just mentioned have done in the recent past and been caught red-handed doing, and still take them as serious journalists or as anyone who's credible, especially when you've got Leslie Kean saying, there's no red flags when the guy couldn't prove any of his story. No red flags.
No red flags at all. No, not at all.
But of course not, because she's not
a
journalist. She's an activist. She doesn't care. As long as somebody says something that she thinks will further her agenda, she's going to run with it. She doesn't give a shit if it's true or not. She's not going to fact check them. She doesn't care. As long as he's got a medal on his chest or a letter from a senator, why would I care? If it's, but you'll see what happens is that the major news publications are not going to let that slide so much. They're going to be the ones, because they're the ones taking the hit. The New York Times took a hit when they ran that article and had to kind of walk it back.
Could that have
quietly.
something to do with the fact that she has to distribute her stories on the debrief now?
Yeah, and maybe
don't you think the debrief is like the only one that would take it? I think so. I'm
sure Liberation Times would have ran with it. But,
but that's an even bigger garbage pile.
Yeah. No, I'm not surprised that the debrief would run with it. And if you look, it was very fortunate for them. Like I said, their average interaction on their tweets was somewhere around 9,000 or 10,000 impressions per tweet before that. But the tweet with this article broke 1 million or close to 1 million in one day. So this was very good for their business. Does that mean it's true? No, I mean, it doesn't. And in fact, I think they've even walked back and had to put a big thing out today, how they didn't vet anything. I haven't read the two different parts. It was an interview with McMillan, who was one of the co-founders, I think, of the debrief, where he's talking about how they didn't really vet the story. It wasn't their job. They're just publishing it. I'm like, well, what do you mean? So if I come to them with a story about my 22 and back, and I've been to 500 different alien planets and I've done blah, 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 they're going to run it? Like, they apparently aren't journalists either. So people should be questioning that. Why did it have to end up on the debrief? Why did all these other journalistic outlets say, hey, we want to confirm this. We want a little bit of time to run with this and to investigate this. And why was it so important that they get it out, yesterday?
I think
I don't know.
It might have had something to do with Greer's event. I think Lou Elizondo holds a grudge really well, and he wanted to crap all over his event.
Well, and again, if what Dr. Greer said is true, and he does have interviews with Grusch, then that would explain why they wanted to get out and beat him to the punch. because they want to be like, oh no, our story's accurate, and Dr. Greer is going to use it out of context or whatever. I have no idea if that's true, if he's actually got filmed recordings with them, or if he's just saying that so that he can glom onto the latest news cycle.
I think he's just globbing onto it. Yeah. Oh, my disclosure event. We've got 4 whistleblowers. They only got 1. It's like childish at some point with this stuff. It's absolutely childish at some point.
Like they say, Jerry Maguire, show me the money, show me the receipts, show me the evidence. I don't, like we talked about Snowden earlier. We talked about Reality Winner. These people brought evidence, and they didn't have to tell us what it meant. The evidence spoke for itself. Okay. And that is a whistleblower. That is a whistleblower. And yes, it sucks that those whistleblowers paid heavily for what they did. One of them went to prison, and the other's been kicked out of his country and can't never come back.
Yeah. I agree with you. Somebody just telling stories that somebody else told them, that's not a whistleblower to me. You got to, and I'm trying to be at least fair. The guy claims he has evidence. He showed it to members of Congress, but we can't see it. It just seems too convenient to me.
I don't think he does have evidence. I don't think he's ever even claimed to have it.
Thank you, Art and Paranormal, and thanks for being a member and a chat room moderator. We appreciate you. Thank you very much, Art and Paranormal.
Yeah, if he's taking evidence, if he's using his clearance to take evidence away and get evidence, that's exactly what Reality Winner did, and she went to prison for 5 years. So I'm not sure how.
Well, I think he's saying that people gave him those documents, so maybe yeah, and that's another issue. Some of these people were arguing with me because I said if he was releasing any classified information, the feds would be at his door, and people are arguing with me saying he couldn't be lying because if he was lying under oath, they would prosecute him. But don't you think, Manny, if he's just repeating,
what do they mean lying under oath? Like he made up a story to tell Congress or to Arrow when he swore under oath that he was testifying what he was saying was true,
or to the IG? But the point is that perjury requires intent. If he's just repeating stories that people told him, I don't think that they would prosecute him.
If he was framing them as stories that were told,
as long as he told, like, these people told me this is what they were involved in, and they saw the alien spaceships or whatever. He's not lying. He's repeating what somebody told him. There has to be intent to deceive.
Now, would Arrow find his stories and his claims to lack credibility? Most likely, because it's their secondhand stories lacking any evidence. So if he had evidence, he should have supplied it to Arrow, which is where the whistleblower protections gave him. They didn't give him a protection to go to Ross Coulthard. They didn't give him a protection to go to the Canadian, Parliament. They did not give him permission to go around all those people and go to Marco Rubio or to anybody else. They did not give him that. They gave him the permission to talk in the right setting to Arrow and to provide the evidence. Now, clearly, he failed to do that because Kirkpatrick came out and said there's zero credible evidence of any of these programs or these retrievals or crashes or any of it. None. There's none. So he obviously doesn't have that evidence, or he would have given it to Arrow. Or if he did, why didn't he just leak it? Why didn't he? Or I just don't get it. I mean, he said that he couldn't have it. It couldn't be, somebody could never give it to him. Imagine what he's saying there. Somebody's working on a top secret UFO program and they're going to leak him a document and he's got it and you got to trust he has it, but he can't show it to anybody but Congress. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't they go to Congress? Why wouldn't they go to Arrow? And if so, why wouldn't, when they took that to Arrow, why wouldn't Arrow investigate and find that program? I'm sure they tried. If they had credible evidence that showed that there was a UFO program, I'm sure that he would have tried to find it, but he didn't. So that to me tells me that it doesn't exist, Do
you think that we're ever going to get the names or testimony of any of these people who told him these stories so we could get the firsthand accounts? Or do you think they're going to kick the can on this and we're never going to get any names and we're never going to get any evidence?
I would love to hear who told him what he was told. Yeah. I have a sneaky suspicion it was probably people like Eric Davis.
I think Eric Davis was involved in this. Maybe Richard Doty.
Maybe Doty. Maybe Gary Nolan. Maybe Lou Elizondo. Maybe all these people put him up to it and shoved him out there. And he's just like a doe in headlights. He's like, oh, I don't know. Okay, I'll do it. I don't know. Maybe they have it. Maybe they're the ones who put him up to it. But maybe not. I mean, I don't know. Because actually they don't need it. They don't need Title 50.
That's a big surprise. Dark Protocol says Alejandro Rojas appeared on Podcast UFO today and was all over this story.
Cool.
Yeah, all the usual. Did you know, Manny, that at Contact in the Desert, Richard Dolan and somebody else, they had to do like a they had to do an emergency like talk about the new whistleblower because
Of course they did.
They like canceled events to just talk about this story because this is the biggest story in human history.
I really want to know what Lou Elizondo's lawyer thinks about Lou Elizondo's friend, a whistleblower, coming out. No thanks, man.
Yeah, it was funny to see. It was funny to see Green Street. He tweeted something really funny like, I used to think all this UFO stuff was bullcrap, but since Lou Elizondo's friends said the aliens are real, I believe it. You know.
Now I know it's true. Yeah, because Lou's buddy told me it was real. You know, like I'm not into that. I don't really care what Sheehan or Dolan have to say, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And a final question for you before we wrap things up. There have been hype about new whistleblowers are coming. Do you think that this is the first and we're going to get more? And are they going to be like him with no evidence? Or are we going to get some actual real information anytime soon?
Well, honestly, he's not the first. Actually, Bob Salas came out with his recorded testimony that he had given to Arrow a couple of weeks ago.
You're right.
So he Salas, technically, so Robert Salas would have been the first whistleblower. I think this is probably it. I think they put all their chips in on this guy. And that's probably why he got such the heavy reaction that he did in the media. And I want to know who's spending all the money to promote this guy. I want to know where that funding's coming from and who's behind it and why they're behind it. It's not really. Oh, really? What's that? Sheehan, can you bring that up? That message that Steve Long just said? Sheehan and Elizondo. Yeah.
Sheehan and Lou formed a 501c with the whistleblowers, Grusch and Neal. Get me that document, Steve Long.
I'm really curious to know more about that. So a 501c is a nonprofit tax-exempt organization for people who don't know.
A charity.
In this case, it's probably a foundation, I would guess, is probably what that is. And I would be really curious to find some more information about that because I'd like to see who's donating money to that foundation and where the funding's coming from and where it's going.
Yeah, one of the problems for people, if you form a charity, you have to file something called a 990. That's how we were able to show everybody exactly how much money David Wilcock was collecting for his charity and what he spent it on. And that was a great story, Manny, because do you know what he spent all the money on?
Home improvements.
Himself. He spent all the money on himself. He did no charitable.
You mean like spa days and getting a haircut?
Yeah. They spent like $5,000 on meals and entertainment, and they spent all kinds of money on software, cameras, equipment, and he's doing for-profit monetized broadcasts with the equipment allegedly that he purchased with charitable donations.
Wow.
So that's a real problem for him. And he only ended up he collected something like $175,000 in 2 years, and he only ended up giving a few $1,000s to some other charity. That was the total of his charitable work. He spent all the rest of the money, him and his wife, on like meals and entertainment, and equipment, office supplies, just ridiculous things. Like, I don't know how you spend $175,000 on yourself when it's supposed to be for charity, and you think that's okay. Like we were saying, there's no morals. If he really did form a 501c3, they're going to have to report every dime that they collect in charitable donations and every dime that they spend and what they spend it on. So that might be, I think it's a mistake for any UFO person or person in conspiracy land to start a charity, because
no, they should start a private for-profit company like Enigma Labs did. They should do something like that where they can have a little privacy and they can spend money the way that they want without having to justify it to either shareholders or the public. Because when you go public like TTSA did, well, you open yourself up to having to share your finances with the public, and the shareholders.
If they truly
and
did,
the same as with the 501(c)(3)s as well.
If they truly did start a charity with this whistleblower David Grusch, that proves a direct link between Lou Elizondo and a financial connection between Lou Elizondo and him. And I think that's extremely problematic for this guy's credibility.
Yeah, it all depends on what it is and why it's set up. Either way, it doesn't look good that they're all connected financially through a tax exempt, foundation or charity or nonprofit organization. That's not good. So I'd really, gosh, I'd love if anybody has any information on that, email it to me. Just give me a name and a state, and I will go to town like a dog with a bone. I will just dig and dig and dig until I get it. But
yeah, I mean, if it's a new charity, all we're going to be able to get is the initial formation documents, but it'll show you every principal that's involved, every person that's involved in the charity, and some more information. And again, just to be clear, we haven't confirmed that Lou Elizondo started a charity with this whistleblower. Someone in the live chat, Steve Long, has said that. We're going to try to confirm that, and if that's the case, we'll report it to you. We'll bring you the story on that. Yeah, most charities give very little to the cause. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think we're going to wrap things up, Manny. I want to thank you for coming on at the last minute. I'll add your name to the title and stuff. So I'm sorry, this was kind of last minute. Manny offered to jump on. But that's okay, because I had another part to tonight's presentation I can say for something else, and that is just on the history of all of the baloney and the fakery and the fraudery involved with UFO crash retrieval stories. I've got a whole piece on that and presentation on that. We'll do it another night, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, and on the whole UFO grift thing, that I haven't been real active on YouTube in the last probably year and a half. I've been doing, and Stephen, I've been working with Bob Kiviat on a couple of different projects.
Producer of Alien Autopsy. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm a fan of his. You took my job with him, you prick. I said that before.
Yeah, it's been great.
Nobody told me that Bob Kiviat needed like a video guy and a co-producer, and so Manny swooped in and he took my job with Bob Kiviat to make films with Bob Kiviat, who is half my childhood, man. Unsolved Mysteries, Alien Autopsy, Factor. It was a Factor Faked or Factor Fiction. It was Factor Fiction, Fiction with Jonathan Frakes, and that guy's a big part of my childhood. I would have loved to have that job, but Manny took it from me because he's a prick.
That's just the way it works out. It's kind of an interesting story. We'll talk about
it
someday.
And Manny, and then Spooky gets like a documentary film deal too from somebody I know. Mm-hmm. Everybody's screwing me out of jobs here. No, I'm happy for both of you. Bigger and better things. Good for you guys. I'm hoping that I get a break someday. Until then, I'll be here swinging away, slugging away here, Manny. It's good. I'm happy to be here, actually.
Yeah, I just want to let everybody know what I'm doing. I'm still here and I'm still working behind the scenes. I just haven't been active on YouTube. People can follow me on Twitter. As I know you do, Stephen, and you see that I'm out on there every day talking about this stuff.
You're on there busting balls every day. It's so funny. I'm glad Manny's there because Manny is a tremendous time saver in my life, because I go and somebody says something stupid and ridiculous, and I'm going to reply to this dummy. And then I look at the tweet thread, and Manny already told them exactly or nearly exactly what I was like. Listen, you idiot. I don't have to do it because Manny's out there busting balls too. It's a great thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to keep people honest. That's all. And it's a full-time job. But so one of the projects we're working on is obviously the UFOs and politics and all the scams and grifts and stuff. People should keep their eyes open for that. And if you've got any tips or whatever, send them in. Email me. Don't be afraid to reach out. I'm still here and I'm open to talk to just about anybody as long as they're civil.
Good to hear. All right. Well, thank you, Manny. We're going to wrap things up. You have a great evening, and don't be a stranger. Come back, especially when you finish a film and a film comes out. I want both you and Bob here.
Oh, for sure. I'm sure. I know that Bob would love to come back on your show. He enjoyed hanging out with you.
He's an awesome guy. Tell him I said hello.
I will. And thanks, everybody. Thanks for having me on, Stephen.
All right. Thank you, Manny from Area 503. Now a co-producer with Bob Kiviat's new film company. Happy for him. I joke about him getting my job. I would have loved to have that job, but he beat me to it. The better man won. It's okay. I'm happy for Manny. They've got multiple film projects, which they will be releasing soon. And when they start releasing these film projects, I'm going to have them both on here to talk about the films. I know they have one on UFOs and scams, and they've got another one on the Mandela effect and a few other projects that I'm aware of. And that's great stuff. So, boy, I have done my due diligence today. For those unaware, I spent all day today on the phone and emails trying to get the story exactly right. It's important, especially when nobody else has the story. You can't copy and paste. You have to get the facts, the dates, the times, the names. Everything has to be correct. So I did my due diligence today. We want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. We want to thank our kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, you PayPal pledgers, you super chatters, super thanks people, YouTube channel members, and of course our PayPal pledgers. We're a viewer supported show, and I try not to get bitter, friends, but when I see lazy slobs that are contributing nothing new, but they're right there with their hands out, right? It kind of bothers me. All day yesterday and all day today, I spent trying to make sure that we had new and interesting information to share with you. That takes time, energy, passion, and dedication. And it takes some support. And we're lucky to have the support of all of you. And we also want to be sure that we thank our PayPal pledger, Daniel, for a kind and generous $10 PayPal pledge. We want to thank Maria for a kind and generous $50 PayPal pledge. Daniel is sending that in as some birthday cash for the cash clown. Thank you very much. He'll appreciate that. I'll make sure he gets it. And Maria just says, great work on the whistleblower story. I'm glad you're here. And we're glad you're here, Maria. Thank you for the kind and generous $50 PayPal pledge. So we have done our due diligence for today. I really hope that we're kind of done with this story for now. To be quite honest with you, I've kind of decided that until evidence actually surfaces, I'm kind of sick of this story. Although, thankfully, after today, I'm aware of new information about this man traveling to Canada, speaking to members of the Canadian Parliament, and now everyone is aware of that. And I also would just like to say to those true believers that think it's a good idea to get me shadow banned, if your arguments are so weak that they can't withstand debate, you don't belong in the debate. We're not doing anything wrong here. We are investigating stories, taking our audience with us along for the ride, and reporting what we find. I think that is a noble endeavor. And I'm glad for the support of most of you who agree with me. And to those that don't, we're still providing new information that I would think that most of you would find valuable, like this so-called whistleblower. David Grusch is apparently having closed-door, non-public meetings with members of Canadian Parliament. I would think that you would think, if you believe this man, it makes him more credible or more believable somehow, and you would want that information. But when you silence people like me who are actually investigating these things, you lose that. You could lose that information. Not happy to hear that I'm somehow search banned or shadow banned on Twitter. It's the first time I've ever become aware that you can, mass report somebody's tweets to get that to happen. And I'll be taking that up with Twitter because nothing that I'm doing on Twitter is against against Twitter's terms of service at all. I'm sharing shows where we investigate these claims and report what we find. There's certainly, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but it is what it is. A long time ago, a man much wiser than me taught me a saying that I love, which is this. He said, Stephen, they don't try to tackle you unless you're the guy running with the ball. Always be happy when people are trying to tackle you, Stephen. That means that you're the guy running with the ball. I think that's great advice. So I'm going to continue to be the guy running with the ball. We want to thank Trolley Troll for a kind and generous $10 more for him. Happy birthday, Cash Clown. Thank you all. I appreciate it. His birthday is Sunday. We're having a big family party with a bubble machine and a bounce house and I think Elmo, which is strange because I thought he was over Elmo, but he goes to we're right near Sesame Place in Pennsylvania, which is awesome. You can go there and meet Big Bird and Bert and Ernie and Cookie Monster and Elmo and all that stuff. So we got season passes. He goes all the time. But we're going to have a great family birthday party, and we thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. We want to thank all of you, and we'll have the Cash Clown himself thank you all for helping us, of course, helping us to praise the cash. Thank you all for your support.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, friends. So I will be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It might be the last show for the week because I'm going to be going to the cabin early this week on Thursday night. So we get our 3 shows in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. The last one should be tomorrow night, but I am going to do a show from the cabin this weekend. I tried last weekend. There was a tremendous hailstorm and a power failure. I couldn't do a show if I wanted to. No power, no router, nothing. So I apologize for that, but we have a show tomorrow night here at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then I'll be doing a show at some point from the cabin. So we thank you all. We thank our kind and generous benefactors. We thank Mr. Ian Spooky and our guest tonight, Manny. We thank all of you for being in the live audience. We had tremendous attendance in the live chat tonight, which I'm always happy to see. Thank you all for being here. Please join me tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to have a very special show for you, and I hope you'll be here. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight is going to be sort of an exploration into some red flags and doubts. And I'm happy to see that I'm not the only person raising red flags on this Dave Grusch, quote, UFO whistleblower, unquote, story. And I was interested to see that some opinions of people that most people would consider experts in the field of UFOs are also finding red flags with Mr. Grusch's story. For those unaware, we will be discussing and talking about some recent comments that Mr. Kevin Randle made on the Martin Willis show. And interestingly, I think that this interview and these comments sort of got lost in the ether. But when I heard what he had to say, I thought it was so important that we would, I'm going to be playing you the clips and we will be talking about it. Well, not the clips. We will be going over what he said during this interview specific to Mr. Dave Grusch and his story. It's important. You know, I'm getting attacked already for doing this today, which is interesting to me because apparently some stupid people don't think that the opinion of someone who has investigated UFOs for 30 years, who's written over 100 books, many of them on actual UFO crash retrieval cases. Oh, his opinion's not important. And there's a reason that people are attacking me saying that. And it's because Mr. Randle, in his comments recently, I believe his opinions and comments raise some very serious doubts about the story of Mr. Dave Grusch. And I'm sorry if you don't like my opinions, and I'm sorry if you don't like Mr. Randle's opinions. However, is it not relevant that a guy who has written 100 books, most of which are on UFOs, many of which are on UFO crash retrieval cases, is it not important that he is seeing some of the same red flags that we have raised here? I think it's extremely important that when an incredible researcher, author, and historian, really, of UFO stories and cases chimes in and casts some major doubt on this story, I think it's extremely relevant. I think it's extremely important, and we should recognize that it's more than just a few people seeing these red flags, raising these red flags, and talking about them. I'm just going to take a moment to share my screen. For those unaware, Kevin Randle has been researching and writing books on UFOs for many, many years. Probably he is most famous for the Roswell case. He has several books on the Roswell case specifically, as well as other books on actual UFO crash cases and retrievals. Here's a book on Blue Book. Project Moondust is specifically all about crash retrievals. Project Moondust, for those unaware, was a crash retrieval program of the United States government. So to the people who are so angry that we're doing this tonight, we're talking about what Mr. Randle said, all I can tell you is if you will put your blinders on and put those earplugs in, no, Kevin Randle is raising red. I don't want to hear what he has to say. And then, of course, people in these nasty messages I'm getting and nasty tweets are disparaging me, disparaging Mr. Randle. And it's so stupid and so petty what some people are saying. In this interview, he said that the interview was on Newsmax, not News Nation. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. come on. You've never misspoken the name of a media outlet during a live interview? It's so petty and so ridiculous that some of these cultic true believers will do anything to disparage people who are even just asking questions, right? And let's also examine another thing that's very important. When you seek media attention as a media personality, as Dave Grusch did, you are inviting scrutiny. You are inviting people to ask questions about your story. You are inviting public discourse. And that, my friends, is all that we are doing here. We are providing public discourse. We are examining the story and trying to get to the bottom of it. And we'll continue to do that. So one of the other things is that Mr. Randall has been a guest here in the past, and someone has already accused me of lying because Mr. Randall will not be here tonight. So if you're here to see a live interview of Mr. Randall, I understand that. You can click off, go somewhere else. It wasn't my intention to mislead anybody. In fact, I amended the thumbnail to say that we will be covering what was said on Mr. Martin Willis' show by Kevin Randall. Mr. Randall has been a guest here on our show in the past. I'm sure he will be a guest here in the future. I didn't want to ask him to come here. What was I supposed to do? Say, you know, all that stuff you already said on this other show, can you come to my show and just say the same stuff again? I didn't want to bother him, but this did give me an excellent idea. So this weekend, I will be reaching out to Don Schmidt, Tom Carey, Kevin Randall, and a few others who have written or researched UFO crash retrievals. And we're going to ask them to all come here. And we're going to do a special panel just on UFO crash retrievals with some of the world's leading experts, authors, and researchers on crash retrievals. We'll talk in general about UFO crash retrieval cases, the history, and so on. And then I will be asking each of these world-renowned authors, researchers, and experts on UFO crash retrievals their opinion of Mr. Grusch's story. So, yeah, I didn't want to ask him to come here. Hey, can we do a rerun of that show you were already on? No, we'll play it. We'll do some commentary. We'll take comments and questions from the live chat as we do that. But before we begin with tonight's presentation, I already see that I'm wearing the right shirt for tonight, because before the show even started, Sandra McDonald with kind and generous $2.99 Australian. And thank you also for being a YouTube channel member. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Let me check to see if we got any more to call out before we begin. No. So we welcome everyone here in the live chat. Yeah, Plan B, great idea. Mr. Ian says epic. Yeah, I'm not sure if they'll all agree, but we'll get as many people here as we can, as many experts as we can, because I think if we had a whole panel of these guys all on one show, it would be awesome. And I, for one, have an intense interest in UFO crash retrieval cases. Unfortunately, many of them turn out to be fake, like the Trinity UFO case, like the Aztec UFO crash case. Many of these so-called UFO crash cases turn out to be fake. So, I kind of would appreciate and benefit from the knowledge and experience of people who have written books on these cases, who have studied this phenomenon of so-called UFO crashes and crash retrievals. Another person that comes to mind is Stan Gordon, who is considered one of the experts on the Kecksburg case. And believe it or not, he was the first person Stan Gordon was the first person that I ever interviewed. Haven't talked to him in a while. I'll reach out to him this weekend as well. He's been a guest here several times. Kevin Randall has learned the hard way that unverified claims and evidence needs to be approached with skepticism. Yeah. And here's another reason that I was going to mention. Thank you for that, Steve Long. Thank you for reminding me. One of the other reasons that I really like and respect Kevin Randall is because Kevin Randall has been duped He's been fooled before by witnesses telling him fairy tales. And he learned the hard way that you really have to verify people's claims. You don't just accept testimony. But one of the other reasons why I like and respect Mr. Randall is because he has the ability to change his mind. When he gets new evidence, if it refutes old evidence, he'll change his opinion. And I found it very interesting that besides his comments on Dave Grusch in this interview we'll be talking about tonight, he also mentioned that he once was kind of all chips in that Roswell was an extraterrestrial spacecraft, but his opinions have kind of changed on that. And I like that he has the ability to change his mind. He doesn't write a book and then say, I'm sticking with that opinion for the rest of my life. He's able to, as we all should be, change his opinion and his determination or conclusions about cases based on new and emerging evidence. I think that's very healthy because we have all seen the double and triple down that some of these people do when they get caught with a fake witness or a fake story. They can't admit it. They cannot admit it. And they double down, triple down. They won't admit that they made a mistake. Kevin Randall admits that he's made some mistakes. And that makes him more human to me because we're all human. We all make mistakes. I just like that the guy has the ability to change his mind. So we're going to put our fair use banner up here. This is because this is a transformative work. We're educating the public and we're critiquing the video that we will be sharing. This is covered, of course, under fair use. You in the audience can also help me make it a transformative work by putting comments in all capital letters, which we'll share while we're previewing this video, and that will help to make it a transformative work. We'll also be taking comments and questions from the live chat about the video that we're sharing, and we will certainly be critiquing and discussing the information presented and using this video for educational purposes. All of these things make this a work of fair use. So let's get into it, friends. And I want to thank the user, by the way, who sent me this interview. I would probably have missed this, but somebody sent it to me with timestamps. They didn't want to be named, but they know who they are. So thank you very much. I'm glad that I was able to get this because I think it is an important, I think that this guy being such an expert on UFO crash retrievals and the things that he's saying in this interview, raising these red flags and casting what I think is casting major doubt on Dave Grusch's story. I think this is important. I didn't want it to be lost in the ether of all the content on the internet. So happy to bring it to you. This is Kevin Randall's whistleblower opinion. And remember that Mr. Randall has been a UFO investigator for many, many years. And he has sort of specialized in UFO crash retrievals, not just Roswell. He has investigated many other so-called UFO crash retrievals. So interesting to see. I was incredibly interested to see what he had to say. Let's get into it, friends.
Wow. Interesting. All right. Well, let's go to it. What do you think about the whole David Grusch whistleblower situation?
I'm very worried about it. I actually talked to Jerry Clark about that. Talked to him. We emailed back and forth about it. He said we need to be cautious because we don't have all the information and we shouldn't be really drawing solid conclusions prior to getting all the information. But there are some red flags that we need to be aware of.
Yeah, I keep hearing the term red flags. I did a piece you might find interesting on our channel here, 10 red flags about David Grusch's story. Stephen Greenstreet did a piece. He concentrated on the 3 most important red flags about David Grusch. Now we've got Kevin Randall talking about red flags. Yeah, there's a lot of red flags.
Grusch said that he won't reveal his sources. Who told him this stuff? He says he has documentation, but they're still classified and he can't let them out. Excuse me, you've already blown the whistle on this. Letting out the documents is not going to harm you any more than you're already harmed.
No, is that so? So he can take classified documents now and release them and he can't get...
He supposedly has classified documents. I don't know why he would have them. If they were once classified and been declassified, well, then there's really no problem.
Yeah, and there seems to be an awful lot of confusion about the documents, their classification status, whether they are still classified, whether they are whether he is able to release them or not. But I, for one, find it incredibly convenient. Well, I've got all these documents. I've got all this proof of what I'm saying, but I can't show it to any of you. I showed it to Congress. Okay.
Right.
But if they're still classified and he has possession of them, then he's in violation of any number of regulations.
Yeah, and that's another point. Is he allowed to be in possession of classified documents after he is no longer an employee of the United States government? Wouldn't he lose his right to possess classified documents? That's another red flag to me. How is he able to be in possession of classified documents? This is problematic.
But that's my understanding, and that's what he said. Well, I have these documents. I haven't been given permission to release them. I think this is what he said.
Oh, I didn't hear him actually say that phrase. He said that during the long interview?
He has made that comment elsewhere, I think. He's talked about how he is
I agree,
Randy. Permission to release the documents. But we don't, but the point simply is he hasn't released them.
Well, here's something here, a little by Bo.
He definitely
testified to Congress. And just to make the point, if he was under oath and he was lying, his butt would be in big trouble.
Yeah, and here's another total misconception that people are taking as proof that he's telling the truth. I've heard 100 people tell me he testified before Congress, and if he was lying, he would get arrested. And he hasn't been arrested, so he must have told them the truth. No, not at all. And Mr. Randall explains this as I have, but better.
If he truly believed what he said and it was untrue, meaning he didn't realize it was untrue, then he's not lying. He's merely carrying misinformation to its source. I mean, there's a fine line you walk there between lying and repeating information you believe to be the truth.
Yeah, and I agree with him. You can't be charged with perjury unless there is a willful intent to deceive. So if Mr. Grusch was given information by, I don't know, Eric Davis, Gary Nolan, Lou Elizondo, and Hal Puthoff, for example, and that information turned out to be false information, kind of like that hoaxed 1930s case that's completely fake, he can't be charged with perjury because he's simply repeating things that he was told that he believed to be accurate.
So if he truly believes this stuff, and I get the impression he truly believes what he's saying there, I'm just worried about the sources of that information.
I agree, Brandy.
And
it would have to be. I'm just thinking, and I'm understanding what you're saying. It was one of the questions I asked Ralph Blumenthal when I had him on. And it just seems like it would have to be so involved with so many people, apparently, not that I know for sure, but it would just seem like it would be such an elaborate thing. And why would they do that?
Well, there's your
in
question.
Your opinion.
Why would who do what?
Why would they be feeding him disinformation?
I don't think it's disinformation. What I understand, and please, this is my understanding, and I haven't been really called out on any of this yet.
Yeah, and this is where it gets a little confusing.
He would be talking to friends, and they would tell him stuff about these sorts of things. The problem I have with this, if you are involved with classified materials, especially highly classified, top secret materials, you do not discuss it with those who are not cleared to hear it. And you must assume that everybody around you who's not involved in this particular project is not cleared to hear it.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm all for government transparency, but it is true. If I, for example, was involved in a secret project and I'm not allowed to speak about it to anyone, full stop, unless I am 100% certain that they're cleared to have access to the information regarding that program. Now, Ivana Rios, is asking a very important question. If they're all lying, why do you think there would be, why do you think would be the same reason for all this operation with Elizondo, Mellon, and all of that people involved? Well, it gets very complicated, but what I will say is that Elizondo and Mellon have literally tried to profit from things before that aren't what they said it was. Remember those 3 videos in TTSA? You know, we were essentially told this is disclosure. These things defy the laws of physics. This thing's, you know, like the Go Fast video, it was going 40 miles an hour. It wasn't going at nearly Mach 1 as they claimed. I think that there may be a great deal of true believers who truly believe that things are aliens when they're not, and there is a prosaic explanation. And the people that may be feeding this Mr. Grusch information may simply believe it themselves and be misinformed. And, you know, other people have talked about the possibility that perhaps some people have had access to some kind of crash retrieval programs. They didn't understand the materials involved that were recovered that may be Chinese or Russian or Indian or some adversarial country's technology that we're just not informed of. And they might have thought this is alien technology. And, you know, people talk, rumors get spread, and it may simply be a lot of misidentification, kind of like Lou Elizondo and Mellon misidentified those 3 videos as something extraordinary when they were not.
So I don't know why they're bringing him these tales unless it's unclassified material. And if it's unclassified material, then it's not that important, because we have an awful lot of unclassified material out there floating around about UFO crashes and MJ-12 and documentation and all kinds of other things. So I worry about that. I worry about the claim that they would bring him, or he would see these things that are highly classified. And yeah, people make mistakes and people reveal classified material by mistake all the time. I mean, not all the time, but periodically. I know, was it McGeorge Bundy, who was a high-ranking member of the Johnson administration, I believe, inadvertently revealed a code word to reporters. He had a document in his hand with the code word on it. You know, say top secret, and would give the code word.
Yeah, things leak by accident all the time.
Of that, so they realized what the code word was. So he inadvertently released the code word, which was classified in and of itself. So that these sorts of mistakes are made, but you don't generally.
Yeah, and there's another issue here, and that is that there's an awful lot of people that are saying, like, I got told what the program names are, but I can't tell you. Well, even the name of a program, if it's classified, is by definition classified. You know, for example, if I worked for, you know, secret project butt fluffer for the United States government, I couldn't tell people the name of the program I'm working on is butt fluffer. You can't do that. So there's an awful lot of people using these veils of secrecy, I think, to grift and say, oh, I'm in on the secrets. I know the name of the programs. Great, then drop them, because it would be illegal for anybody even to tell you the name of the programs. You know, and I think that we're going to see a review of classification procedures throughout the entire United States government because of all of this stuff, because of Elizondo and Mellon apparently bending the rules and taking videos that weren't cleared for public release out of the Pentagon, allegedly. And because of Grusch and all of these other people saying that they're, you know, or especially because of Corbell. Like, if I don't understand what's going on with Corbell, this still that we're releasing, this still image that we're releasing was part of a video that was from a classified briefing, but it's not classified. It doesn't make any sense what some of these people are doing from a perspective of national security and classifications. It just doesn't make any sense.
Really get into gossip with people who are not cleared to hear the information. So I don't understand this at all. But he did say a couple of things in the long form interview that was interesting. He talked about this 1933 crash in Italy, which I'd never heard of. And I've been researching UFO crashes for literally decades.
Magenta, I believe, or something like that.
But that case was debunked by Italian researchers 2 decades ago. And
and there you have it. Mr. Randall spent some time after hearing about this program excuse me, after hearing about this so-called crash retrieval case in Italy. And remember, this is one of the provers for Dave Grusch. Dave Grusch said that he was briefed about this 1930s UFO crash retrieval case from Italy. Well, who's briefing him about a debunked fake UFO case that was debunked 20 years ago? And I am certain that Elizondo has told other people. Lou Elizondo has told people about that fake case. He just left out the part where the case is completely fake, and even the original researchers on the case declared it a hoax. Very problematic that Dave Grusch is saying that somebody in the United States government briefed me on this Italian UFO crash from the 1930s, and it's a fake case. That's extremely problematic and a huge red flag.
He's talking about this case from Italy in 1933 where the fascist Mussolini recovered parts of a flying saucer or a mostly intact saucer, and he moved it to an airfield, brought the Pope into it, Pope Pius the 12th, Pope Pius some number into it. And the Pope was worried about the fascists having this information and leaked it to the Americans. And once the war was over, we recovered the debris. And there were documents supposedly released in relation to this.
Good point, Jewel Chicky.
This stuff. And what happened is
You're
they
right,
did an
Siren One.
investigation into the documentation, and it's the same thing we had with the MJ-12.
Daniel's
They
here.
cannot
Welcome,
vet
Daniel.
any of the sources. They don't know what the sources are. The claim sources, an archive that supposedly released some of the documents doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And we just got all this. I just got all this information in last week, and I'm completing a posting for my blog that outlines this. But when we look,
Yeah, so Mr. Randall has a very popular blog in the UFO world, and he really deep dive and investigates cases. So he has gathered all of the proof. This is also very, very important. Mr. Randall has gathered all the important proof that this so-called UFO crash retrieval case in the 1930s is completely fictitious. It's fake. It's a hoax. It's a made-up fake story. And he'll be posting it on his blog. Maybe I will reach out to him and ask him to come and just explain that case to us. This is very important. Why is a so-called whistleblower who has access to real information talking about fake, debunked, completely fake, 100% fake UFO cases from the 1930s that were investigated and debunked as fake 20 years ago? There was documents associated with this case that turned out to be fake. They were supposed to be released from some Italian archive that doesn't exist. It's a made up, the whole story is made up. Why is Dave Grusch purposefully, or perhaps unintentionally, I shouldn't say purposefully, language is important. Why is Dave Grusch intentionally or unintentionally including completely fake hoax cases when he talks about crash retrievals being real? This is a huge red flag. Huge red flag that he's talking about a case and being briefed on a case by government officials. Why would government officials be briefing him on a completely fictitious case based on completely fictitious, false, fraud created documents? That was the only proof of the case, some documents that turned out to be fake. So huge red flag here. And I'm looking forward to Mr. Randall's breakdown on that case. I considered trying to do it myself. I'm sure he has better contacts and will do a much better job than I.
look at that sort of information. So I would assume, I would believe that the people who were talking about this 1933 crash in the hearing, in the range of crash, would have known all aspects of it. I think Timothy Good talked about it in one of his books.
He did.
And there were a number of articles published 20 years ago. And I have access to the articles. They're published in Italian. And just Friday,
Yeah, Mr. Randall got the original articles on the case translated to English so he could research them, and good for him.
No, Sunday, just Sunday, I got copies of the articles translated into English from our colleagues in Italy. Eduardo Russo, I think, provided them to us, and so I put together a long form about this crash. But if Grusch believes this crash really took place and he related this to Congress, well, he's not lying.
Yeah, and here's where it also gets problematic. Does anybody remember that Lou Elizondo and crew went to Italy for UFO conferences and things, and to lobby, I guess, the Italian government to do something about UFOs? And suddenly this Grusch, who's already been connected to him, according to Brian Bender, mentored by Dave Grusch, was mentored by or groomed for this whistleblowing by Lou Elizondo, and this case, which Lou Elizondo has told others about, is included in his story. I find that more than a little bit suspicious, and we thank the context for kind of generous $7.99 Australian, saying praise the cash. Yes, I have the right shirt on for this today. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, longtime show supporter and friend of the show, the context, Daniel. Praise the cash, friends. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. So I'm entitled to my opinion, and I think this case came to Dave Grusch from Lou Elizondo. And until I'm proven otherwise, that's what I will believe.
He believes it to be a real thing, and he's not fully aware of all the other things. If you look up the 1933 Italian crash on the internet, you don't get much in the way of information. There's not a lot of information out there in the American environment.
And that's true, because I tried to Google and find everything I could on this case, and I got not very far at all. So there could be a reason why people didn't know it was fake. You'd have to speak Italian to know that the case was debunked over 20 years ago. And the people pushing that story of a UFO crash retrieval apparently didn't speak Italian and or didn't do enough research to determine the validity of the case before including it in their fantastic story about UFO crash retrievals. Huge red flag that they're including a completely fake case for sort of proof. You know, Dave Grusch in his interview, these UFO crashes, they go back to 1930s. There was one in Italy and the Vatican was involved. No, the case is fake. And that also sheds doubt on the discernment ability of Mr. Grusch. If he didn't know that case is fake, how does he not know that all the information that he was given was fake? This is extremely problematic.
But a number of the groups I belong to and subscribe to have access to people all around the world, and they just said this thing was exposed more than 2 decades ago. So it makes you wonder about the credibility of his information.
Yeah, it makes you wonder about the credibility of his information. If he didn't know that case was fake, and he even talked about it in an interview as if it was 100% real, true case, how do we know that the rest of his information isn't just as fake? And I, for one, am getting tired of these storytellers. You got to come with some evidence or don't make the claims, right? And what about so-called investigative journalist Ross Coulthard? How come Kevin Randall could research that case and quickly determine that the case was fake, but Ross Coulthard couldn't? Or maybe Ross Coulthard did, and it didn't fit his narrative, so they just glossed over it. But knowing Ross Coulthard, if he was smart enough to actually research that case and determine it was fake, he would have cut it from the interview, and they didn't. So somebody didn't do their due diligence. Oh, that's right. The people selling everybody this story didn't do the work. Why does it take Kevin Randall to do the work? Why was he able to determine that case was a hoax 30 years ago, and Ross Coulthard couldn't, Leslie Kane couldn't, Ralph Blumenthal couldn't, and the debrief? How many people work for the debrief? They couldn't research that case and find out it was fake and let everybody know? Oh, by the way, he's talking about this Italian case that's fake in their original article, in the original story. No, but welcome to UFO land, where people tell their stories, and then, it takes real researchers to get in there and do the job that the people making all the money should have done in the first place, but did not. They didn't do the work. Didn't fit the narrative.
And then the other thing I heard, and I have not been able to verify this yet, so I don't know if it's true or not, that he was involved in some fashion at Skinwalker Ranch. And Jerry cautioned me, well, don't smear him with this idea he was involved in Skinwalker Ranch. And I'm saying the point is not that he was there, and he may have been there for a couple of days. It's the people who were there that he would have come in contact with.
Yeah, and who would he have come in contact with that were also heavily involved in Skinwalker Ranch? Who would that be? Oh, the usual cast of characters who have been telling these same stories about UFOs and crash retrievals and bodies for how many years now and have never proven any of it.
Who may have fed him some of this other information. People who allegedly have high government positions talking about things. One of them would have been Eric Davis, who is on the record. I heard him, I don't know if it was on Coast to Coast or one of the other shows, talking about how the Del Rio crash was real. And I'm thinking, no, it's not. And I've known that for literally 15 years.
Yeah. So here we have Eric Davis, who is directly connected to Dave Grusch, saying that another UFO crash is real when it's not. It's completely and totally not. And no offense, but if I have to choose between whose opinion I trust more, Eric Davis or Kevin Randall, a man who's been researching UFO crashes and UFOs for 30 plus years, I'll take Mr. Randall as far as opinion goes. And Eric Davis is one of the people directly connected to Dave Grusch, who believes literally anything he's told. Even Travis Taylor has said that if somebody tells Eric Davis a story, he believes it's true. He has no discernment whatsoever. So is Eric Davis one of the people feeding Dave Grusch information, right? Here is another fake story that Eric Davis promotes as a true story that is completely and totally fake.
Based on my research and the disintegration of the tales told by Robert Willingham, who claimed he was an Air Force fighter pilot, that he had risen to colonel in the Air Force. I got his military records. He had risen to the rank of E4, rather low-ranking enlisted man. He was technically a veteran of World War II. He entered the service in December of 1945. The war was not declared over officially until the middle of 1946. The shooting had ended, obviously, in September of 45. So Willingham was technically a veteran of World War II. He was on duty from December of 1945 through January of 1947, 13 months, was in E4. Claimed he went to flight school, claimed he was a fighter pilot, claimed he was promoted to full colonel by Lyndon Johnson, which the way he tells it was a story right out of Webb Griffin's.
You're right.
I think it was the Brotherhood of War Stories books that he wrote, where a guy got promoted by presidential directive. And so Willingham was claiming that Lyndon Johnson had done that. In 1976, of course, Johnson wasn't the president. He died in January, so it's very unlikely that happened.
Yeah. So in other words, Eric Davis is promoting a UFO crash retrieval story as true that was told by a total BS artist. There's no other way to say it. The guy claimed that he got promoted by a president that wasn't even in office at the time he claimed he got promoted. And these people don't do any work before they just decide a case is true. We've seen it time and time again. And so, pardon me for saying that if this guy is connected to Eric Davis is probably feeding him completely fake stories. If he's connected to the people that are connected to Skinwalker Ranch, that's a huge red flag. If he's connected to Lou Elizondo, who lied literally for years. And hey, I'm aware he got a GQ Hero Award for lying to everybody, but GQ sucks because they didn't do anything. They didn't give him an award. Hey, You're a hero. Did GQ know that he lied to everybody for years about a Pentagon program that never existed? These are the people in Dave Grusch's neighborhood, right? And it's wonderful.
Claimed he was badly wounded in Korea, so they took him out of fighters. He couldn't fly fighters in the
we're
active
still on
forces
the
anymore, but he went into
fake
the Air
Eric
Force
Davis
Reserve and flew
crash
fighters. And I have
case.
a lot of friends in the Air Guard, and I asked him about that, and he said, no, the problem with if you're disqualified from flying fighters, it's because one of the reasons might be that you cannot withstand the forces of the ejection. If something goes wrong and you have to eject, and from what Willingham was talking about, those forces would have come into play. So he had left the active force and joined the reserve so he can continue to fly fighters. Untrue. The one thing that I point out, which my experience helps with, is I know of no military pilot who has ever gotten an FAA pilot's license who did not get a commercial license. And I say that because according to the FAA regulations, and I used this regulation in my...
Yeah, for those unaware, Kevin Randall is a career pilot, military pilot. I believe that he even re-enlisted to go fly in Desert Storm and associated Desert Shield and Desert Storm.
My benefit. If you went to a military flight school and graduated from that military flight school, and you had more than 200 hours of flight time, and when I graduated from flight school, we had 210 hours. You could go to the FAA, take a 50-question test, and you'd be issued a commercial pilot's license. Willingham had a private pilot's license, not as important as a commercial license. I didn't get mine until I got back from Vietnam, and I had like 1,200 hours of flight time, or more than that, 1,100 in combat flight time. So,
wow.
I got back. I took the test. I didn't pass with a really high grade, but who cares, because I passed. I'm not going to take it again to raise the
Yeah, that's like that old saying, C's get degrees, right?
grade. I got my commercial pilot's license, but I know of no military pilot who took the test and took the time to do that, got a private pilot's license. But that was all that Willingham had, was a private pilot's license. That argues against what he said. This is a long, involved way of looking at the vetting process. And
vetting is extremely important.
Davis, who may have been at the Skinwalker Ranch, and it may be Davis who talked to Grusch about the Del Rio crash. If he in fact talked about the Del Rio crash, he won't tell us what
He looks like a pilot. Yeah, he does.
He knows about other than Roswell and this 1933 crash.
Yes,
in
he
Italy.
was.
And I have speculated, based on this rumor, the suggestion that Grusch had been to Skinwalker Ranch, and I know who was there, and it could put him in touch with some of the people whose stories we have had a chance to vet, and they're not all that great. So I worry about that, and that raises red flags with me. Does that mean that Grusch is not telling the truth? No, it means that there are some problems here, which we could remedy easily.
Yeah, here's how we could remedy it very, very easily.
If he would provide us with some of the sources. Who told you this stuff? Do you have any of the documentation that goes with it?
Well, supposedly, there is someone that's going to also join, I don't know, as a witness or a whistleblower that was more involved. Now, I don't know.
Yeah, and this is the old game. The old game of the UFO grift is that if you come out with a fantastic story, just say you have evidence and that more evidence is coming. That's what we're hearing. More evidence is coming. Well, it's been 2 weeks. Where's the evidence? It's been 2 weeks. We don't have any evidence. There is none. But there's an awful lot of red flags, and more red flags keep popping up. We thank you, Larry Love, for the kind and generous $1.99 super chat. I have one. Is anybody telling the truth? Anybody? Well, I think people are doing their best to get to the truth, but thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Yeah, so lots of red flags in the past 2 weeks, including why were so many things left out? Why would Ross Coulthart forget to mention in his original story that him and Dave Grusch and Gary Nolan were meeting with members of Canadian Parliament a few weeks before they aired that interview? Why would he leave that out? Wouldn't that help the add legitimacy to it? Why would they leave that out? And why did Ross Coulthart not allow or try to stop Gary Nolan and Dave Grusch from telling the Canadian Member of Parliament certain things, because they had to save that for the documentary? Apparently, Dave Grusch already has a documentary deal. With who? These are important questions that demand answers, but we're getting no answers. We're getting obfuscation, more deception, more kick the can. And here we have, claims that another person is going to come forward with the evidence and back up Mr. Grusch's claims. When are we going to get that?
Know if that's just a rumor I've heard. I don't know for sure, but that would be key to cracking this whole thing open. If
that would be very important, but at this point that hasn't happened, so we can't say, well, there's more whistleblowers coming. But we've been through this many times.
And this is important, and this is why we need to understand the history of the UFO community, because all of this has happened before and it will all happen again. This is not the first time that a highly decorated military or intelligence community source came forward with big claims, but then they all inevitably never provide the evidence that proves their claims to be 100% factually correct. Never. We saw it with Philip Corso. We've seen it with Sergeant Clifford Stone and many others. We've been here before.
We went through this with the MJ-12 documents, for crying out loud. Here's these documents. We got them from the government. And the news media spent time investigating those and talking with the people who had them and all of this sort of thing. And it all blew up. The alien autopsy.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
We had a big press conference in London announcing these films and showing a little bit of the footage. And we were talking about how there were 2.5 hours of footage and Truman seen walking the crash site.
And the alien autopsy film is a cautionary tale of the overpromise and underdeliver. Mr. Randall is correct. When they had that original London press conference, they said there was over 2 hours of footage, and it even included like the president walking through the crash site. Did we ever see any of that footage? Of course not. You know why? Because it didn't exist. They were overhyping, claiming that they had evidence that they didn't have. And this is all too common in the UFO world. People make claims. We can't just simply believe claims. We have to believe evidence.
With cranes in the background and all of this stuff. And when we get down to it, that's crap. We had the Roswell slides, what went on for months.
Yeah.
Here's a picture.
The Roswell slides was a great case that was a completely and totally fake, overhyped story by Jaime Maussan, Richard Dolan, and others. And yeah, I will never let Richard Dolan forget that he participated in one of the biggest UFO hoaxes ever. Hundreds of thousands of dollars was stolen from people for a completely and totally fake, made-up story, right? And Larry Love, with a kind and generous $1.99 again, says David rushed the story because of the vetting. Yeah, the New York Post, or excuse me, the New York Times, apparently or allegedly, and the Washington Post and the Hill and many other media outlets passed on the story because they were being rushed and they wanted to vet the guy, vet his claims, get some evidence, and they were unable to do that in a short period of time. So the story ends up on essentially an internet blog. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate you.
Sure. We know this blurred picture we got, and we finally got a decent copy of the picture. We were able to identify exactly where it was and what it was in 48 hours.
Yeah. And the Roswell slides hoax is a perfect example of the scummy dirtballs that are selling the fake story, withholding information. The placard on this slide that apparently or allegedly depicted an alien body from Roswell, that's how it was sold, was blurred out. As soon as they released a clearer version of the picture, within, I think it was a couple of days, people figured out that this was a mummy in a museum. But by then, the people who sold the completely fake story had made hundreds of thousands of dollars in a pay-per-view event, and they never gave any of the money back.
Remember that. I was there right at the whole, I was involved in that whole thing, and right while that was happening. And I remember I was so disappointed when I saw, when that image popped up. I just couldn't believe it. Not that I knew exactly that it was for sure anything, but it certainly wasn't, you know, it certainly looked like a mummy to me.
What happened?
Not like I'm a specialist or anything, but, you know, I mean,
after it came out and Tom Carey was talking about photographs, you know, Tom Carey kind of released this. And so I'm thinking, well, if it's not a real alien, where would they get the picture? What would be the picture of? The picture was clearly taken in 1948. The picture was clearly taken. Yeah, that's
a picture. It's small, but there it is. Yeah.
Picture was the film. The slide film was clearly from the right time frame. The mounting was clearly the right time frame. The testing suggests it was 1948. So where would somebody in 1948 get something like this? And I thought, well, science fiction movies. But I've got a couple of nice resources on science fiction films. And in the 1940s, when they had aliens, they were always humans in bizarre costumes. I mean,
yeah. And by the way, for those unaware of the Roswell slides hoax, the people running the hoax, Jaime Maussan and others, tried to get Roswell authors and researchers on board to help promote it as a genuine slide of a picture of an alien from Roswell. And people like Don Schmidt, who's been a guest here previously, and Tom Carey, who's also been a guest here previously, sort of got roped in, and they were used, and their legitimacy as researchers was used to help sell the story as true. And I remember I've talked to both Tom Carey and Don Schmidt about this exact hoax. They were both very upset that they were manipulated and used the way that they were, you know, because they got behind it thinking it was real, because they too were withheld the clear version of the picture, which would anybody, if they had the clear version, would be able to tell what that was instantly.
Strangely, but they were clearly human. There was nothing like that. And so I said to Tom before the big reveal, I said, could it be a mummy? And he said, no, we've looked for no mummies and we couldn't find one that matches. And but within hours,
it was an interesting hoax.
Quality copy of the placard. There was a placard on it in front of the case. There was a little placard that couldn't be read because it was blurred. And I think what happened was
they purposefully blurred it.
The people who owned the slide, when they put out the original story, they kind of blurred that out so you couldn't read it. But the minute they got a better image of the placard, it became clear what it was.
Yeah, within a few hours.
I 48 hours, I think it took them to get that far. 48 hours to get it deblurred to the point where they could read the whole thing and realize what was going on. And then they found the archaeological evidence from the late 19th century, where the poor unfortunate child had been discovered.
Yeah, and by the way, that makes at least 3 or 4 times I'm aware of that a dead baby was used to sell a UFO hoax. We've got the Star Child skull, that's a dead baby. We've got the Atacama humanoid, that was a dead baby. And we've got the Roswell slides hoax, also a dead baby. So whenever anybody gets nasty to me about, people in the UFO community aren't slime balls, Stephen, why do you call people slime balls? That's one example that I will give people. If you are willing to use a dead baby's body to sell a fake alien hoax, then you're a slime ball. Estimate of the situation. Love your work, Kevin, and great blog. Have you ever been a part of the Science Historical Group? I will ask him for you when he's here in person. We're reviewing a previous interview right now, estimate of the situation. But thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Much, much appreciated. And I think somebody asked me that you needed music, so DM me on Twitter, and we can talk about that.
The child had been discovered and that sort of thing. I know, and when you see the whole thing, it's clearly a museum setting. It's not what you would. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Body of a 2-year-old boy. There you go, right there.
Yeah.
And that gave the whole thing away.
Yeah.
But at that point, we had the experts coming out saying, well, this, that, and the other thing. Like anthropologists saying, yeah, it says what they had was it doesn't look like it's human, and it.
Yeah, and for those who don't recall, Jaime Maussan and the people running that hoax got medical experts and everybody to say that thing in the depicted couldn't be human. It was human.
Arms are not quite right, or the hands are wrong, or there's something wrong with that the whole thing. But the point is, we had that kind of information and that kind of speculation going on prior to the discovery of the placard, or the reading of the placard. And once that was out, it collapsed. I mean,
The whole thing fell apart
I think Tom
instantly.
held on to the idea it might not be a mummy for quite a while after.
Yes, he did. Yes, because I tried to talk to him, I don't know, several months, maybe even 6 months afterwards, and said something about, have you changed your thought?
Basically, Randy,
and he was
yes.
standing with it still. But Don pretty much
Well, Don
came
called
on
me
and
by the way.
apologized.
Don
Yeah.
called me right away and said, "What do I do?" And I said, "Admit the truth.
No.
You're duped."
No one wasn't
Apologize
involved
for
in
your role
the
in this
Roswell
thing.
Slides
Tom-
hoax. He was involved in an
Tom
Atacama
wanted
humanoid.
Tom just really believed in it. I had Tom on my my radio show a year or two later.
Or no, I think.
And I told him, we'll talk about UFOs and what you.
Yeah, I'm going to have to check. I know for a fact Nolan was involved in the Atacama humanoid thing. He was in the documentary. I don't know if he was ever involved in the Star Child skull. And Tyson B 1994 is here. Someone would have to be crazy to let Dr. Greer operate on them. He goes on space missions with ZZ Top. No, underground base missions. And he saw alien medical technology.
Doing, and he said, well, everything's up for grabs. And so we talked a little bit about the Roswell slides, and he'd pretty much come around to the idea that, well, it's really not an alien creature. So
yeah, Don Schmidt was pissed. I think Tom Carey, it took him a while to accept that he got duped and the whole thing was fake.
But the point simply is we've gone through this before. So now we're at the beginning of this process. And we have a guy telling stories, but he's not provided us with much of anything other than a reference to a crash in Italy that apparently is a hoax. And
Big red flag, huge red flag.
My speculations on if he was at Skinwalker Ranch, he would have come into contact with these people. Some of the names that have been associated with this are Christopher Mellon, I think, has been involved in some fashion in this, and things like that. But these would be the people he's talking to.
And Lou
unless
Elizondo.
we get somebody who can, who's disassociated with some of the other aspects of this and talk about it in the sort of in a pristine way, I just feel it's not going to go very well.
Yeah, and that's the problem, because so far, all that we have heard from this gentleman, Mr. Grusch, is that he has been involved with, let's see, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Leslie Kane, Ralph Blumenthal, Ross Coulthard, Lou Elizondo, Eric Davis, and others that were all involved in the TTSA techno scam. Well, Ross Coulthard might not have been involved in that, but this guy is closely associated with all of these UFO people. Where are the real government people that aren't UFO wackadoos that told him things? Because it's my opinion that so far he's being fed disinformation, misinformation, and hoax, fake UFO mythology by all these people that I mentioned. That's my opinion, and I'm allowed to have an opinion until I'm proven wrong. I believe that he is being fed this information from people whose names we are all well aware of. And several of these people have been caught lying or selling provably fake stories before. That's a huge, huge red flag. And if you want to ignore those red flags because you desperately want to believe, great. And by the way, I should take a moment to make sure that I put on the record, I believe there may have been crash retrievals of alien or non-human technology. But I don't believe that we're ever going to get the truth about those things from UFO people who have been selling fake stories for a long time, or UFO people who have provably lied to us many, many times for profit. It's all a money circus so far. And that is proven by the fact that Mr. Grusch apparently already has a documentary deal.
And I'm with Jerry Clark on this. We don't have all the information yet. We're still waiting for that information, but it's being kind of dribbled out the way it was with the Roswell slides, the way it was with the alien autopsy, the way it was with the
Corbell says a lot of
just
things,
three
Peter
examples
Vincent.
of this. Or we could go the other way and say, or the way it was dribbled out with the Project Mogul nonsense. If you want another great ufological hoax from the other side of the spectrum. And we had Charles Moore from Project Mogul basically lying. And we can document
Yeah, he
that
definitely
now.
did glom on to the Roswell slide
When
hoax.
the Mogul answer came about, I had gotten hold of the
You're right, Larry Love.
Winslow Loft data from 1947, and I supplied
It is hard to keep track. There's many
Charles
of them.
Moore, and in the original document.
And by the way, that's not the only one. There's also the Alushenka Russian alien hoax. So we've got at least 4 of them. We've got the Star Child skull, the Atacama humanoid, we've got the Roswell slides hoax, and we've got the Alushenka Russian alien hoax. And that Alushenka looked suspiciously a lot like the Atacama humanoid. That's a whole crazy story. We covered that here as well. So we've got at least 4 different sets of people grifting fake alien stories on the bodies of dead babies. I think that is despicable and disgusting. And I, for one, am, even to be honest with you, like, there's a natural history museum in Philadelphia, and they have mummies. They're human bodies. And the last time I visited that museum, I remember thinking, like, this human being is just laying here getting gawked at. A dead person. Why don't they just bury this person and let them rest in peace, right? But what we've got in the UFO community is a bunch of people that are so slimy, despicable, and disgusting that they're literally willing to use dead babies to grift for UFO money.
Thank me for giving him the charts, and I got a letter from him asking me for additional charts to create the Winslow Loft data, and which I figured he was better at it than I would be. But the problem that it turned out to be
I agree, Wave Drummer.
Modified the data. We've got a
try 4
document.
decades, then I'm impressed.
When we got a hold of the document, we can thank the Air Force for this. They got a hold of Dr. Albert Crary's diaries and field notes.
Yeah, I don't know about the
He
laws
was the
about
leader
that,
of the
Randy.
project in New Mexico where they were launching these balloon arrays. And he says the flight that they settled on for proving it was
The Mutter
a
Museum
mobile
is
balloon
in
was flight number
Philly
4.
too. Yeah.
But the documentation says the flight never flew. It was canceled. And yet that kind of information was dribbling out, and Charles Moore insisted, well, no, we didn't really cancel the flight. It was launched earlier than the time we canceled it. And there was all this nonsense going on. And so, we can look at it from both sides of the fence.
Yeah, even the government has hoaxed things.
The information dribbling out. So when Jerry says to me, or writes to me, communicates to me, that we need to
Never been uncovered to my knowledge, Kevin.
to
Never.
get all the information. Well, he's absolutely correct on that. But we can take.
And by the way, I just republished on our audio podcasts our coverage of the Skinny Bob video. It's called Let's Talk About the Skinny Bob Alien video. And what I'll say about the Skinny Bob Alien video is that I have built an awful lot of very advanced puppets and even some animatronics. I have a background in computer science. I could not recreate that Skinny Bob video to look that good. And by the way, I'm not saying it's a real video of an alien. I'm just saying if it is fake, it is a very, very well done fake. Very, very artistically done fake. I can't get things in CGI to blink that realistically, and I can't get a puppet to blink that realistically and move its eyebrows around. Like, that is a great fake if it is a fake, Kevin. Maybe someday we'll do another show trying to get some CGI artists to look at it and see what they think.
Take a look at some of the stuff we do have and say, does this hold up to, and I was going to say disinterested scrutiny, but I think it's really it's not really disinformation. It's not really disinterested scrutiny because I have a rooting interest in this sort of thing. So I'm a little bit biased on that. But look at the case in a dispassionate way. I'll drop another name here. When I was talking to James Van Allen, the radiation belt guy.
Yeah.
Think so, Estimate?
We
You
were
would know
talking
better
about
than me.
UFOs, and he said you have to make your investigation dispassionate. You have to look at the evidence. You don't want, we all have our biases when we come to an investigation.
I agree.
But you have to look at it in a dispassionate way. And I'll go on an anecdote here, which is kind of funny, because I asked him about UFO, believing in UFOs. And he says, well,
I should have
when you're
asked
in the middle
you.
of Wyoming and you hear the thunder
Willis,
of hooves,
hold on.
don't expect zebra.
Oh, is that Martin Willis that's here? I think so. Yeah, I didn't think that you would mind, considering it's fair use. I'm not just replaying the whole thing. We're talking about it as we go. We'll have a discussion about it. Why don't you send me your email, and I would be happy to have you come here and talk to us about it as well. And I said at the beginning of the broadcast that I was going to ask Mr. Randall to come here, but it seemed to be kind of stupid to say, hey, I really think that what you said on Martin Willis' show is very important. Can you come here and say the same exact thing? So I thought that we could do this and do commentary over it. It is fair use. We're educating the public. It's a transformative work. We're discussing it as we go. Hold on one second. Let me, and by the way, usually I would ask, but I really didn't think that you would have an issue with it. Because I'm sure that a lot of people have played clips from your recent interview with Mr. Blumenthal as well. But this is my email address, and if you'd like to join the show, I'd be happy to have you and hear your thoughts, because mostly we hear from Mr. Randall during this. Well, fair use is fair use, friends. I have a policy of fair use here. Anybody is free to take any clips from the show. And by the way, the link to the original interview is in the description of the video here. And I encourage you to listen to the entire thing. We're only talking about and interested in the Mr. Randall's thoughts on the Dave Grusch situation.
Which means you have to eliminate the money.
By the way, if there's going to be an issue, Mr. Willis, you're free to copyright claim me, but that would be a false copyright claim, and the strike would revert to your channel, because this is clearly fair use. But I don't want anybody upset.
20 years later,
okay,
I saw a story on the news about some zebra who'd escaped from a zoo in Wyoming. So you could be in Wyoming and hear the thunder of hoofbeats, and
I'm
it
not
could
sure.
in fact be zebra. I thought it was just kind of coincidental that the analogy he had provided me to came to truth in Wyoming sometime later.
Well, thanks for the donation, Bo. He said Grusch testified for 11 hours to Congress. What do you think about that?
That hasn't been confirmed yet, I don't think.
They've had a lot of people testifying to them.
Yes, and while that is being said, just to let you know, I have let the audience know I have Mario Woods on, who testified for 4 hours and 19 minutes. He's going to be on next week as a special guest coming back on.
Yeah, I would think it would be
We don't know what he
okay.
testified to. We don't know what he said to Congress. We don't know any of that sort of thing. We don't know what information he provided to them.
Yeah.
If he testified to
and
Congress.
hold on one second, because I just want to check on something for one moment. One moment. Yeah. So, let's get back to it then. I will be monitoring my email, Mr. Willis. You're free to email me. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm going to be monitoring my email just in case. Let's get back to this here.
Congress, and he was talking about the Italian UFO crash.
Yeah, and by the way, I just wanted to mention that an awful lot of people, I agree with Mr. Randall, an awful lot of people testified before Congress. That doesn't mean that everything they say is the truth. It doesn't mean anything. It means that they testified before members of Congress. There's also been a claim of one of Dr. Stephen Greer's UFO whistleblowers, so-called whistleblowers, in the form of Eric Hecker, claimed that he was testifying before the Senate Intelligence Committee, and then it turns out, no, he didn't. He never testified before any member of Congress. Somebody gave members of Congress documents from him or some kind of evidence from him. He made claims that he testified before Congress. No, he didn't. He gave his information to them, and that's an important distinction.
Well, then his testimony becomes less critical. You know, if he's talking about stuff, there's documents about this Italian UFO crash out there, but they they haven't been properly vetted. It's MJ-12 all over again, MJ-12 kind of thing all over again. So we don't know what he said. We've seen.
Yeah,
I sat through the last.
No, I mean, I should have asked Daniel. You're right. He's right. I should have at least checked in with him and said, "Is this okay?"
To the Senate.
That would have been
on this.
a
I watched
courtesy.
this
A
entire
little busy
presentation,
today.
and I of course analyzed it on the blog, but nobody was really talking about UFOs. They were talking about
Martin, Mr. Willis, I should say. You know, to be very honest with you, I get that you get slightly more views than me. However, I think that this is very, very important. And so I apologize for not, I should have reached out to you. That would have been a kind courtesy that I should have done. And I'm not giving excuses, but I have 2 children home, one of which is special needs for the summer. Usually I shoot somebody an email and say, hey, and I send them the thumbnail and say, hey, I'm going to do commentary and talk about this. Is that okay? And I've never had somebody say no. I should have. So I apologize. But it is fair use. So, and also, I really just think that I have a much different audience than you. And I think that what Mr. Randall was saying during this interview is extremely important, given that he is one of the world's leading experts on UFO crash retrieval programs. So I thought it was important that more people hear this. And I'm not trying to, take content from somebody. I'm trying to amplify the information that you kindly presented to everybody. I've been to some of your live chats. You have a completely different audience than I generally do. And I believe that, we've got 200 live viewers right now watching this. There'll be thousands more views after this. I put in the link to in the description of this video, a link to your full interview and channel. I would highly recommend, if people are interested in any of these topics, to go and support, your show. You have some big guests that we don't generally get here. So, I apologize, and I hope that we're okay. It was an oversight on my part. And you know what? In the future, I will take the time to always, you should take the time to send. Now, there are some people that I have a relationship with, and show hosts, and Mr. Willis is not one of them, but I have people that they know they can use anything from my show, and I know that I can use anything. So I should have reached out to you and apologized. So I apologize for not doing so. And I'd like to have you here as a guest on the show. I would kindly offer to be a guest on your show whenever you would like to do that. We have a lot of friends in common, I'm sure. Yeah, and here we have our moderators are all encouraging our audience here to go check out your show. So maybe we could take this as a learning lesson, and we could both benefit.
Logistics of studying UFOs. They were talking about a lot of stuff, but we didn't get any meat. And then I watched the stupid NASA briefing that went on forever and a week.
Yeah, I think so too,
It just went on endlessly, and we got nothing there.
Mhm.
So you're looking at that. So he's testified to Congress for 11 hours, but we don't know what he said. We need the transcripts. We need to know what he said so we can take a look at the information. When they had the first briefing, the two guys from the Department of Navy, whose names
I agree.
escaped me because they were so inconsequential, I just refuse to remember them. But they were talking about
Yeah,
how
hold
they
on.
had
I'll
seen
put it
nothing.
in the.
It was the
one
first
second.
briefing.
I'll put a link to Mr. Willis' channel in the description of, or excuse me, into the live chat. So hold on one second. Let me get over there. He sent me an email, said didn't mean to cause such a ruckus. Okay, so look, we're okay, and I apologize. I apologize for not doing so. Crazy day. Yeah, and again, I'm not giving excuses, but I have two children at home, one of which is special needs, and he just had dental surgery, and so he was in nightmare today, a little bit of a nightmare. And yeah, but I learned a lesson, which is that I really should do that. So, and I'm putting the, one second here, I'm going to put the link to Mr. Willis's channel right into the live chat. You should go and check out his channel. He's got a lot of big interviews that, you know, with guests I wish I could get. So hold on one second. Okay. One second. Let me get to the channel. And it's just called Podcast UFO Live Shows. And he's been at this a lot longer than me, for sure. But let me get over to the live chat, and I will put a link to Mr. Willis' channel in the description of the video with my apologies here. Let me go over and do that right now. I have to do it in the YouTube live chat, so please just bear with me for a moment. 1 second. And I'll pin it too. Link to Martin Willis Podcast UFO channel. And I will pin that in the live chat so everybody can. Oh, wait a minute. It helps to put the link in. 1 second. Just bear with me, friends. 1 second. Podcast UFO channel. And there's the link. And I will pin that in the description. So it's now pinned in the live chat. And again, my apologies. I will speak to you after the live broadcast.
They were given.
Or I'll send you.
They'd seen nothing. They presented a couple of useless videos and talked around this whole thing. And one of the senators or one of the congressmen asked him about Malmstrom Air Force Base, where the missiles were shut down in 1968. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the guy actually said, well, we don't know anything about that. And later on, he admitted that he did know something about that. So, you know, was there a lie being told there? Was there some misrepresentation going there? Definitely. But what struck me was at least one of the people questioning the witnesses knew a little bit about the topic. And they kind of mealy-mouthed their way around that. But I think the Malmstrom thing is important because of the connection to UFOs, because when the missiles were shut down at Malmstrom Air Force Base, there was also UFO sightings going on in the Belt, Montana area, and Malmstrom's in that area.
Yeah, Malmstrom is a case that many of you have asked me to cover or to do a show on, and it's been on my list for quite some time.
Missile fields are what, over 100 square miles? I mean, scattered all over the Montana countryside. And when the Condon Committee investigator went to Malmstrom to talk about this and asked about the missile shutdown, the UFO officers, I can't tell you about that. It's national security. Which, if you've got an outside force capable of shutting down the missiles, yeah, that's national security. I'll agree with that point.
Yeah, I guess.
But we don't know what he said during those 11 hours. And we saw the interview.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Is it News Nation?
Yes.
News Nation. Because there's another new one called Newsmax.
And there's the link.
Yeah, News Nation fairly new.
Yeah, so is Newsmax. But the point is, we got no real details there other than talking about this 1933 UFO crash. But we got no real details. We got nothing there. We don't know who he's talking to. We don't know what crashes he's talking about.
Yeah, and that's a problem because, you know, so far he's mentioned one crash case which turned out to be a hoax. how do we know that the rest of the cases that he is, claiming are real are real cases and not also hoaxes? This is a really big red flag to me.
I speculated he may have been talking about Aztec. There's documentation, FBI documents, talking about the Aztec UFO crash, for crying out loud.
And that was a hoax.
There's that FBI memo that Hoover wrote in his handwriting, talking about it's probably the Shreveport, Louisiana crash of late June or July of 1947.
Yeah, so it's important to note that the documents, real government documents, exist about a great many UFO crash cases that turn out to be completely and totally fake stories. Just because there are government, I think we have to be very cautious here. Just because there are government documents about a UFO crash doesn't mean that an actual UFO crash actually happened. It doesn't mean that. It means there's some documents. You have to fully investigate each case of so-called UFO crashes before you are fully informed. And my worry is that this poor guy got fed a bunch of stories that we've all heard before, like Aztec or Cape Girardeau, or God forbid, the Trinity UFO crash case that just came crashing down as a fake. There is a lot of UFO crash retrieval cases that are fake. And by the way, we did a history, not so brief history of UFO whistleblowers. It was actually, I called it a brief history, and then people kept sending me messages it's almost 3 hours long, Stephen. So I changed it to a not so brief history of UFO whistleblowers, because I wanted to show that there's been a long list of so-called UFO whistleblowers that were not who they pretended to be, and they never came through with the evidence. And I think that's extremely important, and we have to keep that in mind when evaluating the claims of this new whistleblower. Equally important, I think that you need to know that there is a great history of completely and totally fake UFO crash cases that were hoaxes and attempts to make money and all these different things. So I'll be doing a not so brief history of UFO crash retrievals, UFO crashes and retrieval cases.
And Hoover writes, the military is asking the FBI for help in vetting the witnesses. And Clyde Tolson put on the memo, yeah, we should do that. We should do that. And Hoover was agreeing with this. Yeah, but the Army has to agree to let us give us access to discs recovered in this SW, I think SW case. I think it's the LA case. His writing is so bad you can interpret it like 14 different ways. But he was referring to Shreveport. So we've got a document talking about a crash that you could interpret that says SW for Southwest, meaning the Roswell case, but it really doesn't mean that. But we've got all those kinds of problems, and we have to see the documents. We have to see the evidence.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Randall. For all we know, this guy has got documents that are on the blackvault.com or on Above Top Secret, and he thinks they're classified. Maybe they're marked classified. There's so many questions here about this guy.
We have to know who he was talking to. We have to know. We have to cite the sources, and if you can't do that, then you're doing us no good.
Right. Let's move on to this right here. I would like to talk about, because this is interesting, and I wanted to know what you thought about it. It's a let me get over to the right page here. I can't get there. Let's see. Over here we go. Nope. I'm trying to scroll up on this thing.
Obviously, Mr. Willis believes.
All right, this was released by George Knapp, and this George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. This is a Canadian document, and you have read this over. What do you think?
This will be interesting, and some people, including Mr. Willis, may not be aware, but I correctly reported on June 7th that Dave Grusch, Gary Nolan, and Ross Coulthart met with Canadian members of Parliament, including Larry Maguire. And just a little while later, we get this letter from Larry Maguire.
It really doesn't tell us anything.
There you go.
I know, but
it's the same kind. It's the same kind of thing we've seen time and time again. He refers to this evidence from 1950. Is this the Wilbur Smith stuff that Robert Saubacher was talking about 2 decades ago, a quarter of a century ago? Is that what he's referring to? There's nothing in there that really gives us any meat. It's some guy worried about the ramifications if the Canadian government is involved in the reverse engineering of these craft with the Australians, the New Zealanders, the Canadians, the British, and the Americans. And so we've got this sort of thing. You read the document, but there's really no meat to it. It talks.
Yeah, well, there is meat to it. He talks about, I believe that this letter is referencing Wilbur Smith, who was kind of a Canadian UFO wackadoo who, among other things, communicated with aliens from Saturn and Venus from his backyard. You know, so this letter to me is a huge nothing burger. But it was hyped up by Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp as a big bombshell, something hugely important. They also pretended that they got we're exclusive. We're releasing a new document. We've got the exclusive. The document was out for weeks before Corbell and George Knapp used it or posted it.
Talks about this 1950 stuff, and I'm wondering. And if you have to remember, Wilbur Smith was a Canadian scientist.
Yes.
Supposedly was involved, said something to Robert Saubacher, and Saubacher talked about that. But Smith was long gone before we got that information from Saubacher, and it turns out Saubacher didn't see or hear anything himself. And so it's secondhand.
Yeah, Wilbur Smith is just repeating stories from Saubacher, saying things, but Saubacher never seen or heard anything himself. So again, we've got secondhand accounts of UFO crashes and things. This is their proof, apparently. You know, it's very weak. It's like skating on very thin ice.
Information. It doesn't do us any good. And reading that letter, he really doesn't give us any specifics, and it's not a classified letter anyway.
Right.
If there were specifics in it that may have been
classified, for once, yeah.
He's just saying, well, we need to. He's urging the defense minister to take a look at this stuff just in case, because he doesn't want the Canadian government to offend.
I agree, Patty.
Their partners in the world. We, of course, being Americans, one of those partners. I wouldn't want us to offend the Australians because they have all those nasty creatures that just can kill you in an instant.
Nothing to see here. Yeah.
The question I have though is, why would this person? What would be the purpose to write this if it wasn't something of concern?
Yes, obviously it's something of concern, but we don't know what information he has to cause that concern, other than what we all have at the moment, and that part of it was the whistleblower coming forward and getting this having multiple platforms to talk about this.
Yeah, he does great work,
that we can get to, and he talks about this night that was caught my attention with his reference to the 1950 stuff. And I began to think, you know, what was going on in 1950.
Thanks for explaining Nothing Burger. Yes.
Wilbert Smith, right?
Pardon me?
Wilbert Smith. Wilbert.
Yeah.
Not Wilbur. Yeah.
Yeah, I make that mistake myself.
Who cares?
Yeah.
The guy's dead, and we don't know.
Wilbert with a T.
No, my God, I have it written down on my note, Wilbur Smith. Because I didn't want to forget his name, and I've got it written down. But we got the information from Saubacher. Saubacher didn't know anything himself. Saubacher's talking about how the government was involved in this investigation and doing reverse engineering and all this stuff. And when you pin Saubacher down, I think Jerry Clark pinned him down. I think Stan Friedman tried to pin him down. I think William Steinman got the original information from him, tried to pin him down.
Yeah, that's surprising, right?
And so he was telling, well, he'd heard this stuff, but it turns out that's all. He didn't attend the meetings where the stuff was discussed. He wasn't in the meetings. He heard it from other people.
Yeah.
So in essence, you know, it's.
So Robert Saubacher heard about UFOs and crash retrievals and things of that nature, and he mentions this to Wilbert Smith. So Wilbert Smith is repeating, that's like third-hand accounts. Well, somebody told me that they heard about it. You know, the problem with all of this is sourcing. You have to get as close to the original source as possible in order to be effective with information. If you're going on a third-hand account of a story, think about that old phone game when you were a child. By the time you get to the third person, the story changes significantly, doesn't it? So there's no evidence here. There's no meat on the bones here. This is all. And Wilbur Smith, I'm sorry, I'm not going to argue with people. Anybody who's telling people they're telepathically communicating with aliens from Saturn and Venus from their backyard is not, to me, a credible source of information. I'm sorry. I even had people arguing with me on Twitter. How do you know that he didn't communicate with aliens from Saturn and Venus? Oh, I don't know. Maybe you should look up the average surface temperature of those planets and then get back to me with how he's communicating with beings from those planets that are completely and totally lifeless and uninhabitable, as far as we know.
Secondhand at best, maybe third hand.
Third hand.
And a number of us investigators are in the same boat. I mean, we've talked to people who were there in the Roswell case. Any number of people who were involved in the Roswell recovery, we've talked to. So we're now secondhand witnesses to that stuff, which is not a way to add to my credibility, but to merely point out that
at least Mr. Randall admits that that's a little wonky, right?
That we have been able to talk to people who were involved on a one-to-one basis. As an example, we've got the Sheriff Wilcox in Roswell. Well, we never talked to him. We talked to his daughter. So when we talk to the daughter, that becomes she was secondhand, we're third hand. But the daughter,
third hand accounts are not quite as good as first hand accounts.
It's not Elizabeth Tolk, it's the other one, whose name I cannot remember at the moment. Jeez, it's what happens when you get old, your brain melts.
Yeah.
McGuire. She was in the office when Brazel showed up. So she could talk about what she had seen in the office.
Yeah.
And then other stuff she heard later. But
and Mr. Randall and some of his friends like Don Schmidt and Tom Carey have talked to more firsthand witnesses from Roswell than virtually anybody on the planet. So,
she became secondhand. She became firsthand, and we talking to her. We became secondhand witnesses.
Right.
But with Saubacher, he's at best a secondhand witness, and maybe a third-hand witness, and it's Wilbur Smith. Can't believe I wrote it down right. So I worry that that's the reference, and he's gotten hold of some of that old information that's come up, and we have to remember that sort of thing. But there's nothing in the letter that
there is nothing in this letter
really corroborates anything.
There's no corroboration there. And also troubling to me with this whole Grusch story is that so far, all we got is recycled old UFO information that has been out there in the ether for, in some cases 20 or more years. These stories of Wilbur Smith have been around for 20 or 30 years, I believe. I'm not sure, but at least 20 or more years, this story of the Italian UFO crash was also out in the ether. So all we've gotten from this so-called UFO whistleblower so far, and the people are pumping this Canadian member of parliament as some kind of proof of his claims, while he's only providing some wackadoo from the 1950s case. So we've got two ancient UFO cases that have been out there in the ether forever, accompanying this so-called UFO whistleblower. If he's blowing the whistle, he's doing a terrible job of it, because there's no new information from him so far. It's recycled old UFO cases, one of which is a proven hoax, and one of which came from a wackadoo who was telling third-hand stories.
Other than he's concerned that there might be reverse engineering going on, nothing about really weaponization, but reverse engineering going on, and he's concerned that it will affect their relations with the other partners.
They transform into flares.
I want to say
when we notice
but
them.
it's really more than that. But it's the Australians, the New Zealanders, the Canadians, the British, and the United States.
Yep, mostly gas, just like the stories from UFO wackadoos. And thanks for being a member.
Ongoing research into other things, not just UFOs. So I think the purpose for the letter was to warn, to make sure that the proper government officials in Canada are aware of
Yeah,
this
it could be right,
possibility.
Randy.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say toodaloo to everyone over at KGRA Radio. We're going to continue on a little bit because we have not talked about your book, and that's the
Oh,
main
yeah.
reason you actually were
That's
here.
another thing.
So thank you over at KGRA Radio, and we'll see you next week
Yeah.
with Mario Wood.
And by the way, that will conclude his comments on Mr. David Grusch and the so-called UFO whistleblower. But Mr. Randall has a new book coming out. I'm going to get the book, read the book, and invite him here to talk about the book. And I would highly encourage you. I think I have, I don't know, 6 or more of Mr. Randall's books, and I thoroughly enjoyed each and every one of them. So I would encourage you to support Mr. Randall in his efforts to do good research. A lot of you ask me, I get asked all the time, who's credible? Who can you really trust that's not a grifter? Or, you know, I would definitely count Kevin Randall in my very small pool of people who I believe are actually worthy of trust, that do good evidence-based research. And, you know, he's one of the good guys to me. So, you know, support the good guys. Do not support the people who are just selling you fake stories. And unfortunately, the UFO world is just completely and totally overrun with people who are telling you fake stories. It's kind of sad, really. If professional artists, people are still talking about Skinny Bob, we're going to do another show. We're going to do a panel on this. If professional artists were responsible for Skinny Bob, it's hard to understand that why they wouldn't eventually come out and take credit for this masterpiece. Yeah, I agree. If it's done by an artist, it's so good that you would think eventually they would want to take credit, because that thing is just become a legend. The Skinny Bob UFO alien, it's pretty amazing. V. Baker says Kevin Randall is a gem. Yeah, absolutely. Best book on the subject is UFOs and Government: A Historical Inquiry. You may be right. I have that book. I think it's a great book. I don't know if it's the best book, but it's one of the best for sure. Patty Wilhelm, there's a generation that never heard the old stories, and grifters count on that. Absolutely, positively, Patty. I agree with you, and thank you for being a member. Estimate of the situation. It's CGI. You can tell from the movements. It's incredibly well done for its time. Well, I mean, I've done some CGI, and I'm still hesitant to just say it's CGI. And I also did a lot of puppets, and I mean advanced puppets with blinkers and moving eyebrows and things. And like, I estimate that if I had to build a Skinny Bob puppet and try to recreate that, it would cost me months. It would take me months to build a puppet that advanced, that lifelike, and be able to recreate it. So I was kind of convinced that it wasn't a puppet, which only leaves a few possibilities. It's a real alien, it's CGI, or another possibility that I thought of is that it could be a child in prosthetics. And that would actually explain a lot. A child in prosthetics would explain a lot. And that's one explanation for Skinny Bob that I haven't heard anybody else raise. Could I do that with a child in prosthetics? Probably, but I would have to mold the child's face. I would have to build custom prosthetics, including a headpiece, eyepieces, and more. Custom. Everything would have to be built. You know, latex prosthetics would have to be custom built and adhered, and you'd have to get a willing child or maybe a little person to cooperate with you to do that. Yeah, the context. That's my best guess. 100% prosthetics masks. Yeah, and the other thing is, because there's no point of reference in the video, it doesn't have to be a child. Actually, it could be an adult, and then it was sized to look smaller than a human. Through various methods like forced perspective, and I don't know. I'm interested enough that maybe someday I'll try to recreate it, and we'll do a whole new video of me trying to recreate something as good as the Skinny Bob video and talking about the original. But it is strange to me that if it was a hoax or it was created by an artist. Nobody's ever come forward and said, hey, that was me. Now, I've heard rumors of who created it, but I don't want to say because there's unconfirmed. Those rumors are unconfirmed. But the person that many people say did it is an incredibly talented CGI artist. If anybody could pull it off, this guy probably could. But I reached out to comment to that person, and he said people have been spreading rumors about me. He was very upset that people were saying that he did that because he claimed he didn't. So I don't even want to mention his name. But maybe we'll do a separate, we'll do a new video. We talked about the Skinny Bob. And by the way, you can search in our archive. Go to the live tab and hit that little magnifying glass and just put Skinny Bob. And you'll see the video that we did on it. Quite honestly, that video leaves me stumped. And the fact that I have built, some pretty advanced puppets and even puppets for film and TV, I can't make a puppet like that. So I was convinced, well, I could, but it would take me a long, long time to get something that realistic and that good. Could I do it? Yes, but quite honestly, that would really stretch my ability and skills and things to the absolute limit. I'd really have to reach to do something like that with puppetry. I've also done some CGI, but that's not really my specialty. My specialty was practical effects and, real things. So, yeah. It's obvious that Skinny Bob is a CGI composition. There are rigging points on the creature's eyelids, which are very, very telling of its true nature. You could be right. I'm not an expert in CGI. I've done some CGI, but mostly I was doing CGI spaceships and animations and things, so I'm really not an expert. But like all things technology interest me, so I was always interested in digital audio and digital video and digital animation, and I've made some CGI. I'm still trying to learn Blender, and I'm terrible at it. Yes, the obvious generic film noise filters. Yeah, that was hokey. They should have left the film noise out. Yes. If it's the video I'm thinking of, Rick Baker laughed and said he could totally recreate it. Well, yeah, nobody has. A lot of people have said they could, but nobody's put up something quite as convincing, right? Yes, Randy says Skinny Bob might have been done by a special effects guy who did sci-fi shows. Yeah, I agree with you. So I still have some more time to share with you, friends. This will probably be our last live show, but I have some announcements to make, and or last live show for the week, I should say. I have some announcements to make, and we'll take comments and questions from the live chat. I have some more time to share with you. So what do you think of Mr. Randall's opinions on this Dave Grusch case? Does this shed major doubt on Mr. Grusch's story? Or is Mr. Randall completely wrong, which would kind of mean I'm completely wrong too, because I agree with almost everything the guy says. And also we will be doing something from a little more of the believer perspective. I want to get a panel together where we'll be discussing this Dave Grusch UFO whistleblower, and we're going to have some very skeptically minded people, as well as some people that really believe the guy is completely on the level, and this is disclosure, and disclosure's here. I think that would make for a very interesting thing, an interesting sort of panel, to have people of both opinions. We get hammered here sometimes. We're not balanced enough. So I say, okay, we'll try to be more balanced. So this will probably be the last live show for the week, but we're doing some Truth Seekers special events, something called Truth Seekers Classics. I'm going to take a moment to remind you we're a viewer-supported show, but we'll be right back after a short break taking comments and questions. Please put them in all capital letters, and I have some special announcements you're going to want to hear. We'll be right back, friends.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
And Kurt, I'll tell you too, if I can. We hit
Save
the
it.
bathroom real quick, by the way. Go ahead. I'm not
That-
ducking out, but I gotta use the bathroom.
It's a tough decision to decide whether or not to participate. You know what I mean? But I'm not getting any work done when I do this. I'm not attacking you guys, the audience. But no, we can.
No, I
please,
didn't
let's
feel
keep going.
attacked. I have a feeling some people would think you were attacking, so I want to clear the air.
And so, for me, that I just want to get across to people.
You know, this is people trying to get out their own agenda. This isn't necessarily credible. What do you have to say to people who say, well, if this is leaked footage, you know, this is people trying to get out their own agenda. This isn't necessarily credible.
Set the scene for us here. Those appear to be flares, kind of in a triangle shape. Do you think that that could be what these Marines saw? Set the scene for us here. From the Marines, did they ever try to file a report with the government? Real quick, set the scene for us here.
Yeah, so this happened back in 2021, and of course, I thought it was flares.
Jeremy Corbell.
Hey, man, great to see you. Thank you.
There is something in the sky over the desert here in California. Something, again, I guess you have to call it a UFO. Because I don't know what this is we're looking at. It is definitely weird, but earlier this week, Jeremy Corbell, who we've had on the show, where he's going to be joining us in just a moment.
And George Knapp.
And George Knapp.
From the Marines, did they ever try to file a report with the government? Yes, that was the problem. We weren't getting information.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you to all the members of NASA's UAP independent study team.
You're a bunch of cowards and lying sacks of shit, and your names are going to go down in history. Watch it. Watch it. Can't believe it. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. You're a bunch of cowards. You're cowards. And it's over. It's done. We know. We have the information. Can you feel that? Huh? Can you feel it? Girl, that face. You had alien tech? Of course you could take over the world.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, we are going to be once again exploring this strange story of, I always put it in quotes, quote, UFO whistleblower, unquote, David Grusch, who recently came out and made some startling allegations, including that the United States government is in possession of recovered craft and debris or pieces of craft, as well as perhaps bodies of non-human pilots. Among his other startling accusations or allegations also included the fact that UFOs, or the occupants of UFOs, had murdered people. And this story is literally driving people crazy, perhaps including me, because you know, I have been here for a very long time, and I have seen whistleblower after whistleblower, I should say so-called whistleblower after so-called whistleblower, come and go. And it's always like an ebb and flow. And these people come in and everyone gets all excited and they overpromise, all of them. They all inevitably underdeliver. Many of them will promise they have evidence, but we can't see it just yet. But the evidence is coming, but it never quite arrives. And Mr. Grusch is no different. Now, many people have claimed that since Mr. Grusch comes with a good set of credentials and a background in the intelligence community, that he must be telling the truth. But we've all been here before. This feels like a sequel. This feels like Lou Elizondo 2, Electric Boogaloo. That's what it feels like to me, because we've been here before when a highly credentialed former intelligence person with the United States government comes and tells us all kinds of things and never actually puts up or provides the proof. So tonight we're going to get into all of this. Now, I'm quite confused as to where to even begin, because I have been keeping close tabs on this story even during the weekend, and nothing really new. But somehow, come Monday, there's new bombs are going to drop, and of course. But before we get to tonight's presentation, and by the way, we have an excellent timeline of events here that I haven't seen anyone else develop. And this timeline of events is going to become extremely important as time goes on. And we will be sharing that exclusively with you tonight here on Truth Seekers. And while we're on that subject, I wanted to take a moment just to talk about something that is quite honestly making me completely and totally disgusted, which is this. There are people who are hyping and selling this story that have all been caught hyping and selling 100% provably fake stories before. There are lying scumbags in the so-called UFO community who host podcasts or shows or whatever, and they have lied to all of us multiple times before. But somehow everyone's rushing to these same lying scumbags to hear the news about this new Dave Grusch story. And I just want to take a moment to ask you, if someone has provably lied to you in your family or your personal life, how many times do you let them lie to you where you will still believe them? Once, twice? There's a show host that we've got him by the balls 50 times plus lied to his audience just in the past year or so. Oh, let's rush over there and hear what he has to say. He lied to you how many times? And hey, let's not forget that the original people that are all selling this story were all involved with the TTSA techno scam. And that's what it was. They promised everyone a spaceship and delivered nothing. They collected millions of dollars, though. Let's not forget that they collected millions of dollars. So along with that, I get the constant harassment of idiots. And there, I'm going to say it. I try to be kind to true believers. I really do. But I'm getting all of these nasty emails, messages, and of course I got doxxed some time ago, so people have my phone number. People are leaving me nasty voicemails even. You're an idiot, Stephen, because disclosure is here and you're going to look stupid. Okay, but we do here at my show have an 8+ track record. We have an 8-year+ track record of getting the stories correct. And all of these people who are sending me nasty messages, first of all, do you think you're hurting my feelings? Oh no, a mean tweet. I'm going to stop telling people the truth and just jump on the lie scam wagon with everybody else, because then I'll get more views, which equates to more money, right? No, that's what the scumbags are doing. We don't do that here. We never have. And to all of you assholes who are sending me nasty messages, I am going to do a whole night where I am going to show everyone all the same kind of nasty messages from the Lou Elizondo garbage fake story, from the TTSA garbage fake story. By the way, we got those two stories right when almost everybody else in UFO land jumped right in to make some CIA money with the rest of the idiots. We don't do that here. And by the way, if, and I'm not saying it's going to, but if this entire story comes crashing down and we find out that it's all the same people that were behind the TTSA techno scam and pushing the fake Lou Elizondo Pentagon UFO program that never existed except in the land of Lou Elizondo's make-believe, right? If we find out that this whole story is all a manipulated mess by all those same people, are you people sending me nasty messages going to come and apologize to me for not lying to you when everyone else did? Track record matters. And if some scummy show host works for hoaxers or has provably sold fake stories multiple times, or like Linda Moulton House, she sold 100 fake stories and we can prove that, you know, you can go to those people who have been lying to you for years if you want to know if this story is true, or you can go to somebody that has an 8-year track record of never lying to his audience, of doing the very best to provide everyone with new information, fact checking, demanding evidence, and getting to the truth of the story. I am beyond caring anymore. This stuff used to bother me. It disgusts me. I'll admit that. It disgusts me that some scumbags who work for hoaxers and lied to their audiences for years can get in on this, right? Clickbait the titles, completely and totally misleading clickbait garbage titles. By the way, I was accused of being a clickbaiter today. Show me clickbait that we've produced here. Somebody also came at me today and said, oh, you're the guy that pushed the Anjali story. No, I'm the guy, along with several talented researchers in the form of Charlie Weiser and James A. Conrad, who completely and totally investigated the Anjali story. And it's because of us that everybody knows that her entire original story was 100% fake. You're welcome, you dickhead. So there's another thing. If you're going to come at me and be nasty to me, then have some facts in hand before putting your mouth in gear like a dummy. Because I'm not having it anymore, right? And I have been more than polite to stupid people. And I just don't have the patience for it anymore. To be very honest with you, my 2 children are home with me all day. It's summertime. I'm very, very busy. I don't have time for you stupid people. So if you're going to send me nasty messages, at least get your facts in order. We here at our show have busted more fake scams, fake stories, fake psychics, fake UFO hucksters than anybody on planet Earth that I'm aware of, right? And we have an 8-year track record of following the story, and no matter where the story goes, we get to the end of it and find the truth of the story. If you want us to do this with this Dave Grusch story, we will. But you can't support the grifters and the scammers and the people who have been lying to you for years. Why are they getting 10 times our viewership and support? They've been lying to you for years. We're doing our best to bring you the accurate, real story, to peel back the layers of deception. By the way, this story is already filled with multiple, I'll say it one more time, multiple layers of deception, which indicates to me that this story is not going to pan out like all the other UFO whistleblower stories. By the way, you can see our previous coverage on past UFO whistleblowers so that and that's another thing. Some of you people came into this in 2016 or something. So, okay, you're aware that you were lied to, manipulated, and deceived bigly once with the TTSA techno scam and the Lou Elizondo fake UFO Pentagon program that never existed, and the 3 worthless videos that those guys made millions of dollars out of that don't show aliens or anything extraordinary, and it's been proven now. And, you know, my one big hope for this story is that it doesn't take 5 years to get to the bottom of this one. And I, for one, I'm in the Grusch rush now. And there are people that rush to publish this story. There are people that rush to believe it. Before there was any evidence whatsoever on the table, people were rushing to believe it, to promote it, to celebrate disclosure is here. And by the way, and I'm trying very hard not to be like this, equally, there are people that are rushing to debunk it. The story must be fake. Well, we need evidence that the story is fake, and I will do my best, if the story is fake, to provide that evidence. However, since things are going a little quiet in UFO whistleblower land, all we can do is follow the so-called breadcrumbs and bring you the best information that we can. Now, recently, there is we here, and by the way, here's another thing. We were the only show that I'm aware of that actually presented new evidence on this Dave Grusch story so far. Everybody else is just copying and pasting, and you can see that. Go look at the hundreds of articles, just copy and paste from the debrief, no research, no fact checking, no investigation into the story, no new evidence, no sources giving you new information, any of these outlets. We brought you the exclusive story of Dave Grusch, Gary Nolan, and Ross Coulthart meeting with Canadian members of Parliament. And isn't it interesting that that very Canadian member of Parliament is now attached to this story again? The one that we reported met with Gary Nolan, Dave Grusch, and Ross Coulthart, in which in that meeting, Dave Grusch and Gary Nolan were going to talk about something, and Ross Coulthart stopped them. We have to save that for the documentary. Did you know he likely already has a documentary deal with someone? Isn't that like a red flag or cause for maybe suspicion? How does this guy got a documentary deal already? He just got here. He's already got a documentary deal? Awesome. So, boy, the Canadian Prime Minister, who, by the way, we reported here exclusively. We had that information when no one else does. And by the way, I've got more information that no one else does. And also a timeline that we'll be sharing with you this evening. I cannot stand cut and paste journalists. I can't stand it. If you're going to cover a story, then add something to it. But we don't get that, especially in UFO land. What we get is all the liars, scammers, and hoaxers who have been lying to everybody for years with their hand out. Let's talk about Dave Grusch. Send me money. We're going to tell you that the disclosure is here. Send me money, right? They're all takers. They're not givers. And by the way, the timeline which we are sharing with you tonight is great research, and it's available right in the description of our video, and anybody can download it, check it for accuracy, know that it's accurate, and use it in their own research. That's another public service that we provide here that none of the scammer grifter squad will give you, because they don't do any research. All they do is talk. And no offense, but who cares about the opinion of some scammer that lies to his audience constantly, or works for hoaxers, or sells you fake pictures of aliens as real, or, I don't know, tells you they have conclusive proof of alien technology in a clickbait garbage story and then has nothing, right? These people have no value. And it does disgust me that they get the support, they get the viewership. And the reason why is very simple. They're willing to lie to you because you desperately want to believe. So they're willing to play along. Let's play disclosure like we're 5 years old and the aliens are here. Can we see the aliens? Well, no, not yet. But we'll bombs are going to be dropping. Sure. So I would just strongly caution you. We live in an attention-based economy. And if you're clicking on garbage peddler stories, you're paying them, whether you want to or not. Don't do it. If someone has a proven track record of lying to their audience, promoting hoaxes, promoting fake stories, don't support them. There are people still doing good work in this genre. Unfortunately, I could count them on one hand, maybe two if I really stretch. So this Canadian Parliament member, I'm going to share my screen. And by the way, this whole thing is glorious because we talked before about what a house of cards some of these UFO stories are built on. So we get a former intelligence community member who comes out and says, we've got intact alien craft. And, other people have told me this. He doesn't have any firsthand knowledge. And then Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp ride in. And of course, they completely and totally hype this, saying, this big bomb's going to drop, right? Go Canada. No. I don't understand how Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are still a thing, right? It's amazing to me. All right, 1 second. All right, so this was the letter that was released. And by the way, somebody accused me of getting my dates wrong. Maybe it was March 15th that they had the meeting with this Larry Maguire. No, it was May 15th, but they have been. Gary Nolan, Lou Elizondo, Ross Coulthart, and Dave Grusch have been in communication with Larry Maguire for months about all of this. So here is the letter. And remember that Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp hyped this out the wazoo, and they also are taking it out of context and saying it's something that it is not. It has come to my attention. And by the way, remember, this Larry Maguire is the person that we reported had meetings with Gary Nolan, Dave Grusch, and Ross Coulthart on May 15th. This man, Larry Maguire, also had meetings with Lou Elizondo and Hal Puthoff previously. So when people are critical of this story, saying it's all the same people, the same circle of people that sold us the TTSA lies and the Lou Elizondo lies, it's all the same people. Well, they're right, because all of these people met with this Canadian member of parliament. Did I say prime minister earlier? If I did, I misspoke. I apologize. Larry Maguire is a member of parliament. It should also be noted that he's a member of the opposition party, so he has absolutely no power in the Canadian government. They just sit on the sidelines and wait until they, it flips again. And Ross Coulthart, Gary Nolan, and Dave Grusch only met with opposition party members in the Canadian government. So they met with people that have absolutely no power with the Canadian government right now. Congratulations. It's like me meeting with a retired senator. It doesn't mean very much. But this is the exact member of parliament that we reported that they were having meetings with on May 15th. And there's also an article Larry Maguire wrote himself about meeting with Lou Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, and others, all involved in the TTSA techno scam, all involved in hyping the 2016 New York Times article that was just completely and totally factually wrong about Lou Elizondo running a $22 million secret Pentagon UFO program. He did not, wasn't funded, wasn't an official program. It didn't exist. Right? So this Larry Maguire, member of parliament, it should also be noted that he is like one of our senators that is very interested in the topic of UFOs. So it's no surprise to me that he's meeting with UFO people. But it's interesting to note that we got the story right June 7th. We reported this to you, that these people had all met with or were meeting with Larry Maguire. This letter is from March 22nd, however, but I believe they've been in communication for some time. This is regarding Defense Research and Development Canada in possession of recovered UAP material. Dear Minister Anand, it has come to my attention through meetings with American officials that, and that's the American officials that this man is meeting with. To my knowledge, he hasn't met with real governmental leaders. He's met with Lou Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, Gary Nolan, Ross Coulthart, and Dave Grusch. But we've reached out for comment to him to get him to clarify if he met with other American officials. Haven't heard back anything. That the United States Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and Senate Committee on Armed Services have been undertaking in-camera hearings with government and military subject matter experts on the recovery and exploitation of physical material from unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAP. I love that he's using the CIA term for UFO as well. I am concerned that expected upcoming public announcements. So see, this man, Larry Maguire, knew about Dave Grusch coming forward in May, months in advance, right? Public announcements will be coordinated between AUKUS, AUKUS, which could damage Canada's credibility with our allies and the Canadian public on the global stage. There is an opportunity to have prepared communication plan in place by May 2023 to reduce this risk. As Minister of National Defense, that's who he's writing this letter to, the Canadian Minister of National Defense, you may not be aware that Defense Research and Development Canada has participated in efforts to analyze UAP, which is publicly traceable to circa 1950. Now, here's where it gets interesting, because I know that he is referencing Wilbur Smith here. And for those unaware, Wilbur Smith was a UFO wackadoo. That's the best term for him. Wilbur Smith was a UFO wackadoo in the 1950s and 60s in Canada. And among other things, Wilbur Smith claimed that he had pieces of spaceships, right, from UFOs, that he built UFO observatories and detectors, and that he also telepathically communicated with aliens from Saturn and Venus. I'm going to say that one more time. The person he's referencing here claimed that he telepathically communicated with aliens from Saturn and Venus and was in possession of recovered aircraft. Recovered UAP or UFO wreckage. And it should also be noted that this man famously claimed that he met with American officials who told him that the UFO secret was 2 levels above secrecy, more than the hydrogen bomb. None of Wilbur Smith's claims, including communicating with aliens, having recovered crash debris of flying saucers, or anything else, has ever been proven since 1950. It's 2023. So what do we have? 73 years? Wilbur Smith has never proven his claims to be true. And if this person is truly referencing Wilbur Smith, this Larry Maguire, then we have another old recycled UFO story that was never proven to be true that is now attached to this Dave Grusch story. That's 2 most likely completely and totally fake stories from ancient UFO mythology, the other being the 1930s story of a crash retrieval in Italy, largely considered a hoax. Now we've got this one from 1950, a Canadian wackadoo, who, by the way, Wilbur Smith was a Canadian UFO wackadoo who did work for the government, but he so embarrassed the Canadian government that they shut down his programs. I'm going to say that again. He so embarrassed the Canadian government with his UFO wackadoo claims that they shut his program down. Mr. Maguire goes on to say this recovered foreign material is studied through the Five Eyes Foreign Material Program, FMP, which in Canada is sponsored by the Canadian Forces Intelligence Command, aligned with several intelligence sharing arrangements and treaties. I am writing to recommend you request a classified briefing containing full, sensitive, and protected program information from your officials on the Government of Canada's historical and ongoing efforts on analyzing recovered UAP material. Canada's chief science advisor has also launched the Sky Canada project, which is investigating how the Government of Canada's manages UAP reports. They are in the process of identifying key Canadian stakeholder institutions. It is essential the chief science advisor be given full access to the defense programs and be briefed on collaborative scientific research efforts with our allies. It is imperative the Government of Canada have communications plan to respond to these upcoming public revelations. By the way, this is coordinated. This is all coordinated. Hal Puthoff, Lou Elizondo, Gary Nolan, Eric Davis, right? Everybody's coordinating and knew in advance of Dave Grusch's upcoming revelations. That's a red flag to me, that all of these UFO wackadoos who have sold provably fake stories before are now involved in this guy's story, right? We have to at least remember and understand that it very well could be that all of this man Dave Grusch's sources are all of these people. Hal Puthoff, Lou Elizondo, Gary Nolan is for sure one of this man's sources. Gary Nolan is the person who gave him this so-called information on the crash retrieval debris, which doesn't prove alien, doesn't prove off-world, it doesn't prove anything. And that is the hallmark of Gary Nolan, overpromise and underdeliver. So what if Hal Puthoff, Gary Nolan, Lou Elizondo, Ross Coulthard, and others here, Eric Davis, are Dave Grusch's sources for all of this, for this entire story? Because so far, it's been weeks, and so far, all we got is 2 old UFO stories that I'm sure Lou Elizondo and these other UFO grifters are well aware of, right? The letter goes on to say it is essential that the chief science advisor be given full access to defense programs and be briefed on the collaborative scientific research efforts of our allies. It is imperative that the government of Canada have a communications plan to respond to these upcoming public revelations that will stem from those American FMPs. Not only are there national security and aviation safety concerns that need to be addressed, but there will be a larger debate about why there is a lack of transparency and accountability regarding UAP programs and policy. Yep, the cover-up. I also believe there must be parliamentary oversight of efforts by government institutions, and responsible ministers should be fully briefed on this program, including releasable to the public content that aligns with allied public disclosures. It is incumbent that your department inform you of, hold on one second, I have to get the other page here. One second, let me just share my screen again. And by the way, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp hyped this letter up as some big bombshell revelation. What collaborative efforts have occurred with our allies and the details of existing agreements and memorandums of understanding that govern the program and may have been coordinated through global affairs? Canada's credibility with our allies and the Canadian public must transcend politics, and I firmly believe we can work together in a bipartisan manner. Regardless of the classified details of specific FMPs, the public revelations by these subject matter experts who have testified before Congress present an opportunity for the government of Canada to take visible leadership role in confirming the existence of recovered material and balancing our national security obligations. I look forward to your testimony, or excuse me, look forward to your response. And if you seek any further information, do not hesitate to contact me directly. Sincerely, Larry McGuire, Member of Parliament. And it's interesting, he sent this to the Deputy Minister of Science and Technology, as well as the Defense Minister and several others. But I think the most important part of this is that Larry McGuire is saying, we've got proof that this goes back to 1950. And apparently his proof is Wilbur Smith, which is a real problem. And John from the Black Vault, by the way, did an excellent piece earlier, which I just became aware of shortly before broadcast. And I think it's important enough that we will share that with you. One second. One second. Somebody is, let me find this piece from John from the Black Vault, because I think it's so important, because he got a an expert in Canadian UFOs to weigh in on this. UFO expert, so-called. I'm so used to saying so-called whistleblower, and my brain is a little scattered. So John from the Black Vault gets a Canadian UFO expert, and he did a piece called Bombshell Letter Confirming UAP Reverse Engineering. I will put it in the description of the video after tonight's broadcast. And this is fair use. We're going to do commentary over this and comment on it.
As in recent weeks, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp on their Weaponized podcast teased yet another release. Now, these always intrigue me. I've talked about that on this channel before. The last one, not so much after the fact, but this one I was excited to see. This was, and let me...
and I just want to mention that this will now make, if we include the Flare story that Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp just had an epic failure on, the Flare UFO story, this is now 2 stories in a row that were completely and totally clickbait, garbage, fake stories that George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell have sold everyone. But why should this surprise anyone, considering those guys also have sold the Bob Lazar lie for years, and considering that those guys sold us the pyramid fake UFO story and so many other fake stories. This is just another in the long line of Jeremy Corbell's failures. Why does he get to go on all of the media outlets to talk about UFOs? Look at his track record of completely and totally fake stories that he has pushed, right? And this is just another one.
Go ahead and jump right into it. This one was teased on Twitter by Jeremy Corbell, and he stated, "Happy to say that on Weaponized tonight, we are releasing a new document into public record pertaining to an allied coordination of UFO UAP reverse engineering programs."
By the way, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp didn't release a new document. This document was already out there for weeks. I think it was out there since May 7th. And they're claiming that they got an exclusive on this document. No, Jeremy Corbell probably found it on Twitter. It is what it is. But I think language is important. And if you're going to say we're releasing a new document, but the document's been out since May 7th and nobody cared about it, I think that says a lot about Jeremy Corbell hyping garbage stories. Why is he hyping a garbage story? Oh, we're releasing a new document that I got on Twitter that's been on Twitter since May 7th, right?
No matter where UFOs are from, it is now openly admitted by our Department of Defense and allied nations that there are durational UAP reverse engineering and exploitation programs.
And what is his source for that? That's not true. That is completely and totally imaginary. There has not been a confirmation of that. But by the way, we can know that the United States government for sure, and the Canadian government likely for sure, has UFO or UAP crash retrieval programs. If there's an unidentified aircraft in the sky and it comes crashing down, yeah, they retrieve it. It doesn't mean it's aliens, right? You can look up Project Moondust, which was an ancient version of the same kind of a program. And in that program, they were really interested in Soviet space junk that was coming down, and they would go recover it. So I don't think we need confirmation that there's a UAP crash retrieval program. This is just Jeremy spinning yarns here. This is just totally made up garbage. He's just this is fake facts. Nobody from the United States government came out and said that there is an allied coordination of UFO UAP reverse engineering programs. Who said anything about reverse engineering? Like this is what garbage peddlers do.
It's time to acknowledge the UAP presence. What I anticipated was a lot different than what happened. This was before the show. I'm not going to play the clip, but I invite you to visit Jeremy's page. That way you guys can see that and view it. But it was,
by the way, a good call on John's part not playing the clip, because it was, make sure you click on my clickbait garbage, because we've got all this new bombshell. And essentially the new bombshell is that a Canadian member of parliament became convinced, I think, by people like Lou Elizondo and Hal Puthoff and Gary Nolan and Ross Coulthard and Dave Grusch, because he's been in communications with them, that Wilbur Smith had crash retrieval stuff in 1950, and that proves that Canada was involved in crash retrievals of flying saucers as far back as 1950. That's how ridiculous and stupid this gets.
Teased pretty hard. What it was and what it is this, a 2-page letter, about a page and a half, from Larry Maguire. He's a Canadian politician. And it was a letter that he wrote in March of this year to Minister Anand. That's Anita Anand. She's the defense, the Minister of National Defense in Canada. Now, I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but let me read a couple lines. Dear Minister Anand, it has come to my attention through meetings with American officials that the United States Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and Senate Committee on Armed Services have been undertaking in-camera hearings with government and military subject matter experts on the recovery and exploitation of physical material from unidentified aerial phenomena.
Yeah, and I would like to know what Mr. Larry Maguire's sources are, besides Wilbur Smith, UFO wackadoo from the 1950s. You know, because here's the thing, like, everybody is acting like there's all this new information, but then we get these so-called bomb drops, and the bomb drops consist of a mention of an ancient, likely hoax fake UFO story from the past. And I get the feeling that there's somebody in this camp of TTSA rejects that just reads things and believes them. They don't actually, you know, if you actually go research Wilbur Smith, it's not a true story, in my opinion. It's a guy making claims, kind of like we have now. Lots of guys making claims, nobody coming up with proof.
Jumping down, as Minister of National Defense, you may not be aware, Defense Research and Development Canada has participated in efforts to analyze UAP, which is publicly traceable to circa 1950. Jumping down, Canada's Chief Science Advisor has also launched the Sky Canada project, which is investigating how the government of Canada manages UAP reports. It is imperative the government of Canada have a communications plan to respond to these upcoming public revelations that will stem from these American FMPs, or foreign material programs. Well, that to me is not necessarily a DoD admission.
No,
so
it's not.
I was a little surprised at this, but admittedly, I don't know a whole lot about Canada's politics or politicians.
Yeah, he was
but
also a fiction
friend
writer.
of mine
Yeah.
does. He is the expert on all things Canada and UFOs and UAP. He's been doing this for decades. He's been on this show before.
Yeah, and this guy's a real expert. So I was glad that John got somebody, because I know a few people in Canada, but I wouldn't necessarily 100% trust their take on things. But this guy seems to be more of a veteran UFO researcher from Canada. So I think, you know, his analysis lines up with mine.
So I rang him up and I said, hey, what's going on? I need you to help me and all my viewers understand. Is this a bombshell? Is it proof of anything? Is it extraordinary? Has our world changed? Mr. Chris Rutkowski agreed to send me some of his thoughts. Take a look.
Hi, John. Thanks for the opportunity to give you my comments about these Canadian bombshell documents. I don't think that they're bombshell necessarily. I do know that Member of Parliament Larry Maguire has been very outspoken about his belief in UAP as a subject that needs to be studied in greater detail.
Yeah, this Larry Maguire is kind of like our Tim Burchett. You know how Tim Burchett is like up in everybody's UFO documentaries, and he's very active on the UFO scene? So is this Canadian Parliament member. He's essentially the Canadian version of Tim Burchett, the one guy in the Canadian government who is all chips in, we got to investigate this. And by the way, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think Tim Burchett is much wackier than that guy in my experience so far.
I did get a request from him to brief him on my UFO research that I've been doing for the past 40 and a little more years in Canada. And I do know that before he actually reached out to me, that he had been briefed by Louis Elizondo and a few other Americans, so he's gotten a different perspective on things. Well, as far as the statement that
different, all right.
Canadian government may have been taking part in analyzing fragments of UAP, that sounds a lot like what had been claimed by Wilbert Smith, who was a radio technician back in the 1950s here in Canada. He's best known for something called the Smith Memo, where he says that
Yes.
while at a conference in Washington, D.C., he was told privately that UFOs and flying saucers are a subject of great interest to the American government. As a matter of fact, they're classified 2 points higher than the H-bomb, which is a very strange statement when you think about it, because why would he be told that? Anyways, the point is that this Wilbert Smith claimed that not only had he seen pieces of crashed saucers, but that he'd actually seen the bodies, and that he had been told many things by sources within the Canadian government and the American government as well.
Yeah, so essentially, Wilbur Smith was the 1950s version of Lou Elizondo or Dave Grusch, somebody who worked for the government for a time, apparently had an intense interest in UFOs and UAPs, and made an awful lot of claims. All the same claims. Listen to that. All the same claims made in 1950. We are 73 years from Mr. Wilbur Smith making claims of bodies, of flying saucer crash retrieval programs, of back engineering of these recovered craft. And 73 years later, still no proof of Wilbur Smith's so-called revelations, so-called disclosures. And I think that we would be doing everyone a disservice if we didn't recognize that many, many people have made very similar claims to Dave Grusch. We had Bob Lazar in the 1980s. We had Philip Corso in the 1990s. All of these people have made nearly the exact same claims. And claims are just that. They're stories. This is not evidence. This is not proof. And I don't care if you prop up some other guy from the 1950s who never proved his claims, along with this new guy who hasn't yet proved his claims. Like, if we get 10 of them, all of which are saying similar things, but all 10 never proved their claims, does that make the claims true? Unfortunately, in my opinion, no, it does not. Evidence, hard evidence, makes the claims true. Not, there's other guys telling similar stories to me.
But many people have pointed out that Smith also made a lot of unusual claims.
Yeah,
he actually
he was
said
a
that at one
wackadoo.
point he was in regular communication with the aliens. There's a story about how he would sit in his backyard and telepathically talk to them and things like that. But I mean, it depends on who you believe and who you talk with. I'm hoping that the Smith stuff isn't the source of a lot of the claims that we're hearing now. I'm hoping that some of it could be from a little more verifiable.
Yeah, I'm hoping the same thing, but I'm not holding my breath. The only person who matches all the data points of these claims from 1950 in Canada is Wilbur Smith. There's no one else. I really did my best to try to locate any other sources from 1950 that could be what this Canadian member of parliament is referencing, and I can't find anyone. So I believe it is Wilbur Smith that is being referenced here. And this, my friends, means that the Dave Grusch story has now entered into the wackadoo prover maneuver. And for those unaware or maybe not familiar with our show here and our strange terminology, we invent straight terms because there's no other way to quickly describe things. The wackadoo prover maneuver is when you have one wackadoo making really wild, fantastic claims. And what you do is you bring in another wackadoo who made similar or the same wackadoo claims previously, and you call that proof. It's the wackadoo prover maneuver. That's what they're doing here. This is the wackadoo prover maneuver. And by the way, we've got more wackadoo prover maneuver in the form of this 1930s crash retrieval story, which is a hoax. Why would Dave Grusch be getting briefed by the United States government about a hoax UFO crash story from Italy that even involves the Pope and a huge Vatican cover-up, none of which has ever been proven? They've had since 1933, I believe, to prove that Italian UFO crash retrieval story was true. They haven't proved it's true. The only evidence of that 1930 story is some documents that even the original Italian investigator said were likely faked or hoaxed. So that means the story is hoaxed. There's no other supporting evidence to the story. And we've got, these guys are now bringing in Wilbur Smith, a wackadoo from the 1950s who telepathically communicated with aliens from Saturn and Venus in his backyard, of course. This is the wackadoo prover maneuver times 2 now. And that's very problematic. You're making huge claims here. These people better have evidence. And the other thing I'm going to say is that if this entire story comes crashing down and Lou Elizondo is not banished from the UFO community and Ross Coulthart is not banished from the UFO community and Gary Nolan and everybody else involved with this, with pushing this story, Corbell, Knapp, everyone, if they're not all banished from the UFO community, then something is wrong. Because those people were all on board with pushing the TTSA garbage, right? And that was all fake disclosure. Your CIA disclosure. Sign up for your CIA-sponsored UFO disclosure. I'm sorry, but they're not here. The CIA is not here to tell the American people the truth. Check their history. And we, as people interested in this topic, should not accept anybody from the intelligence community, and especially the CIA, coming here and telling us that they're going to tell us the truth about the aliens. This, to me, so far has all of the earmarks of a psychological operation. And if you know anything about psychological operations, there are some telltale signs like coordination. All these people are coordinating all this together. All right, I'll write this letter in March, and then you're going to come out in May to the Washington Post. But the Washington Post didn't want the story, so we got to put it on a blog on the internet in the form of the Debrief, who, by the way, are ringmasters. The Debrief have been ringmasters in the UFO circus for years and years now, right? They say they write about defense and space news, but go look at no, they write about UFO garbage stories. They're UFO garbage peddlers. Why, if this story is the biggest story of the millennium, does it have to be put on a UFO garbage peddler website? It can't even make it to like a real newspaper in like, I don't know, Iowa somewhere, something? No, it got put on a blog site. Very problematic. So we've got the UFO wackadoo prover maneuver in full effect here, right? And I cannot believe that we're a few weeks into this story now and still no evidence, but everything that does come out is another red flag here. This referencing of Wilbur Smith is a huge red flag because most people that are reasonable, rational people, even researchers that are interested in this topic, would have to agree that Wilbur Smith was a UFO wackadoo. So if this Canadian member of parliament is basing his opinions on a UFO wackadoo from 1950 that hasn't proven his stories were real in 73 years, and this is somehow being offered as proof of Dave Grusch's claims, this is a house of cards. The whole thing is a house of cards.
And substantial information sources. I guess we'll just have to see.
Well, thank you, Chris, for doing that. Thank you all for listening and watching.
Yeah, I was glad to hear from
you
an
would
expert.
want a different voice than me yapping at you on how to take this. I linked Jeremy's tweet in the show notes below. That way you can read the entire letter. And as always, I'm interested in your comments, your feedback, what you'd like to see on this channel.
Yeah, and please do support John from the Black Vault, because I think that he does a good job trying to give people all of the information and let people make up their own minds. So what we've got here is people that have coordinated with helping sell this story in the form of George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, who, by the way, coordinated and helped sell the Elizondo lies, coordinated and helped sell the TTSA garbage story lies, right? That disclosure that never came. And remember, all of this has happened before, and it will all happen again. We've all been here when a bunch of people were losing their minds. Doesn't anybody remember TTSA and Lou Elizondo? Oh, this is disclosure, right? And all these people went nuts and were being so nasty to me because I was saying, hey, I'd like to see some evidence. I'd like to see the analysis of those videos before getting excited and deciding disclosure is here. No, you're a debunker, right? Amazing that so far what we've got referenced for so-called evidence or proof by the people pushing this story is a fake UFO crash retrieval story involving the Vatican, of all things, from 1930s Italy, and a UFO wackadoo from 1950 in the form of Wilbert Smith. And by the way, I have some more information on Wilbert Smith. Let me... 1 second. Let me just get to that because we have excellent sources here, and one of them gave me a much better breakdown. And by the way, this source is in Canada of mine, and I'm not revealing that source, but they do have what I would consider an expert level knowledge of these matters. And he says the letter Jerry Maguire wrote to Canada's Minister of Defense is simply referencing declassified documents and memos written by Wilbert Brockhouse Smith, a senior radio engineer who worked for DOT's broadcast and measurement section to Dr. Robert Irving Sarbacher. He wrote to Dr. Sarbacher about his Project Magnet second story. Wilbert Smith had his own UFO observatory off the Ottawa River. I believe he also wanted to build a UFO landing site. And his UFO observatory, writes this source, was off of the Ottawa River, located off Cardling Avenue in Building 67, 15 kilometers west of Shirley's Bay, Ottawa, which was a Department of National Defense complex that belonged to the Defense Research and Development Canada, DRDC. So see, all of these things are referenced in the letter. This Canadian Parliament member is talking about Will Smith because in the letter he references, quote, Defense Research and Development Canada, DRDC, up until the abandoned building was torn down sometime in 2011. They make it sound like some clandestine black project, but it was more like a hobby that Wilbert B. Smith did on his free time. Does that sound familiar? Wilbert B. Smith was never officially charged by the Canadian government with doing any UFO research. He did it in his spare time. Does that sound familiar? Kind of like Lou Elizondo, who ran an imaginary UFO Pentagon program in his spare time? Same thing. And he did all of this UFO-related, quote, research, unquote, in his free time until his untimely death, December 27th, 1962, at the age of 52. Project Magnet began December 2nd, 1950, and Canadian funding for it ended in July 1954, as sponsored by the Defense Research Board way back then. Canada hasn't done any major work on UFOs since the mid-1950s. So this story is exaggerating one man's obsession from the 1950s and conflating it with official, ongoing Canadian deep black programs on UAP that don't actually exist. This is what Larry Maguire's letter from March 22nd, 2023 is referencing when it says research stemming back to circa 1950. Wilbert B. Smith alleged he was in telepathic contact with interplanetary ETs from Saturn, Venus, and elsewhere back then. But he was simply one of the many ufologists making claims. There is no active, ongoing continuation of his work or any highly secretive program for any of the Canadian officials CC'd in Maguire's memo to actually get read into. All of this stuff is old news and ended 65 plus years ago. So there we have it. That this house of cards is completely and totally getting demolished here. And look, I'm going to say this one time. All these people who are making these fantastical claims, including the people that I believe are behind Dave Grusch, Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, Gary Nolan, Lou Elizondo, Ross Coulthart, Leslie Kane, Ralph Blumenthal, all of you people have made incredible, fantastical claims before. If you have evidence, now is the time to drop it. Because if this story continues to play out like this, you are all going to be the laughing stock of this entire so-called community. Because the level at which this story is being hyped and the level at which people are willing to just throw away all critical thinking and logic here and just, well, yeah, this letter confirms what Dave Grusch says. No, this letter confirms that some wackadoo from the Canadian government was interested in UFOs and thought he telepathically communicated with them. He also claimed to be in possession of crash retrievals, flying saucers, and other fantastical claims, none of which has been proven in 73 plus years now. That's what this Canadian member of Parliament's letter is referencing. Wilbur Smith, a UFO wackadoo who communicated with aliens from Saturn and Venus, among other things. And never, look, it would be different if Wilbur Smith proved all of his claims. If Wilbur Smith proved all of his claims, including, crash retrievals and telepathically communicating with aliens, then okay. But none of that has ever been proven. So they are piling one fake story on top of another fake story. We're up to 2 fake stories completely and totally piled on top of the Dave Grusch story so far. The 1930s Italian UFO crash that is most likely a hoax. Ask any competent UFO investigator or researcher. That story is a hoax. And now we've got Wilbur Smith, UFO wackadoo from Canada, piled on top of it. This is extremely problematic. And if this is the best that these people have, then we've got a real problem here. We've got a huge problem with UFO believers. It just seems to me like these people just believe this stuff, and they're gonna just throw everything they can at this story to try to convince people that the story is real. How about you try to throw us some evidence that the story is true? And by the way, for those people who get so upset with me, I would love it if tomorrow they showed us a crash retrieved craft of non-human origin. That would make me cream in my pants. Because then at least I'll know I haven't wasted decades of my life researching every facet of the history, mythology, the characters in this, all of the stories. If that happened tomorrow, I would cream in my pants, along with you UFO believers. But unfortunately, to get me jizzing in my pants, I'm going to need a little more than 2 fake UFO stories piled on top of another UFO story of a so-called whistleblower who has so far 0 evidence presented, but an awful lot of claims. I'll give him that. And again, none of these claims are new. These are all claims that we've heard since the 1950s. Here's another example of a UFO whistleblower from the 1950s telling virtually the exact stories. Oh, there's non-human craft and they're flying around in our atmosphere. We don't know what they're doing. We're researching it. Oh, some of them are crashing and we retrieved some of it. Oh, I'm communicating with the aliens. Sure you are. Sure you are. So this is another layer of deception. And if not for people who recall the story of Wilbur Smith and are intimately familiar with the history of that largely unproven fake story, we might believe that this letter somehow proves Dave Grusch's claims are true. They are building a house of cards here. And, you know, one of the funny things about a house of cards is you can get them pretty stable for a while, but one little gust of wind or one little flick and that whole house of cards is going to come crashing down. I, for one, am very interested in seeing if they're going to actually provide any proof, any evidence of their claims. I can't believe that this is all that they are putting forth to try to make people believe that this story is true. But, you know, look at the history of this thing. This is not the first time that people have just come forward with fantastic claims and haven't actually delivered any evidence, and people debated and wanted to believe the story was true and hoped the story was true for ages, right? And I do see a super sticker from Patrick Sheehan, but I'm having trouble locating it in the live chat. Patrick Sheehan, if you're still here, let me know. Was that early in the live chat? Oh, no, maybe not. So I will scroll through here and try to get to the end. We have more to share with you, but I wanted to take a moment since and recognize the live chat, and also especially recognize the support in the live chat in the form of the super chats. For those unaware, we are a viewer-supported show, and there's a money button down there, and you can use that to support us, among other things. 1 second, I'm still scrolling. There we go. Patrick Sheehan with a kind and generous $9.99 super sticker. We want to thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. Longtime show supporter. We appreciate you, Patrick Sheehan, and I know you appreciate us because you're always there to throw a couple bucks in our hat. Thank you for helping us to praise the cat.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, and now I'll take some comments and questions before we move on to the timeline. Buzzbomb at 7445 says, all this grifting BS ain't going to make me cream my jeans. Solid evidence, maybe. Yeah, that's where I'm at. And I want people to know that I'm not just, you know, a naysaying debunker. You know, I want to believe just like the poster, but unfortunately, I have believed too many people and been let down and disappointed. And by the way, this story is going to be the biggest overhype and underdelivered and the hugest big letdown ever in the history of UFOs. If they don't come through with some bodies, some material, some pictures, some videos, some public admissions from government officials that this is all real, this will be the biggest letdown in the history of all of UFOs. It will be the biggest letdown because this one has been overly hyped out the wazoo. I can't believe that this is all they got. Making claims like this, and this is all you've got for evidence or proof? Well, somebody told me they worked on the flying saucers. Who is that somebody? Could be Bob Lazar for all we know. You know? Could be Eric Davis. He's a wackadoo. Could be Hal Puthoff, Scientology wackadoo who wasted, what was it, hundreds of thousands of dollars of government money, or was it millions, investigating psychics? And he declared Uri Geller had real psychic powers when Uri Geller later admitted he used magic tricks to fool Hal Puthoff. Great job. Great job, Hal Puthoff. And a Scientologist, so he believes in all the Xanadu and all that stuff. Great. Great. I am going to... We're not going to go through this entire timeline for the sake of time, but I did want to make sure that we recognize this timeline. 1 second, because it's very important. All right, this is going to be very difficult for me to read, but how many pages is this? 1 second, friends. Just preview. All right, we've got 4 pages. We'll try to get through it. So this is a timeline of events leading up to the Grusch story and happening since Grusch's so-called blowing the whistle. And by the way, I hate the term whistleblower. Whistleblowers have evidence. This guy's got stories, and that's it. Dave Grusch, A Timeline of Events. May 1st, 2020, a classified briefing was generated about the UFO UAP presence via the Office of Naval Intelligence. Those familiar with the briefing articulated to Corbell that the goal was to destigmatize the UAP problem, to promote more intelligence collection regarding UAP incursions and encounters with active military deployments. This UAP briefing was a build on to a previous ONI, Office of Naval Intelligence briefing generated October 18, 2019. Both were distributed across a wide range of intelligence networking platforms such as Serpentnet, JWICS, and various IntelLink systems. Corbell obtains an, quote, enormous anonymous data dump that contained the 2019 drone swarm data. That's April 21st. April 21st, also, Corbell provides 2019 drone swarm data to the UAPTF. And one might ask himself, why is Corbell getting classified information? Why isn't he under arrest? I don't know. Corbell releases slides from the 2019 drone swarm. This goes back a ways, right? This is 2021 about the drone swarms. There's a reason that this is put in the timeline. The reason that we're putting this in the timeline is because I believe, and it's my opinion and speculation, I have to freely admit that, and I'm working with several other researchers who concur and agree with me that the source of Corbell's classified leaks and the things that he's getting from the government that nobody else seems to be getting may indeed be Mr. Grusch. I want to stress may. I don't have proof or evidence of that yet, but we're including this stuff in the timeline for that reason. Compass Rose signs on as Grusch's attorney. Grusch allegedly met with Greer, according to Greer. That was back in March of this year. I think some of these are incorrectly marked 2022. This is supposed to be 2023. Grusch meets Corbell and Knapp at a Star Trek convention in Huntsville, Alabama. Corbell and Knapp and Grusch at Vegas Star Trek conference. That was, we're back to, this is not in chronological order, so it's a little confusing. I apologize. 8/28/22. Corbell and Knapp at Vegas Star Trek conference. Corbell announced upcoming release of Mosul orb picture. The same month that he meets Dave Grusch at a Star Trek convention. Isn't that interesting? Corbell Knapp appearance on Coast to Coast was canceled due to attempted suppression of information. 8/29/22. Grusch flew home and his clearance was suddenly suspended. Isn't that interesting? Right after the Mosul orb was dropped by Corbell, and Corbell claimed that someone was attempting suppression of information. And let me just say, if we find out that this Grusch was the source behind Corbell's stuff, and Corbell is helping promote the Grusch story, this is a completely and totally incestuous UFO clusterfuck right here. Just putting that out there. And again, this is speculation, but 8/29, Grusch flies home and his clearances are suspended right after meeting Corbell and Corbell announcing the upcoming release of the Mosul org picture. 1/25/23, Black Vault on the Mosul release. I thought that was an important piece. We've included some of theirs. Theories of Everything with Leslie Clean. 3/23, Blumenthal and Keene introduced in early March that he had wanted to do a story with them and knew he was going to be coming out in the public arena. This is Grusch. Newsweek article, Congressman says alien UFO tech is being reverse engineered in secret. That's March 2023. April 2023. April 7th, Grusch left position in own accord. In order, he said, to advance government accountability through public awareness. April 2023, Senator Gillibrand held a UAP hearing in the Senate's Armed Services Committee subcommittee on emerging threats and capabilities, with Arrow's Sean Kirkpatrick testifying. As reported by Wired, Senator Gillibrand indicated that she may hold a hearing, although not necessarily public, to fully investigate Grusch's claims. DOP SR review cleared for open publication, but only one page was released. Blumenthal and Keene wrote the preliminary draft for the New York Times article that was rejected. That was on April 23rd. Coulthard and Zabel, day one of Grusch interview filming. They filmed Grusch's interview on May 8th and May 9th, second day of interview filming. And by the way, they said they had 7 hours of interview. They did the same interview 2 times. That's suspicious. Why would you do the same exact interview 2 times? Unless you were trying to carefully manipulate and massage the interview. You do 2 takes of the same questions. Why? Why would you do that if it was a true story? I don't know of any journalist that would interview someone for 3.5 hours and then do it all again the next day, unless they were looking for multiple takes so that they could massage and edit the hell out of the interview for maximum impact. That is very, very suspicious. On 5/19, Daniel Sheehan leaks Grusch's name. And by the way, we have the links for most of this stuff. Theories of Everything with John Greenwald was on June 4th. June 5th, Grusch announced on N2K podcast and a debrief article. Debrief article, intelligence officials say U.S. has retrieved craft of non-human origin. The big article comes out July 5th. News Nation first Greer clip, Grusch clip, also on June 5th. Also June 5th, Keene Blumenthal interview on the Micah Hanks program. Ralph Blumenthal interview with Howard Hughes. Everybody's doing the full court press to help sell the story on the 5th. On the 6th, we get the second News Nation clip of Dave Grusch. On 6/6, John from the Black Vault does a piece on Dave Grusch. Also on 6/6, Tucker Carlson, of all people, cover the story. 6/7, Ralph Blumenthal interview with Jim Harold live. News Nation lawmakers comment on Grusch. On 6/7, Richard Dolan at Contact in the Desert holds an emergency presentation. You gotta love Richard Dolan, right? And by the way, it was also Stephen Bassett and Linda Moulton Howe at Contact in the Desert all sat on a panel talking about disclosure is here. And Stephen Bassett said he was putting champagne on ice because disclosure is here. They all chips in on this story, and they're in the middle of a UFO conference and haven't researched anything, but they're declaring that disclosure is here. That was on June 7th. A little bit of a rush. The Grusch rush. Fully in display at Contact in the Desert. Epoch Times did an article about the Pentagon using UFO technology for weaponry. But please be aware that the Epoch Times is a propaganda media outlet run by a Chinese cult. Vanity Fair article, why the New York Times, the Washington Post, and Politico didn't publish a seemingly bombshell report about UFOs. That was 6/8. 6/9, we have Compass Rose. 6/9, Ralph Blumenthal and Bob McGuire interview. Also on the 9th, Keene interview with The Hill. Also on the 9th, Martin Willis show, Ralph Blumenthal interview, the UAP whistleblower article, and Aftermath podcast live shows. On June 10th, we have Keene and Blumenthal interview with Whitley Strieber. On the 11th, Bryce Zabel. And by the way, this isn't all of everybody. There's podcasts. There's hundreds of others. We put the most well-known outlets and shows on this timeline. 6/11, Bryce Zabel pre-Grusch show with Ryan Sprague. Of course, Ryan Sprague is involved in helping push this garbage because Ryan Sprague is a garbage peddler. So is Chrissy Newton, his sometimes partner. And they're both connected to the debrief. So they're going to do what they're supposed to do, which is help the debrief push this garbage story. 6/11, Grusch Coulthard News Nation interview for 40 minutes. Also 6:11, Michael Schellenberger on the Hill. 6:12, Need to Know, post-Grusch review. Yeah, need to know. You need to know not to watch that show, right? IGIC was published on 6:12. Richard Dolan on Fade to Black, Fade to Bull. 6:13, weaponized Grusch discussed for the first time. Also in the 13th, Gillibrand statement. We need to look into whether there are rogue special access programs that no one is providing oversight for. The goal for me will be having a hearing at some point so we can assess if these SAPs actually exist. New York Post article on the 13th. Pentagon whistleblower claims Vatican helped U.S. retrieve the UFO from Benito Mussolini. Yeah, that was a completely and totally fake hoax story. Article, UFO whistleblower, a Christian response on 6:13. 6:14, Michael Shermer and Michael Schellenberger. That was a good interview. Although I don't trust Michael Schellenberger, I think he jumped into this story because he's not making money being an indie journalist anywhere else. So he's cashing in on UFOs now. And that's sad to see because Michael Schellenberger used to do good work. Now he's going to just be a garbage peddler. That's my opinion and I'm entitled to it. 6:15, the behavioral panel. Remember that. 6:17, Corbell on Russell Brand. 6:17, Zero Hedge article, Lies, Damn Lies, and UFOs, Deciphering the Truth Hidden Amid Decades of Propaganda. Coulthard interview with Howard Hughes. Outkick article on the 18th, Senator says UFO whistleblower claims are pretty close to debriefing he received. Yeah, and everybody, the true believers are all jumping up and down, but we don't know what briefing he received from whom. He could have been getting briefings from Hal Puthoff and Lou Elizondo, and they sure didn't tell him about the werewolves and the dino beavers and the poltergeists and the killer shapeshifters from Skinwalker Ranch. So maybe he believed them. Corbell and Knapp on 6:19 on Coast to Coast. And, I hate that Corbell and Knapp have such a media arm. They have control over what gets put on Coast to Coast because George Knapp is a weekend host there. Then they have Weaponized. Then George Knapp has a television station putting out his stories. And then they have every other media outlet having Corbell on as a so-called UFO expert. He was a goddamn yoga teacher and a fake quantum jujitsu instructor and a failed artist whose mommy and daddy paid his bills before he was this UFO expert. 6:19, Newsweek article, the UFO whistleblower report. 6:19, Guardian article, Monday briefing. Why new claims about UFOs have experts wondering if the truth really is out there. So this is a general timeline of events. We've done our best to bring you some actual new information tonight. Yes, I agree. Ganja 73. Who wouldn't believe in dino beavers? The dino beavers are quite popular with Justin. I can imagine. Yes, and Mr. Ian says, WTF is quantum jujitsu. Apparently, quantum jujitsu is jujitsu that Mr. Corbell just made up. It doesn't exist. Go ask anybody that really knows jujitsu. He just made it up. Buzzbomb, we are entitled to our opinions via our God-given rights, also via the First Amendment. Amen. Yeah, I totally, yeah, well, everybody's entitled to their opinions. The problem is when people start pushing their opinion as fact on people, and that's what I believe may be happening with this case. Bill effing Murray, I actually still respect Knapp, unlike most of the rest of the circle. Well, here's what I'll tell you. George Knapp never blocked me. He told me I'm an idiot, and he told me I'm stupid. He literally said, "You're a stupid idiot, Stephen," or something like that. I have I saved the messages from him. I grew up watching George Knapp. And when he got that Coast to Coast weekend gig, I used to listen to him. But I don't have any respect for Knapp anymore because come on, two completely and totally fake stories in the past month that he's put out with Corbell. Any credibility that he once had was shot once he started pushing the CIA TTSA techno scam. And by the way, George Knapp was an early investor in TTSA, and he helped them promote TTSA, and he didn't disclose that in any of the pieces he did promoting them as the UFO messiahs when he had investment in them. I think that's extremely slimy. It's despicable that he did that. You're not allowed as a journalist to promote some company that you bought early stock in without disclosing that, and he did that. So it is what it is. Alan Cantrell is mentioning crystal hippie bitches. Yeah. George Knapp was on with Corbell last Sunday. Of course he was. JD says, I hate the bullying in the UFO community. Nobody is entitled to their own opinion in this world anymore without a deluge of ad hominem attacks like Eric Hecker did to Stephen. Yeah, if you demand evidence from people, they start calling you stupid or an idiot, or start telling people complete and total lies about you, like a certain hoax channel promoter did. But I'm still here. They throw whatever they can at me. It kind of slides off now. Schoenberger's Dino Beaver, Mr. Ian. Yes. Grew. Favorite kinds of cigarettes. Well, I'm smoking these roll your own because I'm super cheap. That's just a big can of Bugler, right? And but I do have these vapes, and I'm really trying to. I have to like just absolutely agree with myself never to smoke anywhere inside my house, and just vape inside the house. I'm in the basement here, which is kind of my area. It's kind of my area and the family dump, like anybody that has any crap they don't want to look at or deal with, they just throw it in here. But I have to, one of the things on my list of things to do, Gru Operative, is to quit smoking, at least just vape and not smoke anymore. It's a really terrible habit. It's worse. I quit drinking alcohol. And I thought that was going to be extremely difficult for me. It was a little bit, but nowhere near as difficult as it is for me to stop smoking. My friend, Mr. Ian, commented to me, because we both happen to be very ADD, and we're of the age before they identified ADD in people and medicated people. So a lot of people who smoke, and I think this is very true, are self-medicating their ADD. The nicotine does something. It lets me focus for a little while, 20 minutes. And then I smoke again, and I can focus for another 20 minutes. So it may just all come down to self-medicating. But I've been trying, and I'm having a really tough time. I have been making some changes to my diet, and I'll have more details on that. I've started on a very crazy diet this week. And I'm not sure I'm going to be able to stick to it. So I don't want to talk about it until I get at least a week or two in. Second ad. Yeah, they put in a mid-roll now, Alan Cantrell, and I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it's a stimulant. So, it's dopamine related, and nicotine hacks your dopamine release. Yeah, it could be the reason for that. There's a reason why people like smoking so much that they will continue to do it even when they know it's largely detrimental to their health. I'm going to take more comments and questions from the live chat. I always have to put this banner up to make sure that people understand that the show is not over. We are a viewer supported show. So once during the show, we do play this wonderful bumper with the man with the golden voice, just letting you know how you too can help us to support the shows and future broadcasts. We'll be right back, friends.
Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey.
We are back, friends. I wanted to take a moment to ask or answer, I suppose, the question in our show tonight, which was, are non-human entities among us? I was thinking about this for a moment today while taking a walk, of all things, but that's where I do some great thinking, that or pacing around the house. So non-human entities have been with humans since the dawn of humanity. And I think it's very important that we recognize that there have been non-human entities with us since the beginning of human history. One can think of the gods or God, certainly a non-human entity, angels, demons, many of the things that we consider mythology now. But one thing that I will tell you, especially in the case of actual demons, there is more evidence of demons among us than aliens. And specifically, when you get into some of the documented evidence of exorcisms and demonic possession, which is something we'll be doing a series on here, there are some tantalizing and crazy documented accounts of people, for example, knowing how to speak ancient Aramaic with perfect diction, a dead language, or ancient Latin or ancient Greek or ancient Hebrew, that have never been exposed to that before they came under the alleged or apparent possession of demonic entities. There has been documented, at least documented cases of levitation and all kinds of psychic phenomenon, and what most people, I suppose, would consider poltergeist phenomenon, but things that just are preternatural simply cannot be explained by normal natural laws of science and physics that accompany demonic possession. So, and certainly being a religious and spiritual person, I believe in the reality of angels and demons. Your opinion may vary. Something that I just believe. Is there evidence of angels? Well, we have just as much evidence for the existence of angels as we do for the existence of aliens. Largely, we have a lot of stories, ancient stories, biblical stories, modern stories of angelic intervention in people's lives and things like that. So I don't think that this paradigm shift that people think, or ontological shock that people are talking about, is a reality. When we consider that a large portion of the human race has accepted and believed in non-human entities for thousands and thousands of years already, would the existence of another type of non-human entity, if it were proven 100% to be true, would that really change things for us? I think that the human race, many of us already believe in non-human entities in the form of angels or demons or the Nephilim, for example, or many people are ardent believers in Bigfoot, and that certainly would be considered another form of non-human intelligence. And we also have to remember that artificial intelligence is coming, or already here, depending on who you ask. I have a background in computer science, and I can tell you that the singularity is going to be here within 20 years. I am 100% convinced of it. I have friends that are programmers and researchers who are also convinced of it. Within 20 years, we will have a general purpose AI, which will be smarter than a human and more capable than a human. Within 20 years, we can see pieces of this already. And a lot of this AI software is coming to destroy everyone's jobs. You thought that AI would do things that nobody wants to do, right? Like maybe farm work. Put some AIs in those robots so they can pick those peaches or oranges, or farm strawberries for us lazy humans. Like that would be one great use of AI. But what we're seeing is that even the jobs that most people thought would always be safe, like artist, poet, author, journalist, content creator, those are going to be replaced soon. And actually, I think it's going to be a very sad day, because someday all of us will open up our browsers and almost everything that we consume will be created by an artificial intelligence. There will certainly be movies. There will be cartoons created by completely and totally by AI. There will be children's books. There's already children's books written by AI. Did you know that? So non-human intelligences are already among us, some of which we are responsible for, like artificial intelligence. However, I think that there is ample, at least documented stories and evidence of non-human entities interacting with us for ages. And wouldn't, things like demons and angels and succubi and incubus and, all of these other things, wouldn't that be considered a form of non-human intelligence? And many people have just accepted that there are non-human intelligences already. So would our worldview really change if we found out that there was other intelligences and they happened to come from other dimensions or other planetary bodies in the universe? I really don't think so. And I don't think that we're going to have that, come together, kumbaya, get together in a circle, and we're all human brothers moment that people believe that we will. So I think it's interesting that along comes Dave Grusch, sort of going, I'm here to confirm the existence of non-human intelligences, when many people already believe in non-human intelligences. If you believe in a God, any God, if you believe in any God whatsoever, you already believe in a non-human intelligence. If you are Christian or, if you are Christian or Jewish, you likely believe in the existence of angels and demons and maybe even the Nephilim. And those are certainly non-human intelligences. If you are Muslim, you believe in the jinn, which is another form of non-human intelligence. And the jinn are very interesting in that they may be demons, they may be angels, or they may be both. The jinn are a very interesting and fascinating form of non-human intelligence. And there is ample and documented evidence of the jinn in the Muslim faith, scriptures, writings, ancient texts, and more. So are non-human intelligences among us? I would like to think so. I would certainly like to think that there are angels among us. I believe that I have seen in my own life the work of both angels and demons, right? I was going down a pretty deep, dark path with alcohol, and I got pulled out of that by what I can only describe as a divine force. It seemed intelligent. It seemed caring. It seemed logical. It seemed intelligent to me. So perhaps, and then conversely, especially in the music world, I believe that I have seen the work of demons in my life, demons of lust, demons of sloth, demons of overindulgence, for sure. And I just think it's incredibly interesting that along comes Dave Grusch, like, hi, I'm here to confirm the existence of non-human intelligences. And if you're a spiritual person, you already believe in non-human intelligences, or maybe if you're religious, especially, you should believe in non-human intelligences. So are non-human intelligences among us? I believe that they are. And I don't believe that adding some alien from another planetary body in the galaxy somewhere, or for all we know, there are alien artificial intelligences, right? For all we know, there are aquatic forms of intelligences. And what about that? Non-human intelligences. Are orca whales and dolphins as intelligent as humans? It depends on who you ask, but a lot of people believe so. What about the great apes? Are they a form of non-human intelligences? I believe that the argument can be made for that. So non-human intelligences, I believe, are here. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome. So the big interview was today, and boy, there's an awful lot to talk about. But before we even begin on a presentation about this interview with this man named Dave Grusch, former intelligence community member, before we even begin with the presentation about the actual interview, we have to address something very important. There are UFO bottom-feeding slime balls who today decided what they would do is illegally tap the feed of that interview and just play it on their YouTube channels to get views. And by the way, many people did this, and people were getting thousands and thousands and thousands of viewers by completely and totally illegally rebroadcasting a copyrighted news broadcast that they had absolutely positively no legal rights to broadcast. And this is very, very troubling, because I'm going to talk to you true believers for a moment. And actually, I'm going to be on your side. And I can't believe that I have to do this, but I have to defend Ross Coulthart, Blumenthal, and Kane, right? Because it's their story. And tonight's broadcast of that 1 hour interview did not belong to the bottom feeding UFO slime balls who decided that they would just rebroadcast it and make money from it. They have absolutely no moral, ethical, or legal right to just rebroadcast something that someone else owns. Now, I'm sure that we're going to get a lot of excuses for why people did this, right? I heard, oh, it's free speech. No, it's not. It's completely and totally illegal what just happened today. And I am so goddamn disgusted. I wasn't going to do a show today. I said, you know what? This interview can wait for tomorrow, because I believe that this interview really just helps the entire story fall apart more. And we're going to get into that. But before we do, on this copyright issue, you cannot morally, ethically, or legally just play somebody else's copyright protected, News Nation owns that. You don't have a right to just put it on your channel. Take the feed from wherever, DirecTV or Hulu, or I think it's on multiple streaming outlets. But you do not have the right to take that and rebroadcast it on your own YouTube channel, and you especially don't have the right to monetize something you do not own. That's not your content, dummies. And this brings an issue. This brings forward to me an issue of my complete and total disgust with almost everybody in this so-called UFO community, because we see time and time again that bottom feeding slime balls that are literally willing to just do anything. Now we've reached a level of absolute illegality to make money off of UFOs. Nobody has the right to rebroadcast that. Now, let me be very clear. You do have the right under fair use to play it and do commentary over it, but those laws are very strict. You can play the video for 1 minute, maybe two, then you got to stop it and you have to talk about it. You can't just play an hour-long broadcast that you do not own. You can't do that. First of all, it's against YouTube's terms of service. And I'm telling you right now, every person that did that better get a goddamn strike. Because if we did that here, we would get a strike. If most people did that, they would get a strike. And let's talk about the money being generated by the bottom feeding slime balls. If they're monetizing a video that they do not own the rights to broadcast and broadcasting it anyway, and again, we'll take out anybody who was doing it under fair use, under commentary. That's perfectly allowed. But you can't just take the video and play it on your channel to get lots of views. And you certainly 100% cannot collect super chats while you're illegally rebroadcasting something that you do not own. Now, I mentioned that I'm going to be forced to defend Ross Coulthart and the people at News Nation, who, by the way, I have such little respect for. But I will go this far They own that story. They filmed it. They edited it. Ross did the interview. They filmed it. They edited it. They produced it. They have the right to exclusively air that. And no bottom-feeding UFO show host has the right to take that from them and take those thousands and thousands of monetized views away from the people who developed, filmed, produced, and owned the story. Now let's get to the issue of these bottom-feeding slime balls making money. And by the way, I don't care what excuses these people give. Go to a lawyer, check for yourself. It is completely and totally illegal to take somebody's copyright-protected broadcast, put it on your YouTube channel, and then collect money while you're broadcasting somebody else's copyright-protected broadcast. You can't do this. You can't do it on YouTube. You can't do it anywhere. It's completely and totally illegal. It would be like me setting up a movie theater somewhere and just collecting money from people to play copyrighted movies. Same exact thing. You can't do it. It's completely and totally illegal. And I'm sure that these clowns who did this, you know, are feeling pretty good about themselves. Oh, look at all these viewers we got by doing something completely and totally illegal. But we've seen time and time again that this whole thing is filled with bottom-feeding scumballs, slimeballs, criminals, con artists, scammers, and grifters. So, you know, part of me is not even surprised that this happened. I'm surprised that people are that boldly just coming up with excuses for why they can do something completely and totally illegal to try to make money off of this story that they don't own, they didn't film, they don't develop. Now, of course, we've covered the story, but each time we do, we're bringing you new information. That, I think, is a noble pursuit. But to just replay Ross Coulthardt's interview from News Nation, which you don't own the rights to, is completely and totally immoral, unethical, and illegal. And I want to ask those people, especially people that collected super chats while doing that, are you going to give that money to News Nation? Because that's not your money. You stole that money. You literally stole that money from News Nation. Now, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of excuses, but I encourage everybody, go talk to a copyright attorney. They'll tell you that I'm completely and totally right. You cannot broadcast somebody else's property and collect money, especially collect money while you're doing it. Completely and totally 100% illegal. And we have seen time and time again that people in the UFO community do things that most people would be arrested for, and there's no consequences, right? And some of these UFO slimeball show hosts are the same people that are running around harassing people, doxing people, encouraging people to attack people, you know, making fun of disabled people, cancer patients, you know, people's disabilities. Same people, slime balls, complete and total UFO show slime balls. So, you know, and I also have to say that I'm sure some people think it's sour grapes. Well, you didn't think of doing that, Stephen. Of course, I would have done it if it was legal. It's not legal. I'm not legally allowed to do what these people just did. I'm just not allowed to do it. It's completely and totally illegal. So anybody who did that is a fly-by-night person with no ethics, no morality, who's literally willing to break the law to suck some money out of this story. I'm not sour graping here. I'm not jealous. I'm stating facts. These people are UFO bottom-feeding slime balls who never give anything, but they're sure there with their hands out. Take. Let me take money from the UFO community for rebroadcasting this that I have no legal right to broadcast. But we see time and time again, and this is why I'm saying that I'm getting disgusted here, because you get penalized for having morals or ethics in this thing. And you know who makes all the money? The slime balls, the bottom-feeding UFO grifters. And let's be very clear. If you illegally broadcast this story and collected money while you were doing it, that's a criminal act. You're a slime ball. And again, I can't believe that I have to defend Ross Coulthart and News Nation. But in this case, I'm going to defend them. Because if somebody took my exclusive interview and got 10,000 or 20,000 views or viewers or whatever, that would be taking my money. They literally took money and viewers, because remember, this is an attention-based economy. So if they took 10,000 or 20,000 or 30,000 views from News Nation, all that money was stolen from News Nation. And you true believers who were supporting this and even sending some of these UFO bottom-feeding slime balls money, what you're saying is, we don't care if the people that put all the time and energy into developing these stories we love get robbed by these other bottom-feeding slime balls that have no right to take a dime from that. Do you want more stories like this? Well, if we allow people to just completely and totally steal views and therefore money from people who actually do the stories, what we're saying is that Ross, how do I say this? What you're saying is that News Nation has no right to exclusivity on that story. The people who filmed it, did the interview, edited it, hyped it, whatever, regardless of how I feel about the story, they own the story. It's their right to have exclusive broadcasts. And what these UFOs, this is how the UFO community thanks people that are doing things at once. You wanted this story, right? And how did the UFO community thank the people who developed this story? They let a bunch of slimeball, bottom-feeding UFO show hosts or disclosure show hosts steal that from the people who developed it and had the exclusive rights on broadcasting it tonight. We just let the slime balls steal money from the people who brought us the story that we all were so, well, some of us were so intent on watching tonight, right? I am completely and totally disgusted because, you know, you would think that, and I'm sure like karma has its way eventually, but it takes so long, right? And like I said, are the people that collected all those super chats going to give that money to Ross Coulthart? That was his interview. That was his story. Are they going to give that money in super chats that they collected to News Nation? That was their money. That was their story. You have no right to rebroadcast it. And again, to be clear, you're allowed under fair use, but you got to talk through it. And then people get, I sometimes these commentary shows are a double-edged sword because I do them. And then people complain that they can't hear what we're commenting over, but I have to stop it every few minutes and comment to legally be able to do that. You can't just play stuff at 20 minutes at a clip here, right? You can't do that. But this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. And I'm supposed to compete on equal terms. And by the way, all I want is an equal playing field. If other people can do completely and totally illegal shit, and it's not just this, like if people can steal other people's exclusive content and just rebroadcast it on their channel while they're collecting money, why can't I do that? Oh, that's right, because it's illegal. You could get a channel strike, or you could lose your whole channel if they decide it's a serious enough infraction. So all I want is a level playing field. What about people that are selling video game covers as pictures of real aliens and making millions of dollars? Well, I can't do that because we're not going to lie to our audience here. So again, I'm getting the people who do this the right way, the honest way, the ethical and moral way get penalized. And the people who are willing to be slime balls, they just get more and more money. But in the long span of things, you know, I kind of think that karma will have its way. You're not going to get ahead doing that, right? Congratulations. You got a lot of views that you didn't earn, right? And these same people will be right back to being lazy slobs, stealing other people's content, illegally monetizing content that they don't own any rights to, And it's the people you would expect that did this, right? It is what it is. So we'll get into the actual interview next. It appears that many people have more empathy for this David Grusch because it appeared throughout the interview that he is very sincere in his beliefs. But it also would appear that I believe that Mr. Grusch is being manipulated and lied to. And we have some new information about Mr. Grusch and about the army person who backed him up as incredibly credible. But before we do that, I think the first point that I'd like to make is this claim that we keep hearing that the intelligence community inspector general found his claims urgent and credible. And during the interview, Ross Coulthart says the inspector general of the intelligence community found your allegations urgent and credible. So there's a deliberate deception going on the part of Ross Coulthart and others selling this story, including Debrief and Leslie Kane and Blumenthal, because they keep hammering that point that the intelligence community inspector general found this man's claims urgent and credible, or this man's allegations urgent and credible. But let's be very clear. To my knowledge, the intelligence community inspector general is not finding his claims of aliens or crash retrievals or exotic materials urgent and credible. He's simply finding his complaints about some kind of reprisals against this man urgent and credible. There has been no statement from the intelligence community inspector general confirming that Mr. Grusch's claims of aliens and everything else are urgent and credible. So there is this conflation of those two things that I believe is purposefully occurring. This is how the layers of deception work. Well, he said your complaint about reprisals is urgent and credible, and they would do something, they would investigate it. So we'll just say that they said your allegations are urgent and credible. No, that's a conflation of two completely separate issues. And I guarantee you, we're going to get a statement from the inspector general of the intelligence community, and they're going to straighten out this confabulation of two completely and totally separate things. And did they find his complaints that people were, messing with him urgent and credible? Or did they find his claims of aliens and crash retrievals and, 12 alien spaceships to be urgent and credible? The people that are selling you this story should have to clarify exactly what they mean by these statements, but they won't do that because, of course, friends, there's that old saying, right? If you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. This is a complete and total attempt to muddy the waters so that people aren't quite sure what the story is. I have had so many people send me messages saying, "No, Stephen, the inspector general said that his claims are urgent and credible." But what claims? His claims of reprisals against him that he filed the complaint over, or his claims of alien crash retrievals, alien bodies, and everything else? And by the way, I, for one, would love it if he was telling the truth. But there are more red flags that are popping up here. And we really need to break down these claims. So I have multiple sources confirming for me today that David Grusch has been hanging around these last couple of years. He has been hanging around, especially in the last year, by the way. David Grusch has been hanging around Lou Elizondo, Dr. Eric W. Davis, Dr. Gary P. Nolan, Dr. Kit Green, Jacques Vallée, Travis Taylor, Dr. Colm Kelleher, and as well as meeting with George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. And the other big revelation and I'm still trying to confirm this. So I will put this one in the form of a question. During the initial debrief story, in the story, there's a man named Army Colonel Carl E. Neal, and that man vouches for the credibility of David Grusch, says that he is a credible person. They used this Army Colonel Carl E. Neal to sort of vouch for him as being credible. But there's a huge problem with that, or there may be. So I'm going to put this in the form of a question. And the question is for Luis Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, Dr. Gary Nolan, and Tom DeLonge, and all the former members of the TTSA. Because do you remember how TTSA got a government contract with the Army to study so-called metamaterials or exotic materials? So my question is, was Army Colonel Carl E. Neal involved in setting that up? Was Army Colonel Carl E. Neal, did he act as a liaison between the Army's Future Command and to the Stars Academy while that deal was being brokered? And again, I'm just asking a question here. But now, and I fully admit that we have to speculate here, what this would mean. First of all, I believe that the sources I have are 100% correct, and that David Grusch has been hanging around Lou Elizondo, Dr. Eric W. Davis, Dr. Gary P. Nolan, Dr. Kit Green, Jacques Vallée, Dr. Travis Taylor, Colm Kelleher, Corbell, Knapp, and others, possibly including Dr. Stephen Greer. And that sheds an incredible amount of doubt on this story, because what that would mean is that the same group of people who brought us the whole TTSA techno scam, you remember that, where they were going to build a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world, and they were going to bring us disclosure, and all they really brought us is a terrible television show, probably the worst UFO show I've ever seen. It's terrible. I'd rather watch Ancient Aliens. That's how bad it was. And they brought us a book from Bob Lazar, but they tried to hide that initially, right? So all the same people, right? And the person possibly behind these Eric Davis, behind these Wilson documents, who was looking for poltergeists, right? That guy's real credible. The guy, Eric Davis, literally has diagrams of like Albert Einstein looking at Barney the dinosaur through a wormhole. And his work was called Crackpot Research. Who is feeding David Grusch these stories, these so-called revelations of the same thing that whole crowd already was pushing, promoting, and in my view, pretending was real? A lot of people have expressed sympathy for this man, David Grusch, because imagine what he's going to feel like if he indeed finds out that all the people feeding him all these stories, maybe even some documents and such, are not on the level. They don't have proof. They don't have evidence. Because if they had proof of these fantastical claims, and remember, it's all the same people that brought us TTSA and all that hype train and the fake Pentagon UFO program that never existed. You know, Lou Elizondo, he's the director of a UFO program in the land of make-believe. And I don't care. Nobody can prove otherwise. Nobody can prove that ever existed. You could show me a letter from a dead senator all you want. It was an unfunded, unsecret, unsanctioned, unofficial program. It was an activity. Lou Elizondo admitted to that. So what's very troubling is that this man's sources may be all the people who I have just mentioned to you. Again, Dr. Eric W. Davis, Dr. Gary P. Nolan. And by the way, we can prove that he had an association with Eric W. Davis by Eric W. Davis's own Facebook posts. We can prove that Dr. Gary P. Nolan had an association with David Grusch because of the trip to Canada to talk to Canadian Parliament members. The rest, I'm not so sure of. But given Travis Taylor was the primary scientist, apparently behind one of those UFO government groups, it stands to reason that they know each other and there are direct connections. And by the way, there's another direct connection because Army Colonel Carl E. Neal on his LinkedIn page is directly connected to Hal Puthoff and Hal Puthoff's bullshit. Let's just call it bull science company. So, there's like 1 degree of separation between this man, David Grusch, and everybody who has been pushing these fake stories for years now. And by the way, none of them have ever provided any smoking gun proof, right? And the things that David Grusch is saying about materials, I'm told, came directly from Gary P. Nolan. And some of the materials that David Grusch is talking about were those TTSA materials that they bought from Linda Moulton Howe after she sold that fake story of Art's Parts for years, right? And we can review quickly. Linda Moulton Howe hired a scientist to analyze the metals, and the scientist said, these are normal earthly metals. This is nothing extraordinary. And yes, I can reproduce it, and did. She fired that guy and kept hiring science guys until somebody would say that there was something special about Art's Parts or these metal fragments. No one's ever proven that they were alien. In fact, there is substantial and supportive evidence to show that they are not indeed alien. Now, there may be some other materials, though, besides the TTSA Art's Parts that Gary Nolan also analyzed that had strange isotopic ratios. Is that proof of alien life? No. Is that proof of that they're alien materials? No, absolutely, because those materials could still be manufactured on Earth by humans with those same exact isotopic ratios. Is it expensive? Yes, I'm told it's expensive, but it can be done. So that's not any kind of, they have zero smoking gun evidence of any kind of material that was created off-world. Full stop. I'm going to say it one more time. They have zero smoking gun evidence of any alien material that was manufactured, created, or the material came from another star system. They just don't have proof of that. They've got some material with some strange properties. But go talk to, and here's another issue. Gary P. Nolan is an immunologist. He is not qualified to analyze materials, period. Full stop. He's just not qualified to do it. It's not his specialty. And, I don't know why some scientists veer off into areas that they have no business in. Go try to talk to a divorce lawyer about your criminal case. They'll tell you, no, people specialize. You need to go to a criminal attorney. Same thing in science. If I walked into an immunologist's office with strange pieces of metal and said, excuse me, I think this might be from aliens. Can you analyze this for me? A moral, ethical, and reputable man, a credible immunologist would say, I'm sorry, I'm not a material scientist. You need a material scientist to look at this material to get the best scientific analysis possible. But that's not what we get. We get Gary Nolan is suddenly a materials expert. He's not. I'm sorry. He's an immunologist. So again, we have massive ties to the TTSA gang that brought us nothing. But they sure all made a lot of money during that whole period, didn't they? And I think this is what this boils down to. Now, we'll get into the meat of the interview, but I do have to say that this was, I've heard people on Twitter, they're already saying that this is the biggest nothing burger they've ever heard. I won't go that far because I still want to see absolute 100% proof that this man's sources are these people that we believe his sources are. And I do have something else that I'm going to read from a separate source. And one second. This is very important. This source sent me a lengthy message today confirming what another source told me. Much of what we're talking about tonight, that David Grusch seems to be connected directly to all of these people who have been, and by the way, let's be clear, Leslie Kean, Blumenthal, and Lou Elizondo, who was the primary source for their New York Times story, completely and totally misrepresented facts to sell the story. Completely and totally, let's just say, massaged the data and left out all the stuff about the werewolves and the poltergeists and the space ghosts and all that, because they wanted to bring legitimacy to the UFO community or to the UFO topic. So these people have provably been caught selling us fake stories before. Ross Coulthart has provably been caught selling a fake story before. Remember, we have conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man. And then they cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. Then he said, oh, they went a little, those promos were a little over the top. Ross Coulthart read the voiceover they gave him for those promos. He's responsible for lying to everyone, saying they had conclusive proof of alien technology in that last completely and totally nothing burger of a story that was equally hyped. This one, they knocked it out of the park on the hype train here, but they've got no meat on the bones here. So this source today told me something that I resonate strongly with. I'm going to read it to you. You can you can determine how you feel. And the source says, in my opinion, David Grusch seems to be validating previously held beliefs upheld by the UFO community. He is operating under the guise of reporting fresh, unheard of information that we all assume through wishful thinking is an expose of special access programs, legacy programs, Lockheed, Raytheon, Black projects, etc. But it is actually just secondhand claims being regurgitated that were shared with him from members of the Invisible College. And by Invisible College, he means all the people that I mentioned, Lou Elizondo, and Gary Nolan, Eric Davis, and all of these other people. 1 second. All the people who whispered these secrets to Grusch aren't engineers or physicists we're unfamiliar with. In other words, all of David Grusch's stories, according to this source, are people we're all already familiar with. There's nobody new giving Grusch any information, but rather all the names that we are already all too familiar with, such as Lou Elizondo, Eric Davis, Jacques Vallée, Travis Taylor, Gary Nolan, and others. So this man's sources may be people whose names we've all heard for years already, telling these same stories that they never proved then. So what confidence do we have that these secondhand stories that were, let's just say allegedly for now, told to him by all these people who have sold us lies before with no evidence, no proof ever coming to fruition? What are the odds that this time this is different? And I get it. People want desperately for this guy to be on the level. So apparently, according to this source, the whistleblower is regurgitating information from the Invisible College, aka the Aviary, not a bunch of defense contractors who worked on waived SAPs like we were all hoping. This puts the information he has in a whole new light. Grusch is peddling secondhand information. He hasn't seen nor touched a craft, and all the members of that group haven't either. Their knowledge comes from knowing people who were involved with the program, and thus members of the Invisible College are, at best, tangentially related to some programs. So it's secondhand information from people with secondhand information, which is why all the information is generalized statements such as, I've been told the program code names on the bigot list, aerospace companies involved, etc., but we aren't being told the actual code names, nor are we being told any individuals who worked on the program who were on the bigot lists. Likewise, we aren't given the aerospace companies either. And he mentions the Wilson Davis documents. This is being hypothetically peddled by the December 2017 New York Times article. Originally told us, yeah, and then this source just goes over what we know about ATIP being not what we were told. This could very well all be another complete and total UFO circus where all these people are going to come in. Everybody's going to make some money off this. Look, even the bottom feeders are making money off of this, getting thousands of views, rebroadcasting this interview that they have no rights to rebroadcast. And this is all supposed to be okay. This is all shady as hell. This whole thing is shady as hell. The fact that Ross Coulthard and others keep repeating this, what I believe to be a lie, that, you know, or implying that the Inspector General of the intelligence community found his allegations to be, credible and urgent. Which allegations? The allegations that there was some kind of reprisal against him for digging into this stuff? Or did they find his claims of alien crash retrievals and alien bodies? And then we get into the situation with Leslie Keane and Blumenthal either intentionally left out the stuff about the alien bodies, or this guy didn't tell them about the alien bodies, but he told Ross Coulthard about the alien bodies. And there's more and more factual inaccuracies that we're catching them in. The longer this goes, the more we catch them in more what most people, I would call lies, but some people would just be kind and say that's a factual inaccuracy, or that's a misleading statement. The stuff about the Inspector General of the intelligence community finding his claims or allegations urgent and credible is completely and totally misleading, because they're implying that the Inspector General of the intelligence community found his claims of aliens and crash retrievals and bodies urgent and credible. Not so. We don't have that. We don't have evidence of that. So I think that they should start clarifying. And when they do, what we're going to find out is that this whole thing was a carefully constructed narrative to sell you the story of a government insider whistleblower. Does this sound familiar? I think I've seen this movie before, Lou Elizondo. So what we're getting now is Lou Elizondo 2.0. And Brian Bender claims that Lou Elizondo groomed this man for this so-called becoming a whistleblower. He groomed him. Did they perhaps learn what to do, what not to do to sell a story about aliens and UFOs when Elizondo came out? Because it took years, but eventually Elizondo's whole story came crashing down like the house of cards it was built upon. See, when you build your whole story on deception, eventually those deceptions add up. And these people built, all of Lou Elizondo was built on deception. They deceived us from the very beginning of the story. And here we are again, and they're deceiving us from the very beginning of the story. Why didn't they? You mean to tell me that Kane and Blumenthal don't know that this guy knows all of these people? Lou Elizondo, Jeremy Corbell. Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, he met at a Star Trek convention. Nothing says credibility like shopping your alien stories at a Star Trek convention to people who sell alien stories like George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. And by the way, despite what I think about them, apparently they're going to do a show tomorrow night and talk about this guy. They've been avoiding it. And I don't know if they're going to bust this guy as fake, because they got to come up with some excuse or reason why they didn't run with his story, right? But are we really all supposed to believe that Blumenthal and Kane and Ross Coulthard don't know that this man is being fed information allegedly by Lou Elizondo, Gary Nolan, Kit Green, Eric Davis? Or did they know? Did they know that's where he's getting his information? And they had to leave that out, because even a lot of true believers know that all those people are full of it and have never come through with actual, real, or verifiable evidence of their claims. But they sure make huge, fantastical claims. Remember Eric Davis with the Wilson Davis notes and saying that we have crash retrievals of non-human technology. Eric Davis said all this stuff a year or two ago. And he never proved any of it. But we're supposed to believe that somebody's got proof of this now. No, I don't think so. But back to, I'm sorry, I'm getting in the weeds here. Back to the actual interview. This interview was lots of filler, right? They talked about those videos that Lou Elizondo got out of the Pentagon, and they talked about the Blumenthal-Kane story like it was still not untrue, right? They pretended. And by the way, people in News Nation are calling Leslie Kane incredibly credible journalist, right? They called Ross Coulthard an award-winning journalist who was on 60 Minutes. They just forgot to tell you that his contract wasn't renewed with 60 Minutes because he got caught selling a 100% completely and totally fake story about the British government and a pedo ring that didn't exist, right? They forgot. They called him a credible award-winning journalist, but they forgot to tell you that he's actually a disgraced journalist from Australia, right? And then they call Leslie Kane a credible journalist, and they forget to tell you that her New York Times article was absolutely, completely, and totally filled with factually inaccurate statements. The whole story was fake. I'm sorry. The story was fake. So we got a lot of filler, and then they seem to really use or reuse the clips that we've already heard, right? Oh, we've got, the pilots, if you come across, all the clips we've already heard were still included in this so-called hour. There was a lead into it. There was a lot of fluff in there. I don't think that we even got 35 minutes of this guy actually being interviewed because they kept jamming other stuff in there that was completely and totally irrelevant. People want to hear this guy be grilled or interviewed. They don't want to hear about Roswell, right? But this is what we get. Awful lot of filler. Oh, an hour interview, right? Oh, and here's another thing we were lied to about. Ross Coulthard is saying, well, I have 7 hours of interviews with this person. But what he didn't tell you is that they did the interview twice. So he's got 2 3-hour interviews that I guess they can cherry pick. And why do you need to interview the guy twice and ask the same questions twice? Unless you are filming this and trying to create the perfect illusion of a whistleblower. I think if this guy was on the level, they would have interviewed him once, not twice, asking the same exact questions. Why didn't they tell us that? That's new information. Why didn't they tell us that this man is pushing completely and totally fake UFO stories that have been debunked as one of the credible cases of a UFO crash? And we'll get into that. Also, this David Grusch talked about theoretical physics to explain how they get here, coming from higher dimensional physical space that may be co-located here. And this is all stuff that we've heard everybody else talk about. Michio Kaku and others, Neil deGrasse Tyson and other, Avi Loeb, other science guys have all talked about how do they get here. And they will give you, a theoretical physics explanation. Well, there could be wormholes that they travel through, or they could have developed faster than light travel, and here's how they could do that. But it's all just theoretical. There's no proof of any of this, just theoretical physics that we get in every story or documentary about this stuff from a science guy. And let's be clear, David Grusch apparently has a degree in physics. Okay. So he claims that he was briefed on materials that had different isotopic ratios, and also there was he was briefed on extremely strange heavy atomic metal and arrangements that we don't understand, and that some of these materials were a strange mix of elements. Again, nothing in those statements proves conclusively or otherwise, doesn't prove anything, does not prove that we are in possession of material from another intelligent species or from aliens or from another star system. It simply means that somebody's got some strange materials, and he claims he was briefed on them. And I, for one, think it's relevant who briefed him. Was it Eric Davis and Gary Nolan? Because if so, we've got the wackadoo prover maneuver in full effect here. For those unaware, there's something called the wackadoo prover maneuver. That's when you get one wackadoo saying something, and his proof is another wackadoo told me that. And generally, when people employ the wackadoo super duper prover maneuver in this manner, they don't have evidence. It's one wackadoo backing up the claims of another wackadoo. So in this case, we've got David Grusch saying that he was briefed on this stuff, and there was isotopic ratios that were really strange. There was heavy atomic metal in arrangements that we don't understand. And there was stuff that had a strange mix of elements. None of that, full stop, is proof of alien materials or materials from other star systems. And remember, I think it's very important that we point out that in order for somebody to prove that, you know, for example, they had a piece of an alien spacecraft, there would have to be massive scientific studies. We'd have to, first of all, prove that it was manufactured and not natural materials like from a meteorite or something, because, you know, you can get meteorites that have metals with strange isotopic ratios, and that's because they come from other star systems. Doesn't mean they're from an alien spaceship, though. So you'd have to have proof that that material was manufactured somewhere, made by intelligent hands, or, I don't know, suction cups if they're aliens, or tentacles, who knows, right? But we'd have to prove that this material was manufactured and that it came from another star system. Nobody's proved that. And I don't believe anybody will prove that, sadly. I'd love to believe that we have some sort of crash retrieval material, but unfortunately, everybody who pushes those stories has, you know, oh, there's something strange about this material. Something strange about material doesn't prove it's from an alien spaceship or civilization or intelligent species other than humans. Period. So, and I think the wording is important, because this man said he was briefed. Now, normally, if an intelligence community professional such as him says, I was briefed on something, you assume it's some top secret situation. But the word briefed is thrown around in the UFO community. You know, Corey Good gets briefings. Stephen Greer both gives and gets briefings, right? He briefed this guy. According to Stephen Greer, he mentored this guy and briefed him. Everybody throws around the word briefing. So just because he uses the word briefing doesn't mean that he's sitting somewhere in a top secret situation. He could have got briefed by Eric Davis at Chick-fil-A, just not on Sunday. Like, he literally could have went to McDonald's with Eric Davis and talked about this stuff. And that's his briefing on this strange materials that is proof of alien visitation on Earth. I think that these people who are selling this story are intentionally concealing information. They don't want us to know who briefed him on these materials. By the way, it could also have been that he was briefed in Canada while he was taking meetings with Canadian Canadian Parliament members with Dr. Gary Nolan. So, hey, Ross Coulthard, Leslie Kane, and Blumenthal, who briefed him on these materials? We don't have a right to know who briefed him? He said, David Grusch said that these materials were sophisticatedly engineered, and they were certainly not made by humans. And again, what proof do we have? How are you so certain that these were certainly not made by humans? You know, enlighten me. And I'm sorry if I'm being skeptical, but if this guy's hearing about alien crash retrieval materials from Eric Davis and Gary Nolan, that's the wackadoo super duper prover maneuver right there. It's two wackadoos who's never proven their claims, showing this guy claims, and he's claiming it's true, but the two people who told him about it never proved the claims. So next, this is very suspicious. Next, we got from David Grusch, we got Save the World talking points that mirror 100% Dr. Stephen Greer's talking points that he used to fundraise over $1 million about free energy. We've all heard these Stephen Greer talking points. if we could just get access to this UFO technology that the secret government and the shadow people and the men in black are covering up, we can save the world with this propulsion technology and the energy technology. If we just had access to this technology they're covering up, all the third world countries could have free energy and everybody could have free energy. We wouldn't have to work. And the same exact save the world with UFO technology talking points that Dr. Stephen Greer has been using to collect money from stupid people for both. Stephen Greer collected $500,000, to the best of my knowledge and recollection, to create a free energy device using these talking points. Then he collected, I think, $650,000 years later, after he never produced a working free energy device with that $500,000. He collected another, I believe, $650,000 to make a documentary about free energy. So he, using these exact talking points that David Grusch used in this interview. Next, we get to my favorite part of the interview. David Grusch claims that alien crash retrievals began in 1933 when a bell-shaped UFO was retrieved in Italy in 1933. And David Grusch claims that the Vatican was involved and told the USA about the alien crash and then helped the USA, I suppose, procure it. And that the Vatican knows about non-human intelligence. There's one huge problem with this whole story. This 1933 bell-shaped UFO in Italy, it's almost certainly a hoax. Even the original investigator believes that that story is not a true or real story. So here we've got the first real, this was like, this was like whacking this guy in both kneecaps, right? To take him down. Why would the United States government be briefing a highly decorated, very credentialed intelligence officer? Why would they be briefing him about a UFO story that most researchers believe is a complete and total hoax? By the way, the only proof that that story were some documents that most, from what I hear, if you look into the documents, they're fabrications. So something is not right that this man is using a story of a 1933 crash retrieval that has been largely discredited as a hoax. Next, Ross Coulthard asked him about the Roswell crash, and he said he was not approved to talk about Roswell. I don't know why, but I find that extremely interesting. You can't talk about something from 1947. I believe that they declassified Project Mogul and all that other stuff. So nothing about Roswell would be classified. Why can he not talk about it? Right? Or, oh, the aliens must be classified, right? And apparently David Grusch is using the same talking points that Lou Elizondo uses, that there's no transparency in this government effort to investigate UFOs, and they are only releasing a few things, not the really good stuff, and that many more videos are available. Then David Grusch talks about football field sized craft, and there's a separate news story of somebody claiming that somebody saw a football sized craft. This gets into, football field size craft. How many times have we heard that in the UFO community? Where's the evidence? Where's the proof? Right? Next, Mr. Grusch gets into Dr. Stephen Greer's talking points again, that the government is giving out stuff to private corporate elements. And Mr. Grusch feels that it's unethical to let private companies look at this alien material and sell it back to the government. What is the evidence that there's private companies looking at alien crash retrieval material and selling it, the secrets of it, back to the government? Now, people have long theorized that that's what the government would do with it to prevent people from FOIA-ing and finding out what they're working on. You give it to a private contractor, they're exempt from FOIA. Next, we get into Kirkpatrick saying there's no alien technology. Mr. Grusch disputes Kirkpatrick's statement that there's no alien technology. Then we get into some really wild stuff, and this David Grusch says that he was briefed that non-humans in these craft may have murdered human beings. And Ross Coulthard sort of says, are you really sure about this? And he says that seems to be the case. So he is stating that non-humans have murdered human beings. Then Grusch talks about a sort of Cold War between Russia and the former Soviet Union, Russia, China, and the United States over these alien technologies. Next, Ross Coulthard asks if there's agreements between non-human intelligences and the American government. And he says, I'd like to know that myself, but he seems to imply that it's true. Then we get the same talking points that the Russia and the United States could get into a war, or there could be nuclear war over UAP incursions over both of our airspace. Mr. Grusch also asserts that he has seen substantial supportive evidence of white-collar crime. Then he was asked if people were being murdered to protect the UFO secret over the years, and he says, yes, that appears to be the case. So, we're getting into the weeds with some pretty incredible claims here. Not only did aliens or non-human intelligences murder Americans or humans, let's just put it that way, but people were also murdered to protect the secrecy. Where does this sound familiar to you? This sounds like one of Stephen Greer's garbage science fiction spy novels. That's what I call Stephen Greer stories. They're science fiction UFO spy novels, right? Ross asks him if he's crazy, and of course, no, he doesn't have any history of mental illness or delusions or whatever. And I found it interesting that Mr. Grusch said he resigned on his own accord. But there's some huge questions, like why would he resign just a few years from a big pension payout retirement plan? He didn't do his 20. He would have to do the 20. He didn't do the 20. There's also some problems with his own timeline, because apparently he's making claims like, I was this for 14 years, but there's a lot of overlap and things that don't make sense. This will all need that he's going to have to show an exact timeline of his so-called career here. And again, everybody's muddying the waters. He says he's not making any of this up. People told him details about this stuff, and it all checked out. We talked about how the credibility of his complaint was found urgent and credible. Ross Coulthard says his allegations were found urgent and credible. I think to conflate or to mislead people into believing that the Intelligence Community Inspector General found his claims of alien crash retrievals and bodies urgent and credible. I don't think that's the case. Next, Mr. Grusch and Ross Coulthard says that this is a grave constitutional crisis. And Mr. Grusch says there's an army of people who want change. And then he says something strange. First, he says there's an army of people who want change. Then he says tens, if not hundreds, of people want change on this issue. Well, tens of people is not an army, and neither is hundreds. So I thought that was a strange word choice, but okay. He wants non-human intelligence technology to be shared with everyone in the world. David Grusch says this, so that everyone in the world can benefit. This, again, is Dr. Stephen Greer talking point. Next, we hear that David Grusch is starting a scientific foundation, and he's willing to speak to anyone in Washington, and he will brief elected officials on the classified information he has. So I'm hoping that some people will take him up on that, and eventually we might get to see if all he has is garbage from Gary Nolan, Eric Davis, Kit Green, and all these other people that have been bandying about these same exact stories for years without ever providing evidence. Next, this interview closes with him saying some strange things, right? Like that aliens allowed genocide, war, and famine somehow, and that we may have some sort of treaties with malevolent aliens. Okay, but again, the claims have gotten more fantastic. Have you noticed that since this is leaking, not leaking, this is finally being broadcasted out, we're getting more and more fantastical stories, right? It started out with, hey, I was an intelligence community member, I started looking into these things, and I was told by some very credible people that we have alien crash retrievals. We even have bodies. I mean, that's fantastical enough. But then you get into the story, and now we've got aliens murdering human beings. Now we've got people being murdered to protect the secrets of those alien bodies and crash retrievals. And by the way, this is not to say that this is not true. The government has done some pretty shady stuff, especially here in the United States. I don't know about your government, but I don't trust mine one bit to not do things like murder people if it's convenient for them to do so. But a lot of people think that the stories are getting more and more grandiose. And also the claim that the first crash retrieval was this 1933 Italy case. And by the way, we're going to bring you I'm going to do a whole video just on that 1933 UFO supposed crash retrieval in Italy case, so that we can show you just how fake this story that he's basing a lot of his allegations on, that story is completely and totally fake. So in my opinion, it's completely and totally fake. I'll show you everything about that story, and we'll let our viewers and audience here decide. So what we have here is something very familiar to all of us. We have overhyping, under-delivering, and we all know what comes next, right? The big letdown comes next. I believe that the big letdown will be smoking gun evidence or proof that the people feeding him these stories are people that are already known to all of us. These are not new people that work in special access projects or unacknowledged special access projects or projects we've never heard about. I truly believe that the people feeding him all of this information are people that we already know well. We already have heard these things from for years. And you really, if that is the case, we have to ask ourselves, if those people telling those same stories for literally years, in some cases decades, haven't proven their claims back then, what's different now? Are they finally going to have actual evidence of these things? Or is this going to be, I believe that this is going to be kicking the can. Also troubling is that this man is starting organizations to, I think he claimed that they were going to be nonprofit, but, I'm very apprehensive about the fact that this guy quit his job with the government so that he could be, he said in another interview, he wants to be a thought leader on this topic. Well, that means speaking at UFO conferences. That means maybe teaching courses, or, get a paywall going, and you can get behind my paywall. I'll tell you a little extra, I'll tell you a little more than I said publicly. I think that this guy is going to milk this thing for every dollar he can. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. And by the way, all of the UFO community is going to milk. Do you know how many, even me, we have to be in full transparency. Everybody into UFOs is making money off this story, right? We've got people literally stealing people's broadcasts and collecting super chats while they're stealing people's broadcasts. We've got the Debrief doing videos. We've got that paragon of journalistic integrity and virtue, Chrissy Newton from the Debrief. Yeah, I thought the whole story was fake, but once she got involved, I thought, oh, maybe this is a true story. No, that girl helps grifters sell fake stories. That's what her history is. That's what that girl does. Next, despite my personal feelings of really, I have to say this, I really like Whitley Strieber as a person. He's doing interviews with Leslie Kean and Blumenthal and making money. Everybody's making money off of this story. And when we think about all of these people, there's got to be hundreds of people, maybe thousands of people. Let's be clear. All those cut and paste media outlets that just copied the story from the Debrief, all making money. All these UFO shows, UFO podcasts, UFO Live, Disclosure tomorrow, Disclosure next week, Disclosure soon, True Disclosure. All of these shows are all talking about this for a full-on week. Everybody's making money. and nobody's seen any evidence yet. Does this seem a little strange to anybody else? Right? And the sliminess of all of this. And by the way, tomorrow we're going to be bringing you more information on Dr. Stephen Greer's Big Nothing Burger. Apparently, we have reached the age of the Nothing Burger whistleblowers, right? Ooh, overhype. Let's hype this out the wazoo. Greer has been hyping this big disclosure event as the biggest UFO disclosure event in history and a historic disclosure event. He even wrote that on the podium. Historic disclosure event is written on the goddamn podium that is fake whistleblowers are getting up and telling their fairy tales at. And by the way, some of the slime balls that stole that broadcast and illegally collected super chats while rebroadcasting it and they didn't own it, they're some of the people hyping Greer's so-called historic disclosure event. I am completely and totally disgusted with this entire subject. I want to just check out and say, look, here's what I'll do. Instead of wasting all this time investigating all this garbage, I'll go play video games. And somebody can call me when some goddamn evidence comes our way. But I don't want to hear more stories. I don't want to hear I have credible sources that told me. I don't want to hear something's classified. If you're going to stand there in front of cameras and tell everybody that we have alien crash retrievals and bodies, you better have some goddamn evidence. And nobody does. It's like, let's just play pretend, right? Yeah, let's just all pretend this is true and this is real. And we can live in this delusional fantasy world where disclosures come in any day now. And all of these people making money are making all of these people chase the carrot, and they keep kicking that carrot or kicking the can down the road. No, we're going to get evidence now. This guy's different. This guy's not full of shit. This guy's the real deal. It's not the first time that somebody with big military and intelligence credentials came out with stories of aliens and then proved none of it. This has all happened before, and it's all going to happen again. And this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. So I would like to spend some time here with the live chat, and I'm going to take your comments and your questions, and I want to thank all of you for being here. We may only get a couple hundred live viewers, but we didn't do anything illegal to screw the people who own things out of money. Like, I can't even believe that happened. Like, if those people don't immediately send every dime they made to Ross Coulthart and News Nation, then that shows you that not only are they liars, they're thieves. So congratulations, you people rewarding a literal thief. And I heard these excuses like, no, this is an earth-shaking human. This is a big deal in the history of humanity. Copyrights don't matter. Yeah, tell it to the judge, dude. Tell it to the judge. And by the way, there better be some goddamn consequences for these people who illegally rebroadcast this interview that they didn't own, had no rights to own. At the very least, you get a hard strike on your channel. And I think that lasts 6 months, right? At the very, very least. And I think that they keep the money that you made. I don't think YouTube is letting you keep those super chats that you collected while you were illegally rebroadcasting something you don't own. But it is what it is. So I want to take a moment to remind you that we, like others, are a viewer-supported show, but we don't do the slime ball stuff like, stealing other people's broadcasts in order to get views. And I think it's incredibly funny that it's the same people who do the clickbait UFO circle jerk or work for the biggest scammers in this thing that also did this rebroadcast thievery tonight, right? It's like the slime ball that you would expect to do it, did it, right? And, I talked about this level playing field. That's all I want. If I can't steal other people's copyrighted broadcasts and collect super chats during it, then nobody should be allowed to do that. And I'm so disgusted by this thing that I'm contacting YouTube for the first time ever, and I want to know from YouTube, why is that person allowed to do that? That's literally illegal. YouTube cannot allow them to do illegal things on their platform. There's going to be some consequences to this situation. So I do want to remind you that there are some people doing this the right way. By the way, there was a discussion afterwards, and I didn't get to see the whole thing because I had to prepare for this show, but Mick West was on a panel with Ross Coulthard and brought it to him. Broke down why the story is likely fake. And Ross was sitting there looking like a deer in headlights, right? Like he just met his match. So kudos to Mick West. I want to thank him for even getting on that panel. But of course, it was like 3 against 1. It was like 3 people hoping, praying, really wanting the story to be true, and Mick West there trying to bring everybody back to actual reality, right? But it is what it is. So there are a handful of people doing the right thing. Stephen Greenstreet's going nuts right now, showing everybody the truth of the last huge, big deception from all these same people that are pushing this Dave Grusch guy. And don't be surprised if after some time passes, I'd say give it a year, Lou Elizondo and this guy will be speaking at the same UFO conferences. I guarantee it. I guarantee that's going to happen. And Gary Nolan, too, will be there, and some of these other people, right, that we've all come accustomed to get our UFO fairy tales from. And I got to tell you, I am so disgusted with the despicable slimeball scumbag people involved in this that I don't even want to be here. I don't want to be here. It's like I can count the credible people involved in this thing on one hand. I can count the credible shows that are reporting on these things on one hand. And all of us, and by the way, I would include us in those credible people, those few credible, honest, moral, ethical people who, you know, aren't stealing other people's work and collecting money while they literally collected money while they were running a pirate broadcast of somebody else's shit today. This is the kind of slime balls that I'm supposed to be here with and compete. And it completely and totally disgusts me. And it makes me say, I don't want to be here. This and the lack of total evidence, like how much deeper do I need to really go down the rabbit hole before I've convinced myself that none of these people that make these claims ever come through with the evidence? How many times, you know, it's like Lucy in the ball, right? It's like Peanuts, Charlie Brown. How many times does that football get pulled away from Charlie Brown, but he keeps showing up to kick it, right? That's where we're at. It's absolutely ridiculous. All right. I want to thank Sandra McConnell for a kind and generous $2 Australian and for being a member. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. I am going to check in. One moment. I'm going to check in with the super chats. Yeah, and by the way, I'm aware that some people rebroadcast it and did commentary over it. I'm not speaking about those people. So, you know, I thought I was very clear, but I'll reach out to that person who sent me a message. And no, I'm not upset with them. I'm upset with the people who just played it in real time and collected super chats during it. Mick West is saying, okay, so who is contacting the Vatican press office to ask about how they, with the Pope directly involved, helped the U.S. recover a UFO from Italy in 1944? Yeah, there are many things in this interview which can verifiably be verified, right? 1 second. We're going to check in with the rest of the super chats. 1 second. I just want to make sure we didn't miss any while I was ranting. And I've done my very best not to yell and scream today. I got to tell you that I'm pissed. I am so pissed, right? Like, it's just ridiculous that I have to compete with just slime balls that are willing to literally break the law. Like, oh, I'll just do something completely and totally illegal while I'm collecting the money and broadcasting something I have no right to broadcast while I'm collecting money. I just can't believe that this stuff happens. Amazing. And it seems like some people have no consequences. So, yeah. All right, we only missed a couple. So we mentioned Sandra McDonald. I want to thank Larry Love for kind of generous $1.99. Says, don't think he's lying, but he's been lied to. Yeah, that's a good point. I feel very sorry for this guy. I think they manipulated this poor guy, filled his head with these stories, showed him enough stuff that eventually convinced him that this is all real. And now he just destroyed his life over this. He quit his job over this, right? Would he have quit his job if not for these guys manipulating him? Who knows? Thoughts on, and then we want to thank Kinetic Nidally for thoughts on Frank Kimbler's fragments from Roswell. And we want to thank you for the kind of generous £2. Yeah, I want to thank you. We have a show that I'm going to be doing, if not this week, coming next week, on UFO crash retrievals and alleged fragments from different UFO crashes. And we're going to be going over all of that on that show. So we thank you, Kinetic Nidally, for your kindness, generosity, and support. But if it's all the same to you, I don't want to misspeak, and I don't have my notes and material for that, for those subject matters. And we try to be as accurate as possible. So, yeah. And 1 second here. 1 second. All right, so we're going to take some comments and questions from the live chat. Some people can't see their super chat option. I'm not quite sure why that would be. There's a little money button down there in the 1 second. Let me go over to the video. It's been a while since I've watched from the YouTube side. But I believe right down there where you 1 second. In the middle button is a money button. You'll see it just looks like a dollar sign. You just click that. You might have to sign up one time only. You have to put your card in to YouTube in order to be able to do that. But everybody should be able to send a super chat should they choose to. 1 second. Okay. Does any here remember Big Trouble in Little China? Oh no. Yeah, I didn't name who's doing that because honestly, there's multiple people doing it. They're all wrong to do it. And no matter what excuses people give you for stealing other people's copyrighted work that they have no right to, it's completely and totally illegal to do that. Don't let them tell you it's free speech use unless they were talking over it. I'm fine with commentary and fair use, but I am not fine with somebody just rebroadcasting an hour broadcast that they don't own and collecting money the whole time they're doing it. Ross Coulthart has the right to do that. News Nation has the right to do that. They own, I don't even think Ross Coulthart has the right to do it. News Nation has the right to broadcast that on YouTube and collect money while they're doing it. They own the material. And by the way, whoever did that is completely and totally directly stealing money out of the pockets of people who own the story. It's wrong. It's morally wrong, it's ethically wrong, and it's legally wrong, and it's completely and totally against YouTube terms of service. And these sumbitches better get a strike. They all better get a strike for doing that. And they better learn the lesson and not do it again. If they don't get a strike, they're going to steal from somebody else next time there's a big broadcast going on. Mr. Ian says never cross the stream. People restreamed the restream live. Yeah, people took the feed and just played it without commentary. Peeps can send PayPal instead. Yeah, there's instructions for how to send a PayPal in the description of the video. And that reminds me, we're going to take comments and questions from the live chat. So get your comments and questions ready. Please put them in all capital letters. In the meantime, here's Mr. Ian, who will be letting you know how you can support a show who doesn't do illegal, slimy scumbag things, right? I'd appreciate it.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
And we are back. So comments and questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. I have some additional time to share with you, and we'll be doing that. Could Nexstar Media go after them, restitution for them stealing their broadcast? Yeah, I think there may be some consequences. That's going too far. When you just completely and totally steal something that you have no right to do, those big media companies, they don't like it. And you know what I have found is that the bigger the media company, like try playing a Disney clip without getting a copyright claim. You can't. Try playing a CNN clip, Fox News. A lot of these bigger media companies, they go after people. And even if you use it completely and totally in fair use. Now we've won every claim that was levied against us if we were doing commentary or we played a clip and then talked about it and the clip was less than a minute. People have copyright claimed us, but we have never just broadcast an hour exclusive interview that we don't own. And I love how some of these people were claiming that they had the exclusive on streaming this. You don't own anything. News Nation has the exclusive, not you, right? Lie on your thumbnail multiple times, clickbait everybody. Oh, if you want to see that interview, I'll be streaming it. You can't stream somebody else's interview that you don't own. And by the way, I've already gotten a nasty, nameless, faceless, brand new Twitter account that told me I was just jealous of those people that were helping disclosure by rebroadcasting it. No, I am never jealous of people who get ahead doing slimy things. I grew up in a kind of a rough neighborhood, and there was always, let's just call it a criminal element in my neighborhood. And thank God I did not get, I was an artist and a musician growing up. And so I didn't get in with the wrong crowd of people doing the wrong things, but there was older guys in my neighborhood that were selling drugs or, stealing, robbing stores. A big thing in my neighborhood was store burglaries at night. Like they would break into the local deli and steal all the cigarettes and whatever they could sell quickly. And, these guys all had cars and nice clothes and, gold chains. I was never impressed by those people. You got ahead, right, by being a slime ball. And karma always came for them because a lot of them ended up dead. Shot, killed during a robbery. One guy got shot and killed, or, they end up in prison. So, karma always comes for those people who think that they can get ahead of others. And by the way, there's rules for everybody. These rules are for everybody. If you're stealing somebody else's protected broadcast exclusive rights that they had, you can't complain if you get a huge story and people steal it from you because you stole from other people. So I think it's important to just try our very best to do things the ethical and the moral way here, right? Mark Terada is here and says, for now, I'm putting this story in a nothing burger basket. It's just a new talking head repeating the same talking points from the last 8 decades. I concur with you completely and totally. Who's that buttery voiced narrator? Not Coltart. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I think we got some PayPal here. I'll have to check in with that as well. And, it should be noted that I do not pay my bills, my house bills and my personal expenses from the show funds. There's a separate account that we use specifically for that. We do not, commingle funds here. So some of these bottom feeding slime balls don't have any other source of income. So they come into the UFO community. They're willing to do anything they have to do, clickbait garbage stories, play the UFO circle jerk game, like let fraudsters on their show and give them the softball interviews so they get the clicks, the views, the super chats. They don't ask hard questions. They're clickbaiting out the wazoo just to get clicks and views. They are lying on their thumbnails, literally lying on their thumbnails every day. Like if you have to lie on your thumbnails every day. Oh, and by the way, some of these same slime balls are promoting Greer's Nothing Burger of an event, right? So at some point, I'm just hopeful that at some point people wake up to the slime ball, scumball side of this and say, we're not going to reward you for lying to us anymore. And some of these show hosts are the same people lying to you over and over and over again. Now they're doing slimy stuff like stealing other people's broadcasts that they have absolutely positively no legal right to broadcast. I couldn't believe that they were doing that. And by the way, you're risking your whole YouTube channel. And if you're some loser with no other income other than your YouTube channel, maybe it's not a good idea to risk your YouTube channel's future by stealing somebody else's exclusive interview and rebroadcasting it, right? Would you believe the aliens if they beam you up and probe your anus? Oh, definitely. If I get a butt probe, I probably, and yeah. But according to Stephen Greer, some of that stuff isn't real. It's what's called stagecraft, and it's government people pretending to be aliens, right? Does Grusch have anything else besides the interview, or is this it? I think that's it. I don't think we're ever going to get evidence of any of his claims, but that's not going to stop him from becoming a, quote, thought leader, unquote, in the UFO community, or starting organizations where he wants people to donate money to him. It is what it is. Parsi X says, most welcome. Support for Steven. Got my wackadoo hoodie. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. And we have this other shirt here. Nothing is impossible. I wore that today just in case Mr. Grusch has actually got some evidence. But I don't believe that he actually has any evidence. I think that this whole thing is one big nothing burger of repeated stories that we've all heard before. And the sources are the same people that we have heard before. And it's ridiculous, right? Yeah, and I don't know, one of the reasons that this stealing issue bothers me is because, some people don't deserve to get a big influx of new viewers, especially if you had to do something that's completely and totally against YouTube terms of service and illegal in order to get that big influx of viewers. There's a reason that some people's garbage channels haven't grown in literally years, right? It's because they're liars. They lie on their thumbnails, they lie. But all those new people might not know that you just helped out a complete and total scumbag loser. And by the way, there was other show hosts in there encouraging people to donate. There was other people encouraging people, oh yeah, subscribe to this guy. He's broadcasting this for us. Yeah, no, he's stealing it and broadcasting it illegally. And again, I'm going to hammer this point home. You people, anybody who supports what just happened tonight, you are saying that it's okay for people to steal the clicks, the views, the monetized, and all that super chat, all that money. You're saying it's okay for those people to steal from the people who actually filmed, produced, recorded, broadcast the story. They had the exclusive rights. And we've wasted enough time on that issue. So it is what it is. So comments or questions from me, please put them in all capital letters. Yeah, because True Disclosure, Archaic Revival, keeping us honest here, says because True Disclosure can only come from a Netflix special. Well, that's also another important point. During the interview, he says, Ross Coulthard says to him, you're not getting paid for this interview. And he says, no. But apparently, or allegedly, this person has a documentary deal with somebody. Who does he have a documentary deal with, Ross Coulthard? Great, you didn't pay him for that interview, but you're going to pay him to be in a documentary with you, right? Okay, 1 second. Nothing on routers. Yeah. The stream is not available in European Union. Well, that's unfortunate, but that doesn't give people the right to steal it, right? Maybe they're going to do a special broadcast for the EU and they wanted all the views for themselves. But now they just got screwed out of views by people stealing their exclusive story illegally. One second. Third phase of goons make us twins look bad. Brian Kings with Kings X7 with a kind and generous $10 says, Steve, found my super chat issue. B. Baker. It was my CyberGhost VPN blocking. Anyway, off topic, Stephen. I think Corey Good has a horrible addiction problem, has erratic behavior of a classic addict. You may be correct. A lot of people have said that, but we thank you very much. We thank all of you for the kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. As disgusted as I get with the fact that we have to compete with complete and total slime balls in this thing, right? And you would think we have an 8-year track record here of getting the story right? You would think that the universe would reward us, but you'd be wrong, because these slime balls that are willing to do anything, they get ahead. They get way ahead, right? And it's funny, one of those slime balls used to be well under us here. And I told somebody, a mutual friend, I said, oh, he'll blow right by us because he's such a disgusting, despicable dirtball. He's willing to say and do anything, including platform scumballs like Kerry Cassidy, who uses murderers and people who have problems with children for her sources, and doesn't call them on their BS. So these people we cannot, there's no show like us. There's shows that pretend to be like us and tell you the truth, right? But really, they're in on the grift, right? And if you have to steal somebody else's work constantly to get ahead, these are the same people that never actually contribute anything. I think that we've done a good job so far bringing you all new information, and we had exclusive stories that nobody else had. I don't think it's a coincidence that we put exclusive story on some of our material, and suddenly the slime balls claim they have an exclusive story that they stole from Ross Coulthard. Yeah, you got the exclusive thievery. Yeah, you stole it. You don't have exclusive shit. Nothing. But we thank you all for the kindness, generosity, and support. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash, Brian King.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
And by the way, we want to thank all of you who asked today. We had quite a house full. I think we had like 50 people here for my son's 7th birthday, and we just combined them this year. And my other son is 11, so we have a 7. I have to get used to saying that. I've been saying I have 2 boys, 6 and 10. Now I have to get used to saying 7 and 11. We've got our own 7-Eleven here. It's great. Brian Kings X7 with another one, kind and generous $5 says, the truth hurts, Stephen. Pocketbook included. Karma and patience will reward you in time, brother. I believe that. And thank you, Brian Kings X7. It's nice to see somebody supporting and agreeing with me. I knew that this was going to be a tough slog. Oh, and by the way, we have something to check in on that Spooky reminded me about. After this show, I think, let me look at what the counter says right now. After this show, yep, we should hit it. After this show, here, I'm going to share this with all of you. This is a big moment for our show and for our channel. 1 second. Oh, yeah, here. After this show, we should hit 1 million views. And we did that without lying to our audience. We did that without hooking up with hoaxer, scammer criminals. We did that without doing illegal things like stealing somebody else's exclusive broadcast because we're dirtballs and can't come up with our own stories. We have broken many, many stories in our show's few-year history here. And we have done things ethically and morally wherever possible. And certainly we've never done anything illegal, like stolen other people's exclusive worldwide rights broadcasts and collected super chats the whole time. So it took longer than I thought, but we will pass the threshold of 1 million views. And we should do that in the next day. So we thank all of you because I think that is a tremendous achievement. 1 million views. And most of those million views are monetized. And if I tell you how much money I made from YouTube ads, I'm going to have to add it up. You would laugh. It's a lot less than people think. And by the way, YouTube just did something else, which is cutting the YouTube ad revenue for content creators in half again. And remember that they just did that a few years ago. They cut all the YouTube ad revenue in half for most content creators, or something akin to half. And now they're doing it again. So, you know, and now they're doing something where they want me to promote my videos. So they want me to pay so that they push my videos to more people. So essentially, they want content creators here on YouTube to pay rent, you know, to pay them to promote the videos that we put here, instead of the way that it used to be where they would push them out to plenty of people, right? Victor Caliero is here. And Victor, I think I messaged you or said something in the Discord. I wanted to get a copy of that Area 51 security guard interview without the my commentary over it. In 2019, the Inspector General made a news release stating that for urgent complaints, they will accept whistleblowers with secondhand knowledge. Yeah, I mean, okay, but I don't think I don't think that this man has credible whistleblower knowledge. But I guess, yeah, and we're getting congratulated on 1 million views. Thank you all. We appreciate every one of you clicking on these videos. Helped us to get there. So that's something that we can all celebrate it together. Tried it again. The site says this site is currently unavailable to visitors from the European Economic Area while we work to ensure your data is protected in accordance with applicable EU laws. Yeah, but here's the thing, Gary. Gary Coleman is in my audience. That's funny. Content creators have the right to say, I don't want this to play in the European Union. They have the right to say, I don't want this to play in Australia. They have the right to do that. And other people don't have the right to steal those rights away from you. And that is exactly what happened. I believe that they are going to hit the other markets. They wanted to hit the US market first, and then they will hit the European markets, Australia, other English speaking, who knows? But it's their right to make those decisions, and nobody has the right to just steal their content. And the fact that somebody sat and collects super chat donations while they were illegally rebroadcasting somebody else's show, that is beyond the pale despicable. And we'll leave it at that. You know, I'm sorry that they didn't want you guys to see it yet. Who knows what they were doing? Operation Shutdown is here to congratulate us. Thank you. And Brian Kings X7 here to congratulate us on the 1 million views. Yeah, interesting, right? Almost 6 a.m. here. I'm back at work at 8 a.m. after a year out. Great show as always. Good to hear that. Humans Awaken Wolf and longtime show supporter. I hope you're enjoying going back to work. Yeah, and I'm trying to remain positive here because we've got good things going, and we get good views, not doing slimy, despicable stuff, right? And that has to count for something. I don't care if somebody gets more views than me by cheating and literally doing illegal stuff, lying in their thumbnails, lying constantly to their audience. I don't care. You know, you didn't win. It's like somebody, bragging that they won a marathon when they got in somebody's car for half the marathon, that they beat the other runners. Do you know what I mean? Like, you cheated like hell to do that. That's not worthy of respect. That's worthy of pity and feeling sorry that somebody's such a slimeball, greedy bastard that they need to steal somebody else's hard work. And despite what I think of News Nation and Ross Coulter, it's hard work putting together an hour interview with somebody, filming it, editing it, all that stuff, right? Yeah, they clickbait. Yeah, well, we try our very best not to do that. Plan B says, I pity the fool. Mr. Drummond's going to be angry. I grew up watching Different Strokes and what is that other one? The Facts of Life. I don't know why, but my dad watched both of them. And so whatever my dad put on the TV is what we watched, right? Remember that episode with the bike shop with Arnold and that was a terrible one, right? How goes cutting back on the nicotine? I've been feeling bad. Yeah, I'm doing terrible. Actually, here, I've got a bunch of vapes. Look at this one. Real manly, right? Well, I kind of like it. They color code them. So this is some kind of strawberry milkshake vape. And I'm slowly getting used to them. I'm hopeful that I'm going to quit the cigarettes soon. But I keep buying vapes, and then I vape for a little while, and then I go back to the cigarettes. It's just, I feel like I could vape for a half hour and I would still want the cigarettes, And so we had quite a party here today with like our entire family and extended family, and we had Elmo. It was a good day. And I hate that I almost let these despicable people ruin what was a great day for me. Like we had our two boys here, everybody, all my wife's brothers and sisters all brought their children. We had Elmo here. We had pizza and hot dogs and sauerkraut and all kinds of goodies. And everybody had a tremendous good time today. And we had a bounce house here. And we had an excellent day. And over the weekend, I had an excellent weekend at the cabin. And I'm so angry. Here, I will show you for those that have asked about the cabin bathroom project. I ran out the clock. I screwed myself this past weekend. The floor needed to be stained. And I stained it once, but I put a real light coat on it, I think. I think this is what happened. So the first coat, it needed two coats, but the first coat, light coat. So light. By the way, it's the same stain color that's on these walls. So the first coat was so light that 6 or 7 hours later, the floor was dry and ready for the second coat. And instead of going to bed, I thought, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, I think. I thought, I'll stain it and then I'll go to bed. So 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, I put the second coat of stain on there on the floor. But apparently I put way too much stain on the floor, because the next day at 5 o'clock at night, like dinner time, it was still tacky and I couldn't walk on it to finish the rest of the work that needed to be completed, which was the trim and stuff like this and hanging things. We've got shelves now. We got some paintings. We've got a towel rack with a bear on it. This cabin bathroom is going to be finished. It would have been finished this weekend if not for the drying issue. And by the way, the floor looks just like these walls here. And that's actually what usually people will call paper bag flooring. That's what it is. It's basically, people use paper bags, but most people that do this use butcher block paper, these big rolls of brown paper. And you just bunch up that paper and you put it in buckets that's half water and half glue. And then you spread it out on the walls and even it out. You let it dry and then you stain and varnish it. It's incredibly durable. It lasts forever. And if the the wall gets dinged up or beat up, you just stain and varnish it again, and it'll be good for another few years. So slowly but surely, this cabin project is almost done. And you can see in the corner here this. So next week, I just have to polyurethane the floor, and I have to put a shower curtain in and hang a few more things. A little bit of odds and ends. So for those that have asked, next week for sure, maybe I shouldn't say next week for sure, because every week I think I'm going to finish that thing and I don't. But I think I will, especially this weekend. I'm going to have an extra day at the cabin. I'm leaving on Thursday, coming back on Sunday, I think. So far, that's the plan. So I have an extra day, but I also have to clean the cabin and get rid of all the tools because my wife and children will be there. And yeah, I got to finish that bathroom because it's getting in the way of everything else. Oh, there you go. Mark Toronto says, I'm currently clear coating a pine cupboard I built. Good for you. Yeah. Humans, it's so nice you're afraid to take a dump in it. Yeah. Patty, it really did come out beautiful. And I've got these shelves in the corners of the room so I can put candles. I have backups for everything. It's the apocalypse cabin, Patty Wilhelm. So in that bathroom, each of the shelves in the corner have and will have a candle, like in a glass thing, like a votive holder or whatever. We'll have a candle on each shelf, an oil lamp, and an electric little lamp that looks like a candle. So with batteries. So in the event of power failures, you can still take a shower, take a dump, shave, do whatever you're going to do in there in full lighting. It'll be wonderful. Brian King's says, awesome, gorgeous, love it. Yeah, it really came out good. But what you have to remember is I'm not a carpenter. So all that custom woodwork, it was the worst project that I've done at the cabin so far, because you got to go up on a ladder. You got to measure where you're putting one board in. Then you got to go down, mark the board, cut the board, go back up, nail it up, and then do it again and again and again. And there's like hundreds of boards in this bathroom. This took so much time, but thank you. And we have Dead Minds Podcast with a kind and generous $5 says, good. Keep up the good work, Steve. The truth is somewhere. Yeah, I agree with you. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash. And we want to thank all of our kind and generous benefactors, including you Patreon supporters and you channel members. Thank you for kindness, generosity, and support. And thank you, Dead Minds Podcast, and all our super chatters tonight for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, so you can't have enough TP. I have a shelf that goes on the side of the sink, and it holds like 12 rolls of toilet paper. I'm going to fill that bitch up. I'm going to fill that up. And then there's a cabinet too. So we'll have plenty of toilet paper. There's a store called Dollar General. I don't know if you guys have those in foreign countries, but it's kind of like a dollar store, but slightly better. And they have everything. And it's a great place to go because it's right near the cabin. And, you know, like if you forget the mustard for the hot dogs, you just go over there. If you need a bag of ice or you need candles or lighter fluid, charcoal, any toilet paper, paper cups, anything I need for the cabin, I just go over there and get it. And don't worry, I'll stock up. Yeah. Yeah. Did I have to put in a sand mound? No, because we use what's called a sawdust toilet or a composting toilet. I'm going to do a whole show on the composting toilet. People come in that bathroom, including my neighbors, friends, whatever. They come to visit, and they expect that the bathroom is going to smell like an outhouse, and it never smells. It's got a separator, and 1 and 2 get separated, and then you put pine shavings in it, and It doesn't stink, believe it or not. Eventually, we will get a well and a septic, but that's about, I don't know, $50,000 or $60,000. So for now, we have a composting toilet, which isn't great, but it beats what we did do first. When I first built the cabin, we didn't have the composting toilet. We used the toilet in a little tiny camping trailer, that slept two and has this little tiny bathroom in it. But then you got to empty the pooper tank, and that is gross, right? You remember that National Lampoon's Vacation, Christmas Vacation or whatever, the crapper's full. That's what you got to do. And it is the grossest job ever. So now that we have a composting toilet, I mean, it's not a great job to empty that thing, but it's so much better than the alternative, which is a gray tank or a black tank that you have to constantly empty. And those things fill up fast with a bunch of people using them, you know? Fill that bee up. Yeah. Piney fresh. Yeah, it smells like it doesn't actually, you know, Patty, you know when it's time to empty the composting toilet, because you won't get what smells like sewage in there, but you'll get this weird sort of like sour smell. And that's when the thing starts really filling up. The composting tank starts really filling up. And then you just take that out, you throw it in the compost bin, and it turns into dirt. Now, some people actually use that on vegetables they grow. I think that's gross. We use it in flower beds, but not in anything we eat, you know. I just use kitty litter. Yeah, well, maybe that works too, right? Just get a kitty box. But the cabin has electricity and internet now. So, you know, the only thing that the cabin doesn't have is a flushing toilet. And I'm okay with it, because the alternative is a tank in a camper that you have to constantly take down the road and empty. We have something for that near the cabin, but it's a hike. And or an outhouse. And the outhouses are gross. It's just like a porta potty. You ever been in a porta potty? It's gross. These composting toilets, they don't stink at all, right? Eat like this gorilla and your stuff won't stink. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So what can I say? We have done our due diligence for today. I wasn't going to work today. I thought I'll just do this tomorrow, right? Because honestly, I think that this whistleblower is a nothing burger. I think it is a propped up, fake manufactured story. And I also want to say, if this story never has evidence to it, and we never get the smoking gun conclusive proof evidence of it, then none of the people involved in this story should ever be welcome or allowed anywhere near making money in the UFO world ever again. Now, do I think that's going to happen? No. These same people just deceived all of us with this TTSA story a few years ago, made millions of dollars, TV show deals, book deals, no evidence. Now, it would appear that allegedly all those same people just prop this guy up and he's got no evidence conveniently, right? But I get the true believers want to believe this shit, right? The true believers want to believe it. So if no evidence ever comes of this, they'll have a new guy soon, right? They're already talking, oh, there's other whistleblowers. And by the way, I think tomorrow we're going to be covering the Stephen Greer garbage disclosure festival that costs thousands of dollars or $500 or whatever it costs to attend. And like I said, the same slime balls that are stealing this story from News Nation and illegally rebroadcasting it while collecting money to illegally rebroadcast copyrighted interview they don't own and have no rights to are the same people that are promoting the Greer Garbage Festival. It's a garbage festival. He's got some fake whistleblowers with no evidence. Congratulations. This is a really historic disclosure event. If you count nothing burgers as disclosure events, but we'll break all of that down for you on tomorrow's show. For now, I'm going to hold my comments about that because, Ed Garian, I love how Greer tries to pretend these hearings are legit and they have the eye of the government on it. Yeah, it's all stagecraft. It's all an illusion, a deceptive illusion of an historic disclosure event with whistleblowers. But the whistleblowers are largely garbage peddlers, so with no evidence. So who cares, right? And I get it. Some of them, like this Eric Hecker, okay, you got a picture of you at the North Pole. You don't have proof of your claims of what's going on at the North Pole. None. You know, according to him, his evidence is documents that he downloaded largely from the blackvault.com, but he did have some other document he claimed was a government document that was marked at the top, classified as hell. You got to love it. You know, so it is what it is. And by the way, I guess we're going to do 4 shows this week, which is going against I said our summer schedule is 3 shows, and we're going to do 3 shows, 3 great shows. And, you know, I have to have time for the cabin projects and for vacationing. And look, you know, we worked hard here all winter, all spring. I want to take my children fishing. I want to take my children on kayaks and canoes and rowboats on the lakes all around the cabin. It's a tremendous gift of you know, recreational activities around I picked where the cabin is because there are state parks, there's waterfalls, there's lakes, there's trout streams, there's rivers, there is hiking trails all over the place. There is state game lands to explore. There is the new cabin land to do something with. There is so much to do there. And every year, and I've said this before, listen, this year I said, I'm only going to do 3 shows a week because every year in the summertime, especially, the views just drop. They go down 30 or 40%. And that the reason is everybody else is outside. So why do I want to be sitting in front of a computer when I have a cabin? I want to be with my family at the cabin. I want to be at the campfire, right? I want to have, you know, there has to be some balance. But this week, especially considering we're hitting 1 million views this week, we'll do an extra show. But then we're right back to 3 next week, I hope. We'll see. Yes, Patty says lots of natural beauty in that area. Yeah, and a lot of Bigfoot sightings. Maybe I just want to go look for Sasquatch, right? Brian King's X7 says, I like the way you peel away the onion of the grifter stagecraft, Steve. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. So we have done our due diligence today. And by the way, we didn't illegally steal somebody else's broadcasts and charge, you know, collect money while we were doing something illegal. Like, I can't even believe these people are this stupid. And we didn't lie to you about and hype this so-called whistleblower with no evidence. Listen, if you're a whistleblower, you've got evidence. And these excuses like, well, I do have evidence, but it's classified and I gave it to Congress, members of Congress. And by the way, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee disputes talking to this man, to the best of my knowledge, and we'll bring more clarity to that issue the next time we cover him, because we're going to be doing some fact checking, right? And the story is either going to stand on its own as truthful and reality, or it's going to come crashing down. I know what I think is going to happen, so stay tuned. So what can I say, friends? We want to thank each and every one of you for joining us tonight. We had a great attendance tonight, and we didn't do anything illegal to, you know, unfairly get viewers we don't earn or deserve. I think that's why it bothers me, because these people got all these viewers and they had no right to do that. They had absolutely no right to do that. But it is what it is. And this is where we're at. And this is where we find ourselves. So we'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as usual, friends. And so that's all we got for you. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion, reminding you that the truth is out there. It just may piss you off when it is revealed. Please join us tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be back. My name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. There are an incredible amount of red flags of this story. And we're going to go through the red flags quickly here. I want to try to keep it brief tonight because I'm sure more information is going to break about this. And right now, we're all operating in a vacuum. But I did notice 10 red flags. And actually, I noticed more, but I ran out the clock trying to make a presentation for tonight. So please forgive me. Red flag number one is that the people selling this story have all been caught selling provably fake stories before. Leslie Kean, Ralph Blumenthal completely got the ATIP story wrong, completely got the whole thing wrong. They trusted the stories that they were told as true from Lou Elizondo. Turns out much of what he told them, he was the primary source for that New York Times article, turned out to be factually completely incorrect. They also sold that story about Harry Reid confirming this stuff. Then they had to walk that story back. So, and Ross Coulthart provably sold the story of the British Parliament all being involved in a ring of children predators, essentially, right? That story turned out to be completely and totally fake. Then Ross Coulthart comes into the UFO community with his huge bluff that they had conclusive proof of alien technology confirmed by Michio Kaku. Go ask Michio Kaku if he confirmed alien technology. And when he's done laughing, right, he'll tell you he didn't confirm anything and he wasn't even shown evidence by Ross Coulthart. But you see, these people, they carefully craft narratives. They put together illusions of true stories. So the people selling this story, and this is a verifiable fact, so I'm not going to argue with people, but the people that are selling this current big story have all been caught selling provably fake stories before. Red flag number 2. These are secondhand accounts from someone who was never directly involved in any of these so-called top secret programs. These are just stories that people told him. Now, he says he has evidence. He says he has documents. Nobody's allowed to see them. That's another red flag, if you ask me. Red flag number 3. According to Brian Bender, this man was, quote, groomed, unquote, by Lou Elizondo. And it was Lou Elizondo who misled reporters for years about a fake UFO program that was never funded, never official, and never secret, since that program never actually existed. Elizondo had to admit it wasn't a program, it was an activity he did in his spare time. It wasn't his primary job. He wasn't the director of anything. He was the director of a program in his own imagination. And this man, who's been lying to us for years, lied to us with TTSA, lied to us about ATIP, lied to us about the Felon 5, lied to us about more and more and more. I think he lied about being a remote viewer and having superpowers. Oh, and that gets into a whole thing too. Remember that the lies are ridiculous. They get more and more ridiculous as time goes on. And there is a video making the rounds right now, which I think is incredibly interesting. It's a video of Tom DeLonge talking about war stories that apparently he was told by liar Lou Elizondo. And this is very problematic because this is 100% provably fake story. It can't be true. But let's take a listen at Tom DeLonge repeating lies that allegedly or apparently he was told by Lou Elizondo.
Special forces operative, like a soldier. You know, he fought the Taliban in Afghanistan like a month after 9/11 with Secretary of Defense Mattis, General Mattis, Mad Dog Mattis. Yeah. Mattis saved his life. Lou got pinned down in a huge machine gun fight.
None of this is true.
And he called for air
bullshit.
support, and they said there's nothing in the area. And he said, I looked at my friend. I said, we are going to die. We're dead. There's like 100 of them shooting, and they're pinned behind a rock. Then he heard something on the radio, and Mattis comes flying in on like one of those Bradley vehicles, saying, and big door flies down. He's, oh, get in, boys. He's in a t-shirt. He's, I'm busy. I'll get to you in a second. He's on the automatic grenade launcher, just wiping people out. You know, and Lou said he's on the ground just looking up at this guy in the sunset kind of thing, like, who the fuck is this guy? You know, and he saved his life, you know. So Lou came from like really being in war to moving up to a place where he had a lot of responsibility with a lot of very sensitive things.
And by the way, friends, none of that is true. That entire story is completely and totally fake and made up. And I can prove it. There's a timeline of when Lou Elizondo was in the Army. There's a timeline, there's a timeline as well. The timelines don't match up. That story couldn't have happened. And just so everybody's aware, multi-star generals don't operate machine guns from, tanks or anything. They don't do that. They're in the offices directing their Army officers. This is a totally made up story. Did Lou Elizondo tell him that? What about Lou Elizondo telling people that he has remote viewing superpowers and then refusing to comment on whether he was using remote viewing, right? And what about that story that he saved his whole crew from getting murdered, right? by terrorists because he remote viewed the battlefield. All lies. And that liar, Lou Elizondo, is backing this story, right? But let's get back to the red flags. 1 second here. Let's get back to the red flags of this story. All right, so we've gotten that one, red flag number 3. Red flag number 4. According to Brian Bender, multiple media outlets passed on the story, including Politico and several others. According to Ross Coulthart, multiple media outlets, including the New York Times, Politico, and others, refused to run the story. He claimed they didn't have the backbone, they didn't have the courage to run the story. Or maybe these more credible, larger media organizations wouldn't touch this story with a 10-foot pole because they knew that the people selling the story have all been caught selling fake stories before. Red flag number 5. The Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review approved this man to release this information. This means that there is no classified information in his story, despite his claims. Now, I could be wrong about this, but I checked in with an intelligence friend who's worked in intelligence. He's retired now. He worked in Navy intelligence his whole life, and he told me that the Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review would never approve this guy to go and do interviews and talk about any of this if those were real classified programs that actually existed, because even the existence of those classified programs is classified. You see the problem here? The Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review is there to prevent anybody from leaking any classified information. Why would they let him talk about this if this was true and there was real top secret or classified programs in the United States government involving this? And then, of course, we get the Pentagon denial. Big red flag here. And why don't the people selling this story explain this red flag, this huge problem with the story? They won't do it. Red flag number 6. This appears to be a coordinated effort. All the people selling this man's story are working together to release it together. Ross Coulthart interviewed this man in early May. Why did he wait a month to drop it? And why did this all happen in one day? You mean to tell me that Ross Coulthart has this true story, the story of a lifetime, right? This huge bombshell story, and he waits a full month and he lets himself get scooped by essentially a blog on the web, on the internet, the Debrief. No offense to the Debrief. I know they got a lot of people working for them, but it's still just essentially a blog site. This doesn't not make any sense. It's also interesting that this story appears to be coordinated with Christopher Mellon's op-ed piece last week. And a lot of people are also saying that this appears to be a coordinated effort to throw Stephen Greer's so-called whistleblowers, to take up all the oxygen in the room and destroy his event that's happening in a few days. I think Greer's whistleblowers are faker than this guy, though. And we proved that here. At least a few of them are completely and totally fake. They're not real. They're not real whistleblowers. This guy, I don't know. Well, it remains to be seen. But the fact that they are all coordinating together, and then, of course, we've got Lou Elizondo and Christopher Mellon pumping the story to their huge social media followings. It's all coordinated, all to happen on the same day. That is not a coincidence, friends. And why do only those 3 get access to this guy? And also, this guy also went to Star Trek conventions to meet Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, and allegedly or apparently, this is rumors and speculation, he tried to get them to tell his story and they weren't interested. If Corbell and George Knapp don't want to sell this story, what is going on with this story? Something must be made. Those guys are out there selling flares as real UFOs. They didn't want this story, allegedly. Something's a real problem. Red flag number 7, conflicting stories about why major media would not cover this story. These 3 say completely different things about that. And here's where it gets interesting. Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal both copied and pasted the exact same tweet on this issue, claiming the Washington Post did not pass on the story. Ross Coulthart says that everybody did pass on the story and nobody had the backbone to run the story except for the Debrief and him, right? Why is there conflicting stories about why people wouldn't want this story? These three people can't get their story straight. I guess they forgot to send Leslie Keane and Ralph Blumenthal, who both copied and pasted the same tweet today, must have forgot to copy and paste that tweet to Ross Coulthard, right? So they're working together, but they're doing a terrible job. All right, number 8. This man claims he has documents and proof. No one, including those selling this story, can see that proof because it's classified. If that were true, he would not have been cleared to talk about any of this publicly. The OPSR reviews are done to ensure that no classified information is spilled. And again, if those programs are real programs, even the existence of them cannot be talked about publicly. They would not have cleared him. But let's not let a little thing like the real way that the intelligence world works get in the way of a good story you can sell. And the people selling this story did not address this obvious elephant in the room. There's a real problem here. Red flag number 9. The people who are selling this story could have gotten on the record comments from the Pentagon before running it. They chose not to. Why? They could have gotten comments from the Inspector General's office. They did not do so. Why not? Well, we did get comments from the Inspector General's office calling his complaint credible and urgent. But does that mean because his information is so good? No. We're going to find out later that all of this so-called data was carefully massaged to sell this story. That's what we're going to find out. It's all going to start falling apart. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. Where are the documents that this man claimed that he has? And why can nobody see them? Even the people selling the story with him aren't allowed to see the documents? Come on. That's a huge red flag. The fact that he claims he has documents, but nobody's allowed to see them. So this is trust me, dude, right? A bunch of people told me some stories, and I got some documents, but you can't see them. Trust me, dude. And red flag number 10. This story is being hyped and promoted by the same people who brought us the TTSA techno-scam and the fake Pentagon UFO program. I find that incredibly suspicious that the same people who duped everybody before, including essentially duping people out of investor money. Remember Lou Elizondo, Tom DeLonge, Christopher Mellon, they were going to build a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world. They collected millions of dollars and they did nothing, right? But don't worry, Lou Elizondo got a book deal out of it. And he got a TV show deal out of those taxpayer-funded videos that are nothing burgers. It took years to determine they're nothing burgers, those 3 videos, right? This is extremely, extremely problematic. And I have just a few more things to share. And here's more red flags. Eric Davis is behind this, partially. Gary Nolan and I have been working together since 2009, and what he told the reporter is 100% accurate. Much of what he said is partly based on my work over 25 years and the more recent work of my now former special security officer who works in Colorado Springs. This man from this so-called bombshell story is a real estate agent in Colorado Springs. And he's the U.S. government whistleblower who remains unknown, but will become known in a soon-to-be published expose in the Washington Post. And we have to be very careful here because, and then I have this too. This is pretty funny. Even Uri Geller, Uri Geller is critical of this story, right? How bad is it when Uri Geller is critical of this story? Uri Geller says, "My dear friends, there is something that is not right here. I need to investigate with my fellow contacts." Stephen Greenstreet says, "I really thought this UFO stuff might be BS. I really did. But now that Lou Elizondo's friend has told Leslie Keane and Ross Coulthard that aliens are real, I feel like there might be actually something to it." And here we have Brian Bender. He is a close ally of Elizondo, which is important context, I think. In fact, I would even say Lou groomed him a bit for several years now. They've been grooming this guy for several years to tell this story. Isn't that a little suspicious? The same people, right? The same people who sold us the garbage story from before about everything that was fake. And here's corrections about the remarks attributed to Harry Reid, proving that Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal have provably sold 100% fake stories. That was a big story. Oh, Harry Reid said that there are crashes of objects of unknown origin may have been recurred and that retrieved materials should be studied. He did not say that crashes had occurred and that retrieved materials had been studied secretly for decades. Yeah, so the story was fake. And of course, we have the Pentagon response: no aliens. We have not discovered any verifiable information to substantiate claims that any programs regarding the possession of reverse engineering or extraterrestrial materials have existed in the past or exist currently. Yeah. So what are we left with? We're left with a lot of red flags.